Hey, I'm pregnant. Your baby. Take charge. Ding dong, the Divine Milkman system has found a host that matches the identity. If you choose to bind, you will receive a $9 trillion childcare fund. Chapter 1, Schoolflower Sister Finds Her Door. Sue High University Welcome Party. The host on the stage to speak feverishly. The bottom of the people all lowered their heads to play with their cell phones. How boring. How long is this host going to talk? I heard that today's program is a hot dance for new students. Originally, the leader was Chen Shuqi, the flower of the foreign language department and the school's top student. But I don't know why she suddenly said she wasn't feeling well and didn't want to dance anymore. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really? I'm here just for Sister Chen Shuqi. You told me she's not dancing today? Hey. Speak of the devil. Isn't that Shuqi Chen? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's real. Hey. It's ing beautiful. Look at that waist, those legs, that ass, and those boobs. If only they were my girlfriend. Anyone who can get her would be ing awesome. Hey, Li Shuijie, you said she doesn't even perform anymore. How come she came to our department? Li Shuijie pushed the big black frame glasses, scratched the big oil head that had not been washed for 3 days. With a face of impatience, he called his girlfriend today, and called the whole day. It did not answer. How should I know? She can come if she wants to. Hey, she's coming our way. I think she's looking at me. What are you dreaming about? I even said she was looking at me. And while everyone was talking about the legendary school flower and department flower, Li Shuijie was still constantly playing the phone with his head down. He didn't care about any flower at all. Finally, the call went through and someone answered. Hello? Can you stop calling? It's annoying or not? Li Shuijie was ecstatic to hear his girlfriend's voice. Hello, Lily, how come you didn't answer my calls all day today? I'm not okay. Li Shuijie heard his girlfriend's voice on the other end of the phone was not quite right. Are you not feeling well? Do you want me to go see you? No. I've been told I have something to do. You're annoying me. I'm sorry Lily, don't be mad. You go ahead then. I'm just a little worried about you. Li Shuijie was about to hang up the phone when he heard a man's voice coming from the other end of the phone. Baby, are you ready? Let's change positions, shall we? Li Shuijie's brain seemed to explode with a bang. Lily, hey, who are you with? Pop dash, the phone hung up. He called back frantically, but it just shut off. Li Shuijie swore he had heard correctly that the man's voice on the phone was Lily's ex-boyfriend. He has been chasing Si Lili for 2 whole years with great difficulty, and he goes to work every day as soon as he opens his eyes, just to buy all kinds of bags, gifts, and cosmetics for Si Lili. She didn't agree to be her girlfriend until 2 months ago, but he wasn't allowed to make it public, even after these 2 months, except for the last time the two got drunk and had sex, and woke up the next day and the person was gone. He hadn't even touched her hand a few times since then himself. He thought it was because the last time he got drunk and did something like that, it made Lily angry. Results, that's add up. Li Shuijie sat on the stool scratching his ear, looking at the hung-up phone and just wanting to vent. Hate to throw his cell phone out, but cannot afford to give up. Broken and still have to buy a new one. He now how to have money to buy a new cell phone. He gave Si Lili loan to buy a new Fruit 14, has not yet finished it. Just then a familiar and unfamiliar voice like spring water warm female voice suddenly sounded in front of Li Shuijie. Come over here with me for a moment. I have something to look for you. When Li Shuijie looked up, his eyes were greeted by a pair of beautiful and upturned bunnies. Then there was that stunningly beautiful face that was cool and imperial. The girl in front of her is the legendary foreign language department flower and school flower, Chen Shuqi, a proper rich white beauty. Me? Li Shuijie looked around to make sure he was being spoken to. Well, follow me. Chen Shuqi didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Li Shuijie froze in place. The roommate next to him desperately pushed him. Li Shuijie, what are you waiting for? The school flower is looking for you. Why don't you go now? Oh, Li Shuijie hurriedly got up from his chair and followed Chen Shuqi. As soon as Li Shuijie left the auditorium there was a huge uproar and everyone was talking. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what is the origin of that beggar man? Why is the goddess talking to him? My goddess. Li Shuijie followed the schoolgirl out of the welcome party auditorium and into a dark corner of the grove. Senpai, there's no one here anymore. What exactly do you want from me? Chen Shuqi stopped in her tracks but didn't turn around, because the central air conditioning was on in the auditorium. It wasn't cold at all, so Li Shuijie took off his jacket. He was in too much of a hurry when he came out and didn't have time to put it on, and now he was wearing a short-sleeved one on his body, and he was freezing and shivering now. I'm pregnant. I'm sorry, senior sister. The wind was a bit strong. I didn't hear you. What did you just say? Li Shuijie wondered if he had misheard. I said I was pregnant. Chen Shuji suddenly turned around to look at Li Shuijie with a haughty face. Once again, Li Shuijie was baffled. The schoolgirl is pregnant. This is amazing news. But what does this have to do with him? He's not so narcissistic. Even if the schoolgirl wants to find a receiver, she won't look at a poor guy like him. Hokage, but I met you for the first time today. Chen Shuji handed over an ultrasound sheet after hearing Li Shuijie's words. You don't remember? 2 months ago, Golden Bay Smoke Shop, room 3008. Li Shuijie took the ultrasound sheet with a trembling hand. 2 months ago, Golden Bay Smoke, 3008. Of course he remembers. That day was the first day Si Lili agreed to be his girlfriend. The Golden Bay Smoke Shop is very expensive and has a minimum spend of $5,000. But Sri Sri said that her friend went there on her first date, and she had to go there too, or else she'd break up. Li Shuijie swiped his credit card with a clench of his teeth. After the two of them drank a bottle of wine, Si Lili told him to go back to his room first, and he went back after he dizzily paid the bill. He hadn't turned on the lights when he went back to his room, and all he knew was that Suri was enthusiastic and naked. And the next thing he knew, needless to say, they were clapping for love straight away. Wasn't it him and Si Lili that night? How come it's Shuchi Chen? But when he woke up the next day, Suriri was indeed not in bed, and there was a splash of bright red on the white sheets. At that time, he was still happy and touched like what? Thinking that Si Lili gave his first time to himself, more and more determined to be good to her. But he called Si Lili to talk about last night's events. Si Lili taunted him and said that he was dreaming in the spring and autumn. He thought at the time that it was because Suriri was too embarrassed to admit it, because he was convinced that he must not have dreamed it, because that night, it was also his first time, and the place hurt, so it really wasn't Siri Lili that night, but Shu Chi Chin. The bottom line is that he hit it on the head. Shu Chi Chan is also pregnant. Ding dong, the Divine Milkman system has detected the identity of the host that matches. The mission gift package of 9 trillion childcare funds. Reading notes, 1 brain hosting. 2 of the male lead is actually very handsome, just hasn't taken care of it and will become super invincibly handsome after 20 chapters. 3. The main character was adopted by a man in a poor gully mountain, so the name is very earthy, after recognizing his ancestor's real name Lu Yiming. 4. Single female leader. Chapter 2. Access to the $90 trillion childcare fund. Something like a display screen suddenly appeared in front of Li Shuijie's eyes, and it was as if Chen Shuji, who was standing in front of him, was frozen in place. What the hell? Is there really a system in this world? It was still his favorite godly system from the novels he read. Oh, no, there's an extra milkman. Whatever. 90 million. Jesus. Wouldn't he be richer than the richest man in the world? May I ask if the host is willing to accept the mission? Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Choice 1, accept. Mission reward, access to the $90 trillion Milkman Fund. Choice 2, do not accept. Quest rewards infertility. What the hell? Infertility. So tough? Does he have a choice in this? 10, 9, 8, 7. I accept. Ding dong, the Divine Milkman system has obtained the host's consent and is in the process of binding. Please wait. Binding in progress, 10%. Binding in progress, 30%. Binding in progress, 70%. Binding in progress, 100%. Congratulations to the host. The Divine Milkman system has been bound. Gain the gift pack of 90 million billion gold coins. That's a successful binding? Yes, host. So what you're saying is that I now have $90 trillion to spend as I please? No. The $90 million is a milkman's fund that can only be spent on children. Grass? What the hell kind of godly luxury system is this? Does that mean I'm still poor? I have to wait 10 months for my child to be born if I want to use the money? No, host. You can now spend it on the mother of the child, the pregnant woman. And it's not a one-time distribution, you'll get 1/10 millionth before the child is born. And as the child grows up, between the world's future inflation, it will gradually increase each year to a final total of 90 million. And for every dollar you spend on a child or pregnant woman, you can transfer 1% to your personal account, which becomes your private property. Only 1%? How come it's so low? I see other or double or, at least 10%. Forget it, 1% of $9 trillion. That is, $90 trillion is also richer than the world's richest man in the world. That's enough. Provided, of course, that the child is kept safe and sound until the age of 18. After the child turns 18, the money becomes your permanent fixture. Please note that a portion of your private property will be deducted from your personal account for every little injury your child suffers until he or she is 18 years old, and different percentages of property are deducted depending on the child's injury. Li Shuijie didn't understand. What do you mean? How do I know how badly he's hurt? Regarding the degree of injury, the system will categorize the degree of injury into S, A, B, C, 4 grades. Class C, minor injury, bleeding but not much. Deduct 1/1000th of the current host's private property, which is $1,000, minus $1. Class B, moderate injury, bleeding but not more than 10% of the body's blood, minus 1% of the current host's personal property, that is, $100 minus $1. Class A, serious injury, bleeding and exceeding 10% of human blood, deducting 50% of the current host's personal property, i.e., $100 minus $50. Finally, S rank, a child who meets with a major accident, such as a disability or death, will have 100% of the current host's private property deducted and all of the Divine Milkman's funds confiscated, and will receive the host's ultimate infertility penalty. Of course, the injuries referred to here are external factors, such as being assaulted and encountering violent behavior as a result of being assaulted. However, if the above occurs because of the child's own mistakes, such as accidental falls when learning to walk or accidental cuts when learning to drive and injuries when being naughty, the host will not be penalized. So the host must be strong to protect his child. Of course, the system will also provide help for the host. Li Shuijie can finally understand. Come on, you are saying that this child is a ceramic doll, cannot be dropped, cannot touch, cannot be hit, cannot be scolded, then in the future will not be spoiled into a bear child? Host, no. It's just a matter of educating the child in a suitable manner, and when the child is born, the host will receive a random reward for each skill successfully learned. What are all the rewards? Li Shuijie was curious. As the host's lifespan is extended by 5 years. As in, extend the host by 3 centimeters. Anywhere. Li Shuijie subconsciously looked down. This is okay? If, for example, the host's body is strengthened by 10 points in any one of the body qualities, the host can choose to strengthen it in any one of the strength, IQ, speed, endurance, charisma, etc. There is also a series of random rewards for the host to experience on their own. If there's anything else the host doesn't understand, feel free to ask me questions. Not for a while. Okay, host. The screen in front of Li Shuijie's eyes disappeared, replaced by a motionless Chen Shuji in front of her as if she was stuck in a bug. Li Shuijie asked, how come she's not moving? It will automatically lift in 1 minute. Li Shuijie looked at the big beautiful girl in front of him and swallowed his saliva. No wonder he always felt that Sareres always looked and felt less big than the other night. At first he thought it was just him, but it really was. You mean to tell me that she doesn't know what I've been doing to her in the last minute? Yes, host. Li Shuijie suddenly had an unhealthy thought. Honestly, it's been like an addiction since that night. It's okay if you've never experienced it before. Just looking at it coupled with self-reliance, but that always feels a little short of. Whatever it is, you don't know until you've actually experienced it. And it's true what the ancestors said. It's just not the same on paper as it is in real-world operations. This has led to dreams for him every night since then. Even the frequency of washing sheets has increased dramatically. To be honest, he wanted to try that feeling again. But he didn't even dare to tell Seely Lee about it because every time he held her hand she was reluctant. So how could he dare to ask for anything else? It had to be coaxed and offered like a precious ancestor. As a result, people are good to go directly with the ex-boyfriend life great harmony. It's ing add up. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, and thinking of Chen Shuji's fiery passion that night, Li Shuijie was inevitably moved. He gulped as he looked at the full and soft cherry lips that were like jelly. You're pregnant with your own baby, and you'll be your own wife from now on, so it's okay to kiss her, right? Li Shuijie moved a little closer to Chen Shuji. 1 minute later, Chen Shuji touched her slightly sore lips and didn't care too much. She looked at Li Shuijie, and when she saw that he didn't dare to look at himself at all, she narrowed her beautiful eyes. And Li Shuijie is just weak and has a wandering eye because he did something bad. That's when the two spoke almost simultaneously. Sister, don't worry, I'll be negative dash. Find some time and accompany me to the hospital for surgery. Chapter 3 Beauty Saves Beggars. Once again, Li Shuijie was confused. Hit the kid? No way. It was so hard for him to have a chance to become the richest man in the world. How could he let the duck in his mouth fly away? He hurriedly reached out and pulled Chen Shuji's hand. No way. The child can't be beaten. Give birth. I will raise it. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Chen Shuji was undeniably relieved when she heard Li Shuaijie say that he would raise it. Really? Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuji. Yes, I will definitely be responsible for you guys. That it's too late today. Tomorrow morning I'll pick you up and take you to the hospital for a maternity test. Maternity? Yeah, it's my first time too. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll look it up later. Chen Shuji never thought from the beginning that Li Shuaijie would want her to keep the child. After all, he was still a sophomore and she was still a year older than him. She just didn't dare to tell others about it, and didn't dare to go to the abortion alone. So she really had no choice but to come over to find Li Shuaijie, and at the time that incident itself both people were at fault. She originally wanted to meet someone else for dinner that day as well and ended up drinking too much herself. Originally thought that he could be willing to pay. Accompanied himself to the hospital at most. He did not have much to deal with before. To put it bluntly, if you meet a scummy guy, and you come here with no proof and say you're pregnant, people won't necessarily believe you. And you're not afraid? Afraid of what? Li Shuaijie took out his cell phone to check what to prepare for the maternity checkup. I lied to you. Or it's not your baby I'm carrying. It won't. Besides, what do I have to cheat? Hey, senior sister, you remember to bring your ID card, account book, and whatever messy documents you have ready tomorrow. It might be useful to go to the hospital. Chen Shuji had envisioned many kinds of scenarios, and before she came here, she had also inquired with others about this person Li Shuaijie, and had heard that he also had a girlfriend. What about your girlfriend? Li Shuaijie was sickened by the thought of the woman who might be flirting with another man right now. Divided. Split? When was it split? Chen Shuji didn't believe it. Didn't she say that someone else saw Li Shuaijie delivering breakfast to his girlfriend the day before? Why did you split up so quickly? If we don't share, the cuckolds are poking the sky. Air. Just then a cool breeze blew over and Chen Shuji shivered. It happened to be seen by Li Shuaijie. He asked the system, can a pregnant woman also harm her child if she gets cold? Report to the host. Before the child is born, the pregnant woman and the same child are considered as one, and the same 4 levels just mentioned apply to the pregnant woman. Asterisk 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 you didn't say so. That, senior sister it's quite cold. Why don't I send you back first so you don't catch a cold? Tomorrow morning I don't have class. I'll come back to pick you up. Chen Shuji thought, I didn't expect that this person is quite considerate. Even look at Li Shuaijie's feel as if all the whole person is a little more handsome. Good. Then, sister, wait for me. I'll go to the auditorium and get a jacket and I'll be right there. Aha. Chen Shuji answered. Li Shuaijie hurriedly ran towards the auditorium. The moment he entered the auditorium he felt that everyone was staring at him. There is no shortage of jealousy, envy, and hatred. Everyone was wondering what exactly their stunning school goddess was looking for from this beggar man. Li Shuaijie ran to his seat and realized that his jacket, which he had left on the chair, was gone. Then he asked his roommate, Hey, Zhang Yong, where's my jacket? That was taken away by Zhang Tan. Housemate Zhang Yong's expression was a bit awkward. Li Shuaijie wondered, who is he and what is he doing with my jacket? Looking for the jacket? It's here with me. Li Shuaijie looked at Zhang Tan's hand flinging the jacket he had picked up at the ground stall for $100. Zhang Tan was wearing a hipster brand, although Li Shuaijie didn't recognize too many hipster brands, but because C. Lily liked it before, he knew it a little bit, and the mediocre-looking short sleeve he was wearing was Emma's. That one short sleeve was more than 10 times his entire body count. I guess this beggar is going to be miserable. Who doesn't know that Zhang Tan likes Chen Shuji and has been chasing after him for years without success? Who is Zhang Tan? A freshman asked. You don't even know Zhang Tan? He's the son of our school principal, the nephew of the director of education, an iron-nailed connection, a proper rich second generation. Think about it, this kind of status cannot chase the woman, but alone about a beggar. Zhang Tan cannot be angry? Li Shuaijie pushed up his glasses and said toward Zhang Tan, Give me back my jacket. Sister is still waiting for him outside. What exactly does Shuchi-chan want with you? Zhang Tan didn't give the jacket but instead walked to Li Shuaijie and tapped Li Shuaijie's chest with his finger. It's nothing. Li Shuaijie frowned and opened the finger with his hand. Li Shuaijie knew that the matter of Chen Shuji's pregnancy couldn't be known by others for the time being, otherwise it would definitely cause an uproar. Are you going to say it or not? Zhang Tan picked up Li Shuaijie by the collar. Li Shuaijie once again ripped away the hands that were gripping the short sleeves he had spent 9 on at PDD. Let go. I said. Nothing. Just looking for a chat. You fart. You also don't look at your own appearance. A poor, Shuqi to find who to chat is not good. To find you. Jiang Tan pushed Li Shuijie hard. And it was fine. But suddenly Jiang Tan's little brother behind him tripped him, and his glasses fell to the ground. Jiang Tan is not as tall or as strong as Li Shuijie. If it came down to it, we might not be able to beat anyone. But Li Shuijie's glasses fell to the ground. He 800 degrees of myopia. Dropped the glasses with blindness. His own mother in front of his eyes he could not recognize. So he was desperately touching his glasses on the floor, in a way that looked as wimpy and as humiliating as possible to an outsider. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Li Shuijie decided that if he gained any upgraded skill points in the future, he would definitely upgrade his eyesight first. He wanted binocular vision too. 0. Everyone was laughing at Li Shuijie's humiliating appearance, and his roommate Zhang Yong wanted to go forward to help, but he was pulled back by another roommate. Zhang Yong, don't go. Jiang Tan, you can't afford to mess with him. When Li Shuijie managed to touch his glasses and was about to pick them up, Jiang Tan then kicked his glasses away again and then stomped on them, only to hear the sound of glass breaking. Jiang Tan looked down at Li Shuijie who was sprawled on the ground looking for his glasses. Smug and warning. I'm warning you. Stay away from Chen Shuji. She's mine. Li Shuijie didn't say anything as he touched Jiang Tan's ankle as soon as he was about to give him a surprise dogfight as well. A female voice rang out. Jiang Tan, what are you doing? Chapter 4 thought it was an idle drama. Chen Shuji waited outside for a long time and didn't see Li Shuijie come back, so she came back to take a look, only to see this scene. This Li Shuijie is now at least the father of the child in her stomach. They say that beating the dog still has to look at the master, although this adjective is not good. Chen Shuji ran forward and pushed Jiang Tan out of the way, picking up the glasses on the ground and handing them to Li Shuijie. Are you alright? Chen Shuji spoke in a nice and gentle voice. Li Shuijie hurriedly put his glasses on. The lens cracked above to see who is several. Thanks. I'm fine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Heroes saving. Bah. Beauty saving heroes? What hero? Look at him. Dog and bear. Everyone's gaze toward Li Shuijie brought another hint of inquiry and envy. Jiang Tan walked over to Chen Shuji, holding a small gift box in his hand. Shuji, I saw that your circle of friends said they wanted this fragrant grandma's necklace, so I bought it for you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't that necklace a limited edition? It seems to be tens of thousands of dollars, and it's not always possible to buy it even if you have money. It's worthy of being Jiang Xiao. Chen Shuji just glanced at the necklace and replied coldly, I don't want it. Thanks. And also, when did you add my friend's circle? How come I don't know? The year before last. We just got into college and added it to the student union. Remember? Oh, I remember. Hearing Chen Shuji say that she wanted to get up, Jiang Tan instantly revealed a smiling face, but Chen Shuji's next sentence caused Jiang Tan's smile to fade away. But you've reminded me that I really should clean up my friends. Then he took Li Shuijie's arm and said tenderly, Shuijie, let's go. This was treated heaven and earth, and the necklace in Jiang Tan's hand was thrown to the ground by his anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tens of thousands of dollars of necklaces to say throw away? Don't give it to me. I want it. Young Jian, look at me. I'm willing to be your licking dog. A girl was shouting frantically. A male next to him looked disgusted. Humph. If you're willing to lick, you also have to see if he, Jiang Xiao, is willing to be licked by an ugly bastard like you. Who are you calling ugly? Look at you. From head to toe, where do you compare to a goddess? What's so great about her? Isn't she just a little whiter than me? With a slightly better looking face and a better body than me? What's so marvelous about that? All day long she looks like she's on top of the world. Just because her father is on the school board. She's marvelous. Can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Is that a point? That's a difference of heaven and earth. There were other little fangirls of Jiang Tan who were upset for Jiang Tan. Young Jiang is probably going to be furious. That's right. Jiang Xiao is handsome and rich. Can't figure out what Chen Shuji is thinking. You just don't get it. People call this fishing. Men are like that. The more you can't get something, the more you want it. But I'm really curious. What exactly is the relationship between the schoolgirl and that beggar man? How should I know? It can't be a couple anyway. Unless the schoolgirl is blind. Could it be some relative? It's not impossible. How awesome to be related to a schoolgirl. What luck that beggar man had. Jiang Tan thought about it after hearing the murmurs. It wasn't impossible. And his fire subsided quite a bit. After all, he was so rich and handsome. Chen Shuji could not even look at it. He did not believe that she would look at a beggar like that. It seems like I'll have to flatter that beggar in the future. But then again, what's that beggar's name? I think it's called something like Li Shui or something. Nah, those are his roommates over there. Zhang Tan walked up to Zhang Yong. Are you the beggar who just? Ahem. What's that one called? Zhang Yong hurriedly replied. His name is Li Shuijie. He is my roommate. Give me his contact info. Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuijie out of the auditorium. Chen Shuji walked for a while before realizing that she was pulling on Li Shuijie's hand and hurriedly let go. Then somewhat sheepishly, he rubbed his hands together. Along the way Li Shuijie had only one reaction. Grass. The schoolgirl deserves to be the schoolgirl. Not only is she pretty, even her hands are so soft. It's just too cold. Of course, Li Shuijie didn't dare to expose this kind of lewd thoughts. Scratching his head. Sister, thank you just now. No need. Achu-Shuchi Chen sneezed. Li Shuijie hurriedly draped his jacket over Chen Shuji's body. Sister, beware of catching a cold. Chen Shuji was a bit shy. Thank you. I didn't expect this Li Shuijie to be quite gentle. But what Li Shuijie thought in his heart was that he was still a poor man. If he froze and caught a cold and was deducted by the system, wouldn't he become a negative asset? Sister, you need to rest early if you're pregnant. Let me send you back to the dormitory first. Li Shuijie's teeth chattered from the wind. Yeah. Li Shuijie sent Chen Shuji to the dormitory floor. There were people talking along the way. They had never seen Chen Shuji take the initiative to walk with any boy. Everyone knows that Chen Shuji has her eyes set high. And even the rich second-generation schoolboy Jiang Tan couldn't chase after her for 2 years. When they arrived under Chen Shuji's dormitory building, Chen Shuji returned the clothes draped over her body to Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie finally felt warmer when he put it on. Sister, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Oh, good, Chen Shuji answered, then entered the girls' dormitory. After witnessing Chen Shuji enter the dormitory building, Li Shuijie was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly heard Chen Shuji call him again. Li Shuijie. You wait. Li Shuijie turned around. What's wrong, schoolmate? Chen Shuji lowered her head. About my pregnancy. For now. I know. Don't worry. I'll keep it a secret. Aha. I'll go first. Bye. This time Li Shuijie watched Chen Shuji go upstairs before leaving. Returning to the dormitory, Li Shuijie is still in a state of confusion. This day passed like a roller coaster. The ups and downs are too big. Sitting there without the lights on. After fuming for I don't know how long, I heard a noise outside the dormitory. The party's over. Hey, this party is so meaningless. The quality of this year's freshman girls is not high at all. Look at the ones dancing today. It's hard to tell. That's right, the school does not have a beautiful girl. Actually found a nearly 200 pounds of fat girl dancing. You guys saw her dance when the body of that fat? Really disgusted me. Sugarheart has no intention of offending the fat girls. Who says it isn't? I'm looking sick. I don't know what kind of luck this Li Shuijie girl has had today, but he's actually being approached by the school's flower. I'll have to ask him what's going on when he gets back. After a long time Li Shuijie's roommates also came back. A light was turned on by Li Shuijie startled. Asterisk. When did you come back? Staring ghosts. The lights don't turn on either. Then a group of people gathered around Li Shuijie. Hey, good boy, you actually know the school flower. Concealed well enough. Actually concealed for more than a year. Do you take us as roommates? Why don't you tell us? Li Shuijie finished fuming, touched his greasy head, thought that tomorrow he had to accompany Chen Shuji for a maternity checkup, and prepared to take the basin to the bathhouse, take a shower and wash his head. Say what? We just met. You're farting. How can you have just met and how? I also want to get to know each other. Just went out to play by chance, and then got to know each other. Li Shuijie also said the truth. But his roommates all do not believe. Anyone else wouldn't believe it. A chance encounter? Thought it was an idol show. Of course, Chen Shuji can be the idol drama heroine. But if the hero is Li Shuijie, will anyone watch this drama? I'm going to take a shower. Are any of you going? Li Shuijie and of a wash basin and inside put a piece of soap and a towel, a pair of pants. Feet drag a pair of flip-flops. A living, breathing beggar man. Chapter 5, punching an ex-girlfriend in the face. The next day Li Shuijie got up early in the morning, because he remembered in the middle of the night, he forgot to add the schoolgirl's contact information and didn't say what time it was. He had to get up early to prevent keeping people waiting. I also made a point of straightening my hair and using some of my roommate's gel before I left the house. Well, at least it's going out with the schoolgirl, so it can't be too embarrassing. Li Shuijie rode a bicycle. Originally wanted to go first to buy some breakfast. But the results of the internet said that the first maternity test needs to fasting, to check what fasting blood sugar and so on. thinking that this will not be able to buy soybean milk and so on to do the examination are cold. Suddenly remembered that before Lily said that the snacks of the Golden Bay Smoke is very delicious, thinking that anyway, to spend money on pregnant women can use the Milkman Fund. It is just that he can also brush money by the way he rode to the Golden Bay Smoke Hotel. The results of the security guard to see him dressed in a stall goods riding a bicycle almost did not let him enter the door. In a fit of pique, he called the manager over and then just packed up 10 dim sums, costing him over $5,000. The next thing he knew, he was getting text alerts about his cell phone bank balance. XXX line credited $50. Your balance is $251. Thankfully, it's not $250. Li Shuaijie took 10 snacks and went straight to wait under Chen Shuji's dormitory. Seeing that people hadn't come down yet, he wasn't in a hurry. He was way too good at things like waiting for people. He had even waited for hours before when waiting for Sariri. Chen Shuji also woke up early. After pregnancy she obviously felt that her body was really different from before, and often insomnia and dreams. She looked at herself in front of the makeup mirror. She even had nightmares last night that she had become a yellow face, because she had heard that cosmetics were also bad for the child. So she didn't dare to put on makeup lately, although she used the most high-grade cosmetics, and the chemicals in them were extremely harmful to pregnant women. She was still worried. Perhaps this was the innate motherly nature of a girl, and she didn't want to let even the slightest bit of her child to be unfavorable to him. Luckily, she was born with good, naturally beautiful skin and didn't need to use any makeup per se. She just always looked a little lackluster without lipstick, so she's still torn. At this time, one of Chen Shuji's roommates suddenly shouted, "Hey, that next door department flower see Lily's licking dog came again." Called what, Li Jie? Or Li Shuai's that? Another housemate asked. Did you say Li Shuaijie? Yeah. He's downstairs. Harm. You say that beggar He came to what is rare. All licked for 2 years. People see Lily did not even look at him. Didn't you say you'd already agreed to be his girlfriend? When did this happen? Why don't I know? See Lily will agree to him? How could that be? I saw see Lily get into a Big Ben the other day. Ha? Big Ben. Not BMW? It's a Bentley, isn't it? Chen Shuji heard her roommate's conversation, inexplicably felt a little uncomfortable in her heart and dropped a sentence. He's here to find me. And left. The other roommates were a little confused. Did you guys just hear what Shuki said? Didn't catch that. I think it said who was looking for her. But why did she leave the house without lipstick today? It's like she hasn't worn lipstick in days. She's a natural beauty. She's also the school flower without lipstick. Why do you care so much? And Salili sighed. She got up early to put on her makeup because she had an early 8 class. She was actually tired because the night before she hadn't seen her ex-boyfriend Shinjie for a long time, and the two of them had gotten a little mean. She had wanted to not come back, but Shinjie said that she had only booked a 5-hour hourly room, so she sent her back to the dorm in the middle of the night. She still begged her aunt for a long time before she let her in, just under 4 hours of sleep. After staying up late every day for the past 2 days, the condition of her skin was getting worse and worse. Her whole body looked very pale, and her appetite was not good, so she had to rely on makeup to make up for it. And she hadn't come to her period for 2 months. Forget about 2 months ago when Shinjie just returned to China. The two of them in the Golden Bay Smoke shop that one time, and hadn't done measures. She was a little worried, and when she mentioned it to Shinjie yesterday, Shinjie only said that she was overthinking it, and how could it be so easy to get pregnant? But it was true that her aunt was never allowed, so she didn't take it too seriously. Hey, Lily, that lick spill of yours is at it again. Sariri laughed mockingly. Just come. What's so unusual about that? She also thought that Li Shuaijie heard yesterday, and did not come. Heck, sure enough, a lickspittle is a lickspittle. Dogs can't change their ways. Another housemate chimed in. Yes, it's only surprising if he doesn't come one day. Ha ha ha, I wonder what kind of goodies I brought you today. It's just those soybean milk and donuts Xiaolong Bao. What can be so delicious? Can you still expect him, a poor man, to deliver Jinwan Smoke's dim sum to Chen Shuji like Zhang Tan? A single serving of dim sum there is several $100s. That poor probably has to do a good part-time job for a few days before he can afford one. Li heard this heart a little uncomfortable. Why that Chen Shuji everything is better than their own? A roommate took the opportunity to pat the horse's ass. But just rely on their own old man is a school manager. Good luck when a school flower. Every day drag into that side of the eyes above the top. The appearance of ice and jade, to whom to see disgusting dead. I have to say, our Lily's face value is not low. If it is not her first advanced school, Lily must be the school flower. Hey, I just took another close look. The bag he's carrying in his hand seems to really be the logo of Golden Bay Cigarettes. No way. Let me see. I go. It seems like it's really hey. See Lily, this dog licker of yours is also too willing to shed blood. When C. Lily heard this, she first froze, looked at her carefully designed makeup in the makeup mirror, and smiled smugly, then picked up the book and said, "Alright, it's almost time, let's go down. It's time for class." Li Shuijie waited downstairs for a while, not waiting for Chen Shuji, but waiting for C. Lily, only to see C. Lily holding her head high. A face of condescension walked to Li Shuijie, first disgustedly glanced at Li Shuijie's side of the bike, but when he saw his hands carrying several bags of Golden Bay Cigarette Hotel punching bags, his face slightly eased a little. "Give it to me." "What? Breakfast? Good for you for remembering I told you I wanted dim sum from Golden Bay Smoke. And good for you for knowing to bring it to my roommates." C. Lily saw that Li Shuijie carried at least 10 copies in his hand, and she definitely couldn't finish them all by herself, so there was only the possibility that they were brought for her roommate, and before that he would buy a little extra to share with his roommates. C. Lily was about to reach for it, but Li Shuijie hid it behind his back. "Who said it was for you?" Chapter 6, taking the schoolgirl to the hospital was targeted by Jiang Tan. "Who did you buy it for if not for me?" Right at this moment, Li Shuijie saw Chen Shuji walking towards him and hurriedly greeted him. "Senior sister, you're here." Chen Shuji glanced at Li Shuijie, then at C. Lily behind him, and responded flatly, "Aha, bicycle?" It wasn't that Chen Shuji disliked the bike, it was just that she looked down at the short skirt she was wearing today and was a little worried that she would be naked in a moment. But it didn't sound like that to Li Shuijie's ears. "It does seem a bit shabby to pick up the schoolgirl on this bike. Hasty. Should have gone ahead and bought a luxury car last night." Li Shuijie tentatively asked the system, "Can I also use the childcare fund to buy a car in order to transport a pregnant woman?" "Yes, host, as long as it is beneficial to the pregnant woman. All nursery money to buy. But this car is restricted to gender. Only pregnant women and future babies, girls, can ride. Of course, pregnant women allowed under the premise that other women can be allowed to get on the car." "Okay, I get it," Li Shuijie said to Chen Shuji. "I'm sorry senior sister. Now I'm going to aggravate you first. Turn around and we'll go to the Ford store to look at the car." Chen Shuji didn't take Li Shuijie's words too seriously. To her, she had heard a lot of men's words like this big cake. There was even talk earlier of buying her a house and a car in the future. She didn't take it seriously at all. "You'll have to make do for today." "Aha." Li Shuijie got on his bike. "Let's go. I bought you breakfast. But I heard that you can't eat breakfast at that one. If you go early you can eat early too. You can't skip breakfast now. Get in the car." "School marm. Isn't that C. Lily's dog?" Now that C. Lily can't stand him, he's changed his target to lick the schoolgirl. Che, he also do not think. Even C. Lily cannot look at the eyes of the poor. Our goddess schoolgirl can look at him? Dream not awake at afraid. Hey, you all wouldn't have missed last night's campus forum, right? Yesterday, the school's flower was helping Li Shuijie and disliking Jiang Shao in front of everyone. Asterisk 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 really? Yeah, everyone is rumoring whether or not Li Shuijie and the schoolgirl are related. Hey guys, look, the schoolgirl is really riding on Li Shuijie's bike. Chen Shuji sat sideways on the back of Li Shuijie's bike, then pulled the hem of her skirt uncomfortably. Li Shuijie happened to see it and put the Golden Bay cigarette snack bag on Chen Shuji's lap. "Sister, hold this for me." "Good." Chen Shuji placed the bag on her lap, just enough to block her legs. "Sister, sit back and get ready to go." Li Shuijie pedaled onto the bike. Chen Shuji grew up so big, has not sat on a bicycle, has always been to go where a car pickup and delivery. The first time to sit down is still a bit of novelty, but also a bit afraid. Afraid of falling down. A hand had to grasp Li Shuijie's clothes tightly, and at this time, being left behind, C. Lily lost her big face, and her face was a burst of white and green. At this time, C. Lily's roommate came forward to comfort. "Lily, don't be angry. Maybe that Li Shuijie is just trying to pretend to be a bully and then get angry at you. He has been chasing after you for so long, how can he just say let go of you?" "Exactly." C. Lily shouted. "Who told you that I'm angry? What is he, Li Shuijie, worth my anger?" Seeing that the people around her were surrounding her to see the jokes, C. Lily stomped her 9-centimeter high heels and huffed forward. "What are you looking at? Class time is almost here." During class time, the more C. Lily thought about it, the angrier she got. "I'm afraid she's going to be the butt of everyone's jokes for this incident today." Damn it, it's that Chen Shuji again. After class, Si Lili sent several messages to Li Shuijie in a row. Li Shuijie, what do you mean? Do you want to break up? Was it really because of what happened between her and Xinjie last night? I went to the gym last night, and my fitness instructor happened to be teaching me new poses when you called. Along the way Li Shuijie rode his bike. He had never felt that he had turned back so much. Of course, he wasn't so self-absorbed, and those people certainly weren't there to see him, but to see the schoolgirl sitting on the back of his bike, fearing that he would be followed. Li Shuijie drove around in circles, and finally, after making sure that there were no familiar faces, he left his bike on the side of the road and called a cab. He didn't expect to be so careful and still be seen. One of Jiang Tan's juniors happened to be in the neighborhood and happened to see the scene and hurriedly called his boss. Junior, hey, boss. Jiang Tan was sleeping and was suddenly woken up by the phone in a naturally unpleasant mood. What's going on? Little brother, you know who I just saw? You'll never guess. Jiang Tan closed his eyes and asked, say what you have to say and fart. Little brother, I saw Li Shuijie. Jiang Tan's heart just went to MMP. Rushed to the phone scolding. You have a problem now what time? Wake me up in the morning. You see him off my ass. Jiang Tan was about to hang up the phone when he heard the little brother on the other end of the phone say, no, there's also the schoolgirl. The schoolgirl is also with him. She got into a cab. I'm following them. Jiang Tan sat up from the bed with a start. Shuki? Junior, yeah. Jiang Tan was a bit curious and hurriedly got out of bed. Why are the two of them together? You help me keep an eye on them first. I'll go over later. Junior, got it boss. Just keeping an eye on it. They seem to be going in the direction of the hospital. After Li Shuijie brought Chen Shuji into the hospital, because both of them didn't know what to do, Li Shuijie had to let Chen Shuji sit in the lobby and wait first while he went for counseling. Shuji Chen sat on a chair in the hall nervously clutching her skirt. She had made a point of looking up information before she came here and had heard that having a labor and delivery test was scary and that she had to take her pants off for the doctor to examine her. Li Shuijie walked over. He could tell that Chen Shuji was nervous. Sister, I'm afraid you'll wait too long. I've done the VIP channel. I can do it by going straight in. And it's separate from the ordinary pregnancy test. There's no one. Let's go. Hearing that it was a VIP channel, Chen Shuji's nervous heart relaxed a little, and she felt a little bit more favorable towards Li Shuijie again. She previously heard that Li Shuijie condition is not very good. I did not expect that actually not only give up to buy her Jinwan cigarettes for breakfast, and now accompany her to do the maternity checkup also do VIP channel. Although she didn't know how much this VIP cost, most people should still not be willing to give up. She also thought that if Li Shuijie didn't prepare, she could do it herself. But she didn't expect Li Shuijie to be so thoughtful and proactive. Chapter 7 Buying a House for the Schoolgirl. On the way to the VIP channel with Shuqi Chen, Li Shuijie was going to pass through the general labor and delivery room. Looked at the way those pregnant women. Some husbands carefully hush look as very happy little couple. Some men stare at their cell phones next to them, completely ignoring the girl next to them, and look impatient, as if they don't want to be responsible. There were also a portion of them that were about their age, or maybe even younger, with the girls crying non-stop next to them and the boys looking nervous. There were even some girls who came directly accompanied by their mothers or girlfriends. In short, the human condition. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuijie after walking to the VIP room. Li Shuijie knew it was inconvenient for him to go in. Don't be afraid. I'll wait for you outside. Aha. Chen Shuji walked into the examination room and was relieved to see that it was a female doctor, as she had heard that there were male doctors in the obstetrics and gynecology department as well. When the doctor saw that she came alone, he asked, alone? Where's the father? He's outside. Then why don't you come in? He's a guy. It's not very convenient. The doctor was amused by Chen Shuji's words. How amusing. You two are both people with children. And you're still shy. What's so inconvenient about this? Go call the person in. There's something else to explain to him in a while. Because of the doctor's request, Shuqi Chen had no choice but to call someone. Li Shuijie just stood in the doorway and waited stupidly, seeing that the door opened in less than a minute. Well, it hasn't been checked yet. The doctor told you to go in as well, Chen Shuji said with a red face and lowered her head. Oh, good. Li Shuijie followed Chen Shuji into the examination room. The doctor sized up Li Shuijie. You're the baby's father? Li Shuijie nodded. Right. Li Shuijie not only looks ordinary, with a pair of large glasses, the body is also wearing the most ordinary body shirt, plus a pair of jeans. The foot is also just wearing a pair of 19.9 sports board shoes. On the other hand, Shuqi Chen is full of high-class designer labels and good-looking. It's hard to think of the two of them as a couple. The doctor's gaze towards Chen Shuji also took on some probing, then asked Li Shuijie again. Are you sure? Chen Shuji was smart. She heard the meaning of the doctor's words at once. She's being treated like one of those girls that pretty girls mess around with and then find a random lickspittle to be the receiver. She was about to get angry, but she didn't expect Li Shuijie to get angry before her. I say you this doctor means nonsense. Of course I am sure. My own woman is not pregnant with my baby. I am not sure. Is it difficult to want others to determine? Are you insulting me or my woman? Chen Shuji heard these words of Li Shuijie, especially when she heard when he said that my woman my baby, suddenly felt that Li Shuijie is actually still very domineering and handsome. It's true that no matter what time of the day a man is, he looks the most handsome when he's defending his woman against all odds. Chen Shuji instantly lost her anger. Even look at Li Shuijie a few points more handsome. She had rashly approached Li Shuijie in the first place and was really afraid that he would not recognize her. In fact, what Chen Shuji didn't know was that Li Shuijie just felt that this doctor was being sarcastic, mocking him for being a cheap father receiver. That's why he was so angry. Seeing that Li Shuijie was angry, the doctor also realized that he had just acted wrongly and hurriedly apologized. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I didn't mean that. Let's do the examination first. Chen Shuji also pulled on Li Shuijie's clothes. The doctor slipped on disposable medical gloves. Girls take off their skirts and panties first. Chen Shuji stood still and looked at Li Shuijie with a red face. Li Shuijie also began to get nervous. In a sudden flash of inspiration, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and pretended that a call had come in. I've got a call. Go out and answer it first. Call me later if anything happens. Aha, okay, go ahead. Chen Shuji hurriedly nodded her head. Li Shuijie walked out of the examination room and breathed a sigh of relief. But after a while it felt a little too wimpy. Li Shuijie, what's wrong with you? That woman in there is your baby's mom. You're in a relationship that creates babies. Why are you so nervous? Li Shuijie squatted on the floor of the doorway, took out his cell phone, and saw the text message sent to him by C. Lily. Exasperated, he laughed. This C. Lily was really treating herself as a little cute. Right, a gym instructor? He was so angry that he directly pulled the blackout on C. Lily. After waiting for a while longer, Chen Shuji came out with a red face. Li Shuijie asked. Checked? Well, there are other programs in a little while. Ultrasounds and stuff. You can see the baby. You can go in. Oh, good. Li Shuijie followed Chen Shuji into the ultrasound room again, only to undress again this time. Chen Shuji bashfully pulled her clothes up to her chest, but the doctor made her pull them upwards, until her inner underwear was completely exposed. She didn't dare to look at Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie didn't make any more excuses to go out this time, but tried his best to keep his eyes away. Couldn't stop gagging. The doctor doing the exam joked. You two are still students, aren't you? And it was an accident that only happened once. It's the first time I've seen such shyness. Li Shuijie didn't say anything. Luckily, the series of checkups that followed were not so awkward, and the VIP channel was really fast and convenient, and the results came out right away. Unlike the regular checkups where you have to wait for a couple of hours, Chen Shuji sat in the VIP lounge with Li Shuijie with the test results in her hand. Chen Shuji lowered her head and whispered, the doctor said that the baby is healthy. Li Shuijie responded, well, I heard that, but this baby, are we really going to have it? Of course I'm going to have a baby, but we're still students. I'm afraid. Li Shuijie held Chen Shuji's hand. I will support you in the baby. Don't worry, but I still have some credits left to finish. And it's probably going to take me another 1 or 2 months, and I don't want to take a break from school. Then go ahead and finish the credits. I checked and it shouldn't be too noticeable for 3 to 4 months, but I'm sure I'll be found out if I keep living in the dorms, and I can't go home. And if my dad finds out, he'll force me to abort the baby. How about I go out and rent a room to live in? Li Shuijie suddenly slapped his thigh. What you said makes sense. I'll buy you a house and we'll go out and live there. Chapter 8 Punching an ex-girlfriend in the face and buying for the schoolgirl. Chen Shuji thought that Li Shuijie was joking with her, so she only gave him a blank stare. I'm telling you seriously. Are you kidding me? Can you be serious? I'm serious. By the way, I'm checking where the school district houses are more suitable. Li Shuijie took out his cell phone and really started to check. Chen Shuji sighed, her mind calculating how she was going to tell her family about this. If she did, her father would definitely not agree to her having the baby. If nothing else, her current living expenses are still enough for herself, but if she adds in going out to rent an apartment she's in a bit of a pinch, and she's well aware of Li Shuijie's condition. and going out and renting an apartment out of the blue. In case the classmates who were targeting her proclaimed it and it got to the board of directors, Dad would still know about it. If she really wanted to have this baby, all she could do now was to hide it for a month. And after 3 months it wouldn't be a good idea to abort it, and her father might spare her for her body's sake. Chen Shuji also took out her cell phone and checked the balance on her card. After a while the test results came out. The baby is all normal. Chen Shuqi and Li Shuijie are relieved. The two men headed out of the hospital. Jiang Tan, who had just arrived outside the hospital gates, was scolding his little brother. How can you lose someone? What do I expect you to do? No, boss. The hospital is too many people. I just got bumped into. Tie a shoelace effort, people disappeared. Boss, spare your life. I've been at the door. They must not have gone out yet. Let's wait here. We can definitely wait for someone. Jiang Tan was furious and thrust up his waist, itching to cut up this little brother and feed him to the dogs. The little brother shielded his head, and when he inclined his head, he saw Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji. Hey, boss, look, isn't that it? Go, follow, take a look. I want to see, what is this Li Shuijie's origin? And what is his relationship with my Shuqi? Jiang Tan said and followed. Chen Shuji also wore a pair of small thick-heeled high heels on her feet. It's not that she didn't want to change to flat shoes. It's really that these were already her flattest shoes, and they were new shoes she bought. And they were a little bit hard because she hadn't worn them much. The heels were worn a little bit, maybe because the pregnancy made walking even more tiring. She decided that since she was going to have the baby then she wouldn't be able to wear high heels afterward. Since I'm out today, it's a good time to take a trip to the mall. Chen Shuji said to Li Shuijie, I want to go to the mall. If you have something to do, I'm fine. There's no class today. I can go with you wherever you want. Aha. Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji to a shopping mall. This mall, Li Shuijie is more than familiar with it. Si Lily used to like to shop, except that he was poor at that time, playing 3 days of part-time workers, may not even be able to afford to buy one of Si Lily's lipstick. So every time you come in because you don't have any money in your pocket, your heart is a bunch of weak. But now it's different. Straighten your back and go forward. Chen Shuji lightly walked into a shoe store. These shoes are expensive, but she has been wearing the brand. The main thing is comfortable. Dad has not yet stopped her card. She can still afford to spend money now, and do not want to aggravate themselves yet, because she was an old customer. A salesman greeted Chen Shuji with a smile on his face as soon as he entered. Ms. Chen, haven't been here for a long time? What kind of shoes do you want to buy this time? We have a few new arrivals of high heels here. They are all high definition. Not only are they comfortable to wear, but they are also limited edition. Only 288W. With that, he put it on Chen Shuji's feet. Chen Shuji's feet were very white, very small, and the shape of her feet was very nice. Those shoes were practically tailor-made for her. And Chen Shuji took a look at the pair of high heels. They were indeed very nice, and she liked them. But it was not suitable for her now. If it was before, maybe she didn't care if she would wear them or not. She directly bought them, even if they were thrown at home to fall into the dust. But now, she looked at Li Shuijie, fearing that her level of consumption would scare him. Still counts. I'll take those shoes on her feet. Sariri's voice suddenly came from outside the store door. Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji looked towards the door at the same time, only to see Si Lily walking in with a man on her arm. Li Shuijie instantly recognized that it was her ex-boyfriend. Shenjie. When I think of the cuckolds that I have brought to myself in these years, Li Shuijie hates to ruthlessly draw a few big ear scrapes from Si Lily, only to see Si Lily walk right in like a peacock with her head held high, then glanced at Li Shuijie with a look of disgust. Yeah, Shu Qi schoolgirl, what a coincidence. You're buying shoes here too. Aha. Chen Shuji just replied coldly and politely. Shenjie beside Si Lily couldn't move his eyes once he saw Chen Shuji. Like a pug, he went up. Hello beautiful. You are Lily's classmate, aren't you? My name is Shenjie. Seeing Shenjie's appearance, Si Lily gave Shenjie a pull and glared as a warning. Shu Qi, you don't expect this poor guy to buy you shoes? Then don't even think about it. Let me tell you, he's afraid that even if he maxes out a few credit cards, he can't afford to buy the cheapest pair of shoes here. Chen Shuji didn't want to say anything more to Si Lily. She just wanted to hurry up and buy a pair of shoes that she could wear. Li Shuijie didn't bother to talk to her because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his foul mouth, and then scare Chen Shuji away when the time comes. Seeing that no one picked up on her words, Si Lily had a moment of embarrassment, then pointed directly at the shoes on Chen Shuji's feet. This pair, Bring them to me to try. The salesman was a bit embarrassed, but these shoes, Ms. Chen, Si Lily wanted to be angry, but between Xinjia was there. She then petulantly clamped her voice to Xinjia and said, Jia, look, now even the salesman looks down on me. I like this pair of shoes. You buy them for me, okay? After saying that, he also came to Xinjia's ear. Tonight, at your mercy. Xinjia was a bit uptight about Si Lily's pampering. Okay, baby, how much are these shoes? I'll buy them. Sir is so nice to your girlfriend. This pair of shoes is $288. Another salesman saw that there was something going on and squeezed over. Your girlfriend is so pretty. This pair of shoes is a perfect match. $288? What kind of black store is your store? Why don't you go and rob the money? Xinjia's face changed as soon as he heard this. He thought it would be a few $1,000s at most. Sir, this pair of shoes is high definition. There is only one pair in the whole of Suzhou City. Si Lily's face also changed a little bit, because she also didn't expect that this pair of shoes only, but actually want tens of thousands of dollars. What high fashion. It looks like nothing more than that to me. A gimmick. Chen Shuji also took off those shoes at this time. Just when so the sales were thinking that the single was going to be yellow, Li Shuijie, who hadn't said anything on the side, directly threw the card to the salesman. These shoes, I'll take them, and bring out all the shoes in your store that are comfortable to wear and preferably flat. Chapter 9 Packing all the shoes in the store for the schoolgirl's wife. The salesman's eyes lit up at that. Are you serious? Sir, I have my card out. What do you guys think? In fact, he was a little false in his heart at first, because these are high heels. It is reasonable to say that it is harmful to pregnant women, and he was worried that he could not use it, so he just asked the system specifically, and the result was that the system said that the expenses to make pregnant women's moods good also belong to the category of parenting funds available, so he was relieved. Chen Shuqi pulled Li Shuijie. Are you crazy? On the side, Si Lily teased. Ha ha ha, Li Shuijie, what kind of big talk are you talking about? Don't think I don't know that your several credit cards add up to nothing more than a few tens of thousands of dollars. The salesman is also a bit skeptical. The man looks like a poor man. Li Shuijie knew they didn't believe him. Let's put it this way then. If you guys don't believe me, you can paint these $288 shoes first. Hey, okay. The sales took the card with both hands and took out the POS machine. Sir, please enter the password. No password, just swipe, Li Shuijie said. Ding dash. Consumption was successful. Sales excitement just short of pinching their own people. Just this pair of shoes commission is a lot. If there are other shoes. Si Lily looked directly dumbfounded from the sidelines. Chen Shuji didn't expect it either. Didn't you say the man was poor? Do you have to work a dozen part-time jobs every day? How it doesn't look like that at all. This pair of shoes too. $88 even she also feel expensive. And now she cannot wear. I heard that after pregnancy will also gain weight. I do not know if you can still wear in the future. Li Shuijie even so directly buy? The sales took out all the flats and small micro heels in the store that were suitable for Chen Shuji's size, and they were close to kneeling on the ground with both legs to try the shoes for Chen Shuji. Now, Shuji-chan is her food and clothing regenerating parent, is God. As a result, Chen Shuji's feet look good in anything, and Li Shuijie took a look at Seoul directly all-inclusive. This wave spent a total of $15. Li Shuijie didn't even blink. XXX line credits $1. 500 in your account balance is $1. 751. Li Shuijie received a text message from the bank. Hey, that 1% is still too little. He's about to pay off his loan this month and needs to keep brushing up. Next step, take Shuchi-chan to buy a car, buy a house. When Li Shuijie thought about the loan, he suddenly remembered that he was still paying back the cell phone loan for Si Lily, and he was furious. No, this is a loss he can't take. On the side, Si Lily looked directly dumbfounded, her heart dying of jealousy. Did this Li Shuijie win the lottery? Must have won the lottery. Or else how come you're so rich all of a sudden? Damn it, why didn't she break up with him later? Or else all this stuff would have been hers today. In fact, this Li Shuijie is quite good to himself, and good to lie to himself is not stingy. I wonder how much he won in the lottery. Li Shuijie walked to the front of Si Lily, who was already stunned by the scene in front of her. Seeing Li Shuijie walk over, Si Lily pulled her hand out of Xinjie's arm without a trace. Handsome J. Li Shuijie was also too lazy to say anything more, and directly opened his mouth bluntly. Si Lily, the cell phone I bought for you before was a loan. Now that we're broken up, I don't want to help you pay off the loan. Just give me my money back. I've already paid off half of it before, and I only have half left. Sariri was directly confused. Ha? It's not much more than 5,000 bucks. See if you VX transfer, or what? Oh, I forgot that I VX blacked you out. It's fine. You can also directly sweep the code. Li Shuijie took out the VX collection code. Li Shuijie, what do you mean? You're so rich that you still care about this $5,000? Si Lili's face almost became twisted with anger. I'm even richer. It's still my money. I can spend it on whoever I want. Chen Shuji is my child, he dash. Cough cough. Chen Shuji coughed twice from the side, deeply afraid that Li Shuijie would slip up. Future wife. The future mother of my children. It's only right that I spend money on her. Besides, I don't have any money. You. Si Lili was so angry that she was shaking, and Shinjie came over on the side. Hey, buddy, you at least is also a big man. I heard also chase Lily, is it? Now so aggressive for what? Is not just $5,000? You give other beautiful women to buy more than 100,000 things. Eyes do not blink. Now so bullying people. Not good. Too ungraceful. Li Shuijie moved the collection code to Shinjie. Who is your buddy? Since you say so, then well, this money you pay back for Si Lily. If just now Li Shuijie did not have the generosity to give Chen Shuji to spend that more than 100,000 yuan, maybe the people in the store will really feel that Li Shuijie is a poor who cannot afford to play, and want to pick up the girl. But the results did not pick up the girl, and now force people to pay back the money. But now it is not the same. Li Shuijie is now their store VIP big customers, can casually afford to buy more than 100,000 shoes to give his girlfriend's man. How can they be entangled in $100? It is that the woman cheated people's feelings, and now people in the intentional lesson her it. This kind of scum woman, not at all worthy of sympathy, is to be taught a good lesson, or always rely on their own a few points of good looks everywhere to cheat men to spend money on her. Feet in several boats. Li Shuijie also did not feel ashamed at all, and was bent on getting his money back. Shinjie heard that he had to return the moment he did not speak again, and also pretended to have a phone call in, directly leaving Si Lili to go. Si Lili now where there is so much money. She is not like Chen Shuji family is rich second generation. The family is an ordinary salary. Every month the family only give her 2,000 yuan living expenses. She has to maintain their own image of white rich beauty, wearing brand name, with the most expensive cosmetics, wear jewelry, but she grew up beautiful. As long as she is pampered, show a weak man is willing to spend money for her. That's why she can't even look at Li Shuijie. The reason she didn't completely reject Li Shuijie in the first place was because Li Shuijie was at least willing to spend money on her, and she's looking for a really rich kid. Si Lili saw Shinjie left her behind and thought that there was a possibility that this Li Shuijie might really have won the lottery. So she pulled Li Shuijie's clothes and began to pretend to be pitiful and shed tears. Shuijie, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you forgive me this time? Chapter 10, Buying a car for the schoolgirl's wife. Si Lili cried like a pear. That's really good at pretending. And after Li Shuijie saw Si Lili crying in front of him, still with a heart of stone. Okay, stop crying. It's not working. Transfer the money or give me back my cell phone. I don't have any money. I'll give you back the cell phone if you want it. You're a big man. I've never seen a gift given and asked for it back. After all, that cell phone was also their own willingness to buy a birthday gift to Si Lili. Now they so suddenly want to come back. It is a little stingy. And then again, to come back to who you saw. Through it a strange pity. Do not throw in diaphragm look. One down hard. Okay, forget it. Let this be my last gift to you. We'll never see each other again. And I don't want to see you again. Li Shuijie also didn't want to dwell too much with Si Lili, because as long as he saw Si Lili, it made him think of the ed-up dog-licking life he had been living for the past 2 years. Fortunately, God is still fair to him, did not let him so unlucky, but also due to the blessing of a beautiful schoolgirl as his wife, as well as the divine hero system. From now on it's a brand new life for him. Li Shuijie let Chen Shuji pick a pair of shoes that were the most comfortable to wear and wore them straight away, and then had the shopkeeper pack up all the remaining clothes they had bought and send them to Chen Shuji's school dormitory. Then he took Shuqi Chen with him. Si Lili look angry teeth. She more regret that she did not fall out with Li Shuijie a little later. Look at him today casually spend more than 100,000 looks. The lottery should have won at least a few million. It was all supposed to be hers. And that's when Shinjie came back, pretending like nothing had happened, stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Sariri. Si Lili was still angry about Shinjie not giving her any face just now. Don't touch me. Okay baby, don't be mad. I have good news for you. I'm having a family gathering tonight. You know, that little uncle of mine is back in the country as well. He's hosting a reception today. Do you want to come with me? Siri Lili, Uncle Junior? The one who runs the public company? Shinjia, right. That's him. See Lili, he's so rich. If he's organizing a banquet, he should be inviting all the rich people. Shinjia looked smug. That's for sure. See Lili thought to herself. Then wouldn't this allow her to meet more rich and wealthy people? See Lili hugged Shinjia's arm again and pouted. I want to go. Then call me a good husband. See Lili pouted. Hubby is the best reward. Black silk at night. A lewd light emerged from Shinjia's eyes. Baby, that's what you said. At this time, Jiang Tan and his little brother, who had been hiding outside, were also shocked by the fact that Li Shuijie had just swiped his card without blinking his eyes when he bought more than $100,000 worth of shoes for Chun Shuji. Little brother, I go. Boss, that Li Shuijie is not poor? Who am I going to ask if you ask me? How the should I know? Jiang Tan gave his little brother another big chestnut. He had just planned it all out, waiting for that sea lily to shame Chen Shuqi. And when Li Shuijie was unable to do anything about it, he stepped in and helped Chen Shuqi buy that pair of shoes. Women, this time is most likely to be touched. Maybe then a move to agree with him. The results did not expect that the Li Shuijie surprisingly not only swiped the card, but also bought so many shoes, nearly 15W, even if he did not dare to spend so much money at once. Jiang Tan was even more puzzled. What exactly is that Li Shuijie's origin? Have you inquired clearly? The little brother touched his beaten head. Boss, I didn't lie to you. He really is just an ordinary beggar. Ah, did he win the lottery? Hey boss, they are out again. See where they are going in a while. Jiang Tan, keep up. After Li Shuijie followed Chen Shuji out of the mall, Chen Shuji finally couldn't help but ask, Li Shuijie, tell me the truth. Where did you get that much money? Li Shuijie didn't know how to explain. Ahem, actually, did you win the lottery? Li Shuijie couldn't think of any other explanation, so he had to reply. Sort of. Is it convenient to ask how much you won? Chen Shuji was a little curious. This, Li Shuijie stammered, said 90 million? That would scare Chen Shuji to death, right? And there's no way there would be a lottery ticket that high. Even the richest man in the world doesn't have that much money. Forget it, that's your money. It's better not to tell me. Chen Shuji felt that she had asked this question inappropriately. All in all, enough to feed you and the child. Li Shuijie was also relieved to see Chen Shuji no longer pursuing the question and said. Chen Shuji's heart raised a wave of warmth when she heard these words. Let's go. Li Shuijie took Chen Shuji's hand. Chen Shuji didn't struggle. Where to? Buy a car. The two went to a Rolls-Royce 4S store. Li Shuijie smelled a smell of money when he walked into the 4S store. Sales first glanced to see Li Shuijie came in, moved lazily. A look is poor. Come in to pretend to see. As a result, when Chen Shuji came in behind Li Shuijie, that sale started to be stupid. This girl's aura is white and rich at first glance. Looking more closely at the dress code she was wearing, it was at least tens of thousands of dollars. Sales greeted Chen Shuji with a smile on his face. Excuse me, what style of car would you like to see? We just happen to have a new arrival here that is just right for a female driver, with beautiful soft furnishings configurations inside and a pink model. Would you like to take a look? No need. I don't buy cars. Chen Shuji politely refused. And she doesn't even have a driver's license. As soon as I heard Chen Shuji not to buy a car, sales face changed. Not to buy a car? Miss, you're kidding us. We are a 4S store, not a shopping mall that sells clothes, bags and shoes. Do not buy a car. What are you coming in for? She doesn't buy cars, but I do. Li Shuijie walked over. Sales a glimpse of Li Shuijie's poor sample. The whole body is definitely not more than $500. And a look is a student. Or come on their own. You can afford a car? Did you look at the big name of our store before you came in? Recognize those words. Recognize this gold tag? Isn't it just a Rolls-Royce? Li Shuijie saw the sales face looking down on him. No, is it? Do you know how much? Okay, don't talk so much nonsense. I want this one, Li Shuijie said, pointing to one of the coolest cars in the 4S store. This is his dream car. Sir, this car minimum configuration full payment 8 million. Sales rolled a blank stare to Li Shuijie, pretending there is no bottom line. A moment to see how you end. Li Shuijie took the card. Full payment. All for the best configuration. Now swipe the card. Especially the co-pilot's configuration. Must install the best. The most comfortable. Sales was straight up dumbfounded. And the moment the POS machine shows the payment was successful, the sale is still blindsided. Sir, may I ask your name? We'll register you here. No, just register her name. Her name is Shuqi Chen. Sales, what? Shuqi Chen, what? Chapter 11, what's it like to have your new car rear-ended by your future husband? What's wrong? Li Shuijie asked. Once again, the sale inquired. Sir, did you just say register this car in this young lady's name? Yeah, what's the problem? Sales hurriedly shook his head. No problem. Of course not. Chen Shuqi completely did not expect Li Shuijie said to buy her a car as true. More did not expect to buy her sky-high luxury car. This Li Shuijie in the end is how much money in the lottery Li Shuijie, you're crazy. What are you buying me a car for? And it's not like I can drive. You don't know how to drive yet? It's okay if you don't know how to drive. I can drive. And it's convenient for me to be your exclusive driver and pick you up and drop you off wherever you want to go. This young lady, you are so happy. Your husband is so good to you. Truth be told, when you two came in, seeing how young you are, I thought you were a school student couple. The sales said nice and envious words. It's not. Chen Shuji held back 2 words with a red face. Of course I know you're not a couple. You must have just gotten married. After all, no guy in the world wants to spend tens of millions on a luxury car to chase a girl, even if it's a billionaire. Chen Shuji really didn't know how to explain the relationship between the two of them after hearing what Sale said, saying it's a couple, but they didn't establish a relationship, saying there's no relationship, but she was carrying his child in her belly. Ding dong, Li Shuijie received another bank-in message. The XXX line is credited with $120. 000 and your balance is $121. 751. Li Shuijie looked at the balance and the text message and burst into tears. He had never seen so much money. I'm sure it's the fastest way to buy a car or a house and swipe money. The loan he had to pay off this month was finally in order. Okay, next goal is to take the schoolgirl to buy a house. Right at this moment, Chen Shuji suddenly spoke. Li Shuijie, return the car. I don't want this car. Ding, the system detected the pregnant woman's refusal of her will. Therefore the $12 million car cannot fall within the scope of the available childcare fund. Please hosts deal with the choice of refunding or changing the pregnant woman's will in a timely manner within 15 minutes. Otherwise it will be deducted from the private account. Before Li Shuijie had time to be happy for picking up 12W for nothing, he heard a prompt from the system, which scared Li Shuijie. He hadn't counted on Chen Shuji's refusal. When Chen Shuji said this, it not only scared Li Shuijie but also scared the sales. How can a duck in the mouth just fly away? So within the next 10 minutes or so, the two men began to painstakingly persuade Shuqi Chen to take the car. Li Shuijie had been telling Chen Shuji that having a car would be much more convenient. It's too flashy to drive this car at school. I prefer bikes to cars. It's also more convenient inside the school. Although Li Shuijie felt that Chen Shuji was right, he really did not consider that if he was a poor man, he suddenly drove a Rolls-Royce. How inviting. But you're pregnant. And it'll be inconvenient for you to ride a bike later. And it'll be more of a hassle to go to labor and delivery or to have to travel afterward. And the sale was close to giving Chen Shuji an E. Miss, you reconsider. This is your husband's heart for you. The car has a price. Love is priceless. Chen Shuji considered for a long time and finally looked at Li Shuiji and said, you're right. Still need a car. The two men sighed in relief. But, the two men's hearts went back into their throats. You can get a cheaper one. And since I don't drive, you don't have to register it in my name. Sales only think that this girl is really stupid. Still want to continue to persuade when Li Shuijie opened his mouth. You're right. I'm sorry. We don't want the car. Get your money back. Li Shuijie was suddenly moved after hearing Chen Shuji's words, and his view of the schoolgirl was different. He had thought that all girls were like Sariri, who felt that it was only right for a man to spend money on her in order to please her. And the more you spend, the more the man loves her. For the first time he knew there were girls like the schoolgirl who would think about the boys. Finally the sale tearfully returned the $12 million. He watched as Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji went into the car dealership next door. The salesman slumped in the doorway and, after watching the series of expressions on the car dealership sales next door that went from disdain to nodding and finally almost kneeling down and calling someone daddy, once again watched the 4 circles next door fire off cannons in celebration. Li Shuijie drove 4 circles and Chen Shuji out of the 4 store. Along the way he was nervous and excited. This was the first car he had ever owned in his life. Although he has already got a license for 2 years, but has not driven a few times, much less this kind of luxury car. Although compared to the beginning of the Rolls-Royce the price of this car is only 1/10 of his, but for him a once poor is already a luxury car in the luxury car. The two drove down the road at almost turtle speed, watching the cars behind them honk at them one by one. Li Shuijie, have you driven before? Chen Shuqi asked when she saw Li Shuijie's driving skills. That, honestly, there's no, except for the driver's license. Chen Shuji heard that Li Shuijie had never driven a car and silently grabbed the door armrest. Suddenly there was a bang and the car lurched forward. Apparently they were rear-ended. Li Shuijie shivered and broke out in a cold sweat, then hurriedly cared for Chen Shuji beside him. Sister, are you okay? Is the baby okay? Does your stomach hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Although Chen Shuji was also scared and turned white, but because the impact was not too strong, there was no physical discomfort. I'm fine. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the car window was knocked, and Chen Shuji looked out the car window, and her face became even worse. Li Shuijie was relieved to hear that Chen Shuji was fine. He hurriedly rolled down the window, looked at the middle-aged man outside the window, and cursed in a bad mood. Do you know how to drive? The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Shuji and grunted. Young man, this road has a minimum speed limit of 80, and you're driving 50 yards. Who do you think doesn't know how to drive? Li Shuijie was speechless. The middle-aged man with a face of contempt continued. Young man, just out of the driver's license not long right. Car skills poor as such still dare to open a new car with a sister on the road? Look at you like this. The car is also borrowed it. And your side of the girl is quite beautiful. Is not good vision. With you so you stepped on a horse. The more Li Shuijie listened to the more fire. Almost the nationalist spit out. Suddenly Chen Shuji spoke up. Okay, Dad. Stop it. Chapter 12, Being looked down upon by the father of a schoolgirl's wife? By tens of millions of dollars of houses directly. What the heck, Dad? Li Shuijie was not just confused, but directly out. What in the world could be so coincidental? What a hell of an experience to just buy a new car and get rear-ended by your future husband. Outside the car, Chen Shuji's father blackened his face. I don't have a son as big as you. No, uncle. I'm really sorry. I didn't know it was you. Li Shuijie hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Chen Shuji's father looked at his daughter still sitting on the passenger side and coughed twice. Ahem. Chen Shuji, are you still sitting in the car and not coming down? Chen Shuji had to get out of the car as well. Dad, what are you doing here? I still have to ask you. What are you doing out fooling around with such people when you're not at school? What did I usually teach you? Chen Shuji pulled her father's clothes. Dad, what do you mean by this kind of person? Your words are too hard to hear. And Li Shuijie is also a student of our school, and it is you who chased the tail. Chen Shuji's father got even angrier when he heard his daughter helping someone else. You girl, eating out of the palm of your hand, elbowing your way out? Shuji Chen, Dad. No, I just think you talk too hard. I talk bad? There's worse. This is the man you don't want, young family boy. Carefully selected boyfriend? I'm telling you, hurry up and break up with me. Do you know, you don't like Jiang Tan. Rejected him for 2 years to make the whole school know. Your uncle Jiang has already been very unhappy, and now you are mixing with this poor. You let Dad how to explain to your uncle Jiang? What's it to me? You stinking girl. Father Chen raised his hand, looking like he was about to hit someone. Seeing that Chen Shuji was being reprimanded by his own father in order to defend himself, Li Shuijie hurriedly stepped forward to stand in front of Chen Shuji. Uncle, this is the matter is my bad. You are right. The car skills are so poor still dare to take Shuqi on the road to drive. Regardless of the danger of Shuqi, I apologize to you. It's good that you know. It's lucky that I braked the car in time today. In case something happens to someone else, how are you going to be responsible? You're right. Okay. Here's the thing. Just leave it to the insurance company. Chen's father looked at his own car was not much damage, and then looked at Li Shuijie's car are not yet on the license plate. You don't have a license plate on this car? Where did you get a new car from? Chen's father asked. I just bought it 10 minutes ago. It's okay, uncle. Doesn't it also mean that we are destined for each other, and that a big water has hit the Dragon King's temple? Just bought it? You can afford this kind of car? Chen's father scornfully sized up Li Shuijie. How could he not believe that the student in front of him, who appeared to be a poor beggar, could afford this luxury car worth nearly $1 million? Dad, don't believe it. This is really the poor people you are talking about just bought it. Not only that, but also I went with him. If you don't believe it, people's driving license book is still hot. Chen's father still didn't believe it and asked once again. Really? How can I lie to you about this? Not only that, people are still paying full price. Chen Shuji continued. Chen's father was once again shocked that the car was fully paid for at least more than $1 million. Now he looked at Li Shuaijie a little differently. Uncle, on this main road, talking about this affects the traffic. Why don't we find a coffee shop and sit down to talk? Father Chen coughed twice. Cough, cough, or good. When we get to the coffee shop, Father Chen asked directly to the point. What's your name? When did you get together with my Shuki? Uncle, my name is Li Shuaijie. I've known Shu Qi for two years, Chen Shuji said. Chen Shuji was afraid that Li Shuaijie would say 2 days or 2 months, so that maybe her dad would still force her to break up with Li Shuaijie. Good. No wonder you don't agree with Jiang Tan. So you're with this brat and hiding it so well. After that, he said to Li Shuaijie, let me tell you, although I don't know where you got the money to buy this car, but I will never agree to you being with our Shu Qi. Just now on the way here, he secretly had someone investigate this Li Shuaijie slightly. My parents are divorced and I grew up with my grandparents in a small rural house. Although he didn't know why he could afford this $1 million car, it was possible that he had stepped on some bad luck and won the lottery. But winning the lottery was at most $1 million or $800,000, so he guessed that there wouldn't be much left after this car was purchased. In terms of this status, it was a world away from the Jiang family. Uncle, may I ask why? First, take a look at yourself as you are now, and then look at our Shu Qi. Where is the match with my Shu Qi standing together? Li Shuaijie wore heavy, large glasses that covered most of his face to see his true appearance, and he was wearing ordinary floor clothes. On the contrary, Chen Shuji, white skin and beautiful long legs, wherever you go is the focus, so the two people really do not match enough. Secondly, my daughter has been pampered since she was a child. She spends at least tens of thousands of dollars a month. Can you afford to feed her? This you can rest assured. I can definitely afford to raise it. Li Shuaijie this is still confident. After all, he is different now. There is a system in place. As long as she is still carrying her own baby in her stomach, there is absolutely no problem. Ha, you're saying that too soon. I know you might have gotten lucky and won some lottery tickets, but, sitting around and waiting to eat the mountain, even if you win $10 million, there will be a day when it runs out. Not to mention, how can you win $10 million? It really isn't $10 million. Instead, it's 9 trillion. Chen father pulled Chen Shuqi up from the sofa. Alright, I'll pretend I don't know about today's matter. You two hurry up and break up with me. It's a good thing you're coming home with me to dress up, and we'll take you to a dinner party in the evening, so you can learn what other celebrities usually do. Just in time. Today Jiang Tan and your uncle Jiang are also there. You too. Dad, I won't break up with Li Shuaijie. I also don't want to be with that dude Jiang Tan. Chen Shuqi. Chen's father shouted Chen Shuqi's name. Li Shuaijie asked, Uncle, what will it take for you to agree to Shu Qi and I being together? No matter what, I won't agree to my daughter being with you. Chen father was about to forcefully take Chen Shuqi away when Li Shuaijie pulled Chen Shuqi's hand. So what if I buy her a house in Gangnam Haojing and have her name alone on the real estate license? Father Chen suddenly stopped and turned around, then looked at Li Shuaijie again as if he was looking at a joke. Do you know how much a house costs in Gangnam Haojing? I know. Isn't it just tens of millions? Chapter 13 A set of houses to take down the father-in-law. No is it? This student, what a big mouth. Chen Shuqi pulled on Li Shuaijie's clothes and looked at him incredulously. Li Shuaijie, are you crazy? Father Chen let out a mocking laugh. Good. If you can afford a house in Jiangnan Haoying today, even if it's the cheapest one, I'll agree to Shu Qi dating you. The corners of Li Shuaijie's mouth rose. His index finger topped the almost falling glass's rest, and he said confidently, Good. This is what you said. Chen Shuji's father was convinced that Li Shuaijie was just high-mouthed and pretending to be a bully, and simply couldn't come up with that much money. Knowing that the houses in Jiangnan Haoying were not only ridiculously expensive but also hard to buy, and even the Jiang family had entrusted a lot of people to not be able to buy them. With him? It's a fool's errand. I said it. Li Shuaijie excitedly stood up. That's good. Since it's like this, choose a day. Let's do it now. Let's go to Jiangnan Deluxe View, just so Shuqi can see what type of room she likes. Li Shuaijie walked in front and took the initiative to open the door for Chen Shuji and Chen's father. Chen Shuqi pulled Chen father's suit sleeve at the back and whispered, Dad, you know very well that the houses in Jiangnan Deluxe View are not only expensive but also hard to find for thousands of dollars. What are you doing? What am I doing? Shu Qi, he's the one who offered to say he'd buy you a house, not me. It's this kid who doesn't know what he's doing. I'd like to see what he's buying with. Jiangnan Deluxe View sales office. Li Shuaijie was about to go in after Chen's father, but he was pulled by Chen Shuji's hand. Chen Shuji's hand was small, soft and slippery, and holding it in Li Shuijie's hand caused his heart to pound. Chen Shuji, however, did not know what was in Li Shuijie's heart and wrinkled her pretty brows. Li Shuijie, do you know what place this is or not? Of course I know, the sales office. Shu Qi, a moment later when you pick the house do not care about the price, just choose your favorite. After all, this is the future of us and our son's home. You must choose a comfortable. Their favorite. Chen Shuji heard Li Shuijie's face reddened. You, don't talk nonsense. A moment by my father heard it will be trouble. Sure enough, when Chen Shuji's father saw his daughter holding hands and whispering with Li Shuijie, his face immediately changed. Cough cough cough. Shu Qi, come here. Chen Shuji had to walk over. The people from the sales office walked over, directly ignoring Li Shuijie, not even looking at him, and walked straight towards Chen Shuji's father and daughter. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? You need to make an appointment to see the house too? Father Chen asked. The sales explained. Yes sir, not only that, but we need to check the capital first to view the property here. And only customers with more than $10 million in assets can make an appointment. Capital inspection, right? I'll do it. Li Shuijie took out the black card given by the system. The sales took a look at the black card. He worked in this kind of place. He had seen a lot of rich people, and he had seen black cards, so naturally he recognized at once that this card was not an ordinary black card. It was one that only the people who were at the top of the Forbes rich list in the world could have. He took another look at Li Shuijie's outfit. How can I not believe that this black card is this kind of look as poor can get out? But he was professionally trained and immediately resumed his professional demeanor. Excuse me sir, I need to check with the bank first. Okay. Chen's father watched Li Shuijie take out the card from the side. His heart was first shocked, but inwardly he still didn't believe it, and said to Chen Shuji disdainfully, look at this man, what a time to be here. Still pretending. I'd like to see how he'll end up in a while. Dad. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuijie nervously. What I didn't expect was that after a few minutes, the salesman just followed another sales manager who seemed to be of a higher rank, and still didn't even look at Li Shuijie before walking respectfully to Chen Shuji and Chen's father. Hello sir, I'm really sorry for the delay, please follow me this way to our VIP lounge. Chen's father looked at Li Shuijie with disbelief. The VIP room of Jiangnan Deluxe View is only accessible to those who are worth over $100 million. What is this Li Shuijie's origin? The salesman who had just tugged on the manager's sleeve and whispered a reminder. Manager, this card belongs to that gentleman. Only then did the sales manager turn his sight to the unassuming Li Shuijie next to him. A look of incredulity. Are you sure? It's him? Yes manager, that's him. I've just checked with the bank. The sales manager walked over to Li Shuijie. Sir, I'm really sorry. This way please. Li Shuijie felt that this feeling was simply awesome. Forcing down his excitement, he pretended to have a disinterested expression and followed the sales manager towards the VIP room. Shuji Chen and Chen's father were ready to follow, but were stopped by the salesman. Excuse me sir, miss, if you don't have an appointment please go through the capital check first. Li Shuijie, who was walking in front, saw Chen Shuji being stopped and hurriedly said, Hey, they are my father-in-law and my wife. Sales hurriedly apologized upon hearing this. I'm really sorry, I thought you weren't together. VIP room please then. Once Li Shuijie said this, Chen father suddenly felt powerful as well, straightened up and struck a pose. Do you hear me? The one in front is my son-in-law. How dare you stop me? Now he's talking about his son-in-law, completely forgetting who just looked down on him. Chen Shuji and her father went into the VIP room with Li Shuijie and the manager. Inside is really something else. There are professional massage equipment. The temperature is extremely suitable. Even the footsteps on the road are carefully selected. 1 in a million selected to walk on the most comfortable jade-paved road. 3 people sat down. Chen's father at the moment facing Li Shuijie has long since no contempt, only surprise and disbelief even with a bit of fawning and flattering meaning. He pinched his thigh and realized he wasn't dreaming. Because he couldn't have imagined that even the Jiang family's kind of status, where he couldn't even make an appointment, he was now sitting in someone's VIP room. Even if you don't buy a house today, it's enough to brag for the rest of your life if you can get into the Jiangnan Hawking VIP. It's so dignified to talk about it. Is this Li Shuijie some kind of hidden tycoon? Deliberately testing yourself? It looks like all the information I've found out about myself has been false. Chen father turned to Li Shuijie. Cough cough. That Shuijie we are a family from now on. If uncle said anything bad before, just take it as uncle's fart. Uncle, don't say that. You are after all the elder. and also my future husband. You are right. I really can't match Shuqi in many aspects. But don't worry. In the aspect of money, I will definitely not treat Shuqi poorly. In a while the house will let Shuqi to pick which one she fancy I will buy. After hearing Li Shuaijia's words, Chen's father was already laughing. Directly patted Li Shuaijia's shoulder. Ha ha ha, good son-in-law. Our family Shuqi is really a wise eye to recognize the gentleman. In fact, I thought you were a good kid at first glance at that time. Ha 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 ha. Night to Uncle's house. Uncle personally give you a cook. Good. I'll be sure to accompany Uncle to drink more when the time comes. Shuqi Chen. Chapter 14. Straight man speaks to upset schoolgirl wife. After Li Shuaijie and Chen Shuji sat on the leather massage chairs with her dad, the salesman turned on the projector that was in front of them. Inside, a few of the most luxurious room types of Jiangnan Luxury View are displayed frame by frame. Look, sir, these are the finest rooms we have here. See which one you like and we can show you around. Li Shuaijie lay on the massage chair and was so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep. Just ask the lady and see which set she likes. Chen father heard Li Shuaijie's words after laughing at the corners of his eyes. Wrinkles are more than a few. TSK. Look at my son-in-law, more atmosphere. Shuqi, you good pick. Buy a house but a lifetime of things. Cannot be sloppy. To me to see that this set is not bad. This set is also good. In the end it turned out to be Shuqi Chen's father who was looking at the house. Just as Li Shuaijie was about to fall asleep, he was suddenly pulled up. Confused. He said, "What's up? Did you pick it out? Which one you like? Swipe your card." Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuaijie and said, "I don't like it." The salesman immediately switched to a higher quality model upon hearing this. "It's okay, miss. We have a lot of other room types here. And by the way, there's the manor. If you're interested I can show you around right now." Chen's father's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Manor? Manor is good. He hadn't seen what the manor looked like, but Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuaijie straight away on the spot. Whether it's a villa or an estate. I don't want it. Li Shuaijie was pulled out of the Jiangnan Deluxe View sales office by Chen Shuji. Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuji, who seemed to be a bit angry in front of him, somewhat puzzled. He bought her a house, how come she is still not happy about it? A woman's heart is a ing needle in the bottom of the sea. Li Shuaijie asked, "Why don't you want that house? Don't even like it?" Li Shuaijie, "I think you seem to have gotten me wrong." "What? What do you mean?" Li Shuaijie froze. Shuqi Chen continued, "I came to tell you that I'm pregnant. Not to ask you to buy me a car or a house. If you really want to buy me something, just buy a little bit of necessities." Li Shuaijie nodded. "I know, but I said that I will be responsible for you, meaning that I will marry you in the future. So isn't buying a car and a house a necessity?" Chen Shuji froze. He did not expect Li Shuaijie to be so direct. Chen Shuji's face flushed. "Who said, I'm going to marry you? You're pregnant. Who are you going to marry if not me? I could be a single mom too. There are so many single moms now. No way. I won't let my children grow up in this environment." Li Shuaijie's straight man speech made Chen Shuji inexplicably feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Chen Shuji felt that Li Shuaijie seemed to care more about the child in her belly than herself. And rightly so. After all, the two of them had been strangers before this, and if it hadn't been for the baby they might never have crossed paths. Li Shuaijie, if there wasn't this child, would you want to be with me? Chen Shuji ghostly asked these words. Li Shuaijie answered directly without thinking. "No, but, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare, because I know it in my own heart and have the self-awareness to do so. If there is no child, there is no system, and he is now just a poor man from the ravine, while others are schoolgirls, white and rich, and are sought after by everyone. How could he possibly go and make a fool of himself when even the school bully who was the school principal's son couldn't chase after him for 2 years? One is a beggar and one is a princess. How can a beggar have the guts to pursue a princess? Even if he borrowed 10 guts, he would not dare. Before just chasing a department flower, Li let him lose face to Siberia. Day after day. I was mocked for licking dogs. Love blinded him then, and he didn't really care what people said, although he knew that Chen Shuji and Lily were different. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had a child by mistake, the two of them definitely wouldn't have had the possibility of being together. Taking another step back, even if he had a child, if it wasn't for the fact that he suddenly stepped on and got some kind of daddy fund, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know what to do now. Hearing Li Shuaijie say this directly, Chen Shuji understood, but she always felt like she was now using the child in her womb to gain advantage. In fact, to be honest, if Li Shuaijie is still the original person who does not have money instead of pouring more to let her peace of mind, because her self-esteem has always been high, She took a test a week ago to find out she was pregnant. Originally wanted to sneak off alone to get rid of the baby. She hospital to go all the way. But once she saw the face of those girls who came to beat the baby. Again. I read a certain red book about how much damage an abortion can do to a girl. How it can affect future fertility in the worst cases. How it can even lead to infertility in the worst cases. And that the key thing is that it hurts and it hurts. She grew up with a fear of pain and slipped right on the spot. But she's just an average college student. And she can't do it if she has to raise a child on her own. I didn't dare to tell anyone at school. So I thought about it and finally decided to tell the baby's father. Even if I had to abort it, at least people have the right to know. She had actually observed Li Shuijie for a long time and was sure that he was just an ordinary college student. But she didn't know why he had become like this now. Chen Shuqi was silent for a long time after hearing Li Shuijie's answer, and finally raised her head and said with red eyes, "Thank you for accompanying me to the labor and delivery today. You're right, we two may not be on the same page. And I don't want to tie you down with this baby, but I don't want to take advantage of you either. I'll lay to you for the spending money you gave me today." Li Shuijie was anxious after hearing Chen Shuji's words, and realizing that he had indeed said the wrong thing just now. He hurriedly explained, "These were originally supposed to be given to you, Shuji. You're misunderstanding my meaning. I mean, if there hadn't been a baby, and if there hadn't been that one night of misadventure, we probably wouldn't have gotten together at all. I think maybe it was fate that brought us together. In fact, in the end today was kind of like him borrowing a flower. Okay, I understand. But I still need to think about whether this child stays or goes. After all, we don't have a relationship basis, and we're both students. I'll let you know when I've thought about it. After all, you're also the child's father. Thank you for today. I'll go back first." Chen Shuji turned away, casually stopped a cab and left, leaving Li Shuijie alone and confused in place. Is he being disliked again? Reporting to the host, the system has detected that the pregnant woman is in a bad mood. This behavior will affect the development of the fetus, and in severe cases may cause fetal cardiac arrest. Please host deal with it in time. The system will temporarily freeze the childcare fund card, until the pregnant woman's mood turns better before she can continue to use it. After hearing the system's warning, Li Shuijie became even more annoyed. He scratched his head and really didn't understand how buying a house could be a mistake when he had just been fine. Blame it on that mouth of his. Can't really talk. What a time to tell the truth. Can't you coax someone? Ding system detects host's wish and presents host with a copy of Coaxing People. Chapter 15, taken to the police station for fighting. Father-in-law came to pick up in person. Li Shuijie helplessly squatted on the side of the road to reflect, but he could not figure it out. He couldn't really figure out what he had done wrong. It's exhausting chasing a woman these days. Forget about being disliked when he can't afford to give a gift. Now that he's rich, he's giving away cars and houses, and he's being disliked. This is a day in the life of dog. No, he must coax Chen Shuji back. Pregnant women's emotions are unstable. In case she gets angry and really goes to beat up the child, that's not a loss. Just as Li Shuijie was about to get up and go back to find Chen Shuji, a person suddenly rushed out from not far away and knocked Li Shuijie to the ground with a punch. Li Shuijie looked up and saw that it was actually that Jiang Tan again. Jiang Tan picked up Li Shuijie's collar. Li Shuijie, what the hell did you do? Why did you cry just now? You ask me who I ask. I want to know too. Li Shuijie just at the moment is depressed. Suddenly came to a person somehow hit him a punch. He was worried about the fire has no place to spread. What can not care about? Directly rushed up, grabbed Jiang Tan's collar to an uppercut. Jiang Tan did not expect Li Shuijie to dare to fight back for a moment. Seeing his proud face being hit, the other party was still a beggar who had robbed his goddess. And even more furious, he grabbed Li Shuijie's collar in one hole. Grass. You actually dare to hit me in the face. You poor. You think winning a lottery and entering a Jiangnan luxury view is great? I tell you, poor will always be poor and pheasants can never become phoenixes. And you dare to bully Shuqi. You deserve to be green. So what if you can bring Shuqi to buy a car? Shuqi is not that shallow, as usual, still not look down on you. These words seemed to have completely enraged Li Shuijie. The anger that had been pent up for so long erupted at this moment, all at once. And he directly punched Jiang Tan in the stomach. If a tiger doesn't make a move, he really thinks he's a robot cat. Jiang Tan was hit with a muffled grunt. He did not expect Li Shuijie's strength to be so great. The two men were both big boys, high-minded and proud. One defied the other, and in no time at all they began to fight together. And aside Jiang Tan's little brother saw his boss was beaten also rushed up. The situation again became 2 to fight 1 person. But even so Li Shuijie had the upper hand. He didn't work all those jobs for nothing, and he didn't practice taekwondo for nothing. Jiang Tan, a rich kid, body and flesh, usually pampered, how to compare, and Jiang Tan, who was already weaker than Li Shuijie in terms of strength and height, quickly lost the battle. Still, there was defiance in his eyes, and he struggled to get up from the ground and charged again. Because of the fight in the street, so soon someone reported to the police, coincidentally next to the police station. From the police to the arrest of people back to the police station spent a total of less than 5 minutes. The police learned the ins and outs of the fight between the two, let the two make a statement and a good education, and finally asked the two to notify the parents. Take people back. Jiang Tan had no choice but to call his old man, but Li Shuijie parents died early. Grandparents in the old home simply do not know who can find. He had no choice but to ask the police, "Uncle Police, can I get a friend to come? I'm an adult. What's the point of looking for parents? And you know you're an adult? Adults still do such childish things? No, the parents must be approached about this, and if they can't get there the school teacher will be notified. Uncle Cop, just be accommodating. I really can't notify my parents, and it's even more impossible to notify my teacher. And in case this matter spreads out in the school, maybe he will have to eat disciplinary action. And the most serious in case it involves Chen Shuji, and it is discovered that she is pregnant, then the situation will be even worse, and he might even be expelled." Jiang Tan need not be afraid. His father is the school principal, and his uncle is from the education bureau. On the other hand, after Jiang Tan called his dad was too ashamed of him to come in person and directly called his secretary to come over to collect the people. And just when Li Shuijie was so annoyed that he didn't know what to do, suddenly Chen Shuji's father walked in. The police officer came up and asked, "Which parent are you?" Jiang Tan was stunned when he saw Chen Shuji's father. "Uncle Chen, why are you here? Did my dad ask you to come?" When the policeman saw that Jiang Tan recognized him, he also assumed that he was here to collect Jiang Tan. "You're here to clean Jiang Tan's, right? Go sign the papers." But who knew that Chen Shuji's father directly ignored Jiang Tan and pointed at Li Shuijie and said, "No, I'm here to claim Li Shuijie." The cop asked, "So you're Li Shuijie's?" Father Chen directly said with a proud face, "He's my son-in-law." Jiang Tan, "Uncle Chen, what are you talking about? Police, what? Son-in-law? Aren't these two students?" And the policeman sized up Li Shuijie and then looked at Chen's father. A suit, hand-wearing hundreds of thousands of famous watches, obviously rich, and Li Shuijie, a beggar like. These two don't look like they're even close to each other. To say that there was a connection to the other one called Jiang Tan he could kind of believe. After all, Jiang Tan was dressed in designer labels, wearing a watch. The whole body belongings added up to several $100,000. Plus that high and mighty look. It seems to be a son of any family. Jiang Tan was shocked. "Uncle Chen, are you mistaken? This person even made Shu Qi cry today." But I didn't expect. Chen's father not only didn't get angry, but also said with a fawning face, "That must be our family. Shu Qi doesn't know what's going on." Shuijie, don't be angry. She's been spoiled by me since she was a child. A little bit of a temper. Don't worry. I'll go back in a while to teach her a good lesson. Chen Shuji's father was almost pissed off at his own daughter today. He really didn't know what was going on in this daughter of his head. If it wasn't for the inexplicable temper tantrums, an estate worth more than $100 million would have been in his hands today. Li Shuijie doesn't have any parents, and by then, if Shu Qi is really with Li Shuijie, he will be able to live in the manor in plain sight. That's the manor of Gangnam Hojiang, a place that many people would never dream of living in. He was one step away from living in it. Turns out his indisputable daughter had a falling out with someone else at this point. He heard about Li Shuijie being brought into the police station by the police when he came out from Jiangnan Haoing, and immediately came over in a hurry to collect the person. Li Shuijie hurriedly persuaded, "Uncle, this is not Shu Qi's fault. You must not blame her. This matter is all my fault. Uncle knew you were a good boy. I'm 100% relieved to leave Shu Qi in your hands." Jiang Tan saw Chen's father flattering Li Shuijie so much. The whole person was confused. "Uncle Chen, are you crazy? That poor man is worthy of Shu Qi? Don't talk nonsense. I haven't settled the score with you yet for beating someone else." Shuijie, to this date today, when Jiang Tan saw that Chen's father, who had always treated him well and even flattered his family, suddenly spoke to him so fiercely, Jiang Tan directly shouted at Li Shuijie, "Li Shuijie, what the hell did you do to the Chen family?" Li Shuijie was reticent. Maybe it's the ability to pay money. Chapter 16, brought home by father-in-law. Saving the school wife. After being let out of the police station by Chen Shuji's father, Li Shuaijie went to Chen Shuji's house under the other party's gracious invitation. It just so happened that he had also planned to have a good talk with Chen Shuji again when he went back to school. After all, in case Chen Shuji really went and aborted the child in anger, then it would really be all for naught. Chen Shuji's home is very large, a large villa in the city center, the market value of at least a few million. Li Shuaijie was greeted as he entered the house and stood in the foyer ready to change his shoes. Suddenly I remembered that I had worn what looked like socks with holes in them on my feet when I left the house today, and all of a sudden I was a little embarrassed. Chen's father was enthusiastic and directly pulled the person in. Xiao Jia, come on in, we're all family. Li Shuaijie hadn't had time to change his shoes yet. Looking at the clean Persian velvet carpet that had been covered with one black footprint after another by him, he became even more embarrassed. That uncle, I'd better change my shoes first dash. What shoes to change? It's your own home. Just let auntie re-clean it in a while. Li Shuaijie still felt it was impolite not to change his shoes, so he finally took them off. He looked particularly funny with his sock-thumbed foot coming right through that big hole. How could Li Shuaijie not expect to take off his shoes today? Much less in front of his future father-in-law? What an embarrassment. I can't wait to dig my toes into a palace castle. Chen's father saw the holes in his socks, but he didn't care at all. A great man. Not a small thing. Your uncle, I was like this when I was young. Ha 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 ha. It's fine. It's fine. Li Shuaijie looked around the interior of the house, which could almost be described as opulent. It's no wonder Shuqi's father looked down on him at first. Who wants a pampered daughter to marry a poor man who has nothing? Chen's father pointed upstairs. Shu Qi should be in her room upstairs right now. Go find her yourself. It's not good. What's wrong with that? Go on. This girl is good at everything. She's just got a big temper. But she's soft-hearted. Sometimes you can use a little bit of bitterness to chase a girl. Li Shuaijie understands what Chen's father means. Just feel a little strange. By the father-in-law to teach how to chase girls? Don't worry, uncle. I'll coax Shu Qi well. Father Chen nodded in satisfaction. Li Shuaijie had just gone upstairs when he saw an expensively dressed woman open a room door and come out. Head-on collision with Li Shuaijie. She was startled by the sudden appearance of strangers in her home. When I saw how careful he looked, I thought he was a thief. And Li Shuaijie guessed that this should be Chen Shuji's mom. Before the word "and" could be called out, suddenly Chen Shuji's mother started shouting, "Thief! Catch the thief!" Said also picked up a baseball bat in his hand and swung it around with his eyes closed. Li Shuaijie hurriedly backed up, explaining as he did so, Auntie, I'm not a thief. Until Li Shuaijie could not retreat and was almost to the stairway. In the room as crying sad Chen Shuji heard outside, the mother's voice rushed out. In the downstairs of Chen father heard the sound, also rushed upstairs. As soon as Chen Shuji saw that her mom was chasing after Li Shuaijie to fight, hurriedly went forward to stop. Mom, you have to stop. He's not a thief. As a result, Shuqi Chen's mom didn't stop for a second, and Shuqi Chen was hit by the baseball bat, slipped, and was about to fall down the stairs. Chen's father watched from the stairway as his daughter was about to fall down, and was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, "Shuqi, be careful." Li Shuaijie saw that it was not good, and quickly pulled Chen Shuji, but because of inertia the two still fell to the ground. Because Li Shuaijie held Chen Shuji tightly, nothing happened to Chen Shuji, but Li Shuaijie acted as a meat cushion and accidentally knocked his head on the wall at the corner of the stairs. "Are you okay?" Li Shuaijie looked at the frightened Chen Shuji in his arms and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Li Shuaijie, how are you?" Chen Shuji slowed down, but still had palpitations and touched her belly. If it wasn't for Li Shuaijie, if she really fell down, she would definitely be in a bad way. "I'm fine. Just a little dizzy." Li Shuaijie felt his head spinning, and the entire world seemed to be spinning around. Li Shuaijie, you're bleeding." Li Shuaijie reached out and touched his head, and it was sticky and wet. "Don't worry, I didn't." Before the words fell, Li Shuaijie lost consciousness with a black eye. When Li Shuaijie woke up again, he was already in the hospital. Chen Shuji sat next to him and looked at him with a worried look on her face. Suddenly, he remembered that she had also fallen, and thought that she was still pregnant, and was also worried about hurting the baby. "Li Shuaijie, are you okay?" "Shuqi Chen, how are you doing?" Chen Shuji also hurriedly asked when she saw Li Shuaijie waking up. "Li Shuaijie, I'm fine." "Shuqi Chen, I'm fine." Once again, in unison, Li Shuaijie, Shuqi. "Today." Chen Shuqi, Li Shuaijie, thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, I'd be the one lying here today. I'm really sorry. My mom she dash. Li Shuaijie hurriedly said. No. It's because I'm too abrupt today. And also Auntie doesn't know me. And it's normal for her to take me for a thief and take self-precautions. Li Shuijie suddenly remembered that Chen Shuji said she was going to have an abortion today, and hurriedly took the opportunity to apologize. Shuji, that today is my bad. In the future, if you don't like something, I won't do it, and the baby don't abort it, okay? Chen Shuji touched her belly. In fact, what she said today about reconsidering the child's stay or departure was said in anger. It was only 2 months old, but she could clearly feel this child inside her belly. A living, breathing life. If she really had to fight it, she wouldn't be able to give it up. But for the sake of face, his mouth was still a bit stubborn. I'll think about it. After a while, Li Shuijie was a bit anxious to urinate, and Chen Shuji was called by the doctor to explain some things and was not in the ward. But even if she was there, he was too embarrassed to ask for help. Li Shuijie got out of bed, holding the 4 bottle in one hand, and headed for the bathroom. But when he got to the bathroom he realized that there was no place to hang the 4 bottle and was so anxious that he thought he was going to pee his pants. He heard the sound of a ward door being opened outside. It's Shuchi Chen who's back. Just as he was struggling with whether or not to let Chen Shuji in to help, there was a knock on the bathroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Then Chen Shuji's voice rang out like a silver bell. Li Shuijie, are you in there? Li Shuijie felt that he really couldn't hold it in, and he couldn't care less about what to be embarrassed about. He felt that it would be even more humiliating if he peed his pants. Then he hurried back. I'm in there. That, Shu Qi, can you come in for a moment and help me use the restroom? Chapter 17, Learning the Ins and Outs of the Night with the Schoolgirl's Wife. After hearing Li Shuijie's request for help in the bathroom, Chen Shuji froze outside the door. What's the help for going to the bathroom? Does she have to help hold it up? Although they had had the closest negative distance between them, essentially the two were still strangers who had only known each other for a few days. Then I heard Li Shuijie continue inside. There's nothing inside to hang the 4 bottle on. Can you come in and get it for me? Chen Shuji was then relieved. Turns out she was asked to help with the 4 bottle. Really? What was she thinking? Chen Shuji blushed shyly and responded. Oh, okay. There was a click, the bathroom door was opened. Chen Shuji reddened her face. Do you need my help? So, there's no place to hang in 4 bottle here. Can you hold it for me? I'm not comfortable taking off my pants. Why don't I get you a male doctor? It's too late. I'm in a bit of a hurry dash. The truth was that Li Shuijie wasn't a little anxious. He was very anxious. So anxious that he felt like he was going to pee his pants soon. See, Li Shuijie suffocated, the whole face is red, and clamped legs, constantly stomping, looks really anxious. Look. Chen Shuji think people still because to save their own injury. It would be too pretentious not to help with such a small favor. Good dash. Chen Shuji hurriedly walked up and took the 4 bottle. Li Shuijie couldn't care too much, and anxiously took his pants off. Even though Shuchi Chen closed her eyes very quickly, she still caught a little glimpse. All that could be heard was the sound of wow dash water. In the quiet of the bathroom, it was like a floodgate had been released. Chen Shuji's face was getting redder and redder, suddenly remembering that night and Li Shuijie life great harmony. It actually hurt really bad the next day, so bad that I couldn't walk at all, but I was too scared and forced myself to run through the pain. She had experienced it herself, so she knew that in fact, Li Shuijie was still quite big, and to be able to hit it all at once was something she didn't expect. After Li Shuijie finished solving his internal emergency, he finally shook in a relaxed manner. Seeing the red face of Chen Shuji on the side, with her eyes still tightly closed, she thought it was a bit cute. He was so shy now, but he clearly remembered that night when Shuchi Chen was very enthusiastic. Would love to experience it again. Last time he was drunk and had the lights off and didn't feel anything. The more I think about it now, the more I regret it. She's a schoolgirl. It's a waste to turn off the lights. I've heard that after the 3rd trimester of pregnancy you can do some proper harmony exercises. The more he thought about it, the more biased he became. Li Shuijie felt that he was actually a bit foolish, and hurriedly forced himself to start reciting the clear heart mantra. What a spring dream he's having. She's the schoolgirl. We haven't even gotten her yet, so we're just thinking about all this nonsense. It's better to worry about how to keep Shuchi Chun from aborting the baby first. Reactivate his system. That way he can keep swiping. Otherwise he won't even be able to pay off those loans and credit cards by the end of the month. Yes, coaxing Shuchi Chen to let her keep the baby, that's the priority. Hearing the sound of water and Chen Shuji hurriedly asked, Okay. Li Shuijie also replied, Okay. Shuchi Chen opened her eyes and the two of them went out of the bathroom. Li Shuijie returned to the hospital bed and looked at Chen Shuji. The two men looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Li Shuaijie was even more unsure of what to say. In fact, Li Shuaijie had always been curious as to why Chen Shuji had been at the Golden Bay Smoke Shop that day 2 months ago. He went there because of Siri Li and ended up in the wrong hotel room. What about Chen Shuji? So who was she really waiting for that day? With this thought in his head, Li Shuaijie asked directly, Shuki, who were you waiting for that day? When Chen Shuji heard Li Shuaijie's question, the hand that was peeling the apple shook. It's okay, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'm just curious. It's your privacy dash. There's nothing I can't ask. I was actually waiting for Fu Hanyu. He invited me to dinner but stood me up. I accidentally drank a little wine. I was afraid to go back to my dorm room to affect my roommates, so I opened a room and slept. I didn't expect you to come. Chen Shuji handed the peeled apple to Li Shuaijie. Li Shuaijie took the apple and took a bite. It was very sour. It's more sour than a lemon. But he swallowed it. He had long heard that the reason why the schoolgirl had been disapproving of Jiang Tan's advances was because she had a crush on someone she had liked for many years. Turns out that guy is a legend at Soho University. Fu Hanyu, a gifted man who earned dual master's degrees in economics and political science at the age of 18. Schoolgirls in Fu Hanyu. You like him? Chen Shuji hurriedly denied. No, not like. And Fu Hanyu, he has a fiancé. Luckily Fu Hanyu stood her up that day. Otherwise that she wouldn't have met Li Shuaijie. Then you. Chen Shuji knew what Li Shuaijie wanted to ask and simply explained directly. He was my neighbor and at first I thought he liked me because he was so nice to me and always gentle. As a result, he told me some time ago that he had a fiancé and was about to get married. And even said that he was nice to me because he treated me like a sister. And didn't have the slightest bit of male-female feelings for me. Finally asked me to go to Golden Bay Smoke for dinner. I happened to want to talk to him clearly, but he didn't come. I don't know how to get drunk, so I just opened a room in the hotel. As for what happened behind, Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuaijie. Now that I think about it, the Lord can be a real joker. Li Shuaijie nibbled on a sour apple. So do you like him? Not like that. Chen Shuji stood up and walked towards the bathroom to prepare to wash the fruit knife. Li Shuaijie retaliated by fiercely gnawing a few mouthfuls of sour apples. And for a moment he couldn't tell whether it was the apples that were sour, or whether it was his own heart that was sour. Ding dong. The cell phone Chen Shuji placed on the desktop suddenly lit up the screen. The phone kept ringing. The 4 big words Hanyu brother flashing on the top caught Li Shuaijie's eyes. This made the apple even more sour, to the point where it was hard to eat. Together they hung up straight away. Chen Shuji heard her cell phone ringing, finished washing her knife from the toilet, and walked out. Is there someone calling me? Oh, it's Fu Hanyu. I accidentally hung up. Li Shuaijie pretended to be calm and indifferent as he handed his cell phone over and said, Do you want to call? Said Li Shuaijie, once again nibbling hard on a large sour apple. Just then, a text message came through. Little girl, I'm getting engaged next Saturday. Remember to come. Chen Shuji read the message, tightly biting her lower lip, and looked at the phone to think for a long time, raised her head a pair of watery eyes to look at Li Shuaijie, thinking for a long time before she slowly opened her mouth. Li Shuaijie, next Saturday. Are you free? What's wrong with next Saturday? Can you accompany me to Fu Hanyu's engagement ceremony? Li Shuaijie didn't say anything, always felt a little green in the head. I'm begging you. Is it okay to go as my boyfriend? Chapter 18, Sweet School Girl buys panties for her. Can you accompany me to Fu Hanyu's engagement ceremony as my boyfriend? Li Shuaijie sighed and finally agreed with a soft heart. Okay, I'll accompany you, but you have to promise me that you won't see him after you've been there this time, because I'd be jealous. Chen Shuji froze and revealed a shy smile. After all, he is also considered my brother, so since he invited me, I still have to make the trip, but I still have to thank you. Li Shuaijie, you're welcome. I'm going out for a minute and I'll be right back. Chen Shuji turned around and prepared to leave the hospital room. Li Shuaijie could tell at a glance that she seemed to be in a bad mood. Shuki, hearing Li Shuaijie call him, Chen Shuji stopped in his tracks. Li Shuaijie got off the bed, walked over to Chen Shuji's side, and patted his shoulder. Lend me your shoulder and cry if you want to. Crying about what? I know. You don't have to pretend in front of me. You're not upset that your favorite is getting engaged? Li Shuaijie pressed Chen Shuji's head tenderly on his chest, then gently raised his hand to Chen Shuji's back and patted it. Chen Shuji was at a loss. She just wanted to come out to get a pot of hot water and just realized that there was no hot water in the room. But she didn't explain or blush good behavior lying on Li Shuaijie's chest. In fact, she used to think that she liked Fu Hanyu. Of course, just thought. Just because at that time she did not understand what is like. Now she seems to know. And she was only feeling very strange. Obviously Fu Han knew about himself, but in person did not come. There is a feeling of being pigeonholed. Chen Shuji was just tall enough to bury her head in Li Shuijia's chest. Li Shuijia felt Chen Shuji's pair of erect rabbits close to his chest. Although he also knew that people were grieving and it was not the right time to think about these things, he still could not control it and got a bit apoplectic. Li Shuijia didn't even need to lower his head to smell the faint fragrance from Chen Shuji's hair that ran straight into his nostrils. It stimulated his sense of smell. Unlike the smell of perfume that other women like to use, that kind of fragrance is more like a body fragrance, which is pleasant to smell and not at all pungent. A lot of women actually like to use perfume, but don't realize that some men actually don't like it. Like him, because of his acute sense of smell, he's always been sensitive to flavors. In the past, Si Lili liked to use perfume. He actually sometimes felt uncomfortable when he was near Si Lili, but he never said anything. He was afraid to make Si Lili unhappy. In fact, he mentioned that once he accidentally sneezed twice after smelling the new perfume on Si Lili, and he casually remarked that it was a bit pungent. As a result, Si Lili flipped out with him on the spot and mocked him for having no taste, saying that a milliliter of that perfume cost several $1,000s, and sarcastically saying that he was a rustic old man who had never seen the world. He's been afraid to talk about it ever since, but the smell of Chen Shuji's body didn't make him feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it gave a feeling of being in a sweet candy house. Li Shuijia didn't hold back and sniffed again. It really made his head go up. Not only that, but Shuji Chen's long, smooth hair is perfect for tying two ponytails and grabbing them from behind. The more he thought about it, the more biased he became. Li Shuijia felt that he was simply too perverted. People are so sad and they are full of yellow waste thoughts, but there was no way around it. He just couldn't control his brain. I knew it was wrong, even too nasty, but I couldn't help it. Chen Shuji leaned on Li Shuijia's shoulder like this, even giving birth to a few moments of sleepiness, stealing a few yawns. During this time Li Shuijia ostensibly had to comfort Chen Shuji while also controlling his brain to keep himself from thinking in those messy directions. Until he felt some soreness in his shoulders and moved. Chen Shuji got up immediately after realizing it. Thank you, Li Shuijie, I am truly fine. At this moment, Chen Shuji completely shed her usual high-flying demeanor and became extraordinarily gentle. Such a Chen Shuji, Li Shuijie believed that no one should have ever seen. Because the doctor said Li Shuijie's brain hit a little too hard and he was at risk for a concussion. So you need to be hospitalized for 3 days for observation and to see if there are any after effects. Shuji Chen then volunteered to take care of him, saying that Li Shuijie was injured because of her, so it's only right to take care of him. It turned out to be a very awkward first night. Li Shuijie didn't have a change of clothes, not even pants. You can skip changing your clothes because you have a hospital gown, but you can't skip changing them every day when you're hospitalized for 3 days. He had to call his roommate to help him pack up his things and send them over, but his cell phone broke during the fight with Jiang Tan, so he had to borrow Shuji Chen's cell phone. The whole dormitory he is only a little better with Zhang Yong, and also only remember Zhang Yong's cell phone number. However, after calling several times and being hung up without a few rings, he remembered that Zhang Yong had told himself that he seldom answered unfamiliar calls. Otherwise, let me go to the supermarket first to help you buy some daily necessities, and tomorrow I'll go to school to help you talk to your roommate, Chen Shuji proposed. Li Shuijie also has no other way, so late he does not want to let Chen Shuji alone back to school. Although the road is not far, but now she is pregnant after all. Not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. That'll have to do for now. So please, Shuki, it's fine. No trouble. It's what I should do. Li Shuijie felt that Chen Shuji's attitude towards himself seemed to have changed a bit. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that she seemed to have become more gentle in her speech. Chen Shuji went out of the hospital room and went to a nearby mini-mall to buy something for Li Shuijie. Towel, sink, toothbrush, toothpaste. She bought everything she could think of, and luckily none of it was heavy. After shopping, she was ready to go back to the hospital. She stopped in her tracks as she passed the men's underwear store. You should still have to buy underwear to change into for so many days. Chen Shuji hesitated at the door for a long time, but still made up her mind to walk in. She had never been in a men's underwear store before, and as soon as she entered, a clerk came up to her with a smile and inquired, "Miss, are you buying underwear for your boyfriend or husband? What type would you like to buy? I can introduce them to you. By the way, we also have more sexy, suitable for small couples like you and newly married couples to increase the interest. Please, do you need to see it?" No, No, just these regular ones and then just take 2 random changes. Chen Shuji reddened. She didn't think that there were so many varieties of men's underwear. She thought that only women's underwear had all kinds. She walked straight to the plainest section. Just this kind will do. Get me 2. Salesman, okay, what about sizing? Size? Chen Shuji suddenly realized that she still didn't know what size Li Shuijie wore. Salesman, right, what size panties does your boyfriend wear? I'll get them for you here. Chen Shuji's face turned even redder, and with a mosquito-like voice, she said, ahem, that, I don't know how big he wears it, but his one is pretty big. Chapter 19, Schoolgirl's Wife's Shyness is so cute. I don't know what size he wears, but he's pretty big. Chen Shuji didn't know how she had a brain fart and said such words, but words spoken are like water thrown out of the window. VX there is still 3 minutes to withdraw the wrong message, but words spoken cannot be taken back. The salesman though had long been surprised by ladies coming in to buy men's underwear, and there were all types of women. Because they are a mid to high-end brand in this store, the selling price is on the high side. Usually ordinary people don't come to buy such underwear. Those who come to buy are either rich wives and these are for their husbands. These are the kind of people who buy the regular comfort model and usually take it and go. Either that or a newly married young couple from a nice family comes together to buy it. Maybe get some with a bit of eroticism, but mostly on the comfort side of things. And then, there are the ones like Chen Shuji, who looks like a shy girl coming alone to buy. This kind of look is want to buy for the boyfriend but embarrassed. Usually will give recommendations for some sexy erotic. Like Chen Shuji, who was shy and yet picked the oldest model. The most common. She thought at first that it was for her own father, but thinking about it, she felt that it was unrealistic. If she was buying it for her own father, there was no need to be so shy, and she asked when she entered. And Shuji Chen didn't deny that she bought it for her boyfriend. Now I heard Chen Shuji describe the panty size in this way, and to actually describe it so bluntly. This was a first for her. The salesman stared, then snickered and teased. In that case, you must be very sexual then. Chen Shuji swished her face even redder, and she felt like she could literally pick out an aircraft carrier with her toes. But men's underwear also depends on the hip circumference. If you don't know what size, you can report his height and weight and I'll help you with a reference here. Chen Shuji's entire face was red all the way up to her neck, even her ears. That, about 180 in height and, I don't know how much he weighs, but he's pretty skinny looking. Salesman, then this side suggests that you just buy 2 X's. Chen Shuji hurriedly said, okay, then help me get 2 of them. After Chen Shuji finished her order, the salesman handed the bag of packaged panties with both hands. Thank you for coming. Inside there is a small gift for you from this store. I hope you like it. Chen Shuji didn't care what was actually delivered inside, and hurriedly grabbed her panties and slipped away. When she arrived at the hospital, Chen Shuji's face was still red and her heart was pounding. And when she thought of the way the salesman looked at her at the time, she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury herself on the spot. Shu Qi, why is your face so red? Is the body uncomfortable somewhere? Li Shuijie immediately asked with concern. Chen Shuji handed all the things she had bought to Li Shuijie. No, you go wash up first and rest early. Li Shuijie took the things Chen Shuji bought for him, a pang in his heart. It was the first time in his entire life that a girl had offered to spend money on something for him. Before it was all about him licking his face and rushing to buy it for someone else, buying it without pleasing them, and being ridiculed by others for being a dog licker. Li Shuijie took his stuff and went into the bathroom. Li Shuijie found that Chen Shuji was very careful and thoughtful, and bought a complete range of things. Everything, even things like razors and shaving foam. Thinking about her small body, plus now also pregnant. Although these things are not too heavy, but each add up to a lot of weight. A person to carry back is also waste a lot of energy. Such a rich white woman who normally doesn't dip her fingers in the water is both giving him babies and taking care of him while she's pregnant as well as buying this kind of stuff for him. Li Shuijie was moved to tears. He believed that old Li's family must have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves, or his deceased real parents were blessing him. Li Shuijie, how can he have such a beautiful daughter-in-law to give birth to his baby now and take care of him so much? Suddenly Li Shuijie found a bag containing men's underwear. He remembered the brand. It seemed expensive. When I used to shop for pants with my roommate at the supermarket, my roommate had flirted with the idea that if a girl was willing to buy you this brand of pants in the future, marry her. The most common pair of these underpants cost hundreds of dollars, and here were 2 pairs, when he usually only bothered to buy the 19.9 2 pairs free shipping stuff from a certain store. Li Shuijie opened the bag of underwear, and it actually still happened to be the 2XL size he wore. He took the panties out of the bag and glanced at the price tag. Good lord. $500 a pair. 2 strips is $1,000. He'd have to try it on later. Feel the difference between these $500 panties and the $5 ones. After taking the panties out of the bag, Li Shuaijie realized that there was actually something inside, so he curiously reached out and touched it. I ended up pulling out a box of birth control and it was the largest size. The tagline above is extra big bold, super tight and lubricated, ice and fire at the same time, so you can experience double happiness at the same time. What did Shu Qichen buy this for? Could it be a hint to him? Just when he was very confused, there was a knock on the bathroom door. That stuff, see what else you're missing. I can go get it for you again, Shu Qichen said from outside the door. Li Shuaijie hurriedly stuffed the birth control supplies into his pocket and responded, nothing else? Things are well bought. After Li Shuaijie came out of the bathroom, the blush on Chen Shuji's face hadn't completely faded. Li Shuaijie said to Chen Shuji, you're tired of carrying all these things by yourself, aren't you? You have to be careful now. It's actually okay. It's not very heavy. Don't worry, I don't feel sick anywhere, thoughtfully adding, the baby is fine too. That's good. You've worked hard this time. Just leave this kind of physical labor to me in the future. Li Shuaijie patted himself. Chen Shuji smiled with a slightly red face. By the way, is that panty size right? The store said that if you buy the wrong one you can go for a size change if you haven't worn it. No, it's not wrong, but there's something else inside the panties. Did you buy it? Asked Li Shuaijie tentatively. And stuff? Oh, maybe it's the little gift the store said they were giving away. What's the gift? No, nothing, just a box of stickers. Stickers? What sticker? That one was just some panty pictures. Nothing useful. I threw it away. Oh, Li Shuaijie then realized that Chen Shuji turned out not to know what was inside either. It was better not to tell her, or else it would be embarrassing in a while. Though he could almost imagine how shy Shu Qichen looked when he entered the men's underwear store at that time. That must have looked so cute. I wish I could, son. Chapter 20. A schoolgirl's wife goes to school to find Li Shuaijie's roommate. The downstairs of the dormitory of the Mensa building at Sohai University was unusually lively. There was no other reason. It was that the schoolflower Chen Shuji and another pretty girl were downstairs and seemed to have been standing for a long time as if they were waiting for someone. Even though it's fall, the temperatures aren't too high and there are gusts of cool air. Autumn high, but the sun was still poisonous in the middle of the day. Some of the men were worrying about whether the schoolgirl's snow-white and delicate skin would be tanned and were extraordinarily distressed, while others were insanely jealous of who exactly was the person who could make the schoolgirl wait. Hey, who exactly do you guys think the schoolgirl is waiting for? How should I know? Not waiting for me anyway. I'd also like to know just who is so honorable to make the schoolgirl wait so long. That girl beside the schoolgirl is also cute. It's true. Things are like that. Pretty people are willing to play with pretty people. That's Su Xiaomian, the department flower of the music department, right? So it's the flower of the music department. No wonder I haven't seen much of it. I'm still curious as to what kind of person the schoolgirl is waiting for. If I found out, I'd assassinate him tonight. Shuki, who exactly are we waiting for? It's been so long. Don't you have his contact information? Can't you give him a call? When the hell is he coming? Su Xiaoming, the girl next to Chen Shuji, was a little tired after standing for a long time because she was wearing high heels, plus she didn't bring an umbrella, and she was a little impatient by the sun, and asked, waiting for one of Li Shuaijie's roommates. I don't have his cell phone number. Li Shuaijie has something to ask him. Chen Shuji looked at the time and replied, who is Li Shuaijie? Why is that name so old-fashioned? Hey, wait, why does this name sound so familiar? Ah, is he the lickspittle who's been chasing after my rival? See Lili, who's the flower next door? If I knew it was him, why did I dress up so beautifully? I thought you were looking for some handsome guy. When Chen Shuji heard her good girlfriend Su Xiaoming describe Li Shuaijie in this way, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart and wrinkled her good-looking eyebrows. How come everyone who mentions Li Shuaijie thinks of Si Lily? Chen Shuji subconsciously had to explain. Li Shuaijie and Si Lily, they broke up a long time ago. There's no relationship now. Really? When was it? When I came to school class last week I still heard Si Lily bragging to others, saying something like I said Li Shuaijie, that poor licking dog, how can he afford to buy me a fruit 14? It turns out that it's a loan. Poor is poor. You need to take out a loan to buy a cell phone. A loan for a cell phone? How is that possible? Chen Shuji has seen him buy tens of millions of luxury cars without blinking. Even the sales manager of Jiangnan Haoing is respectful to him. How can such a person be a poor person? In fact, At first she also thought that Li Shuaijie won the lottery jackpot, but she went to check. Recently there is no jackpot berth. The largest won prize is 420,000, and she heard her father say, Li Shuaijie can enter the VIP room of the Jiangnan Luxury View at least worth hundreds of millions. Chen Shuji thought that maybe Li Shuaijie was just some plutocrat or rich second generation, pretending to be poor. How is it impossible? I've heard that Li Shuaijie's family is ordinary, and both parents died when he was little. It was his grandparents who brought him up. A real poor man. Shu Qi, what are you looking for his roommate for? Something is wrong. Cotton, if you're tired of standing you can sit down next to me for a while first. Forget it, it's better for you to go and rest. You are in a special situation. Su Xiaoming sighed and looked at Chen Shuji, then touched her heel. No, I'm really not tired. When Su Xiaomian saw that Chen Shuji was unwilling to speak, she didn't ask much. Instead, he limped over to a side bench and rubbed his slightly reddened heel. It didn't take long for several boys to come over and bring her water and band-aids again. There was a freshman elementary school student who walked over with red ears and all of a sudden gave Su Xiaomian a five-body kneeling salute. The boy got up from the ground. He had just passed by and had been pushed over, and all of a sudden he didn't stand still and fell. He didn't expect to be so humiliated either. Su Xiaoming walked up and helped the boys up, with a face of gentle concern. Are you okay? Did the fall hurt? Geez, Su Xiaoming is also too gentle. 1 minute I want to know all about her. I'm going to marry her. I declare that from now on she is my goddess. Wake up. It's broad daylight. It's not time to dream. Don't you dream. Su Xiaoming has long been surprised by this kind of thing. Although she is not as beautiful as Chen Shuji, but since childhood, the people who chased after her are rather more than those who chased after Chen Shuji, because Chen Shuji looks high and cold, hard to approach, and she, on the other hand, likes to wear cute low dresses, likes to laugh, and prefers to pretend to be a little white flower. Chen Shuji looked at the time. Li Shuaijie told her that her roommate Zhang Yon would return to the dormitory after eating from the first cafeteria every day at about 12:30 p.m. She could go to the dormitory downstairs at that time and wait for Zhang Yon. Chen Shuji worried about missing out. She did not even bother to eat as soon as she got out of class, and at 11:30 she went downstairs to the boys' dormitory and waited. And not only was she alone, she was worried about not being able to hold things but also called up her best friend, Su Xiaoming, who happened to come to play with her. As a result, they still waited for more than an entire hour. And Li Shuaijie was indeed right. Almost to 12:30, Li Shuaijie's roommate, Zhang Yong, and a few others did walk together in the direction of the dormitory. Zhang Yong saw a particularly large number of people under his dormitory building from a distance and thought something had happened. Zhang Yong looked around while picking his teeth. Hey, Zhou Yu, isn't that under our dormitory? Why are there so many people? What happened? Zhou Yu also kept jumping up and looking around. I don't know. Come on, let's go take a look. Zhang Yong and the others managed to squeeze into the crowd with great difficulty, and were confused about the situation, when suddenly Chen Shuji spotted him, and then walked up to him in front of everyone. Excuse me, are you Zhang Yong? Zhang Yong nodded a little confused, stuttering nervously. Schoolgirl, you, what do you want with me? It's not me looking for you, it's Shuaijie. He had a little accident and was hospitalized. He asked me to talk to you so that you can help him ask his teacher for a leave of absence, and take 2 of his clothes to the XXX hospital. You can give them to me directly if you're not comfortable. Shuaijie is hospitalized. No wonder he didn't come back all night last night. I thought he was working all night again to buy something for C. Lily to go. Zhou Yu, who was on the side, saw that Chen Shuji's face did not look right and hurriedly gave his straight roommate a wink. Sure enough, Chen Shuji slowly opened his mouth. Li Shuaijie, really? In order to buy things for C. Lily? Overnight work? Chapter 21. Schoolgirl wife ignoring him turns out to be jealous. Li Shuaijie realized that Chen Shuji had been a bit off ever since she came back from school, and she hadn't been talking to him either. Shu Qi, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Or is it because the baby dash? Nothing, no discomfort. Chen Shuji interrupted Li Shuaijie. Are you hungry? I don't. I'll go get you some food. Li Shuaijie didn't even finish his sentence. Chen Shuji walked out and his attitude was cold. Li Shuaijie was wondering when he suddenly received a call from his roommate Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, thank you. I received the stuff. I still have to trouble you to help me ask the counselor for a leave of absence. Li Shuaijie, do you take me as a brother or not? Honestly, what is your relationship with the school beauty? Oh, that one, she fell down the stairs and then I saved her. Li Shuaijie didn't dare to tell the truth. So it's like this? No wonder. So it's a hero saving a beauty. Li Shuaijie, how come this kind of good thing was picked up by you? How does it feel to be taken care of by the school flower herself? It's not bad. By the way, when Shuki came to see you today, did you feel anything wrong? Not right? I don't think there's anything wrong. You don't even know that after the schoolgirl came to me today for you, I was almost dark-sharked by that group of schoolgirl advocates. I mean, is there something wrong with the schoolgirl? Nothing's wrong. The schoolgirl came to me to help you get things. Told me about it. I realized that you were hospitalized. You didn't come back all night last night. I thought you were working part-time all night again in order to buy things for Seely Lee's. So, you told the schoolgirl about me working part-time to buy things for Seely Lee on the side? Right. Li Shuaijie had a headache when he heard this. No wonder. I said why she's been slack-jawed since she got back. Slate face? I've heard that C. Lily and Chen Shuji have not been dealing with each other. It can't be because she knows that C. Lily is your girlfriend dash. It's an ex-girlfriend now. Li Shuaijie corrected. Yo, finally made up your mind not to be a licking dog? Zhang Yong teased. Asterisk 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 you. Zhang Yong, what do you think women are thinking in this brain all day long? I used to work my ass off to buy things for C. Lily, only to be scolded for being poor and chasing girls without money. Now that he has money, he buys her a car and a house only to be made to feel like he's taking money to humiliate her. Who do I ask if you ask me? Your buddy. I'm single too. If I knew, I'd be talking to someone already. Knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the ward door. Li Shuaijie said to Zhang Yong on the other end of the phone. Zhang Yong, I'll go open the door first. Wait for me. Then got out of bed and opened the door. In the doorway stood a boy from the next ward, holding a bowl of dumplings. Excuse me, do you have any vinegar here? Vinegar? Yeah, I dip dumplings in it. I don't have any vinegar here. Sorry to bother you then. The boy was about to leave with the dumplings when Li Shuaijie suddenly shouted. Wait! The boy turned around. What's wrong? As if he suddenly figured it out, Li Shuaijie repeated. Vinegar? Did you just say vinegar? The boy with the dumplings looked surprised. Yeah, why? Do you have vinegar here? I got it. Thanks brother. Li Shuaijie returned to the hospital bed and picked up his cell phone. Zhang Yong, do you think there's a possibility that it's the schoolgirl she's jealous? Li Shuaijie, did you really knock your head? Are you still dreaming? That is the school flower. Hey, although you saved her well, she was kind enough to take care of you. You really took it seriously, and ate your vinegar. How big a face do you have? Zhang Yong, I'm not joking with you. I really think that the schoolgirl is jealous. Otherwise why would he be so angry when he heard Seely Lee? Ha ha ha. Li Shuaijie, compared to the schoolgirl liking you, I think it's still more likely that you'll win $1 million. How is this not possible? Alright, don't you dream in broad daylight, lest you sleep too much during the day and can't sleep at night. Buddy, I still have something to do. Hang up first. Li Shuaijie hung up the phone and realized that the boy who had just come to borrow vinegar was still standing at the door. Dude, are you jealous here or not? Li Shuaijie thought he was cool with a twist of his mouth. Vinegar this really is, but I can't lend it to you. Not really, you're too stingy. Just at this time Chen Shuji carrying a thermos box back. Face or nothing to smile. Just like in the school classmates said described the high cold goddess school flower. Rather than the Chen Shuji he knew these days. Looking at the boy standing at the door, Chen Shuji smiled politely. May I ask who you're looking for? The boy stuttered directly when he saw Chen Shuji's smile. Nee. No one. Li Shuaijie blocked the boy's straight, hateful eye line of sight. The entire boy who saw Chen Shuji was frozen. That's too pretty. Man, what's this for you? Li Shuaijie was dissatisfied. Can't you see it, buddy? Mouth shut. Don't look. This is my woman. The boy was not polite either. Don't you tease. Such a pretty girl looking at you? Hey, what do you mean? Who are you looking down on? Dinner's ready. Chen Shuji heaved the thermos box toward the table. The doctor said you need to eat something light, so I made you some white porridge. Eat it. For his part, Li Shuaijie cautiously asked, what about you? I've eaten. Chen Shuji replied. The boy looked at the bowl of white porridge and instantly felt that the dumplings in the bowl didn't smell good. Seeing that the boy at the door was still staring at Chen Shuji, Li Shuaijie closed the door without mercy. Hurry up and eat. I'll wash the thermos for you afterwards. I'm going back to school. Li Shuaijie was anxious when he heard Chen Shuji was leaving. Shuji, didn't you say you were going to stay and take care of me? Chen Shuji was still cold. I've thought about it, but I still think it's inconvenient for the two of us to do a lot of things differently as men and women. So don't worry. Your injuries are because of me. so I've found you a male caregiver, and he should be here this evening. Shu Qi, tell me honestly, are you mad at me because Zhang Yong said that you're mad at me for working part-time to buy things for Li Li? Chen Shuji's hand movement was a beat, and then like being poked in the heart suddenly said loudly, what is there to be angry about? I have nothing to do with you. You are willing to buy for whoever you want to buy for whoever you want to buy for. That is your business. As for whether it is a part-time job or swipe the card, whether it is a poor or a tycoon, it is not related to me. Don't you talk nonsense. How is it okay? Li Shuijie boldly pulled Chen Shuji back and smoothly hugged the person from behind. You are my child's mother. Don't worry, in the future all my money will only be for you to use alone. Oh, no. There is also our son to use. In addition to the last time she got herself drunk and confused and Li Shuijie have sex, which is still in the sober time, was held by a man, all of a sudden froze. Chapter 22, the schoolgirl's wife was hugged by someone else. Can't hold back. Li Shuijie was secretly happy to see Chen Shuji not resisting, taking the opportunity to come up to the ear. Shu Qi, are you jealous? Soft fragrance like jade in his arms. The feel is also excellent. Li Shuijie did not hold back and pinched a waist that Chen Shuji could grasp with one hand. Chen Shuji suddenly felt a tingle throughout her body and felt some weakness in her legs. The two positions on her waist and earlobes were the most sensitive. Usually no one could touch them, but this time, all of them were touched by Li Shuijie at once. And suddenly her mind flashed with all the great harmony images from 2 months ago in the hotel. Like a slideshow, frame by frame, playing in her mind, and her face abruptly turned red. Shu Qi, how is Shuijie? Just then the ward door was suddenly opened. It was Chen Shuji's mom and dad. The four of them looked at each other with 8 eyes, and each of them was very embarrassed. Ahem, have we come at a bad time? Chen Shuji hurriedly pushed Li Shuijie away. Mom and dad, don't take this the wrong way. Yeah, mom and dad. Shucks, uncle and auntie, don't get me wrong. Chen father and Chen mother looked at each other. Chen father laughed. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Sooner or later it's a family. It's the same whatever you call it. It's our fault for this. It's us who came at a bad time. You too, come in without knowing to knock first. Mother Chen scolded her husband. Yes, blame me. Li Shuijie also blushed at the remark. At this time Chen Shuji's mother walked to Li Shuijie's side. Apologized. Ajay, is it? Sorry, auntie, today also do not know you will come. Shuji, this girl is also actually talked about the boyfriend, also do not say. You see, made this way. Auntie also quite embarrassed. No, auntie, it's my fault for this, too, and for frightening you with my presumptuous visit. Mother Chen sized up Li Shuijie. With big, black-framed and heavy glasses, hair long enough to cover his eyes, and wearing ground-up clothes that cost a few $100s at most. If it wasn't for her husband reassuring her, how could she not believe that such a person was worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars? Chen Shuji's mom saw the white kanji on the table. Shuji, why are you just giving Ajay kanji? How unnutritious it is. Fortunately, I have prepared it. Mother Chen opened the thermos bucket she was carrying in her hand, and the smell of fragrant, thick bone broth hit her. Auntie came here this time firstly to apologize to you, and secondly to bring you some bone soup. You should drink it while it's hot. Little Jia, your aunt has been stewing this bone soup for a whole day. You need to drink more. Father Chen also said at the side. Okay, auntie, I'll definitely drink it later. Shuji has worked hard to take care of me for so long. It's better to let her drink it first. There's so much of it, I can't finish it alone. Mother Chen complimented. Look how good this child is. At first glance he can love people. Just then, Chen Shuji, who smelled the greasy bone soup, suddenly ran to the bathroom and flopped down on the sink and kept dry heaving. Vom dash. The physiological dry heaves brought tears to her eyes, but she couldn't spit out anything but bitter water. Seeing this, Li Shuijie also anxiously rushed into the bathroom and kept smoothing Chen Shuji's back. Father Chen and Mother Chen, being from the past, looked at each other and immediately understood what was going on. The face changed instantly. It's okay for two people to fall in love, but it's a big problem now that a life has been lost, and few people will talk about boys in this kind of thing. They'll just say that it's the girls who don't love themselves. When Chen Shuji came out of the bathroom, Chen mother walked over to her own daughter. Shuki, be honest with me, are you having one? Chen Shuji's face turned white and her eyes flickered. Mom, what are you talking about? What have you got? I can't understand. I just have an upset stomach. Mom is a person who has been here before. You still want to lie to Mom? Mother Chen's expression was serious. Chen's father also walked to Li Shuaijia's side to pose as an elder, and asked with a serious face, Xia Jie, uncle and aunt are not old-fashioned. You two can fall in love. We do not oppose. But now our family Shuqi. You as a man. What do you think? Li Shuaijie didn't say anything. I can marry Shuqi anytime. I'm just afraid that Shuqi won't want to. Li Shuaijie had confirmed a long time ago that a series of activities such as organizing a wedding could use the money in that childcare fund. So he wasn't worried at all. And how to think about this as he earn. Can marry the school flower as a wife? That is how many people dream of things. He previously thought not even dare to think. Then the bride price. The bride price is at the disposal of the in-laws. When Chen's father heard it, his estate was in play. Ahem. Our Shuqi was raised as a pampered princess. So, Li Shuaijie nodded. I understand. You just say it. No matter how much I won't turn back. The dowry is $880. 000. And the house and car. 880. 000 is a bit too little. 880. 000 is a bit more auspicious. Chen's father was directly dumbfounded when he heard the bride price of 88 million and pinched his thigh. Li Shuaijie continued. I just bought the car. If you think it's too cheap you can get another one. As for the house, let Shuqi choose herself. No need to replace it, no need to replace it. That one's fine too. That's over $1 million car. Father Chen continued to strike while the iron was hot, once again mentioning the manor he couldn't forget. The house. I think the manor we're looking at today is just fine. Li Shuaijie wasn't ambiguous. Well then, as long as Shuqi likes it, we'll go and buy it tomorrow. AI. Chen's father nodded his head as if pounding garlic as he listened, excitedly pulling his own wife's hand. Mother Chen was now completely convinced. You really have to be a billionaire to be able to afford to take $88 million for a bride price. Just then Chen Shuji, who hadn't said anything, suddenly blushed. Who said I want to get married? I haven't thought about it yet. It's okay Shuqi, if you don't like that manor, we can get a different house. Chen Shuji's eyes suddenly reddened. Mom and Dad, do you two only care about how much benefit I can bring you? Don't care at all if I live a happy life or not, or if I like it or not. Mother Chen frowned as she suddenly couldn't figure out what her daughter was thinking. Shuqi, what are you talking about? Xiao Jie wasn't chosen by you. You're pregnant with his child. Are you telling me that you don't like him? That's just nonsense. Is it hard to believe that you still want to abort this child? Chen Shuqi glanced at Li Shuaijie. Her mind was now very confused and disorganized, and she didn't know what to do now. Then Sol ran straight out of the hospital room. He ended up running not far before crashing into someone's arms. The smell of that person's body was extremely familiar to Chen Shuji. She looked up, and sure enough, it's Fu Hanyu, and Li Shuaijie ran out right behind him out of worry. What he ended up seeing was his flowery future wife being held by another man. Chapter 23, Seeing the schoolgirl's wife's favorite man's possessive desire. It's been a long time. Are you okay? Fu Hanyu's voice rang above Chen Shuji's head. Li Shuaijie's face sank when he came to look at Chen Shuji being held in the arms of another man and still blushing obediently. Feeling green in the head, he stepped forward, his face displeased. Chen Shuji saw Li Shuaijie's expression. Suddenly some heart weakness. Do not know why, obviously nothing. Now there is a kind of betrayal of Li Shuaijie's feeling. Hurriedly struggling out of Fu Hanyu's arms. Sorry, brother Hanyu. I'm fine. Chen Shuji returned awkwardly. It's okay. Chen Shuji smiled slightly and asked, right brother Hanyu? Why are you here? Hanyu. A clear female voice rang out. Chen Shuji looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a long apricot-colored tweed, inside a pure white lapel shirt, underneath a pair of straight azanode blue jeans, plus a pair of long black boots, which perfectly set off her figure. Looking competent and a little bit flirtatious, Fu Hanyu's voice carried gentleness. Well, it's dash. The girl walked up and took Fu Hanyu's arm, as if declaring her sovereignty. Fu Hanyu introduced, she's my neighbor's sister, the one I told you about, Uncle Chen's daughter Shuqi. Turning to Chen Shuji, he introduced, Shuji, she is. Hello Shuqi, I'm Hanyu's fiancé, He Qingyan. He Qingyan took the initiative to extend his hand to Chen Shuji. After Chen Shuji smiled a bit, she also extended her hand to He Qingyan. Hello sister-in-law. This next to Shuqi. Fu Hanyu sized up Li Shuaijie. Li Shuaijie also sized up Fu Hanyu. It turned out that this man was the legendary Fu Hanyu of the University of Sohai. Originally, when Li Shuaijie heard about this senior, he still admired this man, but now there was only a kind of hostility as a man towards his love rival. I'm Shuqi's dash. While Li Shuijie was at a loss as to how to explain, Chen Shuji took the initiative to take his hand. He's my boyfriend. Fu Hanyu suddenly frowned. Boyfriend? Shu Qi, when did you get a boyfriend? Why don't I know? Why didn't you tell me? I didn't know that brother Hanyu and sister-in-law were together. Everyone is an adult. Isn't it normal to fall in love? Chen Shuji replied with a smile. Fu Hanyu was choked and suddenly lost his words. Li Shuijie sensed that Fu Hanyu was scrutinizing him, and that this scrutiny carried obvious contempt and disdain. Of course, how could a man of the heavens look down on a beggar man like him? Hello, I'm Fu Hanyu. Fu Hanyu also took the initiative to introduce himself to Li Shuijie and politely extended his hand. Li Shuijie felt that Fu Hanyu did have an aura about him that made people ashamed of themselves. Of course, if he was still the poor man who had nothing before, maybe he would be so nervous that he could not say anything. But now it is not the same as in the past, and the ability to pay money has made him also straighten his back. It's up to you to guard your own wife. Li Shuijie shook his hand back to Fu Hanyu. Hello, Senior Fu. I've heard about your deeds for a long time, and truth be told, I'm still your schoolmate. So you're also a schoolmate from Sohai University. Sorry, I don't have much of an impression of you. It's normal that Fu Senpai doesn't recognize me. You happened to graduate when I entered the school. I see. So aren't you one term below Shuki? Yes. Li Shuijie took his hand back and replied. He could feel the strength Fu Hanyu used to hold his hand. So this Fu Hanyu had a deep animosity towards him. Girls aren't the only ones with a sixth sense. Guys have them too. And they're pretty accurate too. This kind of hostility is normal for him. After all, love rivals meet in person. But why was Fu Hanyu so hostile to him? Could it be that Fu Hanyu was fond of Shu Qi? But if that's the case, then why marry another woman? At this time, Chen Shuji, who was on the side, continued to ask. So brother Hanyu is accompanying his sister-in-law to the hospital. Is she not feeling well? He Qingyan smiled and touched her belly with a happy face. No, just here for a pregnancy test. Chen Shuji froze. Pregnancy test. Turned to ask in surprise. So sister-in-law is also pregnant? How many months? Fu Hanyu, more than 2 months. He Qingyan, almost 3 months. 3 months. Chen Shuji suddenly thought of that time when Fu Hanyu also said that it would be her birthday in a month. It will be a surprise for her then. So the surprise is this? Chen Shuji was helpless. Couldn't figure out what Fu Hanyu was trying to do. At the beginning when Fu Hanyu asked her out, she didn't want to go. But thinking about it she ended up going. At least to ask for clarification. She sent a message to Fu Hanyu that she was waiting for him at the Golden Bay Smoke. But the result was not only that she did not wait for Fu Hanyu. The person who asked her to come did not come even. And ended up with his own innocence on the line. But that was all in the past. She snuck a look at Li Shuijie and was actually kinda glad she went now. Otherwise he probably wouldn't have met him. Feeling Li Shuijie's hand suddenly placed on her waist, her body trembled slightly. And Li Shuijie felt Chen Shuji's body tremble and thought she was sad. As a result, Chen Shuji was touching her stomach with a happy face, then looked at him shyly. That's a coincidence. Except it's too bad that my sister-in-law got pregnant a month before I did. Or else I would have been able to have a baby with my sister-in-law being able to have a baby together. Fu Hanyu's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard this. Having a baby together? Shu Qi, you're pregnant too? When did this happen? Aren't you still in school? Whose baby is it? Li Shuijie realized that Fu Hanyu changed his face, and became more certain about the conjecture in his heart. Shuqi Chen, brother Hanyu, the question you asked is really funny. Of course what I'm carrying is my boyfriend's baby. My parents already know about it, and I'm planning to take a year off from school to have the baby. Shuki, are you really going to have this baby? Shuqi Chen, of course. We've done the pregnancy test. The baby is 2 months old and healthy. Fu Hanyu glanced at Li Shuijie disdainfully. Uncle Chen also agreed to you marrying him? Shuqi Chen, yes. My dad likes Shuijie a lot. Fu Hanyu looked at Li Shuijie incredulously. Such a mediocre-looking man. How could Chen Shuji's profit-oriented father agree to marry his daughter to such a man? Li Shuijie swept Chen Shuji into his arms. Yes, just now I've already talked to my father-in-law. The bride price of 88 million, plus $1 million luxury car and a manor house with a luxurious view of Jiangnan. Fu Hanyu's face became more and more ugly. Did you just say how much the dowry was and where the house was? Li Shuijie looked at Chen Shuji in his arms and said, the bride price of 880,000 yuan. A lucky figure. As well as the manor Jiangnan Haojing. I know that 2,000 square meters of the manor is indeed small. A little aggrieved Shu Qi. In the future, when the baby is born, how about we change to a bigger one? Wife, Chen Shuqi suddenly blushed when she heard Li Shuaijie call herself that. Li Shuaijie looked down just in time to see this scene. The schoolgirl's wife blushing up was really cute. Chapter 24, calling each other husband and wife. Seeing that Chen Shuji didn't reply to him, Li Shuaijie called out again. Wife, what do you say? Chen Shuji blushed and cooperated. Ah, yes, I'll listen to your husband. Fu Hanyu re-examined the Li Shuaijie in front of him. The manor of Jiangnan Haoing is worth at least tens of millions of dollars. What exactly is this person's origin? It seems that the entire city of Su has never heard of the name of the Li family. When He Qingnian heard this, he didn't know if it was true or not, but he looked like he was very happy for Chen Shuji. Really? Then congratulations Shuki. Maybe we can even have a wedding together. Have you picked out a hotel for your wedding? Do you need me and Hanyu to give you a recommendation? We looked for many hotels and wedding celebrations and finally found one that's quite satisfactory. It's just a bit expensive price-wise. A wedding could cost several $1 million. But I've just heard that your boyfriend is willing to spend so much for you. So this amount of money shouldn't be a big deal to him. It's just that it's harder to get a reservation for this hotel. A lot of people book a year or two in advance. But we're in a special situation. By the time we get there it won't look good in a wedding dress in case we get a big belly. It just so happens that I'm friends with that boss. And our engagement ceremony is there next Saturday, and I think Hanyu told you guys about it, so you can come by then and see how it goes before you decide. Li Shuaijie still held Chen Shuji in his arms. Sister-in-law, you are so sweet, just when we both can't figure it out. It doesn't matter how much money, weddings only happen once in a lifetime. I must give Shuji the grandest and most perfect one. Li Shuaijie frowned slightly when he saw that Chen Shuji's gaze still seemed to be on Fu Hanyu. Then he intentionally wrapped Chen Shuji towards his arms once again. Shuji, we really have to thank sister-in-law, don't we? Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuji and winked. Chen Shuji also slowed down and responded. Ah, yes, thank you sister-in-law for recommending it. Sister-in-law, don't worry about next Saturday's engagement ceremony between you and brother Hanyu. The two of us will definitely come. At this time, Fu Hanyu, who hadn't said anything on the side, finally opened his mouth. Qingnian, don't you have other projects that you haven't done? Let's go first. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll see you next Saturday then. Sister Shuki. Fu Hanyu left without even saying one more superfluous word. Li Shuaijie saw Chen Shuji looking at the back of Fu Hanyu left. The tone of speech is a little sour, more some angry. The words that came out of his mouth were a bit tongue-in-cheek. He's gone. What are you looking at? He's about to get married and have a baby with another woman. Do you still want to be the third party? What are you babbling about? I was just thinking. I didn't realize it hadn't been long since we both had our own happiness and family too. Chen Shuji froze for a moment. She did not expect Li Shuaijie to say this. Feeling misunderstood, she was all of a sudden even more aggrieved. Her nose instantly felt a sense of sourness. At first it was just a little pout that seemed to be desperately controlled to keep the tears from falling. But it seems she failed. Those beautiful gleaming eyes turned red, and tears flowed down her pretty face like a mountain stream. Then he looked at Li Shuaijie and accused. Li Shuaijie, you. Chen Shuji pushed Li Shuaijie away and ran forward while wiping her tears. Li Shuaijie watched Chen Shuji, who had just been in his arms, just run away from his arms. Or is it because you can't speak for yourself? There was some chagrin in his heart. Because he was worried that something had happened to Chen Shuji, Li Shuaijie hurriedly followed him, but he never found anyone. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan when he suddenly heard a tiny cry from the corner of the small hospital garden. Li Shuaijie heard the sound familiar and went over. And sure enough, once he went over, he saw a scene that made his heart clench. Chen Shuji squatted on the ground and curled up in a ball, her pretty little face buried between her knees, her petite body still twitching, looking extraordinarily pathetic. Li Shuaijie felt that he did seem to have gone a bit overboard just now. He hurriedly walked up and squatted down to apologize. I'm sorry, Shu Qi. It's because I just mouthed off. Don't cry. It's not good for your health. Chen Shuji raised her head, those dark eyes filled with tears. After seeing Li Shuaijie, she turned her head and stood up. Then with a sobbing voice she shouted to Li Shuaijie. Li Shuaijie momentarily do not know what to do to be good. Do not know how to think. Brain hot, directly holding that face towards the chattering, tantalizing little mouth kissed up. Chen Shuji struggled at first, slapping her hands against Li Shuaijie's chest. As a result, slowly to the back, directly stopped resisting. The whole person went soft. The whole face turned red. Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuji's big eyes that looked like round and big purple grapes with tears in their eyes, just staring at him in a daze. There was a kind of uninitiated and ignorant cuteness. And it's that kind of cuteness that just makes you want to sun her hard. An instantaneous rush of heat went through his heart, and then this heat went from his head to his feet. It works better than any Viagra. Having drunk too much before has little impression. I didn't expect Chen Shuji's mouth to be so kissable. It's softer, sweeter, and more eager to be swallowed in one bite than Iha jelly. Chen Shuji's small face was red, and her slightly swollen mouth was still accusing. You, how can you, forcefully kiss me, pervert? Although he was accusing, but the tone and voice was like pampering, tickling people's hearts. Don't ever say anything like ignore me again. Say it again and I'll give you a kiss dash. You. Chen Shuji hurriedly pushed Li Shuijie away because of her shyness and was about to turn around and flee, but she suddenly saw a small green snake not far away, spitting out its letters towards her. Ah! Snake! Frightened, she immediately turned around and jumped and leapt into Li Shuijie's arms behind her. Her legs tightly clamped around Li Shuijie's still quite strong waist. Li Shuijie rushed to the point where his chest was tightly pressed against Chen Shuji's two peaks. This is certainly adding to his woes and fire. In order to prevent Chen Shuji from falling, he had to hold both halves of Chen Shuji's upturned round buttocks with both hands. As a result, he couldn't hold back for a moment and couldn't help but squeeze. The feel of this hand. It's so damn great. Chapter 25, Li Shuijie Hospital. Driving a luxury car to pick up his school wife. Chen Shuji didn't realize at all that she had been eaten out of her tofu because she was scared. The whole person was still clinging to Li Shuijie and refused to let go. Snakes. Snakes. Why are there snakes in the hospital? Li Shuijie held Chen Shuji's round buttocks with one hand and patted her back with the other. Comforting. Fear not. Fear not. Don't worry. That snake isn't poisonous. Chen Shuji was afraid of seeing these snakes. Insects. Rats and ants since she was a child. No. No. Quick. Take me away. I'm scared. Okay. Let's go. I'll take you. Li Shuijie hugged Chen Shuji and hurriedly left the small garden, walked to the small gazebo, and then put the person down. Well, there are no more snakes here. Chen Shuji was still trembling with fear and trembling. I was bitten by a snake, or a poisonous snake. At that time, it was Fu Hanyu who saved me. If it wasn't for him, maybe I would have died long ago. That's why I saved by the bell. Girls are always tempted by this kind of thing. Although his heart was still sour, he was also a bit heartbroken for Chen Shuji. Chen Shuji slowed down and looked at Li Shuijie. Actually, I should thank you. Li Shuijie also hurriedly apologized. No, I'm the one who should have told you I'm sorry. I just said that kind of thing actually because I was jealous. Chen Shuji shook her head. It's fine. In fact, when I saw that he's getting married and is going to be a father soon, I'm quite happy and wish him all the best. That's Saturday engagement session. Chen Shuji's eyes were firm. I'm going. After all, we're neighbors too, so I'll trouble you when the time comes. Li Shuijie tidied up Chen Shuji's windblown hair for her. Okay, I'll accompany you. Chen Shuji lowered her head and blushed slightly. Li Shuijie was discharged from the hospital 3 days later, and on the day of his discharge his roommates all came. But Chen Shuji never came. Zhang Yang packed up his things for him. Li Shuijie kept looking out of the hospital room, but there was a delay in waiting for Shuchi-chan to come. What are you looking at? Look at my wife Shuki. Zhang Yang and his roommate thought that Li Shuijie was joking when they heard it, and unceremoniously gave a big chestnut. Ha ha ha, is your girl's brain knocked silly? What are you dreaming about? The schoolgirl is at the school defense today. What's with the graduation defense so early? Didn't school just start? Don't you know? The schoolgirl said she wanted to apply for graduation early, as if she heard that she wasn't feeling well and needed to rest, and her instructors all advised her that she could choose to take a break from school first, but she seemed to be adamant about it. Li Shuijie suddenly thought that in the past few days, Chen Shuji had to come over to take care of him again and prepare for his defense, and suddenly felt guilty. And it's worrying that she's still pregnant and has so much energy to expend. Zhang Yong and a few of Li Shuijie's other roommates helped Li Shuijie pack up his things and finish the discharge procedures. It must be hard to get a cab at this time of day at the hospital. That's right. Look, there's more than 50 people in front of DDT. I still have over 100. I'm calling an hour in advance. Li Shuijie was puzzled. What are you guys calling a drop for? Nonsense. If you don't call a drop, can't you walk back? I've got a car. I'll drive you guys back. Li Shuijie shook his car keys. He'd been in an accident since he bought that four-ringer and hadn't had a chance to drive it yet, so this was the perfect time to put on a show. Zhang Yong and other roommates took a look and were surprised. Asterisk. When the hell did you buy a car? Just bought it not long ago. You're not making fun of us. How can a poor you afford a car? I know. It must be a lighter in the shape of a car key. I think so. Let's just wait for the drop. Don't believe me. Li Shuijie ignored the group of roommates and walked towards the hospital's parking lot on his own. 5 minutes. Drip drip drip. Li Shuijie, you really bought a car. Why didn't you tell the brothers when you won the lottery? That's too much. We said we'd share the good fortune together. One of the roommates carefully touched the label on the hood. This car has to be over $1 million. Li Shuijie, how much did you win the lottery? Not much. Not much. It's only $9 trillion. Drip drip drip. The one in front is great in a luxury car. Do you know that you are affecting the traffic? A car owner in the back cursed. Li Shuijie hurriedly greeted his roommate and hurriedly got into the car. Okay, get in the car. The back is jammed. Come on. Zhang Yong and the other three rushed to put things in the trunk of the car. After the first lesson, Li Shuijie's driving skills were much better, mainly because many cars on the road went around the limousine. I am afraid that I can't afford to pay for an accidental cut. Susu was allowed to drive on campus. Li Shuijie sent his roommates to the dormitory floor. Why don't you guys go in first? I've got some other things to take care of. Zhang Yang asked. You've just been discharged from the hospital. Where else are you going to go if you don't get some rest? Find my wife. Li Shuijie brushed off the car after saying this. Zhang Yong and the other roommates all thought that Li Shuijie must have gone to pretend to go, also did not care about him. Discussing Li Shuijie in the end how much money won the lottery. Li Shuijie, this girl won the lottery and didn't say a word. Even secretly bought a car. That's right. When he comes back in a while, I'll have to give him a good beating. Right. Pit him for a few more meals. Must go to Golden Smoky Bay. Li Shuijie drove his car to the place where Chen Shuji's defense was waiting. He got out of the car thinking himself handsome and leaned against the door. But it looks out of place to others, because Li Shuijie had a corny polo shirt on top and a pair of shorts that didn't go past his knees. Be more beggarly. Yo, isn't this the dog-licking professional Li Shuijie? Why are you looking for C. Lili again? Then you're looking in the wrong place. Ha ha ha. Li Shuijie, be careful not to lean on other people's luxury cars. You can't afford to pay for it if you break it. Say, when did our school get such a luxury car? Li Shuijie ignored them as he saw Chen Shuji coming and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Chen Shuji, after the defense came out to see such a Li Shuijie, also sighed. She did not understand why Li Shuijie is so rich but do not buy clothes for themselves. So how to go with her to Fu Hanyu's engagement banquet. At this time, the few girls around Chen Shuji also began to talk. Ha ha ha, look at that guy. He looks so stupid. Yeah, it's like he still thinks he's cool like that. But that car next to him looks like it's pretty expensive coming up. Harm. It's not his at first sight. Maybe there's a little yellow one hiding in the back. Ha 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 ha. It's possible. I wonder who's waiting here. It doesn't matter who we wait for. Whoever is his girlfriend must be humiliated to death anyway. Chapter 26. Schoolgirl's wife took Li Shuijie to change his look. 18 changes. Li Shuijie saw Chen Shuji out hurriedly ready to welcome up. Suddenly remembered that he had just bought flowers, did not take, and hurriedly folded back. Drip dash. Pressed the car keys. Holy, that's really his car. It's not supposed to be a rental, is it? That car isn't cheap to rent for a day, is it? Who the hell is this about picking up? So willing to spend so much money? Li Shuijie hid the rose behind his back towards the direction of the group of girls who were talking about him. Hey, that guy's coming over here. Hey, who the hell do you guys know? Ahem, I actually feel like he's not that ugly. Hey, you guys, look what he's hiding behind his back. Looks like a bouquet of roses. This is too old-fashioned. How many years ago was this the way to flirt with girls? What's dirt to be afraid of? If that limousine is really his, then he's a veritable dirtbag. Hush, don't say it. He's coming over. After Li Shuijie walked in front of Chen Shuji, he stopped. Sure enough, another visit to the schoolgirl. Harm. I guess I'll be ruthlessly rejected by the schoolgirl again. Who doesn't know that the schoolgirl likes Senior Fu? Guess how many words he can say to the schoolgirl? No more than one sentence. I'm betting the schoolgirl won't talk to him. As a result, they were dumbfounded in the next second. The schoolgirl took the initiative to pass the book she was holding towards Li Shuijie's arms. What brings you here? Li Shuijie also rushed to pick up the book in Chen Shuji's hand, then brought out the rose that was hidden behind his back. I came to pick you up. How was your defense? Did it go well? Chen Shuji froze. You don't like it? Li Shuijie noticed that Chen Shuji's didn't seem too happy. Just then, another racy Ferrari suddenly winds up. The wind brought up caused Chen Shuji's short skirt to flutter up slightly at an angle. Then Jiang Tan got out of the Ferrari handsomely, holding a bouquet of beautifully wrapped blue goblins. Schoolmaster Jiang is here. Ah, the Shura. I love it. Jiang Tan deserves to be the school bully. So handsome. Look at the schoolmaster holding flowers in his hand too. It looks like a blue siren. It's so pretty. Now that's a flower for a goddess. Whose flowers do you guys think the schoolgirl will accept? Nonsense. It must be a demon girl. Besides, who doesn't know that the Jiang Tan schoolmaster is a really rich second generation? That guy, maybe he rented a car just to pretend to be AB. Anyway, I definitely choose Schoolmaster Jiang. Listening to the group's comments, Jiang Tan had a smug look on his face. Hey, you don't know to know Shu Qi's preferences first if you want to chase her. Jiang Tan walked up and pushed Li Shuijie out of the way. Don't you know that Shu Qi hates roses the most? Shuki, I know you like blue goblins, and here are exactly 99 of them. At this time a girl next to me screamed. Ah, the 99 branches of blue leprechaun flower language is, love does not know what it is, a deep love. The living can die, the dead can live. My love is destined to be only for you in this life. Schoolmaster Jiang is so romantic. Li Shuijie was also embarrassed for a while at this time. Shuqi, I'm sorry, I didn't know you didn't like roses. Chen Shuji glanced at the 2 bouquets of flowers in front of her. That's right, I really didn't used to like roses, but Shuki Chen took the rose. Now like it. Jiang Tan looked embarrassed. Li Shuijie said happily. Really? Then come here. Li Shuijie pulled Chen Shuji behind the car, then opened the trunk. Rao Chen Shuji was also surprised. It was a trunk full of bright, red roses. It also came with lights and a large rose eternity teddy bear. Wow, that's a lot of roses. That must be thousands of them. I take that back. A bouquet of roses is a bit corny, but corny to the extreme is hip. What are you buying so many roses for? Chen Shuji was also a bit perturbed. In fact, she used to like roses because she thought they were noble and cold. But Fu Hanyu said that blue goblins looked good. Since then she claimed to the public that her favorite flower was the blue goblin. So much so that everyone else thought that the person she liked was Fu Hanyu. Sending you. Don't you like it? That florist's wife told him that no woman would ever turn down a rose, and if she did then she didn't give enough. That's why he bagged the entire florist's roses. Because it was given to Shu Qi Chen. It cost the system money. He wasn't distressed at all. No, I like it. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuijie and smiled. Tomorrow is my neighbor's engagement ceremony. I'll take you to a place in a while. Li Shuijie naturally knew who this person was. Then Chen Shuji got into Li Shuijie's car in full view of everyone. Jiang Tan ate a buttload of tail gas in place, so angry that he threw that was a blue banshee to the ground and stomped his foot so hard that he had an angry look on his face. Li Shuijie, I'm at war with you. That's when a girl with freckles on her face approached. Senior Jiang, don't feel bad. Chen Shuji doesn't like you because she doesn't have an eye for you. In fact, there are many girls who like you. Jiang Tan looked at the girl, then picked up the girl's chin with his finger. You like me too? The girl blushed and nodded in embarrassment. Jiang Tan snorted coldly. How dare you like me when you look so ugly? It really turns one's stomach just by looking at it. The girl's smile froze on her face, followed by a roar of laughter from around the room. Ha ha ha, a high-end beauty salon and styling design club. Because I'm going to Fu Hanyu's engagement ceremony on Saturday. Chen Shuji thought about bringing Li Shuijie in for a change of look. She was a VI, so as soon as she came in, she saw a teacher of unknown gender with an alluring pose. Mr. Tony, walking over with her fingers crossed. Yo baby, there you are. What are you going to do today? Chen Shuji pointed to the side of Li Shuijie who was looking around. Can help me see about changing his look. The one called Chan is Mr. Tony, the one that Shuki Chan looks for every time he comes. Ken sized up Li Shuijie from head to toe. TSK, 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 this is your friend? I really didn't think you had such friends. All I can say is that I'll do my best to help you try. For the next 3 whole hours, Li Shuijie was like a Barbie doll being casually manipulated and dressed up, having his face smeared and his hair and clothes changed. Just as Chen Shuji was falling asleep waiting, Can's voice rang out. Look at it, baby, is it still satisfactory? Chen Shuji turned around and was instantly stunned by the man in front of her. Chapter 27, Charging a membership card to a schoolgirl's wife? By the whole clubhouse directly. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuijie in front of her. Can, you are giving me a new person. Right. Chan who got the affirmation laughed. How is it satisfactory? Your friend's foundation is actually not bad, plus my wonderful hands. TSK this out is a proper male god but I always feel that there is still something missing. What is missing? Shu Qi, how do you feel? Li Shuijie looked at himself in the mirror, still a little uncomfortable. I remember what almost happened. Akan suddenly walked over and took Li Shuijie's glasses. Well, this is perfect. Sure enough, Li Shuijie, who took off his glasses, looked like he had changed into a different person again. Facial contour clear, handsome, angular. Jawline is also perfect. High nose, eyelashes and thick and long. Eye shape is also very good. Is the standard Danfeng eyes. The end of the eye there is a small black mole. Appear a little ascetic male god flavor. And these are usually sealed by that wide glasses. And without his glasses, Li Shuijie was like a blind man. It was hard to see, everything blurred. Hey, my glasses. Give them back to me. Li Shuijie stumbled forward anxiously, and accidentally bumped into Chen Shuji's body, and the two of them directly hugged each other. Chen Shuji looked up and suddenly felt that Li Shuijie's eyelashes were even longer than her own, and Li Shuijie was planning to hurry up and let go after realizing that he had bumped into someone, but he couldn't let go when he realized who he was holding in his arms, because although he could not see clearly now, Li Shuijie could be sure that just holding this hand in his arms, it was obviously Chen Shuji's. At first, he wasn't entirely sure until he smelled that girlish scent of the person he was holding in his arms, and he was absolutely sure. Perfume flavor without adding any chemical supplies. He knew that Chen Shuji had long since stopped using the perfume because he was worried that it would have an effect on the baby. It's so nice to hold this soft touch in your hand. Didn't want to let go at all. Yo, this cheap take advantage of. What? Hugging and don't want to let go? Akan on the side watched and teased. Only then did Li Shuijie hurriedly pretend to be embarrassed and let go of Chen Shuji. I'm sorry Shuki, you'd better ask your friend to give me back my glasses quickly. Chen Shuji took Li Shuijie's glasses back from Akan's hand and then put them on for Li Shuijie. With his glasses, Li Shuijie looks like he's got a new lease on life. He felt that the glasses were what made him who he was. Seeing that Li Shuijie, who had put on his glasses, did look like he had his face value sealed, Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuijie outside. I think you should stop wearing those glasses of yours though. I'll take you to get contact lenses later. After Shuchi Chen had seen Li Shuijie without glasses, the more she looked at him, the more she felt how it was uncomfortable to wear glasses, so she planned to take Li Shuijie to get contact lenses immediately. Akan, the usual rule, deducted from my member's account. Wait, baby. Just as Chen Shuchi pulled Li Shuijie almost to the door, Akan suddenly stopped the people. That, baby, I don't mean anything else. It's just that your balance in that membership account isn't quite full. Do you want to fill it up a bit? How come the balance is low? Didn't I just charge $100,000? There was a guy who said he was a friend of yours over last time. Chen Shuji was puzzled. Friend? Which friend? How come I don't know? Akan was also surprised. That person reported your name and cell phone number. I thought. Luckily I kept a sharp eye and took a picture of her. Look. Chen Shuji took a look at the photo. The person in this photo was clearly her roommate. She suddenly remembered that the last time her roommate did ask her for her membership number, she said she wanted to get her hair done. Thinking about how much it could cost to get her hair done, Chen Shuji didn't take her money. Isn't she just here to get her hair done? With so much? Chen Shuji said in disbelief. She also brought several friends to do quite a few projects last time. Akan hurriedly explained. The big and small ones add up to tens of thousands of dollars. Chen Shuji's face changed. This roommate never even mentioned it to her afterward. Li Shuijie took his bank card out at this time. Charge another $1 million. Then he hurriedly coaxed Chen Shuji. Okay, don't get angry. It's not good for your body. Chen Shuji suddenly froze. Li Shuijie, it's not necessary. She did not expect Li Shuijie to be so willing to spend money on her. Although it is said that a man who is willing to spend money on a woman does not necessarily really love you. But the one who is not willing to spend money must not love you. Even if Li Shuijie has money, but so spend on sooner or later will be sitting on empty. Besides, they have a baby in the future. Chen Shuji herself didn't realize that she didn't know when she started, but she slowly added Li Shuijie to her plans for the future. Akan was directly dumbfounded upon hearing this. Not just Akan. The entire clubhouse looked at Li Shuijie in shock. They thought at first that it was Li Shuijie, the beggar man, who didn't know what methods he had used to hold Chen Shuji, the little rich woman. Now it seems the opposite is true. 1 million. Million? Sir, are you kidding us? Achan had never received a customer who said that he would directly charge 1 million. To Chen Shuji this kind of 100,000 charging has been considered their VVIP customers here. Li Shuaijie suddenly received a reminder to pay off his silver credit card at this time and frowned. TCH, you're right. 1 million seems a bit low. 10 million it is then. Don't tease us. Sir, we can only charge up to 500,000 in this small store. Only $500,000? That's not enough. 1% of 500,000 is only 5,000. That's not even enough to pay off his loan. Ken felt that this Li Shuaijie was a big client, and he could not hold it alone. Sir, wait a minute. I'll get our boss to come over. It didn't take long for the owner to greet him with a big smile on his face. A fawning face. May I ask what this gentleman's name is? My last name is Li. So it's Mr. Li. Mr. Li is really a talented person. So young and handsome and strength is really enviable. That boss came up and started off with a round of ass kissing. Li Shuaijie know this is to pat him on the back. Straight to the point. Okay, don't tell me so much. Just now your clerk said that you can only charge the card up to 500,000, is it? Yes, we're a small store. And truth be told, our total assets for the entire store, everything combined, is only about $10 million. So, that's not going to help. I'm really sorry. In fact, 500,000 can already do a lot of projects. It can be used for a long time. Ms. Chen is also our VIP customer. Every time she comes over we will give her the best discount. Li Shuaijie suddenly opened his mouth. How about this then? I'll offer $20 million and buy your store. Shu Qi, how about you be the boss? Chapter 28 Schoolgirl's wife buys new clothes for Li Shuaijie. Chen Shuji hurriedly pulled the man aside as she listened to Li Shuaijie's increasingly outrageous thoughts. Li Shuaijie, are you crazy? Why did you buy this clubhouse? Shu Qi, you believe me. With my professional eyes to see this so after we'll definitely make lots and lots of money. Buy it not lose. Chen Shuji still shook her head after considering it for a while. I don't have a problem with you having money and being willing to spend money to buy this store, but that's also you being the boss. It's not like I can manage it. Shu Qi, listen to me. I'm a big man. I'm not interested in this kind of beauty styling or anything. Have you ever seen any big man open this kind of beauty club? So it's better for you to be the boss. And you don't have to be nervous. It's just like investing in a project. If you don't know how to run it, you can let the boss continue to be the store manager. Manage it for you. And we'll just sit back and wait for the revenue. You believe me. This club will only earn and not lose money as long as it is properly operated. Chen Shuji thought for a moment. I think it's better to register it under your name. Li Shuaijie bravely embraced Chen Shuji into his arms, then deliberately came to Chen Shuji's ear and said, Shuji, we will get married sooner or later. What's the difference between yours and mine? Chen Shuji felt warm breath spraying on her ears, tickling them. Looking at Li Shuaijie who was close by, his heart was beating so fast. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Li Shuaijie who had changed his look felt that his voice had become much sexier. Chen Shuji with a shy face gently pushed Li Shuaijie pretending to be angry. Who said I want to marry you? But this was naked pettiness in the eyes of Li Shuaijie. After buying the clubhouse and signing the contract, Chen Shuji took Li Shuaijie to the men's clothing store to choose several sets of clothes. Li Shuaijie took a look and every set here was worth more than 4 figures. Li Shuaijie looked at his bank card balance and was a little shy. The money he had just swiped from buying the club for Shuji Chen had just about paid off all the credit cards he owed. He was now almost penniless again. This was a men's clothing store, and according to the system, he couldn't spend that childcare fund on himself, so he couldn't afford any of the clothes here. Looking at Chen Shuji who was helping him patiently choose clothes, Li Shuaijie awkwardly said, Shuji, I actually don't like clothes. Chen Shuji had no eyes when she thought of those clothes that Li Shuaijie usually wore. No, you lost all those clothes for me. No more wearing them, otherwise I'll be styling you for nothing. Hey, these are all good. Go try them on. Chen Shuji chose a few sets of clothes for Li Shuaijie. Li Shuaijie took a look at the price tag. Good guy. A white shirt $2,000. $20,000 for a suit. Shu Qi, all the clothes here are too expensive. Or forget it. Chen Shuji thought Li Shuaijie was joking with her. I'll buy the bill. You sent me? Li Shuaijie was a bit surprised. Chen Shuji had a face of rightfulness. What's wrong with giving you a few pieces of clothes? You've trusted me so much that you've registered the $20 million beauty club under my name. I still can't give you 2 pieces of clothes? Li Shuaijie heard a moment touched, did not hold back to put Chen Shuji in embrace, tightly embraced. Chen Shuji originally wanted to push Li Shuaijie away, suddenly felt that Li Shuaijie did not feel quite right, gently patted Li Shuaijie's hand. What's wrong with you? It's not just to help you buy a few pieces of clothing, to be so touched? You have sent me so many things. These compared to what you gave me is simply chicken feather. No, that's not the same. Li Shuaijie's heart's favorability towards Chen Shuji is getting deeper and deeper. He really never met this kind of girl. Some girls hate the fact that their boyfriends are desperate to spend money on her, as if it's a way to prove how much he loves her, without ever thinking about reciprocating. Maybe he wasn't exposed to enough girls, or at least that was the case with Sariri. Chen Shuji froze. What's different? It's all money. It's just not the same. After buying things, Li Shuaijie sent Chen Shuji to the school dormitory floor. Li Shuaijie got out of the car in a very gentlemanly manner and opened the door for Chen Shuji. You go up first. I'll pick you up in the morning. Chen Shuji responded. Aha! You go back too. Remember to wear the suit I bought you tomorrow. Don't forget. Definitely won't forget. Li Shuaijie, go up. It's windy outside. I'll see you upstairs before I go. Otherwise I don't feel at ease. In a few days I'll go to Jiangnan Haoing to see how well that manor is organized. And so on almost we can live in. Chen Shuji was shocked. You really bought that manor? Of course, and it's written in your name alone. Shuchi-chan, I'm alone? Li Shuaijie, yeah, that's the bride price for you. Of course it's in your name. Don't talk nonsense. What bride price? I want to talk to you. I have to go. Chen Shuji red face hurriedly ran to the dormitory. Shuki, be careful and run slow. Chen Shuji's face was still red as she ran to the dormitory, her heart pounding. At this time, Chen Shuji's roommate, Yu Xiaonan, came over with a book in her hand, looking gossipy. Shu Qi, who is that handsome guy who just brought you back? Why didn't you tell us about your boyfriend? Which department is he from? He looks so familiar. I just can't remember where I've seen him before. If it was usual, Chen Shuji would have shared what happened today with Yu Xiaonan. But Yu Xiaonan's usual greed for her small advantages was even worse. This time she even spent her card's money without her consent and used her money to act expansive. Her mindset instantly changed. But it occurred to her that with all the money spent and moving out in a few days, there was no need to strain the relationship. Shuchi-chen, that's not my boyfriend. That's Li Shuaijie. Yu Xiaonan was astonished. Li Shuaijie? How can that be? Don't lie to me. The guy who just brought you back is a handsome guy. Okay? Do you have to hide it from me? We're all roommates. Would I still rob you? Believe it or not. That's Li Shuaijie. Only I took him to a beauty club to change his look, and I heard something about it in the meantime. Yu Xiaonan's smile froze on her face. That, Shu Qi, I was about to tell you about this. Last time my friend approached me and said that she wanted to go to that clubhouse to do a program. I thought that you happened to have a membership, so I used the money from your card first. It's been too busy these past couple of days. I'll return it to you right here. Hearing her roommate say that, Chen Shuji also felt that she didn't need to get too entangled. Forget it, just tell me in advance next time. Aha, don't worry, I'll definitely tell you. Hey, Shu Qi, is that really Li Shuaijie? Why doesn't he look like him at all? Shuchi-chan, it's really him. Why would I lie to you? Yu Xiaonan walked to the balcony and looked down. Li Shuaijie hadn't left yet, and a group of girls surrounding him seemed to be asking for his contact information. She glanced at the shy Chen Shuji on the side. The jealousy in her eyes was obvious. I thought it was your boyfriend. Chapter 29, sending the schoolgirl's wife to the dormitory floor, but being questioned about her boyfriend's identity. Downstairs of the women's dormitory at Sohei University. Hey, look, there's a handsome man there. Where is there a handsome man? Asterisk, really handsome. When did we have such a handsome guy in our school? Damn it. I didn't know. Laughing my ass off. What? It's a cute guy and I have to tell you about it? It looks like that handsome guy is still rich. I recognize that car of his. That model is millions. Asterisk. Another rich second generation? Suddenly I don't even feel like Schoolmaster Jang smells good anymore. It so happened that at this time, Si Lili happened to get out of class, and her roommate walked together towards the dormitory building, and after seeing this scene, she also slowed down her pace, and her attention was unconsciously attracted by Li Shuaijie. I don't think this person is from our school, right? Why else haven't we seen him before? But the more Si Lili looked at him, the more familiar he looked. It felt like Li Shuaijie, but it felt absolutely impossible. Li Shuaijie is a beggar man. Although not short but looks very frustrated, also cannot dress, choose clothes with a ridiculously poor eye. How can be with this hip and handsome boys get on the side? But then one of the roommates beside him also spoke up. Have you really never seen it before? Why do I feel a bit familiar? Like deja vu. Another roommate teased. Forget it you. You're having deja vu with all the hot guys. I think I've seen you in my dreams. No. This time I'm serious. I really think he looks familiar. It seems so much like. The girl glanced at Siri Lee. No way. The difference is too great. It's simply greater than the difference between a prince and a beggar. While everyone was speculating about this strange handsome guy, some bold girls had already walked over to him. Li Shuijie had just sent Chen Shuji to the dormitory floor, confirming that the person had already entered the dormitory, and was about to leave when a girl boldly walked over. Handsome guy, can you add a WeChat? Li Shuijie looked around to make sure no one else was talking to him. This is the first time in his life that a girl took the initiative to ask for WeChat. Although quite excited, Li Shuijie still refused. At this time there is another unusually sweet-looking wearing a cute Lolita dress, body bimbo proud, waist thin legs long, snow white skin, also tied a double ponytail live like a high school student girl, confidently walked over. After walking up to Li Shuijie she stopped and met Li Shuijie's eyes. Li Shuijie had taken off his glasses at the moment and put on dark brown contact lenses, which made his eyes appear to be shining. Because he was not used to wearing contact lenses for the first time, Li Shuijie always felt uncomfortable in his eyes, making him always have a feeling of discomfort that made him want to shed tears. But it was this feeling that made Li Shuijie's eyes more amorous. The Lolita girl inevitably had more than a little petulance on her face when she met Li Shuijie's eyes. Inside OS, this handsome guy's eyes kill it. Cough. Little brother, which department are you from? Is it convenient to add a WeChat? Li Shuijie froze and did not immediately refuse. He recognized the girl. Although he wasn't as familiar with the beauties in the school as Zhang Yong and the others, he still recognized the few that went out, especially the one in front of him now. She is Chen Shuji's best friend. That department flower of the music department. What's her name he can't recall, but it was Chen Shuji's friend. So Li Shuijie couldn't afford to make the scene awkward, because he had heard before that chasing a girl was not only about chasing the girl, but more importantly having to win the favor of her best friend ahead of time. As the saying goes, girlfriends make or break. Li Shuijie didn't reject it directly, but said more politely, sorry, I have a girlfriend. It might not be convenient. I don't want my girlfriend to get jealous. Li Shuijie said this in a loud voice. He was doing it so that the girls around him could hear it. It's useless for goddess Su Xiaoming to come out. It's true that all the handsome men are famous. Break it up. Handsome has a girlfriend. But Su Xiaoming didn't back down. Handsome guy, then who is your girlfriend? Speak out or let me die. Li Shuijie glanced in the direction of Chen Shuji's dormitory. My girlfriend is Chen Shuji. Su Xiaoming was completely shocked, and everyone present was shocked. What? The schoolgirl got chased away by a cute guy from another school? How do you know he's from another school? Our school in addition to Jiang's schoolgrass not a few named handsome or rich second generation, and I feel all have never seen this number of characters. So the new machine word dig a this mo more this. Him. Definitely another school. No wonder I just watched the schoolgirl get out of his car. Aha. I don't know who to envy for a moment. Su Xiaoming felt not quite convinced after hearing Li Shuijie claim to be Chen Shuji's boyfriend. She knew her own best friend, and some time ago, Shuqi Chen had told her that she was pregnant, and that she was carrying the child of a sophomore schoolmate named Shuijie Li. It didn't make Su Xiaoming angry at that time, because it was well known that Su Xiaomian and Si Lily were mortal enemies. That Li Shuijie was Si Li's licking dog again before. That's not degrading yourself. If people find out about this, they'll be laughed at for the rest of their lives. So Su Xiaoming's first reaction when she knew about this at the time was that she must get rid of this child. But Chen Shuji is not yet willing to give up. It nearly broke up the relationship between the two of them over this. Su Xiaoming knows her best friend, although she looks high and cold, but inside she is soft as hell. It's a bit of a love brain when you like someone, and it's completely single-minded. It's impossible to like someone else in such a short period of time. Su Xiaoming felt that this handsome man was just cheating and deliberately made up a reason to reject her. Su Xiaomian hadn't been rejected by any man in her entire life. This, in turn, greatly piqued her interest. They say that what you can't have is always on the move. If this man had directly added her WeChat today, maybe she would have been uninterested instead. Essentially women are just like men in this regard. The reason why they like to follow the stars is that they are unattainable for them, as if they were altars. But once the idol becomes their boyfriend, the altar falls and they feel disillusioned. Just like there are men who don't want to believe that all those beautiful goddesses they love, poop stinks too. Handsome. What a coincidence. Shu Qi is my best friend. Why don't I call her down now and we'll talk? No, it's better to forget about it. This school doesn't have an elevator either. so climbing up and down is also strange and tiring. Li Shuijie was somewhat distressed by Chen Shuji. After all, she was carrying a baby in her belly right now. But this turned into a weak heart in Su Xiaoming's eyes. She directly called Shuqi Chen without saying a word. Shuqi, I'm downstairs in your dormitory, and there's a guy here who claims to be your boyfriend. Chapter 30, Li Shuijie was confessed by the schoolgirl's best friend in public. The schoolgirl's wife was jealous. Chen Shuji was in the dormitory when she saw Su Xiaoming calling her and immediately picked up. Shuqi, you're not having a boyfriend behind my back, are you? Chen Shuji felt puzzled, but a little vain. No, just getting married soon. Downstairs in your dorm, there's a handsome guy claiming to be your boyfriend. Chen Shuji hurriedly asked over the phone. Who did you say claimed to be my boyfriend? Where did I get a boyfriend? Su Xiaomian, I knew you didn't. Go downstairs first. There's someone trying to discredit you. Shuqi Chen, huh? What are you saying? Why can't I understand? Su Xiaoming, oops, you'll know when you come down. After saying that, Su Xiaoming hung up the phone. Su Xiaoming was on speakerphone, and the microphone was turned up to the maximum, so everyone present heard what the schoolgirl said. The schoolgirl herself said she doesn't have a boyfriend. The scene became awkward for a moment. Li Shuijie was also a bit at a loss to explain. Su Xiaoming shrugged after hanging up the phone. See, Shuqi said she doesn't have a boyfriend. Wow, this thing is getting interesting. Can it be that this handsome guy is trying to chase the schoolgirl but hasn't gotten there yet? For a moment I didn't know whether to feel sad for the handsome man or happy for myself. What are you happy about? Handsome guys don't belong to schoolgirls, so that means I still have a chance. Come on you, don't dream. They even rejected the music department's flower, the school's second most popular goddess Su. Just you? Don't dream. That's not necessarily true. Every flower has its own eye. Every turnip has its own favorite. Maybe they like my kind. People reject Goddess Su because he likes the school flower one. Are you as pretty as the school beauty? Do you have the long legs, thin ass, big boobs and good body ratio of a schoolgirl? Obviously. None of them, so don't dream about it. When Su Xiaomian saw Li Shuijie's embarrassed face, she also regretted a little, worrying if she was being too disrespectful to the handsome man. The handsome man will be even less impressed with himself by then. Then he hastened to give the step down. Su Xiaoming, handsome. In fact, you want to chase our schoolgirls cannot chase is also very normal. You know our school grass chasing the schoolgirls for several years have not chased it. And, I'll be honest with you, if you really want to chase Shuqi it's better to give up. I as her BFF can tell you directly that there's no way she'll be with you. How about, dudes consider me? I can be sweet or milky or flirtatious or imperial, depending on which one you like. I like schoolgirls. Although Li Shuijie had to admit that Su Xiaoming was indeed also very beautiful, but he didn't like just anyone. And now that Shuqi Chen has his child, they're definitely getting married. Even if they don't tie the knot for a short time, it's only a matter of time. The schoolgirl's wife has such a high face value that the child she gives birth to must not be ugly either. Must be either a big handsome guy or a little fairy. When the time comes, he will be holding the school's beautiful wife in one hand, holding the child in the other hand, and carrying the childcare fund system. He will be a proper winner in life. Su Xiaoming, however, has a more and more courageous frame. She has always been bold. It is not easy to run into a look at the eyes. How can easily miss? She'd never been rejected like that in all her life. She directly cupped Li Shuijie's face with both hands. Man, you managed to get my attention. Su Xiaoming's sudden movement startled Li Shuijie and he forgot to resist for a moment. Su Xiaomian saw that Li Shuijie did not avoid, but even more directly intended to forcefully kiss up. Warning, warning, host. Sensed the host's heartbeat accelerated. There is an attempt to derail the idea of extreme behavior appeared. Please within 5 seconds to clear such ideas and eliminate. Otherwise we'll get the system lifelong infertility plus JJ short 10 centimeters of the ultimate punishment. Li Shuijie's brain instantly cleared, and sober as can be, he pushed Su Xiaomian away as soon as he could. Then Li Shuijie looked at Su Xiaomian with firm eyes. No need. I only like Shuqi Chen. Chen Shuji was hung up with a dumbfounded look on her face. That's when another roommate ran into the dorm with a gossipy face. Shuqi, why are you still here? You don't even know. Downstairs is buzzing right now. What happened downstairs? There's a big handsome guy downstairs in our dormitory. Su Department Flower confessed her love to someone and was rejected. And that person claimed to be your boyfriend. My boyfriend? Don't be ridiculous. Where would I get a boyfriend? Although she has kids, she really doesn't have a boyfriend. Li Shuijie can only be considered a fiancé. Chen Shuji hung up the phone and walked down the stairs. Sure enough there was a lot of activity downstairs. Look at that. The schoolgirl is coming down. This is going to be a good show. When Su Xiaomian saw Chen Shuji coming down, she walked up and pulled the person in front of Li Shuaijie. Su Xiaoming asked, pointing at Li Shuaijie. Shuki, do you recognize this man? Chen Shuji nodded. Of course I know you. What's wrong with you about him? Su Xiaoming held her red face. Really can't say that she just sent a kiss from the Lord but was rejected. This was simply a strange shame for her. Su Xiaoming. No, Shuki, just now your friend was joking with me. I'm not kidding. Shuki, you just said you don't have a boyfriend, right? Chen Shuji glanced at Li Shuaijie somewhat sheepishly. I don't think they're considered boyfriend and girlfriend now. At least Li Shuaijie hasn't officially confessed to her or established a relationship, although they already have children. Yeah, this makes me feel relieved. Su Xiaoming pulled Li Shuaijie to her side. I declare that I, Su Xiaomian, will chase him. Both Li Shuaijie and Chen Shuji were shocked after hearing these words. Chen Shuji's big, beautiful, grape-like eyes glared at Li Shuaijie, and her face instantly changed. Li Shuaijie realized that something was wrong when he saw Chen Shuji's eyes and was afraid that Chen Shuji would get angry. Hurrying to explain, Shu Qi, don't misunderstand. Ms. Su, don't joke. I said the only one I like is Chen Shuji. How do you know my last name is Su? Which school are you from? Is my charm so great that it's spread to other schools? Su Xiaoming hadn't realized her best friend's anger, and said as she proudly ruffled her long hair. Chen Shuji said in a cold voice, Li Shuaijie, do you have nothing to explain to me? Li Shuaijie was at a loss for words and had nowhere to put his hands, completely at a loss as to how to explain. Shu Qi, I did. You believe me. I really didn't do anything to wrong you. As soon as Su Xiaoming heard this, wait, Shu Qi, what did you just call him? Chapter 31, accompanying the schoolgirl's wife to the engagement banquet. Shuki, am I out of my earshot? What did you just call him? Su Xiaoming, take a closer look at who he is? Su Xiaoming looked at Li Shuaijie. I look closely. I cannot see how to look more closely. Asterisk. You don't say. The more you say it, the more I feel as if. It's really. Cough. Miss Su. It's not like. I am. Look at this. You always recognize it. Li Shuaijie took his black-rimmed glasses out of his pocket and put them on his eyes. Sure enough, as soon as he put on his glasses, Su Xiaoming instantly recognized him. He's really. It's that beggar man. Li Shuaijie. Su Xiaoming looked up to the sky. Ah. No, I don't believe it. How is it possible? Li Shuaijie also opened his mouth. Miss Su, I'm really Li Shuaijie. If you don't believe me, I can take my ID card to show you. Don't show me. God. This world is so metaphysical. It's too embarrassing. Li Shuaijie, you. Which plastic surgery hospital did you go to get your face done? And are you a skin changer? I really didn't. It was just a simple change of look. Su Xiaoming covered her ears. No, you guys don't say it. This matter is too embarrassing. I have to go. Slow down. Shuqi Chen, Cotton, where are you going? Su Xiaomian ran away lifelessly. While running, he said, leave me alone. Let me calm down. And don't mention this matter again. Whoever mentions it will be angry with me. The surrounding people who knew Li Shuaijie were also all dumbstruck one by one. And Sariri, who was in the crowd, barely managed to hold on to her 10 centimeters heels and stumbled back 2 steps. Li Shuaijie, is it really him? When did he change so much? Could this Li Shuaijie have been hiding it from her? In fact, he is a rich second-generation thing, and even deliberately pretended to be poor and ugly in front of him. It's been installed for 2 whole years. Was it to test her heart? After Su Xiaoming left the scene, only left Chen Shuji and Li Shuaijie and a group of already dumbfounded and unknown eaters. Why is Goddess Su gone? I still want to see the scene of 2 goddesses fighting over a man. How come it's over so quickly? Li Shuaijie? That's a name I remember. It seems like Si Lili used to have a licking dog named Li Shuaijie. It must be the same name. That man is a poor man. But why do I think it looks more and more like it? One of the people around them noticed that Sariri was also in the crowd. Hey, Lily, it's just that you're here. You quickly see if he's the same Li Shuaijie who used to chase you. It's none of my business if it's him or not. See Lily, as if she had been poked in the sore spot, stepped on her hateful heights and left in a hurry. And because Li Shuaijie had contact lenses and wore framed glasses, the 2 glasses together made his whole body dizzy. Just hurry up and take the glasses off. But it was such a gap that he took off his glasses to slow down from the vertigo. And when he turned around again, Chen Shuji was gone. Li Shuaijie hurriedly asked the people around him, where is Chen Shuji? The schoolgirl went back to her dormitory a long time ago. Li Shuijie sent a few messages to Chen Shuji, made a few phone calls but did not get a response after, also very helpless to return to the dormitory alone. At this time the dormitory happened to be only Zhang Yong a person. As soon as he entered the dormitory and opened the door, Zhang Yong froze for a moment before asking politely, "Classmate, who are you looking for?" Li Shuijie gave his roommate a blank look. "It's me." With the principle of being friendly and polite to newcomers, Zhang Yong smiled back. "Sorry, I'm a bit face-blind. Buddy, may I ask if you're from our school?" "Oh, I see. You can't be a transfer student looking for a dormitory. Then you're probably looking for the wrong one. Our dorms are all full. Why don't you ask another dorm if there's any openings?" "Ask what? I live here." Li Shuijie walked straight to his bed, and then sat down on his butt. Began to take off his shoes and socks and clothes. Wearing a suit and leather shoes shopping is really tiring. Can't figure out how those women walk all day in those high heels. "Hey classmate, this seat is taken. Can't you see? How can you just undress on someone else's bed? It's very rude, hey." Seeing that Zhang Yong hadn't recognized him yet, Li Shuijie somewhat intentionally tried to tease him. He crossed his legs and pretended he was tugging at Zhang Yong. "What if I just want to live here? Classmate, do you not understand human language?" Zhang Yong's tone changed towards this new ill-advised classmate. "I'm telling you, you better get your ass out of that bed now or you'll be in for a rude awakening when that roommate of mine comes back. And I'm telling you, he's not to be messed with. His uncle is a gangster and he's got a flower arm tattoo on his armpit." Li Shuijie, who was inexplicably crowned as the nephew of a triad boss, did not hold back his laughter as he looked at Zhang Yong's serious appearance. "How come I didn't know my uncle was a gangster? Where did you hear that?" "Me, of course. I'm a horse. I can't be blind." "You're Li. Zhang Yong. You're really going to laugh me to death. Make up a blind story, at least make up a decent one. The triad bosses are out. You're really Li Shuijie. When did you get plastic surgery?" "What plastic surgery? I was already handsome, okay? It's just that you guys never realized it." Day 2 Saturday. Platinum Royal Theme Hotel. Li Shuijie kept following behind Chen Shuji. Just now all the way Chen Shuji didn't talk to him. I don't know if she's still angry because of what happened yesterday. Li Shuijie didn't know how to go about explaining, and the two stayed frozen. Just then, He Qingyan was wearing a red backless engagement gown that was specially tailored for her, which set off her proud figure to the fullest. As she held onto the black suit wearing the Fu Hanyu walked over with a smile from not far away. "Shuki, you're here." Chen Shuji looked at how well matched the two stood together, as if these two were meant to be together, a natural pair. Li Shuijie looked at Chen Shuji. She was relieved to see that there was no change in her expression. He Qingyan walked up and handed Chen Shuji a cup of sake. Chen Shuji didn't go to pick it up, but instead touched her belly. "Sister Qingyan, Fu Hanyu was about to snatch the glass of wine that He Qingyan passed over when Li Shuijie was a step ahead. "Shuki, she can't drink. It's better if I drink for her." However, He Qingyan seemed to be unforgiving. "Shu Qi, this can be considered our wedding wine. You won't give us no face, right?" Chapter 32 Holding back drinks for the schoolgirl's wife. Chen Shuji took the glass of wine from Li Shuijie's hand after hearing He Qingyan's words. She glanced at Fu Hanyu and then at Li Shuijie. "Sister Qingyan is right. I shouldn't refuse the wedding wine. I'll just drink it. I sincerely wish you 100 years of happiness." Li Shuijie refused to give the glass back to Chen Shuji. "Shuki, you can't drink. Sister-in-law, like this. I'll drink 2 cups and drink the one for Shu Qi, okay? She really can't drink, so don't drink either." At this time, Fu Hanyu, who hadn't said anything on the side, snatched the wine glass and frowned and spoke unhappily. "Qingyan, have you forgotten about the little girl? Shu Qi, she's pregnant? Why are you still letting her drink?" "Alright, don't go too far." "Fu Hanyu, you said I'm excessive? Who is going too far?" "You remembered that she was pregnant, but do you remember that I, your wife, am also pregnant? I'm the one carrying your child. You'd rather care about a woman who was pregnant with someone else's child than care about me for a second. Am I really not important to you at all?" Fu Hanyu frowned. "Alright, He Qingyan, what are you rambling on about here again? I'm imagining things? Was I the one who was imagining things? I just drank so much with your big client for your so-called broken face. Did you think for 1 second that I'm pregnant too, and that alcohol this is hurting me too?" Fu Hanyu still frowned. "Can you be the same as her? And Shu Qi wouldn't have been able to drink in the first place." He Qingyan looked at Fu Hanyu. "Right, it's not the same. Of course it's not the same. I had to start learning to cater to all sorts of people from a young age, just wanting to survive. Whereas she grew up playing with Barbie dolls and pampering herself in her dad's arms, she's a little princess who grew up being pampered. How can this be the same? Sister Qingyan, don't be angry. Brother Han Yu, he doesn't mean this. Being angry is not good for the baby. And today is also considered your happy day. Don't be angry. Chen Shuji saw that the atmosphere was not right and also hurriedly persuaded. She's here for the engagement ceremony. Although the original decision to bring Li Shuijie is also in order to maintain their own a little bit of small self-esteem. After all, the original inexplicable pigeon is also very angry. But she'd gotten over it a long time ago and didn't want to see it. He Qingyan continued to look at Fu Hanyu and asked, Fu Hanyu, tell me directly, do you regret getting engaged to me? Fu Hanyu avoided the scrutiny of He Qingyan's gaze. Qingyan, stop it. I've agreed to marry you. What else do you want? He Qingyan's eyes contained clear tears. So, you've always felt that I forced you to get married? I'm the one who tied you up with a child, right? He Qingyan laughed coldly, mockingly, looking at Fu Hanyu, his eyes dense. Fu Hanyu, I didn't say that. In that case, the marriage. Let's not get married. I'll raise the child myself. He Qingyan let go of Fu Hanyu's arm. The tears contained in his eyes that had been faltering also dripped down into his glass, and then drank the wine from the glass he was holding in his hand. Chen Shuji hurriedly snatched the wineglass from He Qingyan's hand. Sister Qingyan, you can't drink so much. He Qingyan smiled and looked at Chen Shuji, wiping away her tears. Don't worry, this is specially customized and won't harm the fetus. When he finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Shuji, and then at Li Shuijie, who had been looking at Chen Shuji next to him, with envy in his tone. You're much luckier than me. After saying this, he walked away without looking back. This made Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji, who were standing on the side, not know what to do for a moment. Brother Hanyu, how can you say that? Go after them. Fu Hanyu was unimpressed. It's fine, she'll be back on her own in a while. And Chen Shuji was a bit anxious. You, really? How can you be like this? Li Shuijie said. Shuchi, go check on your sister-in-law. Don't leave her alone. Don't let anything happen in case something happens. Chen Shuji nodded. Good. Then it went after them as well. Li Shuijie patted Fu Hanyu's shoulder. Senior Fu, you're not right. Your woman worked hard to carry your child. You should care about her at this time. How can you say that kind of words? Fu Hanyu frowned. That was all her own fault. I didn't force her. I also told her to abort the child. It was her own unwillingness. Senior, do you know, also as a man, after hearing this sentence of yours, I can't help but want to punch you. Your sentence is really scummy. You said that it was her own fault. Is this kind of thing a slap in the face? Could she have gotten pregnant without you? Do you really like her? Fu Hanyu's eyes flashed with a hint of implied anger. Not like that. If you don't like it, why did you marry her? Fu Hanyu, don't you know? Because she's pregnant and insisted on having the baby. That's why I said it's her own fault. She knows I don't like her, but she's still making a fool out of herself. Li Shuijie stayed silent. He couldn't accept Fu Hanyu's point of view on his own. But that's someone else's business. To put it mildly, he wouldn't do this kind of thing. But he couldn't stop others from doing this kind of thing. And he couldn't sway other people's minds. But at this moment, his admiration for the genius teenager Fu Hanyu also instantly disappeared. Fu Hanyu took an annoyed sip of wine. When did you and Shu Qi meet? Li Shuijie sensed something was wrong. I've known her for 2 years. What Li Shuijie said was the truth. He had heard everyone discussing the school flower Chen Shuji from the moment he stepped into Suhai University. She was the high-flying goddess to all the boys. At that time, Li Shuijie felt that the distance between the two of them was even farther than the distance from the sun to Neptune. And he was self-aware of himself, so he never wanted to think about the goddess. Totally never thought that there would be a day when the relationship with Chen Shuji could become like this. It really was more than he could ever dream of. 2 years. I've known her for over a decade. Li Shuijie sensed the hostility in Fu Hanyu's words. Senior, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. Senpai, you like Shu Qi, don't you? Fu Hanyu froze. No, I just treat her as a sister. Sister? Really scummy. Fu Hanyu, this sentence, you can fool her but can't fool me. From that day in the hospital I could see it in your eyes. Fu Hanyu sneered. Senior isn't even called anymore? Li Shuijie disdainfully said. A scum like you really doesn't deserve me to call you senior. Something's wrong. There was a car accident outside the hotel. A pregnant woman was hit by a car. She's hemorrhaging. When Li Shuijie heard this, his entire brain buzzed. The body is even the whole stiff. But soon he reacted and immediately rushed out. The heart kept praying. Shuki, don't let anything happen. Chapter 33, Schoolgirl's Wife in a Car Accident? When Li Shuijie and Fu Hanyu ran out in a panic, they only saw many people gathered together. My legs were shaking and my heart felt like a drum when I saw so much blood. He kept praying in his mind that nothing would happen. From behind the crowd, he shouted, Shuki, Shuki, but no one answered him. This made Li Shuijie panic. Emergency vehicles and police arrived on the scene early. The sound of the police car's alarm bell and the ambulance's emergency sounds are so loud that it makes your heart skip a beat. The next thing that came into view was the blood all over the ground, like the setting sun, coloring the entire land red. When Li Shuijie squeezed in, he saw that the ambulance had already driven away from the scene. Then he heard someone talking around him. I heard that the one who just got hit, that seems to be a pregnant woman. Yes, what a tragedy. 2 dead bodies. Jesus. Sin. The girl who got hit looked like she was pretty young. Yeah, and it looks pretty good looking. Li Shuijie grabbed one of the men's clothes, his voice trembling. Was the girl who was hit wearing a white dress? The 2 witnesses looked at each other in confirmation. Seems like it. Li Shuijie's heart thumped. Ah, I thought I remembered the red dress? Fu Hanyu also walked over at this moment and clutched the man's arm with a trembling hand when he heard it. What did you say? Fu Hanyu, I'm sorry. Did you just say that the person who got hit was a red dress or not? Or a white dress? The truth was that Fu Hanyu didn't want to hear either of those 2 responses. Yes, I remember it was a long white dress, and then the whole dress was stained red. Young girls. Very young. Good looking. White long dress. Still pregnant. Every single one of them is right. Could it really be Shuki? Li Shuijie stumbled backward as if he had lost all his strength. And on the sidelines, Fu Hanyu pulled Li Shuijie in time. Li Shuijie hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Chen Shuji. Do. The phone rang over and over again and stayed unanswered. And Li Shuijie has been reluctant to keep hanging up and calling and hanging up and calling. Still no answer. Just when Li Shuijie was about to go crazy with anxiety, Chen Shuji's phone call came in. Li Shuijie hurriedly picked up. Hey, Shuki, are you okay? Is everything okay? Hello, this is Sohai Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital. Are you the owner of the cell phone? For a moment, Li Shuijie's brain was completely unable to think. He didn't hear a word of what was said behind the phone. The little bit of luck that had just been saved was also instantly broken. Li Shuijie's entire body collapsed, chagrined and kept pounding himself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for not looking after Shuchi. Senior, you said that if something happens to Shuchi, what should I do? It's not confirmed yet. What are you doing? Fu Hanyu grabbed Li Shuijie's hand. I just got a call from the Soho Gynecology Department. Fu Hanyu's hand shook. If it's really her, what's the use of you being here like this? Let's hurry to the Sohai Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Right. Hurry to the hospital. Along the way, Li Shuijie's hand holding the steering wheel kept trembling. He couldn't help but pick up speed. Press the gas pedal all the way to the floor. Faster. What would normally be at least a 20-minute trip took him only 10 minutes to drive this time. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the hospital, Li Shuijie parked his car casually and rushed in directly without closing the door. Li Shuijie ran to the information desk. Wasn't there a pregnant woman who was sent to the hospital in a car accident just now? Is her name Chen Shuji? How is she? Chen Shuji? Right. You're a family member of a pregnant woman? That's great. The pregnant woman is hemorrhaging right now, and it just so happens that she needs her family's signature, and we're just in the process of contacting her family. You are. I'm the baby's father. Okay, you're coming with me. The nurse immediately rushed to the resuscitation room with Li Shuijie. The pregnant woman's family has arrived. He says he's the father. The nurse coming out of the resuscitation room to get the family to sign looked puzzled. Wait, you're the baby's father too? Li Shuijie? What do you mean also? Nurse, this man also says he is the father of the child. Li Shuijie looked at the man the nurse was talking about. The man was big and mean looking. Speak clearly. What is your relationship with my wife? You let go of me. I don't understand what you're saying. How can my girlfriend be your wife? Li Shuijie was certain that even if Chen Shuji was blind, she couldn't possibly look at this kind of man. So you're the little white boy my wife keeps outside. I didn't come looking for you, but you took the initiative to come to my door. Let's see how I'll deal with you. Hey, this is a hospital. If you want to make a scene, go out and make a scene. And I don't care which one of you is the baby's father. Now the pregnant woman is hemorrhaging and needs someone to sign, or she will die for sure. The man let go of his grip on Li Shuijie's collar as he signed the operation sheet. I married her. I'm her proper man. I sign. Lord Bao. You must keep my wife. Please. Okay, we got it. Don't worry about it. Li Shuijie looked toward the operation list. The patient's name is Chen Shuji. Now he was even more confused. Could he be looking for the wrong one? And when Li Shuijie was about to leave, the burly man from just now grabbed Li Shuijie. You want to leave? Don't go. Tell me clearly, is the child in my woman's belly really yours? Big brother. I don't know what's going on, but I seem to have gotten it wrong. What mistake? How can you be wrong about your own woman? Li Shuijie, no. Big brother. I seem to have really misrecognized. My girlfriend's name is Chen Shuji. I just read that it's not that name of your wife. What nonsense are you talking about? I can't understand. I'm just asking you, whose seed is in my wife's belly? Li Shuijie, big brother. This is a long story. I just thought that the one who got into a car accident was my girlfriend, but I realized that it wasn't, and now I can't find my girlfriend. Li Shuijie, can you let me go? I have to go find my girlfriend. Man, release you? No way. How do I know if it's you who's cheating? You have to wait for my wife to wake up before you can leave. Just when Li Shuijie didn't know what to do, suddenly a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Li Shuijie? Why did you come over too? Li Shuijie turned around violently. Chen Shuji was standing not far away with a bewildered face. Chapter 34, you can have another baby if you lose it. What will I do if you lose it? Chen Shuji's white dress was stained with blood as she stood with He Qingyan, who was wearing a red dress. Both were covered in blood. Li Shuijie immediately broke away from the burly man and rushed to Chen Shuji, holding the person tightly in his arms. Great. Shuki, you're fine. You scared me to death. I thought you were in a car accident. Shuchi Chen was hugged. Reaching out, he soothed Li Shuijie's back. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. It wasn't me who had the accident. Li Shuijie let go of Chen Shuji and asked with a worried face. Then are you injured anywhere? Why is there so much blood on your body? This blood isn't mine. It's that pregnant woman's. I just chased Sister Qingyan out. Just saw that someone had a car accident outside. And it happens to be a pregnant woman. Too. The two of us went up to help. And got into the ambulance with Qingyan-san on the way. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. And I was going to call you when I realized my cell phone was missing. How did you find your way here? Li Shuijie breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay. You have no idea. I just felt like the sky was falling. Chen Shuji blushed and gently patted Li Shuijie's chest. Her tone was unconsciously pouty. So are you worried about the baby? Or are you worried about me? Of course I'm worried about you. You can have another baby if you lose it. But if anything happens to you, how am I going to explain to your parents? To be honest, he was indeed stupid at that time and had forgotten that if something happened to Chen Shuji, then something would happen to the baby as well. At that time, the system would definitely notify him and punish him accordingly. But the system didn't react at all at that time. He should have guessed it long ago. Maybe it was really a matter of concern. He hadn't even considered that losing the baby would leave him without a system, and he'd become that beggar that no one looked down on again. Chen Shuji was originally quite happy when she heard the first half of the sentence, but the more she heard afterward, the more upset she became. Chen Shuji pouted. Oh, so you're just afraid that there's no way to explain to my parents? Li Shuijie, oops. No. Chen Shuji turned around. Humph. Shu Qi, don't be angry. He Qingyan, who was on the side, looked around Li Shuijie and did not find Fu Hanyu, and for a moment his eyes dimmed. He Qingyan asked, does Hanyu he know about this? Li Shuijie hurriedly replied. Senior, he knows, and he's also worried. He just came with me. He Qingyan smiled to himself. Is he worried about me? Or is he worried about Shu Qi? He Qingyan, alright, there's nothing for me here. I'll go back first. I'm tired too. Li Shuijie, Shu Qi is all yours. Li Shuijie stopped He Qingyan. Sister Qingyan, why don't you wait? Senior, he'll be here soon. No, he won't even worry about me. He Qingyan shook his head. Chen Shuji, Sister Qingyan, Kai Yanan. Fu Hanyu's voice suddenly rang out, and He Qingyan turned around violently. All at once, he fell into a warm embrace. Great, you're okay. He Qingyan was also confused. She had almost never felt such an anxious tone from Fu Hanyu towards her. Hanyu, don't be afraid, I'm fine. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things just now. Hanyu, I really should apologize to you. Li Shuijie is right. You are carrying my child. This is also a mistake I made, can't let you bear it alone. I will take good care of you and the baby in the future. He Qingyan's smile faded. It turns out that I'm just a mistake you made in your mind. But that's enough. I'm content to be by your side all the time. He Qingyan's face quickly raised into a smile again. It's true that such things as relationships are a matter of wishful thinking. The man who had just grabbed Li Shuaijie with a ferocious face reacted only after seeing this scene. So you are the men who saved my wife's life. The man scratched his head and looked embarrassed. Brother, I'm really sorry just now. I was the one who made a mistake. I thought you were my wife's mistress. Li Shuaijie, it's okay, I'm quite embarrassed too. He didn't expect to make such a mess either. Just then the lights went out in the operating room and the doctor stepped out of it. Congratulations. Fortunately these two ladies were handled well and resuscitated in time. Mother and child are safe. The burly man sat down on the floor at once. Then surprisingly, he began to cry loudly. And then a big burly man crying unimaginatively. Everyone there was confused. What's the matter, big guy? Your wife is fine and you got a big fat kid and you're still not happy? The big guy wiped his eyes and sniffled. No. I'm happy. I'm so happy. Everyone burst out laughing. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw this big strong brown man crying like this. Ha 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 ha. It was already dark when Li Shuaijie took Chen Shuji out of the hospital. And it was already very late. And the school's gate time had already passed. Li Shuaijie, we definitely can't go back to school now. What should we do? Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuji. White dress is full of blood. So go back even if the hostile ants open the door. Along the way we'll certainly be scared to death. Why don't we just stay outside tonight? I'll look for a hotel nearby. Chen Shuji reddened her face. Staying in a hotel? Just the two of us. It's not too good. Li Shuaijie looked at the shy Chen Shuji and involuntarily swallowed his saliva. Just thinking about it made him feel a little excited. Well, is there anything else you can do? Chen Shuji touched her stomach. She was still a pregnant woman. Li Shuaijie, I don't think he would do anything to a pregnant woman. Chen Shuji thought about it. It seems like there really isn't any other way. Li Shuaijie took out his cell phone and searched for half a day to find that only the Golden Smoky Bay Hotel had empty rooms nearby. Li Shuaijie immediately took Chen Shuji to Golden Smoke Bay. Perhaps it was the hotel receptionist who saw the bloodstains all over Chen Shuji's body and clothes. It was also the middle of the night, so he inquired with some concern. Why is there so much blood on Miss? Is this an injury? Do you need our hotel to help send you to the hospital? He said and took another scrutinizing look at Li Shuaijie. A man alone, a woman alone, and it's the middle of the night, and a man brings a beautiful woman covered in blood to a hotel, which is, how you look at it, a little scary. Or, if there is anything you need help with, miss, you can let us know at the hotel. Chen Shuji knew that Li Shuaijie was misunderstood, hurriedly explained. No, you guys misunderstood. We have nothing that needs help. And also this is not my blood. Not your blood? Then whose is it? Chapter 35, the first time I stayed in a presidential suite with a schoolgirl. The person at the front desk of the hotel obviously looked even more frightened when she heard Chen Shuji say that the blood wasn't hers. Is it possible that these two men are murderers, and that they are in cahoots? Li Shuaijie, continue like this, it is likely that two people to be taken away by the police. Uncle hurriedly explained again. You do not guess. She is on these blood is a pregnant woman. That pregnant woman, she had a car accident. And then she saved that pregnant woman. If you do not believe, you can call the hospital to ask. After Li Shuaijie explained, the hotel staff also took their ID cards to verify their identity through the public security system to confirm that there is nothing wrong before they can help them check in. Because originally on the way Chen Shuji had already talked to him about booking 2 rooms, 1 single room each. As a result, when the hotel receptionist checked in, he found that there was no room but the last king-size room. At this time, Chen Shuji spoke up. Why don't we see if there's another hotel? She's still a little embarrassed about 2 people sharing a room. It so happens that at this time came another couple. Because Li Shuaijie, they are the first to come. The hotel in line with the principle of first come first served, or first asked for their opinions. As a result, Chen Shuji hadn't said anything. Then the couple booked the last room straight away. The man in the couple kindly reminded, now is the peak of the tourist season. Not to mention the hotel. The small hotel is also full of people. If it wasn't for the fact that we couldn't find a cheap hotel, how could the 2 of us, a pair of poor students who came to visit, stay in such an expensive hotel? Chen Shuji was also anxious after hearing this. What about Li Shuaijie? It's all my fault. This is great. We all have no room to stay. Li Shuaijie hurriedly comforted. It's fine. Don't worry. At this time came another pair of men and women. The man hung a large gold chain around his neck. Big belly, short, like the movie and TV drama Wu De Lang. Looks at least 40 or more. And the woman looked no more than 20 years old. all dressed up in designer labels with mink, big red flaming lips, a pair of hateful eyes, and holding a man on her arm. When the two of them passed by Chin Shuchi, the man looked at Chin Shuchi wistfully, and then was seen by the woman, who intentionally bumped into Chin Shuchi's shoulder as she walked by. Then a soft grunt of disdain. Chin Shuji stumbled backward twice, and Li Shuijie immediately wrapped his arms around his waist. Be careful. Chin Shuji looked up at Li Shuijie. Her earlobes flushed red. The man couldn't help but look back a few more times as he walked by, and he had to say that even though Chin Shuji was in a mess right now, just looking at that stunning face was enough to make one's heart flutter. Li Shuijie walked in front of Chin Shuji, blocking the man's lewd line of sight. The man frowned at that. The man is so blind. That flaming red-lipped woman also shook the man's arm at this time and said in dissatisfaction, "Hubby, what are you looking at? If you're like this, people can get angry. That woman, her body is dirty, and she doesn't know what she's doing. What's there to see?" The man saw the situation and hurriedly coaxed, well, baby, not angry, not angry. You are the most good-looking. Husband loves you the most. A moment to buy a bag for you, okay? Just the one you fancy. 18,000. Really? Hubby is the best. Mooah. The woman kissed the man. And instantly, the greasy, pig-like man had a big red lip mark on his face. Hey, book me a room with the best king-size bed. The man knocked on the front desktop with a gold bravery string in his hand. The receptionist looked guilty. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have any king rooms here. So what other rooms are there? A twin room will do. I'm in a hurry. Front desk. Sorry, there aren't any rooms available right now. The man seemed to be angry. His big meaty palm slammed heavily on the reception desk. What's wrong with you guys? Such a big hotel doesn't even have a room? I must stay in your hotel today. Otherwise I will complain about you. Front desk, there really isn't any more. If you don't believe me, sir, you can see for yourself. We only have a presidential suite now. The woman on the side took hold of the man's arm and let out a delicate and petulant sound. Husband, I haven't stayed in the presidential suite yet. Look at this. There are no other rooms. Why don't we just book it? I only saw the man touching a handful of the woman's cheeks with a lewd expression. Then you'll have to behave yourself in a while. Don't worry, hubby, you'll be satisfied in a while. The man wrapped his arms around the woman's waist, then rubbed her round as hard. A presidential suite. Swipe your card. The man handed over his bank card. Receptionist, yes sir, just a moment. I'm sorry, you don't have enough balance on your card. How can it be? There are still tens of thousands of dollars in there. Front desk, excuse me, sir, our hotel's presidential suite is $888,888 a night. What did you say? $888,888? I'm going to the Trade and Industry Bureau to report you. Front desk, sir, our presidential suite to enjoy the supreme VVIP level treatment. Inside the equipment has everything, only you cannot think of. No, we do not have. And we are clearly marked price. Is your own choice to live in the presidential suite? How can you blame us? This room of yours is so expensive. Who can afford it? And at that moment, Li Shuijie, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. We both live. Chen Shuchi pulled Li Shuijie. $880,000 a night. Or forget it. It's okay. It's not expensive. The man looked at the brat next to him with disbelief. But it was just a student's look. What are you pretending here? He couldn't believe that for $880,000. This kid really swiped it casually. Receptionist, yes sir, how do I pay please? Swipe. Li Shuijie thought that he had not lived in the presidential suite, which took advantage of the fund of the flower system to rub the light of Chen Shuji. The receptionist took the card with both hands and swiped it toward the POS. Swipe successful. And the woman immediately looked at Li Shuijie with a look of admiration and hit the ground running. This handsome man is handsome, young and rich. I really don't know where is the rich second generation. In case he is caught by himself, he doesn't need to serve this fat head and ears long like a piggy bank man. The thought of serving this man for what was clearly 3 minutes at a time and asking her hard, cool ass. It still hurts from being stuck with a needle. He didn't feel that bit at all. And Li Shuijie, at first glance, is young and strong, must be very energetic. Chapter 36. Schoolgirl's wife crashes into Li Shuijie who just came up from the pool. Shyness. Front desk, check-in has been processed. Sir and miss, you please follow me. Come on, Shuki, let's get a feel for what an $880,000 presidential suite feels like. Li Shuijie took the initiative to go forward and pull on Chen Shuji's hand. Chen Shuji was held in the palm of Li Shuijie's warm and broad hand. First froze, looked up and just met Li Shuijie's eyes. Without glasses, Li Shuijie has eyes and eyebrows and long eyelashes. Extraordinarily good looking. Chen Shuji blushed slightly, didn't refuse. When Li Shuijie pulled Chen Shuji forward, the flaming red lips woman also enchantingly twisted her waist and walked over. And when she walked to Li Shuijie's side, she purposely tilted her feet, and the whole person was about to fall into Li Shuijie's body. Handsome. Li Shuijie subconsciously reached out, and when he had just held the person up, he smelled the strong perfume on the woman. Li Shuijie didn't hold back. His nose itched and he sneezed a big sneeze. Achoo! He hurriedly withdrew his hand and covered his mouth and nose. Achoo achoo dash. It was followed by sneeze after sneeze, and I couldn't stop it. The woman did not expect that. She clearly watched Li Shuijie extend his hand and then retracted it. For a moment, he didn't stand still and snapped straight to the ground, letting out a cry of dismay. The greasy man saw this and rushed forward to help the woman up. Baby, are you okay? Does it hurt? The woman was unforgiving and pointed at Li Shuijie. I'm sorry, it's him who caused me to fall, and I twisted my foot and asked him to help me. Chen Shuji walked over. You can eat nonsense, but don't talk nonsense. It's obvious that you fell by yourself. What's it got to do with us? I don't care. He's the one who made me fall. If he had helped me, how could I have fallen? The man also said. That's it. You brat. Did you do it on purpose? Can't you see that she twisted her foot walking over here, and you couldn't help her just now? Li Shuijie hurriedly went forward and apologized. Sorry, achoo. I'm allergic to perfume. Auntie, are you alright? Achoo dash. Auntie, you'd better stay away from me. Can't help but sneeze. Who are you calling auntie? The woman heard Li Shuijie call her aunt and instantly became furious. I didn't. Achoo, I just sneezed. Then help me up. I'll forgive you. The woman reached out for Li Shuijie to reach out and pull him up. Good. Li Shuijie reached out, and the woman looked at Chen Shuji with a smug smile. Just as their hands were about to touch, achoo dash. Li Shuijie sneezed again, and this time it was even directly on the woman's delicate makeup. The woman's face became progressively distorted. Li Shuijie, however, took the opportunity to hurriedly pull on Chen Shuji. No, I can't take it anymore. Achoo Shuchi, let's get out of here. The receptionist led them to the door of the presidential suite. Then he handed the room card to Li Shuijie. The waiter glanced ambiguously at the two. The entire staff of Golden Smoke Bay wishes you a wonderful evening inside. We have all the necessary equipment and supplies for you to use. Shuchi Chen didn't know what the necessary supplies were at first, until she finally understood when she saw those various birth control supplies when she opened her nightstand after entering her room. Sir, miss, our hotel offers a service to clean clothes. If you need it, you can ring the bell for us. Li Shuijie responded. Yes, we do need it. Yes sir. The entire staff of the Golden Smoky Bay Hotel is at your service. Li Shuijie took a stroll through all of the nearly 300 square meter presidential suite. That waitress really wasn't lying. It really has everything. There is even a swimming pool and private hot tub outside. Wow. There's actually a private soup bath here. I haven't soaked in a hot spring for a long time. I'm going to have a good soak. Chen Shuji was delighted when she saw that there was a private hot spring. Li Shuijie remembered that before when he was a child, his parents had not died when they used to go to the hot springs club as a family to take a bath. But at that time the hot springs club would not allow a pregnant woman to enter, saying that pregnant women cannot soak in the hot springs. But I've heard before that you can't soak in hot springs when you're pregnant. Chen Shuji looked regretful. Really? That's too bad. Li Shuijie comforted. Shuchi, if you like to soak in hot springs, when the child is born, I will definitely take you to soak in the hot springs, and I will buy you a hot spring clubhouse by then. Shuchi Chen, forget it. If you can't take a dip, then don't. But don't paint me a big picture of what's to come. Let's talk about it later. I'll just go straight to the shower. Li Shuijie watched Chen Shuji enter the shower. He knocked on the door, suddenly remembering what the hotel attendant had said. Shu Qi, you take off your clothes and give them to me. I'll have the attendant wash our dirty clothes first. Otherwise we won't have anything to wear tomorrow. Chen Shuji answered from inside. Good. Then the door to the shower opened a little and a pair of pale, bare arms stretched out. Here. Li Shuijie reached for the clothes. After he got his clothes, the bathroom door was closed again. Seeing that there was only one skirt, Li Shuijie was just about to open his mouth to ask, when the bra and panties wrapped inside the skirt fell out. Li Shuijie hurriedly bent down to pick it up. Chen Shuji's bra was held in his hand, and all he could think about was that those two big white rabbits were wrapped in this thing. He suddenly remembered how he felt that night and his body began to burn. Chen Shuji's body was much more comfortable after taking a shower, and the entire presidential suite was equipped with a thermostat system, which always maintained the most suitable temperature for the human body, so it doesn't feel cold at all. Walking to the mirror with wet hair. Dry your body. Since she didn't have a change of clothes, she could only wear a robe prepared by the hotel, and how it's not very comfortable to be naked with nothing on inside. Thinking that he would have to go out like this to be under the same roof with Li Shuijie in a while. A lone man and a woman. In case of a brush with fire like last time, Li Shuijie also stripped clean, and he set his destination by placing the two men's clothes in the dirty clothes basket and placing them in the delivery robot basket that the hotel had specially prepared for its guests. He walked over to the pool, changed into the disposable swim trunks that the hotel had prepared, and jumped in at once. Not many people actually know that Li Shuijie is a swimmer. Come to that. When he was in high school, he was almost chosen by the national team. Only then he heard that entering the national team required a lot of suffering and even love relationships were restricted, so he finally gave up. But swimming has always been his hobby, and he squeezes in a little time every week, no matter how busy he is. After swimming several laps in the pool, and finally consuming some of the yellow waste in my brain by exerting myself, I climbed into the pool. As a result, he had just gone up to the pool when he ran into Shuqi Chen, who had come to look for him. Chapter 37 Confessed to the schoolgirl's wife. Let's try it together. Chen Shuji also realized that she couldn't find Li Shuijie anywhere. She was alone in such a big room. She was a bit scared, so she came out to look for someone. I looked everywhere, but I didn't expect to run into Li Shuijie just coming out of the pool. His face instantly turned red after seeing Li Shuijie's body. Dressing up is skinny and undressing is meaty, says Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie has actually been very strict about his body management, so he has abs if he wants them, and mermaid lines if he wants them. It just looks a little thinner, but it's actually quite physical. It's just that he's a person who doesn't like to dress himself up. It's all about how comfortable he is. Chen Shuji subconsciously glanced somewhere, and then she was shocked. Surprisingly so in this case too. No wonder I was in so much pain the other night, and I can't believe it was just that one night that I was hit. But I remember that night Li Shuijie was really quite something. Tossed and turned her several times a night. Li Shuijie took the initiative to go forward after seeing Chen Shuji arrive. Shuji, why are you here? Embarrassed, Chen Shuji hurriedly retracted her eyes and then turned around. She just actually stared at people in that spot. It won't be taken for a pervert. Chen Shuji stammered. That's just the hotel called to ask if you want to prepare a late night snack. I want to ask if you are hungry what you want to eat. Late night snack? Worthy of the presidential suite treatment. The service is so good? Good. It just so happens that I'm also a bit hungry after swimming, but I'll eat whatever I want. Take your pick. Li Shuijie climbed onto the shore and hurriedly took a towel and draped it over himself to shield himself. I just saw Chen Shuji wearing a large v-neck robe prepared by the hotel, with the view inside hidden. Especially when it suddenly occurred to her that her clothes had been taken to the hotel to be washed, and there must be a vacuum in them now. His second brother, who had just been eased down by swimming, was once again on the prowl. Plus, he didn't have any outer pants right now, so he was afraid it wouldn't be good if Shuki saw him. Both men had a red face, each with their own thoughts. Then I'll go and call the front desk and ask them to send it here. Chen Shuji was in a hurry to run out, but she didn't realize that the side of the pool was full of water. It was too slippery, and she was barefooted, so she directly slipped under her feet, and her body fell into the pool in an unsteady manner. Just when Chen Shuji thought that she would definitely fall into the pool, she subconsciously closed her eyes directly and suddenly fell into a hot and rolling embrace. Li Shuijie see people want to fall immediately 3 steps and 2 steps, darted over and grabbed Chen Shuji's hand, will be pulled back, and this pull, will be Chen Shuji's robe bound by the harness on the loose open. Chen Shuji opened her eyes and looked. Of course the person who caught his eye was Li Shuijie. Be careful. Li Shuijie's voice was raspy and seemed particularly sexy at the moment. The protruding knot in his throat was also sliding up and down. Thank you. You saved me and the baby once again. Chen Shuji said thank you. She can't swim. She will definitely be choked when she falls. If she herself is okay, but she is pregnant now. She will definitely hurt the baby. No, as the baby's father, and your future husband, protecting you and the baby is all I should do. Suddenly Chen Shuji, who was still in the crook of Li Shuijie's arm, had her robe completely loosened up all of a sudden, and was thus nakedly displayed in front of Li Shuijie, while she herself was still unaware of it at the moment. Li Shuijie first pupil earthquake. the body more honest than the brain to look from head to toe, and then forcing myself to look away. That, Shuki, your clothes. What? It was only now that Chen Shuji felt a coldness in her chest and looked down. She hurriedly wrapped herself up and refastened the robe straps. No looking. Chen Shuji's face instantly turned as red as a steamer. Li Shuijie, however, felt that such Chen Shuji was very cute. Shuji, we both have been honest with each other. And we even have a child. Why are you still so shy? No, it's not the same. What have you seen? Li Shuijie, would you believe me if I said I didn't see anything? Shuqi Chen, how can that be? I don't believe the liar. The corner of Li Shuijie's mouth hooked. Then what if I say I saw everything and saw it clearly? Shuqi Chen, you. Then you're a pervert. Why don't you close your eyes? A man would have to look at a beautiful fruit for nothing, wouldn't he? That's not cute. What? I didn't react either. But, Shu-Chi, in fact, can't the two of us take a step closer to each other? If you think it's too fast to get married right away, the two of us can also try to fall in love first. Chen Shuji breathed a sigh of relief. In love? Yeah, we can start with a relationship so you can have a full experience from love to marriage. I promise you. Don't worry, I'll be a good boyfriend to you, a husband to you later on, and a passable dad. I'll think about it. Chen Shuji had to admit that she was actually moved. In fact, even though she was the school's top girl, it was indeed the first time she had received such a face-to-face confession of deep love. Those words that are shouted all day at school saying I love you schoolgirl don't count. Li Shuijie, a little past that. Have you thought about it? Shuqi Chen, which is so fast? Li Shuijie suddenly came closer. Well, let's slow down a bit then. Chen Shuqi knew that Li Shuijie was teasing her again. You're being a hooligan. Weren't you the one who said it was too fast? So am I wrong to say slower? Chen Shuqi turned around with a bashful red face. No, ignore you. The whole person puffed up and was about to walk forward, but her feet slipped again, and although she stood firmly this time, she was a little afraid to walk. Just then, her entire body suddenly rose up in the air. Li Shuijie directly picked her up in a princess carry. It's too slippery in here. Let me carry you out. Chen Shuji was actually not a petite and cute type of figure, but at the moment, she was hugged by Li Shuijie so easily. She stayed peacefully in Li Shuijie's arms, with her face just enough to rest on her chest. Once again, I felt the hot chest that belonged to a man, and the sound of a strong heartbeat. Flop flop flop. For a moment, she didn't know if the heartbeat was hers or Li Shuijie's, but the two hearts are really close at the moment. Sugar Heart promises to update properly from now on. 2 chapters a day. If there's a lot of urging, we'll add more as appropriate. P.S. The first few chapters have been revised, so please reread them if you have read them. Move your golden fingers to get rich and click on the hypnosis and free gifts. Chapter 38, The First Kiss of the Schoolgirl's Wife. I just want to kiss you. Li Shuijie carefully placed Chen Shuji on the sofa. If you're hungry, let the hotel send food up first, then eat first. I'll go take a shower, cool down the heat. By the way, Chen Shuji blushed, perhaps because of the confession she had just made. Her entire voice was involuntarily delicate and soft. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Li Shuijie said. Don't wait for me. It might take longer. Why does it take a long time? Chen Shuji didn't understand how long it could take to just take a shower. Because there's some big problem that needs to be solved or something will happen. Chen Shuji still didn't understand. What big problem? Do you need my help then? Li Shuijie's breathing became heavier as he looked at Chen Shuji's stunningly beautiful face. Coupled with this misunderstanding conversation. You're not available now. There's plenty of opportunity to help later. After Li Shuijie finished speaking, he took big steps towards the shower room. At this moment, Chen Shuji still didn't understand the meaning of Li Shuijie's words, until a few minutes later. After hearing a low gasp coming from the bathroom room, Chen Shuji's face blushed furiously. It turns out that Li Shuijie was going to the bathroom. Chen Shuji ran to the room in order to keep herself from being filled with that kind of juvenile image, but she didn't know if the soundproofing was really too bad or what. She always felt like she could hear that low gasp from Li Shuijie no matter what room she was in. She wondered if there was something wrong with her ears, or even if she had tinnitus. When Li Shuijie came out of the bathroom, his body was still dripping with water, and only the lower half of his body was wrapped in a bath towel. Chen Shuji was sitting on the sofa waiting for Li Shuijie when she saw him walk past her with a cold face. Li Shuijie's short hair hadn't been dried yet, and a drop of water trickled down his pretty Danfeng eyes at the eyebrows, swirling around the place where his cheekbones were. Chen Shuji realized that ever since Li Shuaijie took off his glasses, she really felt more and more that his eyes were really pretty, but the whole face was red through and through. The Li Shuaijie who didn't smile at him made Chen Shuji a little uncomfortable, and in his heart, he kept guessing if it was because he just didn't accept Li Shuaijie's confession that made him unhappy, and felt that he was too pretentious. Chen Shuji took the initiative to go forward and said, "You came out just in time. I just asked the hotel to already send the night snacks. Have some." Li Shuaijie, because of the shower, feel uncomfortable eyes, took off the contact lenses, so now he, 1 meter away from the hazy unclear, 5 meters androgynous, 10 meters, 6 relatives do not recognize, 100 meters of human and animal indistinguishable, heard Chen Shuji's voice before he knew the original just Chen Shuji in front of him, and he also wondered if he had just flirted with Chen Shuji so that she had aversion to himself. This ing myopia. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a ding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden quest achievement, confessing with a pregnant woman. You may choose to strengthen your physical fitness in any of the following areas. I. Strength increased. 2. Height increased by 5 centimeters. 3. Visual acuity increased to 2. 0 with no astigmatism. 4. Alright, I'll take 3. It's decided. Okay, the system is upgrading for you. Please close your eyes for 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his successful promotion. Li Shuaijie opened his eyes, and sure enough, his eyes were clear. Shuqi Chen was sitting on the soft sofa beside herself with her legs together on her knees. Next to them were 2 steaks and a bottle of red wine, with a pair of burning heart candles and an aromatherapy scent being burned. Everything was so clear, and Li Shuaijie's excitement was beyond words. System, what was the fourth option just now? The fourth option is all of the above. Shuaijie Li, in my heart, I couldn't help but curse. Grass, dog system, friendly reminder. The host's thinking system can be detected. Oh, the system has the right to take back all the rewards obtained by the host. Li Shuaijie. I was wrong, system dad. Chen Shuji sat by the candles, and it is said that beauty is seen under the light. The flickering candlelight reflected on her face, softening her already stunningly beautiful face even more than usual. A little less high-flying goddess and a little more soft. As a matter of fact, Li Shuaijie had long since realized that perhaps it was because of her pregnancy, or perhaps she didn't understand it before. Chen Shuji's entire body was very soft since she was pregnant. It seems to be a little more of a maternal glow. He still remembered very clearly, a year ago when he entered Suhai University for the first time as a freshman. It was also the opening ceremony. At that time, Chen Shuji had a cold face, and she didn't smile once during the whole dance, but she was so beautiful that people unconsciously kept their eyes on her face. At that time, she was all high and mighty and did a sexy hot dance with a group of other schoolmates, but he remembered that after that dance that day, all the schoolmates were later sent flowers in various pursuits by all kinds of schoolboys, but only Chen Shuji, standing there alone, like a flower of the high ridge, which could only be viewed from afar, but not to be played with. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that such a flower of the high country would end up being plucked by him and bear him children. Chen Shuji poured 2 glasses of red wine, and handed one to Li Shuaijie. Would you like a glass of red wine? When Li Shuaijie saw Chen Shuji's cheeks flushed, he thought she had been drinking. Frowning slightly, red wine? Shuki, you're forgetting you can't drink right now. Chen Shuji beamed. I know, I didn't drink it. I don't drink it. I just poured it to see, but I looked at the quality. Chen Shuji took the glass of wine and handed it over. Do you want to taste it? The candle on the side was still burning, and he didn't know why he felt an inexplicable drunkenness when it was clear that the wine hadn't even hit his throat yet. Li Shuaijie unconsciously reached out his hand, but instead of receiving the wine glass, he directly grabbed onto Chen Shuji's soft and boneless yet delicate white fingers. Chen Shuji felt as if her hand had been electrocuted. The whole body was tingling. There was something wrong with the whole thing, including the way Li Shuaijie looked at her, like she had sweet juice added. The line of sight between the two grew more and more entwined. Li Shuaijie gulped and took the opportunity to pull the person into his arms as soon as he could. Shuki, can I kiss you? Chen Shuji froze, then nodded and closed her eyes. She thought that since she had already decided to have their child anyway, maybe a relationship with Li Shuaijie would be a good option now. Not the same kind of hot and fierce kiss that he had imagined the other night, but a fine and gentle one that fell on her forehead, the tip of her nose, and finally on her lips. Chen Shuji's body suddenly shuddered and unconsciously gulped. Aside from the last time, this was in fact the first time she had ever kissed. Relax, take it easy, I just want to kiss you. Don't worry. You're pregnant now. I won't do anything else to you. Chapter 39, Provocation from the Schoolgirl's Wife. Are you no good? Li Shuijie noticed how Chen Shuji seemed to be really nervous, as her whole body was trembling. He stopped kissing further down, instead switching to softly stroking her silky hair while softly soothing her. Shu Qi, don't be nervous. I really just thought you were too cute and wanted to kiss you. Don't worry. I have my measure. Just relax, okay? Perhaps because of Li Shuijie's assurance, Chen Shuji's originally scared and stiff body had indeed become softer. Even her breathing was not so rapid. Looking at how nervous Chen Shuji was just from a kiss, Li Shuijie knew that Chen Shuji had never experienced this before. Li Shuijie, in fact, what my classmates at school said, that I like Fu Han, you are all false. It's a rumor that I purposely put out in order to escape Jiang Tan's pursuit. Chen Shuji slightly pushed Li Shuijie and said seriously. She didn't know why she especially wanted to explain this matter clearly now. She was afraid that Li Shuijie would mind this matter. When Li Shuijie heard this, his heart felt much better. So he was not only her first man, but also her first love. And this is something that makes Li Shuijie's heart rejoice and leap for joy immensely. Although he didn't have a virginity complex, what man wouldn't want his girlfriend to be the only man from start to finish? Good girl, take it easy, relax. No, I'm not nervous, and besides, it's not like I haven't kissed before. Chen Shuji felt that her appearance was too humiliating and lame. She was at least the school flower of Suhai University. Oh, really? Really not nervous? Li Shuijie certainly didn't believe it, because Chen Shuji's performance was too green. So green that he was too embarrassed to go for it himself. Chen Shuji spoke a little louder with a weak heart. Of course, I'm the school beauty of Suhai University. Li Shuijie laughed. Well, I know, just billion ... but it's billion next to single, right? Chen Shuji was infuriated. She wanted to retort but didn't dare to look at Li Shuijie's eyes in front of her. How come she hadn't felt those eyes before? As if they were trying to seduce people's souls away. It was so foul. Chen Shuji's face reddened, not wanting to admit it. I warn you, you don't talk nonsense. What single side? Just a little bit of nervousness only. Li Shuijie, however, was unforgiving. Oh, was I the one who bull ******** Ted? I wonder who it was just now that I just kissed my forehead and started shaking all over nervously. Chen Shuji hurriedly denied. Who told you that shivering is nervousness? I wasn't nervous. It was cold. Because I was too cold. That's why I was shivering. Right. People shiver when they're cold. Do you have any common sense? Li Shuijie directly poked and prodded. Cold? But the temperature of the whole room has been adjusted to 27 degrees. The most suitable temperature for human body. This temperature. Are you still cold? Chen Shuji was not straight but still strong. I am just afraid of the cold. Can't I? Li Shuijie had a helpless face. Okay. I'm not going to kiss you anymore. Let's eat the steak. If we don't eat it, it'll really get cold. Li Shuijie let go of Chen Shuji and picked up the knife and fork for the steak. But Chen Shuji snatched the knife and fork over and stood in front of Li Shuijie with her waist crossed, as if she really wanted to prove that she really wasn't nervous or scared just now. I'm really not nervous, and I'm not scared. Fine. You're not scared. Shuki, be careful of getting naked again. Oh, if you get naked again this time, you can't blame me for not looking. Chen Shuji lowered her head and realized that the robe's strap was indeed loose again. She hurriedly refastened her robe. Then she seemed to be really trying to prove herself. She directly got up, stood on her tiptoes, hooked her hands around Li Shuijie's neck in front of her, and then leaned her body forward and took the initiative to send her lips. But she really couldn't kiss. She would just press her two lips together and turn them. She remembered watching TV shows that used to play out like this. Although Chen Shuji's kissing skills were a mess, this behavior was nothing more than adding fuel to the fire in Li Shuijie's eyes at the moment. He was already having a hard time holding back, and he was afraid of scaring Chen Shuji, and even more afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back, just in case a momentary spermatozoa gets the better of you in a while and you end up hurting your baby. It could be something he regrets for the rest of his life. The main reason is that right now, Chen Shuji has just been pregnant for 2 months, which is the most dangerous time. There should never be overly intense sex behavior. Don't ask him why he knows, because he had checked before. The first 2 months of pregnancy is very dangerous. The fetal image is not stable. If excessive tension or stimulation will have an effect, while after the 3rd month will be better. This time, the baby in the mother's stomach is a little more stable. you can carry out the appropriate harmony project. I can't blame him for having these thoughts in his head. What kind of man holding a beautiful woman like a flower in his arms doesn't still have his heart set on it? Even the Tang monk froze when he saw the king of the daughter kingdom. He's physically fit, mentally healthy, and he's just in his 20s, which is the peak of his hormonal burst, so it would be unusual if he didn't have some ideas. But he couldn't afford to be small. It's not like he's one of those animals that only thinks with his lower body. How can you not look at the big picture? Is it important to have a momentary physical pleasure or to live with a wife and children in the future? Holding a multi-trillion-dollar daddy fund? You don't even have to choose between the lesser and the greater. But the little fire he had managed to keep down by taking a cold shower was rekindled. Seeing that Li Shuijie didn't react, Chen Shuji had a red face and a smug look on her face. She even pretended to be very experienced. You were just talking about me. What are you waiting for now? Kiss me. You're not going to have your own sex and then not be able to do it, are you? No? Such words in the eyes of Li Shuijie were a provocation to his ability as a man. Say anything about him? Never say he can't. Li Shuijie pinched Chen Shuji's chin, lifted it up, and said in a mute voice, if I can't, how did the cubs in your belly get here? Chen Shuji was suddenly choked speechless for a moment. Humph. It's not fun. I'm not going to play aha dash. Chen Shuji's arm was just about to let go of Li Shuijie's neck when it was suddenly pulled back. Li Shuijie lowered his head and directly kissed Chen Shuji's lips. Chen Shuji's little cherry lips were soft and moist. This one was different from the last slapdash. Forced kiss at the hospital. Li Shuijie's movements were extraordinarily gentle, afraid that he might hurt her a little. Gradually Chen Shuji also entered the state. She felt like her whole person was walking on the clouds. Some floating but not real feeling, even involuntarily took the initiative to stand on tiptoe, and wrapped Li Shuijie's neck even more tightly, so that she could stand steadily, because she felt a little weak-legged and unsteady on her feet, and she was afraid to say so, and afraid of being laughed at. He had to climb on Li Shuijie's body with his whole body, using his strength to make himself able to stand a little more steadily. Several times in the middle of the process, she was about to lose her breath, and in the end, it was Li Shuijie who let go of her a little bit to let her catch her breath. In the end, until both of them had kissed their way to the bed at some point, both of them collapsed on the bed, and Chen Shuji let out a wailing sound. Chapter 40, Formalizing the Relationship with the Schoolgirl's Wife. It was this wooing that caused Li Shuijie's consciousness to suddenly become clear, and he immediately stopped. And at this time, Chen Shuji's eyes were hazy and foggy, a red swollen lips slightly open, as if accusing dissatisfaction, as well as full of questions. Li Shuijie swallowed again, hugging the person in his arms tighter. Good girl. Wait a little longer. Not now. At least another month. Li Shuijie didn't know whether he was talking to himself or Chen Shuji with these words. It was just that he knew if he kept this up, he would not be able to control it. And then really everything will be too much to take in. Chen Shuji buried her head. What do you mean wait a little longer? How did she make it seem like she was starving for food? While it felt really good to just float that way, she didn't want to just admit it. Chen Shuji realized that her robe was open again at some point. Just now the rabbit seemed to be playing in the palm of his hand with a big paw. She'd only experienced that feeling once, but that time she'd been in a completely different frame of mind than she was now. And back then she'd been drinking in order to bolster her courage, and she couldn't remember a lot of her feelings. And this time her consciousness was clear. Chen Shuji wanted to get up and hurriedly fasten her clothes, but her whole body was hugged very tightly. Be a good girl. Don't move yet. Let me hold you. Chen Shuji bashfully blushed. What she was being touched now she naturally knew why. She had to obediently stay still and let Li Shuijie hold her. She was actually quite touched. She'd heard that stopping halfway through the day can be hard and uncomfortable. And it's all come down to this. It's just a matter of the proverbial kick in the pants. But Li Shuijie put it away for her. Maybe it was really because she was pregnant with the baby, but at least it was also clear that he was a responsible man as well, or at least would definitely be a good father in the future. Chen Shuji spread a smile and reached out to touch her belly. In my heart, I silently read, baby, do you know that mom has found you a good father? Your dad endured a lot of hard work for you. You can be sure to be born and grow up in peace and health. Chen Shuji gradually began to fantasize a little about her future family life in Li Shuijie's arms. She felt that she was still lucky that the person she met in the first place was Li Shuijie. If she had changed to an unreliable man, she was afraid that she would not be in this state now. Perhaps she will break down, be overwhelmed, or even, will abort the baby. In fact, if it wasn't for the support she received from Li Shuijie and the money and time he spent on her by taking care of her in the past few days without fail, perhaps, she would have aborted the baby a long time ago. After all, she's still young, and once she's tied down with a child, she'll be tied down doing a lot of things. No makeup, no high heels, no hot springs, no dangerous things. So much that she couldn't. But every time she felt a tiny life in her belly, she felt it was all worth it again. Li Shuijie hugged her for a while until she was all but falling asleep and let go. Then he said nothing again and went to the bathroom again. The next thing Chen Shuqi did was listen to the crafting process outside for another hour or so with a red face. Hearing it made her body hot and her mouth dry. An hour later Li Shuijie came out again, and Chen Shuji had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Li Shuijie gently walked over and prepared to carry the person up to the bed. But as soon as he reached Chen Shuji's face, Chen Shuji woke up. In fact, she hadn't even been asleep just now. Just in case it was too embarrassing, Chen Shuji pretended to rub her eyes. Hello, Li Shuijie. Well, it's been a long time waiting. It's getting late. Go to bed. I remember you don't have any classes all day tomorrow, so you can get a good night's sleep, and I'll renew it for another night tomorrow if I need to. Shuqi Chen, no. One night 880,000 yuan. This is too expensive. You have money, cannot be so spent. Where we live is not to live. Why spend so much wasted money? Li Shuijie, you're right. I think we'll have to go and rush when our manor will be installed so that we can live at school if we want to and at home if we want to in the future. It's getting late then. Go to bed. At the end of the day the two didn't get to eat the steak that the hotel delivered, because it's cold again and not in the mood for it at all. Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji stood in front of that 4-meter bed and fumed as they realized that there was actually only one bed in such a large place. Although the bed was very large and big, and to put it in an exaggerated way it was enough for 10 people to sleep on it, but it was still essentially only one bed. In order to show his gentlemanly demeanor, Li Shuijie still said, Shuqi, you sleep on the bed tonight. Shuqi Chen, what about you? I think that couch outside is pretty big too. I'll sleep on it. Chen Shuji bit her lip and pondered for half a day, finally stifling a few words. Why don't you sleep on the bed as well? It's a big bed. The two of them had just been like that, and there was a baby between the two of them. But now she was still letting Li Shuijie sleep on the sofa, but it seemed like she was being pretentious. Might as well just be generous. But Li Shuijie looked at the shy Chen Shuji and suddenly wanted to tease her. Inviting me so actively? Aren't you afraid that I'll get beastly in the middle of the night and can't help but do something to you? Chen Shuji heard Li Shuijie's words and turned around with a red face in exasperation and said, Then you can sleep outside alone. Li Shuijie laughed and hurriedly caught up with Chen Shuji in a hug. Don't, our wife. Compared to the sofa, I still prefer sleeping in the bed. Chen Shuji stared with a big eye that dripped round. Who is your wife? Don't call me that. Li Shuijie laughed. Of course it's you. So what do you like to call yourself? Girlfriend? Baby? Honey? Good girl? Honey? Which one do you like to call me? I'll do it all. Chen Shuji looked disgusted. I don't even want it. It's disgusting. Chen Shuji walked to the bedside and prepared to make the bed when Li Shuijie suddenly hugged her from behind. Shuqi, we're kind of in a relationship now, aren't we? Shuqi Chen froze for a moment, then nodded sheepishly. Aha. Chapter 41, the first time I shared a bed with a schoolgirl's wife. Occupying forces. Li Shuijie lay on the bed. How could he not sleep? For one thing, recalling everything that happened today, it felt like he was on a roller coaster. The whole thing was a stumble, and so far he hadn't quite calmed down. Slightly inclining his head to look at Chen Shuji, who was far away from him, and the chowder between the two, he both felt like there were 10 more people lying between the two hating. He couldn't help but spit. What's the point of having such a big bed in this hotel? It's not like you're bouncing on it. He was still a bit out of it now when he thought about what had just happened. I really didn't expect that the top-ranked schoolflower of the hallowed Suhai University had become his girlfriend. With his cub in his belly, Li Shuijie turned sideways and quietly looked at Chen Shuji, who seemed to have fallen asleep. Perhaps because of the heating turned on in the room and feeling hot after covering a thick bed of quilts, Chen Shuji lifted the quilt covering her body and kicked it with her foot, and the quilt was kicked to the back of the bed. With all that kicking and tugging, the straps of the robe she was wearing had long since come loose again. In this way, Chen Shuji's exquisite figure was revealed in front of Li Shuijie, with her fragrant shoulders half exposed. But Chen Shuji was sleeping with her back to him, and the light in front of her couldn't be seen. But the hotel robe wasn't too long, and laying down was only enough to cover up to her thighs. Plus Chen Shuji originally had a tall figure. The robe could only barely cover her upper thighs, and below her hips, those long, slender and flawless white legs were just so brightly in front of Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie began to blush again. At this time he began to be grateful again. Fortunately, the hotel bed is big enough. He cannot touch and feel. It is not so difficult. If the ordinary king-size bedroom, a reach can reach the degree, he is afraid that it will be more difficult. Li Shuaijie began to force himself to close his eyes and hurry to sleep. As a result, the sheep counted hundreds of still awake, and the body is more awake than the brain. Li Shuaijie decided to stop forcing himself to sleep and directly opened his eyes. And as a result, he felt even worse. Chen Shuji didn't know when she had already faced herself, and that robe had already been messy a long time ago. Half covered. Judas is more tantalizing than nothing at all. Li Shuaijie felt that if he didn't know that she had fallen asleep and was breathing steadily, he would have thought that Chen Shuji was deliberately seducing himself. Li Shuaijie sighed and hurriedly closed his eyes again. Keep counting sheep. Thousands more sheep were counted and still no sign of sleep. Li Shuaijie began to get more annoyed, but this time he didn't dare to look wildly in Chen Shuji's direction, because that really tests one's restraint. He suddenly thought of that willow. I really don't understand how that was tolerated. He looked straight up at the overhead lights. Mindfulness. It must be this light that's too bright. He usually slept with the lights out, so he definitely wasn't used to sleeping with the lights on all of a sudden. Thinking this way, Li Shuaijie got up again and prepared to turn off the light. I ended up looking for the light switch and couldn't find where it was. Only a computerized touchscreen version was found on the wall to control the lights and appliances throughout the room. He had never used anything so advanced and was afraid of the trouble of messing it up for the hotel. After half a day's research and not knowing how to turn off the lights, he simply gave up and went straight back to bed. Instead, it turned out that not only had he just left the lights on, but he seemed to have accidentally turned off the air conditioning, and the room began to get colder and colder. Li Shuaijie was about to get up and turn on the air conditioner again when suddenly he heard a rustling sound, and in the next second, there was an extra pair of white and flawless snow-like lotus root arms around his waist. Li Shuaijie's body stiffened as he turned around, and sure enough, Chen Shuji seemed to have leaned all the way down to the source of heat because she was too cold, and because the quilt had been kicked by herself. Who the can stand that? Li Shuaijie hurriedly and carefully got up to try to reach the quilt, but as a result, as soon as he moved, Chen Shuji hugged him even tighter, and didn't let him go. Cold. Cuddles. Chen Shuji was treating him like a big toy bear at home. But I can't cover the quilt and I'm afraid that Chen Shuji will catch a cold. He had to hold Chen Shuji while holding him, and then try his best to restrain all those messy things in his head, carefully and cautiously move his body a little bit, and then use his legs to hook the quilt behind Chen Shuji a little bit over. Li Shuaijie was beginning to resent himself at the moment for not having legs that were 5 feet 8 inches long, so close to touching the quilt. Li Shuaijie squeezed over a little bit more in Chen Shuji's direction, and the two of them hugged each other tighter and tighter. Finally, his foot reached the quilt, and with a hard hook, the corner of the quilt was finally within his reach. Then Li Shuaijie reached out to reach the quilt behind Chen Shuji's back instead. The movements were extraordinarily gentle, for fear of waking up the sleeping person in his arms. After half a day of tossing and turning, he finally got the quilt over Chen Shuji's body. Not being able to see out of your eyes is always slightly better. Li Shuaijie was finally relieved. The fresh fragrance of Chen Shuji's hair and the scent of his body after a bath ran to the tip of his nose. If at all, tantalizing, slightly red and swollen cherry mouth caused by the kiss he had just given her. That feeling of dryness went straight to Li Shuaijie's heavenly cap. It's already a good thing he's in good health that he didn't get a nosebleed. But on the contrary, even so, seeing Chen Shuji's stunningly beautiful and quiet sleeping face, and let a person really can't bear to push away and shout to wake up. Li Shuaijie felt that he didn't get himself wasted today was really the old ancestors of the Li family blessing their old Li family offspring. Hold back, hold back, hold back, Li Shuaijie. Today you are the reincarnation of the golden cicada. The person in your arms right now isn't your girlfriend, but the goblin that's destroying your cultivation. Stay up a little longer until morning. I'll become a Buddha. If Li Shuaijie didn't know how to do it, he couldn't wait to start reciting the clear heart mantra to himself. Time just went by second, minute by minute, millisecond by millisecond. At last, when the first rays of the window's first dawnlight shone into the room, Li Shuaijie thought, it's finally getting light. He had never looked forward to seeing the sun so much. Fortunately, Chen Shuji didn't have the habit of sleeping and her biological clock was extremely accurate. Waking up at less than 6 o'clock, she opened her eyes to find herself clinging to Li Shuaijie. What? When did you sleep together? Li Shuaijie shook off his arm that had all but gone numb. Look carefully. You were the one who volunteered to come over last night. Chen Shuji looked at the large bed. The two of them were squeezed into a side corner. That was exactly where Li Shuaijie had laid down last night. She realized that the fruit was just running over there on her own. Li Shuaijie still slept in the position he was lying in last night. It was himself who had crossed the thunderbolt. Chapter 42, Sending his wife back to school. It's not too much to ask for a farewell kiss, right? Looking at the auburn under Li Shuaijie's eyes, coupled with the red bloodshot eyes that filled his eyes, then he knew that Li Shuaijie should have not slept all night more embarrassed. Another look at his robe, long ago scattered. This night must not be less to let Li Shuaijie full of eyes. But it's also true that people didn't touch themselves at all. Chen Shuji reddened her face and wrapped the quilt around her body tightly. Li Shuaijie climbed up from the bed. Good morning, my girlfriend. You finally woke up. If you don't wake up, your future husband I will really be ruined. Chen Shuji felt a little embarrassed. Am I quite dishonest in sleeping? Okay. Li Shuaijie pinched his arm while saying, you don't have a class in the morning, you can sleep again. I still have a class in the morning. I'll come over to pick you up after class in a while. Chen Shuji didn't want to live in such a big room by herself because it was a bit scary. No, I can't sleep either. So I'd better go back to school with you. That's fine. Then I'll call the front desk and have the hotel send the clothes over. Aha. After Shuaijie called the front desk and said he wanted clothes, the hotel had a robot bring them to him. And they also thoughtfully delivered 2 breakfasts. Breakfast in the presidential suite is also extremely generous. And I'm told it's made by a Michelin-level head chef. The 2 got cleaned up and had a nice breakfast before heading back to school. Li Shuaijie sent Chen Shuji to the dormitory floor, probably because the time was still early, not yet past 7 o'clock, so most people were still asleep. The whole campus was quiet. Not many people. You don't have class until 9 o'clock. You haven't slept a bit all night, better go back to your dorm and catch up on your sleep first. Well, then you can sleep some more too. Li Shuaijie helped Chen Shuji unbuckle her seatbelt and smoothed the hair on her forehead. Shuji-chan nodded sheepishly. Good. Chen Shuji was about to open the car door to leave when she was pulled back by Li Shuaijie. What's wrong? Chen Shuji asked with a confused look on her face. Li Shuaijie deliberately teased her. Your boyfriend I put up with so much last night and you're just going to leave like this? Well, what do you want then? Chen Shuji blushed in shame. Can we at least have a parting kiss? Chen Shuji thought about it and kissed Li Shuaijie's face like a chicken pecking at rice. There. Li Shuaijie touched his face. That's it? So, what else do you want? Before the words left his mouth, his own cherry mouth was captured by Li Shuaijie. The 2 made out in the car for a while longer. It wasn't until Chen Shuji was a little out of breath that Li Shuaijie released her. Li Shuaijie looked at Chen Shuji's red and swollen lips in front of him, as well as the small ambiguous strawberry on his neck. Looking at his masterpiece was satisfying. Well, at least, like this. Compared to Li Shuaijie's face of complacency, Chen Shuji's entire body blushed so much that she could not wait to bury her entire face inside her clothes. It's true that all men are stinky rascals. How could she not see before that Li Shuaijie was actually like this? Li Shuaijie sent Chen Shuji out of the car and watched her go upstairs. Then he got a text message on his cell phone. I've arrived. Plus a cute catch eye emoji. Li Shuaijie returned a okay. Plus a mammoth kissing picture. After thinking about it and thinking it wasn't appropriate, I hurriedly withdrew it again. And it took half a day of searching to find one that was a little cuter. Li Shuaijie put his cell phone back in his pocket, ready to get in his car and drive back to his dormitory. He really had to catch up on his sleep. If people know that he spent $880,000 on a one-night stay in a presidential suite, and as a result, he hasn't been able to sleep yet, is probably going to be laughed at for the rest of his life. Just as he was getting into his car and fastening his seatbelt to leave, he saw a big black Mercedes drive slowly over from a short distance away. It stopped under a girls' dormitory building not far away. Li Shuaijie was familiar with that location because he used to wait for C. Lily downstairs there every day. Just as he was about to start the gas pedal, Li Shuaijie saw a familiar figure walk down from that big Ben car. That person was C. Lily, whom he hadn't seen for several days. She was seen walking to the main driver first and knocking on the window. Then the main driver's window came down and the head of an almost thankless man showed. Sariri kissed the man's face. The man reached out and touched Sariri's pretty face. Sariri waved to the man, and then the car drove off. Seeing that the car drove away, C. Lily immediately acted as if she had changed her face and instantly collected the smile on her face. Even spat in the direction the car was driving away. Such a C. Lily was something that Li Shuaijie had never seen before. He actually thought that he could actually be blind enough to like such a woman after so many years. A college girl, getting out of a man's car early in the morning. Can only imagine what she did the night before. Thinking about how many times before someone had reminded him in front of himself in a sideways manner that C. Lily was out fooling around with all sorts of men, he didn't believe it. Thinks those people are dissing Siri Lily, and has come close to fighting with people a few times, but today he saw it in a tangible way. He had to believe it too. Originally thought that she just couldn't get over her ex-boyfriend, which was normal, but I didn't realize that she could actually sell her body just for money, so I couldn't help but have a bad sweat. He began to be glad that he was not allowed to touch C. Lily when he couldn't see himself. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would get some kind of disease, and that must be even more disgusting and unbearable than realizing that there was a fly's leg in the bowl after eating a meal. Luckily, the person he slept with that night was his Shuki. Let him avoid this. C. Lily met a clean and beautiful simple Chen Shuji, but also sent him a lovely baby, and now there is a milkman system in the evening, can let his wife and baby eat and drink without worrying about their own, can also take advantage of the light, and even have to spend money, can also cash back benefits, even has been plagued by their own myopia, are relying on the system to cure. Just at this time, not far away, C. Lily suddenly saw not far away Li Shuijia's car, only to see her freeze, then take a step towards him. Originally, Li Shuijia thought anyway, after the two people will not have any intersection. C as not C hurry up, save to cause a commotion. Just as he was about to step on the gas, suddenly the system sounded. Please ask the host to complete the hidden task of completely severing ties with his ex-girlfriend, and receive rich rewards upon completion of the task. Li Shuijia did not turn off the engine, just pulled down the handbrake, just blowing the air conditioning in the car, waiting for C. Lily slowly walk toward him. The heart calculates a moment how to say. Chapter 43, Completing the Quest to Obtain the Secret of Love. Buckle dash. The glass of the main driver's car was knocked. Li Shuijia lowered the window glass by a third. When C. Lily saw Li Shuijia, her face was a bit surprised. Ajay, it's really you. I just thought I recognized the wrong person. What's wrong? Li Shuijia lay back in the leather seat with his eyes closed. Seeing that Li Shuijia had become completely different from before, C. Lily's entire body froze a little. This is the girls' dormitory. Why are you here so early? Li Shuijia still didn't open his eyes. Of course I know that this is the girls' dormitory. Didn't you also come back from outside so early? As soon as C. Lily heard this, she knew that Li Shuijia had seen that she had just gotten out of someone else's car. Li Shuijia, you might have misunderstood. The one just now is actually my uncle. Li Shuijia laughed. Uncle? Oh, so you and your uncle are pretty close, and you macked before you left. C. Lily expression some embarrassment, but soon she thought for a moment. Li Shuijia since just saw, but deliberately waiting here over her explanation does not mean that Li Shuijia heart or mind. Since mind means that there are still feelings for themselves. Does that mean she still has a chance? That's great. Sariri looked at sitting in the limo with one hand on the steering wheel. Simply awesome. The current Li Shuijia was completely different from before, and she heard that in fact, Li Shuijia is not a poor person at all. In fact, it is a rich second generation who has been pretending to be poor. It's actually not impossible, and many rich kids try to find true love this way. Sariri, I've been meaning to ask you a question. Loved. C. Lily thought she was looking at Li Shuijia with affection. Shuijia, it's cold outside. Can I get in the car and then talk slowly? C. Lily was wearing a thin body. The lower half of her body was only wearing a pair of black silk, and it was torn, and the upper half of her body was also very cool. Her hands wrapped around herself, shivering in a way. If someone else had seen it, they would have gone soft. No, only my girlfriend can ride in this car, and it's a car I bought just for her. But who said I was going to ask you that? What I was going to ask is, aren't you afraid of getting a disease from sleeping with so many people? Also, I really want to thank you for not seeing me as a poor person before. Otherwise I cannot meet such a good Shuqi. You can rest assured that when Shuqi and I get married, we will send you an invitation. Remember to pack a red envelope at that time. When he finished speaking, he started the car, leaving a car's worth of exhaust behind for Siri Lily. Li Shuijia felt that it was a waste of time to say one more word to C. Lily. He was really sleepy now. It was more important for him to be able to lie down on the bed and sleep right now, or else he might really have to die suddenly. Ding, congratulations to the host. The mission is complete. Obtaining a copy of the mission reward 99 Things You Must Do to Fall in Love and Get Married secret book. And every time you complete one of these 99 things you'll randomly obtain a reward. The system beep sounded again. The secret came at the right time, and he was still worried about how to fall in love with Shuqi. But right now it was imperative that he get back to sleep. When Li Shuijia returned to the dormitory, his dormitory roommates were still awake. But that's normal, because for them, if the class time is 9 a.m., They don't get up until 8:50 am. Li Shuijie is preparing to go to bed. Subconsciously glanced to the next door, but found that the next bed Zhang Yong disappeared. The quilt is messy. He walked over to touch the quilt, still have residual temperature. It means it's just up. Just then, there was a sudden flutter in the bathroom. Li Shuijie hurriedly ran into the bathroom and opened the door to see that Zhang Yong was covering his stomach and collapsed on the ground with a pale face. Li Shuijie hurriedly ran over to help the man up. Zhang Yong, what's wrong with you? Tummy hurts dash. Li Shuijie glanced at the location where Zhang Yong was covering his stomach. It seemed to be the appendix. Maybe it's acute appendicitis. No, wait. I'm taking you to the hospital. And the sound of Li Shuijie's panicked speech and the loud noise in the bathroom just now woke up several other housemates at the same time. They ran in one after another. And when they saw Li Shuijie and Zhang Yong who fell on the ground, they thought that Li Shuijie had caused Zhang Yong to be like this. Joe, you pushed Li Shuijie hard. Who are you? Another roommate, Wu Bo, rushed forward to see Zhang Yong's condition and asked, Zhang Yong, are you okay? Li Shuijie was speechless. Zhou, this is Li Shuijie. Zhang Yong, he might have acute appendicitis. He needs to be rushed to the hospital now. Zhou sized up Li Shuijie. Although he did have a bit of myopia, it was only 100 degrees. How could this boy in front of him who looked like a second-generation rich boy be Li Shuijie? You're lying to the devil? I just didn't bring my glasses. I'm not blind. How can you be Li Shuijie? Zhou, he is really Li Shuijie. Hurry up. Send me to the hospital first. I can't make it. Call 120. Li Shuijie, it's better if I drive him there. It's faster this way. Well, go. 3 people hand and foot Zhang Yong support. Sent to the hospital. A check is not acute appendicitis at all, but improper diet caused by acute gastroenteritis. It requires 3 days of hospitalization. But hospitalization requires a hospital fee and a deposit of 30,000 yen. Now the 3 men were instantly dumbfounded. They are poor students. Who can get $30,000 at once? Now everyone looked at Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie, you're so rich. And usually Zhang Yong has the best relationship with you. Can you see death and help at this time? Where do I have any money? Li Shuijie's previous purchase for Chen Shuji's system cashback was not much, so he paid off the loan he owed at once. So he only has a few $100s at his disposal in his pocket right now. How can he get $30,000? Zhou was furious. Li Shuijie, what kind of joke is this? You have money to buy a luxury car and such expensive clothes, but now you're not even willing to take out a $30,000 life-saving advance for your roommate? We really misjudged you. Zhang Yong was also a little chilled when he heard Li Shuijie's words. Li Shuijie, don't worry. I'll ask my parents for this money and return it to you. Zhang Yong, it's not that I won't borrow it, it's that I really don't have it right now. I'll go out for a while. Don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to think of something first. Li Shuijie walked out of the hospital room. The money in the system was the milkman's fund. He couldn't use it. Now he didn't know who to ask to borrow this money. And he had pretended to be a pussy in school before. Pretending like that. And now everyone thought he was a rich second generation pretending to be poor. And now if he said he didn't have any money, his roommate wouldn't believe him for sure. System, what should I do now? Can I really not use this money? Host, I know you're in a hurry. But don't worry. Even though the childcare money can't be used, there are other ways. What's the solution? Tell me. Just at this time, Li Shuijie's phone rang. Chapter 44, Inherit $1 billion in assets just by answering a phone call? Li Shuijie took out his cell phone and looked at it. There was no note. It was an unfamiliar number, so he hung up directly. But just as I hung up, the call came back. He hung up again. The man hit again. Li Shuijie had no choice but to pick it up. Hello? Who is it? Excuse me, is this Mr. Li Shuijie? I am, but I'm not buying a house, or a card, or a loan, or a car, or studying, thanks dash. And at that moment the caller shouted very excitedly, Young master, I finally found you. Li Shuijie. Nuts. Li Shuijie cursed, then immediately hung up the phone. Turns out he just hung up, that call came back in. Young master, the old master left you $100 billion of assets before he died dash. Li Shuijie, thank your master for me. Slap. Li Shuijie hung up the phone once more. The phone ended up ringing again. The same one. No. Are you guys done? Young master, listen to me. It's true. Who is your master? What relation is he to me to give me so much money? His lordship is your own father. Li Shuijie. I say your kind of scamming group is too cheap. How many years ago was this trick? I'm telling you, my old man's parents have been dead for years. Young master. You. Alright, don't be young master. You're my grandpa. Can I call you grandpa? I'm busy right now, and it's a big deal with human lives at stake. I don't have time to play with you guys. And $10 million? Who cares? I'm the one with $90 million. Do you believe me? Young master, believe me? I'm serious. I'm serious too. Young master, then what will it take for you to believe? Li Shuaijie grunted. Really, if it's true, you call me $30,000 right now. It just so happens that my roommate needs to pay his hospital bill. You're young master, I happen to be short of money. Young master, is $30,000 enough? Or else I'll give you $100 million to use first. If it's not enough you can tell me again dash. Slap. Nuts. Waste of time. Hang up. Pull the plug. A dragon. Li Shuaijie opened his cell phone contact list and finally fixed his eyes on Chen Shuji's cell phone number. It's been a long time since I've been torn about whether or not to call, but I'm afraid the only one who can help him now is Chen Shuji. But the two of them have just been together for one day. He pretended yesterday that he spent $880,000 to stay in a presidential suite with his girlfriend. And today he even had to borrow $30,000 from his girlfriend. And what would she think of Shuki? It turned out to be whatever he wanted it to be. Chen Shuji's phone call came at this time. Li Shuaijie slowed down and picked up the phone. Hello? What happened to Shuki? Nothing. Just wanted to ask you what you were doing. And that did I disturb your sleep? No. I'm at the hospital now. Chen Shuji's voice was obviously tense. Hospital? What's wrong with you? No. Don't be nervous. I'm fine. It's my roommate Zhang Yang who's sick. Acute gastroenteritis. I sent him to the hospital. Chen Shuji sighed in relief. Oh, in that case, which hospital is it? Is it the one closest to the school? Is he serious? Do you need me to come over and help? No, but Shu Qi. That, Zhang Yang, he may need to be hospitalized. Can you lend me $3? Li Shuaijie hadn't finished speaking. Just then, a text message popped up in the top window. Ding dong, $100. 000 credited to line XX. Li Shuaijie rubbed his eyes and started counting the zeros behind the ones. Individual. 10, 100, 1,000, million, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. There really is a billion. Asterisk. Is this ing true? Chen Shuji thought she was talking to her. Ha? What did you say? No. Nothing. It's fine. Shu Qi. You're carrying a baby now. Don't run around. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'll go back after I finish the hospitalization for my roommate in a little while. So be good and wait for me at school for a while. Aha. Good. Ah. By the way, Dad said he'd like to invite you to my house for dinner tonight. I wonder if you have time. My father-in-law asked me to dinner. Of course I have time. Don't worry. I'll definitely go tonight. Well, I'll wait for you at school then. You come back early. Yes. Li Shuaijie hung up the phone. Reread the cell phone text message again. Incredulously counted the number 0 on the text message again. After confirming that it was $100 million, he hurriedly pulled back the phone number he had just blacked out. Then took the initiative to call. Hey, young master, did you get the money? Li Shuaijie coughed twice. The money was received. But that? Who the hell are you? I am your real father's assistant. My name is Lu Wei. You can just call me Wilbur. Wilbur? What the hell is going on with this? Who is this my real father you speak of? Young master, have you heard of the Lu family? Lu family? You mean that Lu family, the #1 plutocratic group in Suhai? Exactly that Lu family. You are the child of our Lord. Don't tease. I have parents. My father's name is Li Xiu. So everyone else called him Li Ugly. Then he married my mom and gave birth to me. He didn't want me to be so ugly like him, so he wanted to name me Li Shuai. As for why it ended up being called Li Shuaijie, it was solely because when his dad went to register his name, there happened to be one next door who also named his child Li Shuai, and he didn't want him to share the same name as someone else, so he changed it to Li Shuaijie. Although my parents died early, I have an impression they were very close. And now you're telling me I'm not my father's seed? But it's not impossible. Actually, to be honest, Li Shuaijie had his doubts, because his dad Li Xiu is really ugly, but his mom thief good looking. He has always felt that he is not so ugly as completely 200% inherited the advantages of the mother. Now it seems, did his mom really cuckold his dead old man? But from what little he remembered, His mom didn't look like that kind of person. And he remembered his mom only a little bit, gentle and with a nice smile. What the hell is going on here? He really wanted to ask his mom now, but now he was dead in the water. How can you be sure that I am the one you are looking for? Could it be that you are mistaken? Absolutely not. You can rest assured that the Liu family is absolutely strict about bloodlines. There will never be a case of mistaken identity. And we've already done a paternity test to confirm that you're our Liu family's youngest master. Youngest? You mean there are a couple of brothers above me? No, there are 9 sisters above you. You are the only male member of our Liu family. And now the Liu group needs you to inherit. Chapter 45, Arranging a VIP ward for your roommate. Bragging to your roommate that your girlfriend is a schoolgirl. Are you saying that I have 9 more sisters? The setup. It's just getting more and more exciting. So, let me ask quietly. Were they all born to the same mom? Report young master. No, the first and third young misses were born by the great doctor. The second young miss was born by the second madam. The fourth young miss. The fifth young miss was born by the third madam. The sixth young miss. And the seventh young miss were born by the fourth madam. Stop. I can't remember that much. And from what you're saying, your master is a real fraternity. I'm afraid. Liu Zhenhua, Wei Xiaobao are all ashamed of themselves when they hear it. But then again, they say you can't have 2 women on the same mountain. So won't there be a fight at home with so many women? I won't hide it from young master. The first lady, second lady, third lady, fourth lady, and fifth lady have all passed away. And now there is only a 6th lady. In the family. I go. Your lord is a heavenly fury, specializing in wife killing. Right. What about my sisters? Not born of the same mom. Won't they fight? Back to young master's words. The ladies are all over the world right now and don't usually live at home. No wonder. Young master, it's hard to say over the phone. Do you think we can meet and talk when you have time? Li Shuaijie also felt that this matter was a bit mysterious. Okay, then tomorrow. I'm going to my father-in-law's family's house for dinner tonight. Young master, you are already married? Not yet, but it's kind of set in stone that my girlfriend is pregnant. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Young master, is it confirmed to be your child? Do you need me to send someone to check? The Liu family's bloodline can't be. Stop. I'm sure as well as certain that that's my seed, and I won't trouble you about it. Okay, young master, then what gift do you need me to prepare for you in the evening? Without waiting for the other end of the phone to finish, Li Shuaijie heard the voice of a nurse urging from Zhang Yong's hospital room. Zhang Yong, hurry up and pay the hospitalization fee. Otherwise you can't be hospitalized. Li Shuaijie hurriedly hung up the phone. Let's not talk about it for now. I still have things to do here. Let's talk about it tomorrow when we meet. Suddenly Li Shuaijie seemed to have thought of something. System, about the setting of this biological father being a billionaire. This can't be your masterpiece, right? By the host found it, but the system just used a little way, so that your family can find you as soon as possible. The system is not omnipotent, cannot arbitrarily change the host's DNA. Okay, let's not talk about it so much. We'll slowly study the system later. Li Shuaijie hurriedly went to Zhang Yong's hospitalization first. After doing so he walked to the ward he had just been in only to hear Zhang Yong and a couple of his roommates discussing with the nurse. Zhou Yu, nurse sister, we are poor students. 30,000 yuan really can't come up with it for a while. Can we wait and hospitalize my roommate first? We'll go back and find a way for him to come up with some money? The nurse flatly refused. No, it's not up to me to decide. The beds are very tight right now. If you guys don't hurry up and pay the deposit, this bed will be arranged for someone else. Zhou Yu, don't. Nurse sister, look, my roommate, he's in pain. When Zhou Yu saw Li Shuaijie come back, he said in a conspiratorial manner, why are you still coming over? Zhou Yu, I was just going. At this time, a family behind them in line sat on their asses on the bed originally assigned to Zhang Yong and said, Nurse, since they can't afford to pay the hospitalization fee, let me have this ward. Zhou Yu, no way. Li Shuaijie, let you go. Let's go. Saying that, Li Shuaijie intended to push Zhang Yong, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a face as pale as paper, to prepare to leave. Zhang Yong said weakly, Shuaijie, I really hurt. Zhou Yu stepped forward to stop Li Shuaijie and snatched the handle of the wheelchair back. No way. Didn't you see Zhang Yong in pain like that? Li Shuaijie, I really didn't see that you are such a cold-blooded and unsympathetic person. You go. You don't need to be in charge of the matters here. Whether the people in our dormitory are dead or alive from today onwards has nothing to do with you. Zhou Yu, calm down. I just got Zhang Yong a VIP ward. VIP ward. Zhou Yu looked at the facilities in the ward in surprise. I'll go. Is this really a ward? It's so big? It's even bigger than my house. Oh my god. There's massage gym equipment. Zhang Yong weakly lay on the hospital bed, hanging the drip. Thank you, Li Shuijie. Just now. I'm sorry. Zhou Yu also looked embarrassed. That, Shuijie. Li Shuijie pretended to be angry. Humph. What did someone just say? What's it going to be with me? I say from now on you're the big brother of our dorm. No, Dad. Alright. I don't have a son as big as you. Li Shuijie looked at the time. Right. Tonight you two discuss who will accompany Zhang Yong here at night. I have something to do at night. I have to leave first now. Wu Bo also said. Li Shuijie, are you going back to school later? Since Zhang Yong is fine, I also need to go back to school and ask the counselor for a sick leave. Otherwise we'll all have to be counted as absent. Why don't you come with me then? I happen to be going back to pick up my girlfriend. Zhang Yong, girlfriend. Wubwa, girlfriend. Choyu, girlfriend. Li Shuijie laughed. Worthy of being in the same dormitory? You guys do have quite a tacit understanding. Zhou Yu, no. Li Shuijie, when did you have a girlfriend? Who is your girlfriend? You're not getting back together with Li, are you? How could it be? Of course my girlfriend is Shuchi-chan. What? The school flower Chen Shuji. Li Shuijie, you actually did pick up the school flower as your girlfriend? It can't be a lie to us. Why would I lie to you? Li Shuijie saw a few people with unbelieving faces. You don't believe me? All three shook their heads at the same time. Zhou Yu, although I admit that you are indeed quite handsome now, and also have a bit of money, but the schoolgirl she is not that shallow. Otherwise she would have been with Zhang Tan long ago. Then I'll call her now. Li Shuijie picked up the phone and dialed Chen Shuji's number. The phone didn't ring twice before it was picked up. Hello? Kit? What's up? How's your roommate doing? Is he better? Zhou Yu, I'll go. It's really the voice of the schoolgirl. Li Shuijie, it's okay. Shuchi, it's just that I missed you, so I'm giving you a call. Li Shuijie's roommates shivered. This was too meaty. Chen Shuji on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned as well. Li Shuijie could almost imagine how cute she must be blushing like a red apple right now. I thought we had just parted in the morning, and we'll see each other again later in the evening. A day without seeing you is like a fall, and we haven't seen each other for a fall. Why are you so oily now? I'm not talking to you. I'll be back at school to pick you up in a few minutes. And as it happens, there's something else I need to tell you. In fact, I also have something to tell you. The evening meal, or not or don't go. I just learned that my grandparents and my aunt and uncle cousin husband also came. They are a little trouble. Chapter 46, Li Shuijie takes his wife to buy a couple's ring, takes out a 50-star account. Li Shuijie didn't understand for a moment. Trouble? What trouble? Chen Shuji stammered. They're just annoying. I've especially hated them since I was a kid. Why don't I find an excuse? Let's just not go. Li Shuijie did not think so. It's fine. When the time comes, soldiers will come to stop the water to cover the earth. What's wrong? You don't have confidence in your boyfriend? Or do you think I can't get it right? Chen Shuji hurriedly denied. No. Shuchi, look, your dad specifically asked you to invite me today, and I've promised to go. Wouldn't it be even worse if I didn't? Good boy. Just be good and wait for me at school. I'll come pick you up soon. Okay then. I'll meet you at school then. Li Shuijie hung up the phone and looked at the unsuspecting eyes of his roommates around him. What are you guys looking at me like that for? So you didn't come back all night last night? Were you with the schoolgirl too? He. No wonder I said why you look so kidney poor. Look at you with this big sign. TSK. Wu Bo, it seems that last night was intense. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, was gossiping. I go. Brother? That's the school flower actually so taken by you. Li Shuijie's face was a little smug, but his mouth said, cough. Don't misunderstand. The two of us didn't do anything. Don't be ridiculous. That's the schoolgirl. You're alone in a room together. If you didn't do something, I'd suspect you have a problem. Choyu looked curious. By the way, have you two hit a home run yet? Wu Bo, you see the schoolgirl just spoke to Shuijie so gently. Needless to say, it's true that it's easier to convince a woman to sleep with her than to persuade her. But brother, play is play. Let's not make a scene. Li Shuijie coughed twice. It has, in fact, made a scene, but he didn't want to talk about it yet. At least not yet. In case it's a bad influence on Chen Shuji to talk about it. They're all roommates, but in case anyone slips up. Alright, I still have to go to Shuchi Chen's house for dinner tonight. Do you guys think I should prepare something? Asterisk. You even took care of your father-in-law? It's really worthy of you. People say that when a soldier is separated for 3 days, he is impressed. We've only been gone for a day here, and you've simply changed drastically. Stay low. After arriving at the school and dropping Wu Bo off, Li Shuijie went straight to Chen Shuji's dormitory. Chen Shuji was waiting under the dormitory building early after receiving a call from Li Shuijie. From a distance, she wore a white dress, her skin glistening like snow, just like a jewel. On his feet were the flats he had bought earlier. Her hair was scattered over her shoulders, but it didn't look messy at all, and from afar she looked just like her divine sister, unpowdered, yet with a clean and unblemished look. After seeing Li Shuijie's car, the original face that was as cold as the flower of the high mountain immediately revealed a smile. Li Shuijie stopped the car, walked over to Chen Shuji's side, opened the door for her, in a gentlemanly manner. Get in the car, my girlfriend. Chen Shuji blushed, gently lifted the hem of her skirt and stepped into the car. Li Shuijie protects Chen Shuji's head with his hands. When he got on the car, Li Shuijie held Chen Shuji's hand with both hands, and his fingers were cold. Cold with your hands so icy? Chen Shuji blushed. It's okay. Li Shuijie, it's still early. I'll take you to a place. Li Shuijie took Chen Shuji to a doctor. He remembers that the first thing he did in the book the system gave him, 99 Things to Do from Love to Marriage, was to wear a couple's ring with his girlfriend. Chen Shuji was dumbfounded when he saw that Li Shuijie had brought him to the DR. I've heard that you have to wear a couple's ring when you're in love, so I brought you here today to buy a pair. As soon as I entered, doctor, someone greeted me. What kind of ring are you looking for? Ma'am and sir? Wedding ring? No, we just want a couple rings. Couple's rings? Please come with me. How about looking at these? The salesman showed a row of rings priced at around $10,000. Couple's rings are usually not too expensive to buy. That price. Li Shuijie frowned. Salesman, if you think it's expensive do you? Here, have any over 10 carats? 10 carats? Sir, you may not be aware that a 10-carat diamond ring will probably cost between $8 and $50 million. Li Shuijie, take it out first. Salesman, sorry, we are temporarily out of stock in the store. Would you like to see other styles? Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuijie. Ajay. A couple's ring would be better if it's cheaper. So go see for yourself what you like? Next to a pair of couples are also picking out a pair of rings. The girlfriend is not there. The boy walked up to Li Shuijie's face and said, brothers, okay, don't pretend to be over the top. Li Shuijie didn't say anything but walked over to Chen Shuji. How's the selection going? Jay, do you think this one looks good? Or this one? Or this one? Li Shuijie looked at the several models that Chen Shuji was wearing on her fingers. He looked the same. There was no difference. But still, it was a serious read over and over again. Then gave his opinion. And the pair next to them. The girls are asking their boyfriends, what do you think of this, honey? The boy was playing a cell phone game with his head down. Oops, it's your fault for dying again. Your fingers are so thick. Nothing looks good on you. The girl looked embarrassed and a little angry and walked over and snatched the guy's phone. We're getting married soon. Can't you stop playing games? Are you bored? Have you picked out the ring yet? Pick it out and go. The girl's face was red with anger and tears filled her eyes. Chen Shuji said to Li Shuijie, that girl is so pitiful. I'll go check it out while you pick. Aha. Li Shuijie walked over to the boys and glanced at the game being played on the boy's phone next to him. So it's King Pesticide. Look at this segment, but just about 10 stars of the king. The man was playing King Lonling with a yaoi girl on his head, floating around the canyon like a ghost. And look at the record. 5-15-4. It's a real nasty dish. And forcibly take a sister. Dude, I see you play the game well. I'll play a game with you? The boy raised his head and sized up Li Shuijie. You know how to play this too? I'm average at this. My girlfriend happens to be picking out a ring too. So take me. Alright. I'm already king 10 stars. I'm telling you, don't hold me back. I'm still leading people. Yes, boy, on the number. Li Shuijie boarded the number he hadn't played in days. Li Shuijie, wait for me. I'll buy a skin first. He used to not be able to afford to buy skins, but now that he had the money, he just took all the skins in one breath. Helicopter V10. Is it done yet? The boy was a little impatient. Li Shuijie, alright. As soon as Li Shuaijie entered the room, the boys shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk. You're actually king of glory 50 stars. Chapter 47, Li Shuaijie kills in the game. As soon as Li Shuaijie entered the team, the girl in the team who played Yao opened her voice. Wow! A V10 big brother with 50 stars of glory. Is the new one in the team a little brother? Li Shuaijie only turned on the handset, not the voice. The boy saw that the attention of the girl he brought was attracted by Li Shuaijie, somewhat unconvinced, and saw that Li Shuaijie's common hero was the fielding position, and immediately locked the fielding as soon as he went in. Li Bai, his native hero, and that girl went in without looking at the lineup at all. Obviously the opposite side of the first floor had already taken Gallo. She still chose Yao Mei in seconds. The boy said, Yao, brother, continue to take you to pick stars. Just now that game is the teammate can't. Aha, Yo-Yo knows. Yao will protect brother. Li Shuaijie had no choice but to end up filling in with a shooter. Mark, opposite auxiliary Kaiwenji, after helping the middle take the line in the opening game, came to help his family shooter, and Li Shuaijie could only pick up trash to eat under the defense tower. Even so, the opposite side of the field still came to catch people from time to time, and then look at his own family's hitter, strolling around the field with his Yowie sister. So much so that he gave away a blood in less than 3 minutes of the opening round. After he died, Yao Mei and the boy even taunted him. Che, I thought 50 stars was so powerful, but it's just a middle-of-the-road RMB player. Li Shuaijie didn't say anything. Fortunately, the center came to support him from time to time, and he slowly developed himself. As a result, it was hard for him to develop, and the fighters in Yao started to die and give away one after another, fattening up the opposite side's Garo. Can you play the game? Center mage, why don't you come to support? The boy started blaming his teammates after he died. Center mage, are you blind? Can't you read the minimap? What are you guys doing when the shooter is falling apart? You're going to take the girls to play in the recreation bureau. Li Shuaijie also did not hold back to explain for the middle of the road. She just in the development of the road to help me cannot catch up. Time passes and it's already 5 versus 20. The top, center and bottom are all collapsing. The mage and the fielder had been arguing, and against the road issued a surrender. Eyes on the line to lose this game again. A cry came over the game radio. Pentakill. Li Shuaijie didn't know when he got 5 kills by himself. The line was instantly quiet, and the girl that the guy brought with him opened her voice and whined and shouted in her voice. Wow, the new little brother is so handsome and awesome. CPDD ah. The next thing he knew, he resolutely went down on Li Bai's head and hung onto Mark's head the whole time, never looking back at the boy again. In the end, it was also Li Shuaijie who saved the day all by himself and won the game. Out of the game. In the gaming line, the boys were still bragging. I blame the middle road for that game just now. It won't come to support at all. Yao. Next game brother will play shooter. You'd better follow brother. Obviously that Yowie girl was a little upset. Well, the boy seems to be suddenly 3 urgent. The cell phone stuff to said to Li Shuaijie. Another game. I'll go to the restroom first. You hold the phone for me and choose a hero. I'm going to play UG. Li Shuaijie originally didn't want to play and was about to refuse when the boys had already left. That's when he saw a WeChat message pop up on the boy's cell phone screen. Hubby, where are you? I was shopping at the mall with my girlfriends and I think I saw your car. So it's still a Sea King. Li Shuaijie did not make a sound, tapped into the WeChat message, and replied I am in doctor store. Seeing the boys back hurriedly switched to the game interface, just in time for him to choose a hero. He gave the boy chose UG. The opposite shooter is Sun Shengxiang, so he picked Lon himself. Yao Mei in the last game picked Kai Wenji. Game on. Within minutes Li Shuaijie took first blood. Kai Wenji, wow. The fielding brother is so great. The opening just form a little better shooter started to wave, taking the assist for another death and a send-off. He started complaining again about the hitters not coming to support and the mages not coming to support. After a few times of taking the assist and giving away heads, Kai Wenji stopped following him. The boys were getting disgruntled again at this point. What's Kai Wenji doing not following me? Who wants to follow you? A rookie. V10 little brother is so handsome. Yao is super sweet. Other auxiliary will also. CPDD well. You can send black silk photo boy. Who are you calling a vegetable? You stink. Game girl, how to say you are novice and you still do not admit it. How many stars have you brought me down today? How dare you bring a girl with this skill? You're a ing ugly n% and hashtag old man bought you so much skin hashtag end. Li Shuaijie also does not want to pay attention to that girl. Look at Chen Shuji, there seems to have chosen almost, is ready to exit the game. The boy grabbed Li Shuijie's arm. Hey, you came specifically to see me make a fool of myself. Don't go. If you have the ability to fight one-on-one. Li Shuijie frowned and shook off the boy's hand that was grabbing his arm. Forget it, no more. It's not much fun. I still have to accompany my girlfriend to pick out a ring. The boy pranced to his feet. You're not afraid, are you? Li Shuijie paused his footsteps and turned around. Don't use agitation. It doesn't work on me. I have to say. You really are a dish. You. The boy was about to go up and argue with Li Shuijie when his cell phone rang. There was a sudden pang of panic in his eyes and he said to his girlfriend, I'm going out to take a call. That work thing. With that said, he walked out. Li Shuijie walked to the side of the boy's girlfriend. Your boyfriend plays games with girls to send skin. You also do not care about it? The girl looked helpless. I argued with him a few times, but he told me that those skins are only a few $100s and not expensive. And I don't play the game. I can't play with him. And he also said that those girls are friends in the game. The girl took out the necklace she was carrying around her neck. Actually, he's quite good to me. Look at yesterday's Valentine's Day. He also bought me a necklace of several tens of thousands of dollars. And we're all ready to get married. And at that moment, just as another young couple next to them had picked out a ring and were ready to pay, the salesman pulled out a small gift in a delicate box. Miss, welcome. This necklace is a gift from our family to you. The girl and the young couple opened the box and the necklace inside happened to be exactly the same as the so-called tens of thousands of dollars necklace that the girl who was getting ready to get married was wearing. Just then the boys finished their call. How's it going? Ring picked out yet? The girl's face suddenly changed and she walked in front of the boy with a grim look on her face. Pa dash. The boy was directly hit by the blindfold. And when he reacted to push away the girl and cursed, Grass, are you out of your mind? I'm crazy. And that's because you drove me crazy. I gave you tens of thousands of dollars for a watch, and you actually gave me a giveaway. Say, which vixen did you give away what you bought? Boys see the situation is somewhat serious. Quickly coaxed. Baby, you think too much. Do not listen to others' nonsense. We are not here today to choose a wedding ring. Well, you do not get angry. This ring men with ID cards can only buy one. How could I possibly buy something here to send to others? Hey, to tell you the truth, that's what my friend bought for his wife. I really didn't have time to pick a gift for you yesterday, and I was afraid that you would be angry. So I asked my friend to come and get that necklace. I was wrong, baby. Just forgive me. It won't happen in the future. Don't affect the good mood that we are going to get married. You're the only one in my heart. I saw that the girl was about to be coaxed. That's when a girl with a big belly approached. Without saying a word, he slapped the boy hard. The boy was about to open his mouth to curse when he looked up and was directly confused. Chapter 48, Buying the World's Most Expensive Tea for Father-in-Law. Hitting Auntie Chen Shuji in the face. After the girl with the big belly slapped the boy, she pointed at the girl next to the boy with red eyes and questioned, Who is she? The boy stood up from the couch with a totter when he saw the woman in front of him, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The girl saw her boyfriend being beaten up, went up to defend and questioned, Who are you? Why did you hit my husband? You say he's your husband? Oh, then who am I? The pregnant girl pulled her marriage license out of her bag and threw it in front of the girl. Sister, I see you're so young and pretty. You must have been kept in the dark by him too. I'm her wife and licensed. The big-bellied girl explained. The boy, still looking surprised at the moment, asked, You, how did you know I was here? The girl on the side also looked incredulous and tugged on the boy. Woo how? Say it. What exactly is your relationship? The boy was momentarily dumbfounded. The girl's best friend tugged on the boy's clothes. You lied to my best friend about working outside and not being home all day. So you're out with another woman. The girl yanked on the boy's collar. Woo how? So you're with me because you're interested in my money and then getting my dad to give you a promotion, right? Scummy guy. Bastard. When the people in the store saw it, they pointed at the man and cursed. This scummy man is actually thinking of eating soft food. Shao. Listen to my explanation. I have no feelings with her for a long time. It's just that she is pregnant. I can't divorce her. When her child is born, I will divorce her. You believe me? Oh, I believe you. Really? Great. I believe you, big head. Go to hell. Scum. Then the girl grabbed the boy by the hair and punched and kicked him like he was crazy. And the pregnant girl's best friend, who helped her own sobbing best friend to sit down, joined the fight. The boy pushed away one of the girls and tried to run, but was yanked back by Li Shuijie and directly pressed to the ground. The pregnant girl's best friend and the girl who was in the dark, one pulled the scumbag's hair and the other kicked him furiously with her heels. kicked the boy's nose, swollen, without the power to fight back. And finally the store clerk was afraid of accidents reported to the police. A farce ended. Chen Shuqi walked to Li Shuaijia's side at this time and said, "That scummy guy is too hateful. And the pregnant girl is too pitiful to actually meet this kind of scummy guy. Li Shuaijia, if you dare to cheat in the future, I will definitely not let you go." Li Shuaijia held Chen Shuji in his arms. "Don't worry. I would never do such a thing. How's your ring selection going?" "I haven't picked one yet. I'm torn between. This one has a better moral. This one has a nice style. This one is cost effective. And this one looks good with a men's ring." Li Shuaijia looked at the ring that was on Chen Shuji's hand, took out his bank card, and handed it directly to the salesman. "In that case, don't get entangled. Buy it all." "Buy them all? I'm really sorry, sir. Our store's ring is a true love ring, symbolizing the only true love in a lifetime. A man can only buy one in his lifetime with his ID." Chen Shuji also said, "Ajay, it's good to buy a pair of couples' rings, even if you can really buy them all. You're buying so many. I wouldn't know which one to wear." Li Shuaijia made a mistake. "What then? If I had known it would be such a hassle, I wouldn't have bought from this store. I've decided. Let's buy this pair." Chen Shuji hesitated for a moment and chose a pair from amongst them that had the best style and wasn't too expensive. Li Shuaijia glanced at the price. He was at least the son of the richest man now. Even if he didn't use the milkman's fund, he still had enough money to spend for Chen Shuji. In fact, when he spent money on Chen Shuji before, although it looked like he was the one spending the money, it was actually all borrowed flowers. And it's different now. If that old man wasn't joking today, he's the son of the richest man, and he's going to use his own money to buy something for Shuqi Chen. It wasn't something he earned either, but it felt different. In the past, he felt that he was purely poor, stepped on and got the system. Still essentially a poor man. Poor, but now that his status was different, he felt like he was walking with the wind. And his back was straighter. Li Shuaijia glanced at the price, which was just under $20,000. Will this be too cheap? Thoughts are priceless. In the end, Li Shuaijia bought the pair of rings that Chen Shuji had picked, then put them on each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first thing in the relationship secret book, 99 Things to Do from Love to Marriage, and obtaining the system reward for the mind reading skill. Asterisk. Mind reading. Then wouldn't I be able to tell what's going on in everyone's mind? Wouldn't that be invincible? Report to the host. This skill can only be used once a day. Each use time is 1 hour, and cannot be used in the use of illegal and disorderly. Once found will deprive the host of the right to use the skill, so please use it wisely by the host. Che, it's only for an hour, and there's a limit on how much you can use it. But 1 hour, that's enough. After Li Shuaijia came out of DR, he drove Chen Shuji and the two of them were preparing to go back to Chen's house for dinner. Shuqi Chan received a text message on her cell phone. Inform her that the dinner venue has been changed. Changed to box 808 of a 5-star hotel. Having no choice, the two turned the car around again to go to the hotel location on the text message. Chen Shuji and Li Shuaijia asked the waiter for the location and went to room 808. Chen Shuji put her hand on the doorknob but hesitated to open the door. Li Shuaijia asked, "What's wrong, Kit? Are you really ready for this?" Li Shuaijia looked at Chen Shuji's worried face and comforted. "Don't worry. I've already prepared for this. Let's go in quickly. Don't let the elders wait for a long time." Chen Shuji opened the door to the box. The eyes of everyone at the table gathered on Chen Shuji and Li Shuaijia. Chen Shuji looked at the people inside and called out one by one. Mom and dad, aunt and uncle, cousin, cousin's husband. The first one to speak was Chen Shuji's aunt. Her tone was a bit conspiratorial. "Yo, Shuji is here. How come you're so late?" And my cousin, who was sitting and swiping her cell phone, muttered disgruntledly. It's so nice to have so many people waiting for you. You two college students. You have nothing else to do but go to class. Can't you come earlier? Do you know that your brother-in-law is very busy at work? You've heard of Lu's Group. He's the manager of it. Time is money, right?" Li Shuaijia hurriedly apologized and gave a little gift of tonic that he had bought. "Sorry, the road was a bit jammed and I came late. Uncle and auntie, this is a little gift for you." Chen Shuji's mom accepted the gift and greeted warmly. "Shuaijia just come. What gifts are family? Quickly sit down." Aunt glanced at the gifts Li Shuaijia sent. Lightly hummed. Disdainful. "I thought to send what good things. It's just some bird's nest and gelatin. I'm tired of eating these. My son-in-law used to buy them for me every day. And then I heard that this kind of commercially available ones have additives. And it's just that you're the kind of unseen one who treats them as good things. Chen Shuji's mom was a little embarrassed. Li Shuijie smiled slightly without explaining. But Chen Shuji didn't want Li Shuijie to be misunderstood. Auntie, this is different from the kind you used to eat. The bird's nests bought outside for hundreds and thousands of dollars. This box of bird's nests is $500,000. It was specially bought by Ajay for mom to eat. Oh, and this tea? Westlake Longjing Imperial 18 Trees. For dad. Chen Shuji's uncle stood up from his chair with a prancing sound as soon as he heard the name of the tea. What did you say this tea is? Westlake Longjing Imperial 18 Trees. Uncle was surprised. Isn't that claimed to be the most expensive tea in the world? With an annual production of only 2 taels, an immeasurable price, and money can't buy it? Chapter 49, Lu's Group is owned by my father. Luckily, Chen Shuji had told him before that his uncle was a veteran tea drinker. That's why he chose this tea specifically. Li Shuijie smiled and said, "That's right. It seems that uncle also knows tea." My uncle smiled awkwardly. Slightly. Auntie pulled uncle. "Look at your unproductive look, like you've never had tea. How expensive can tea be? You know, I couldn't even buy a single tea leaf if I sold you." So saying, Auntie's face changed a little. "This tea is really that expensive?" Uncle looked at the tea in Chen Shuji's father's hand with an envious expression. "Brother-in-law, I thought you didn't drink tea. Can I have this tea dash?" Shuji Chen's father babyishly nursed the tea in his arms. "Who says I don't drink tea? Besides, my son-in-law bought this for me. If you want to drink it, go find your son-in-law." Uncle glanced at his own son-in-law. Not to mention such an expensive tea. He hadn't even given him a decent tea for so many years. "Harm, brother-in-law. I just want to taste it. Don't be so stingy." Chen Shuji's mom laughed her ass off. "Ajay, we're all family. Why are you so broke?" "That's right. Your uncle I don't know tea either. It's not a waste." Chen father said so. "But tightly hold the tea leaves, do not let go. See again and again." "I'm sorry, auntie. This time the buy is indeed a bit cheap. I came in a hurry this time. I just bought it by hand. I heard that my friend there is still a million of birds' nests. Next time I bring it to you to taste. If you think it's tasty, I'll buy it for you every week in the future." "Mom Chen, no, don't be so wasteful. Eat whatever you want. That's different. This ad knows that the ones sold outside have additives. I heard that my friend that has a high nutritional value. Many of the richest wives are eating that kind of bird's nest. I heard that they eat beauty and skin care, and can return to 18 years old if they eat it every day. But auntie is naturally beautiful and doesn't eat like she's 18. Chen's mom laughed her ass off. "You child. What a sweet mouth. Shuji is so old. Auntie we're like still might be like 18. Li Shuijie continued to boast. "Auntie, don't be modest. You see Shuchi is so beautiful and is the school flower of our school. This is completely inherited from auntie's face value." And Chen Shuji saw a side aunt sad face. Deliberately said, "Hey, aunt, why don't we wait for Shuijie to take some from his friend next time? You also taste it. I remember you are now less than 60. That may have to eat for a few years. But cousin husband is so rich and filial. He must be willing to buy it for you." Chen's mom accused. "You child, don't talk nonsense. Your aunt is only 50 years old." Chen Shuji looked embarrassed. "It's only 50. I thought you were 60. Sorry auntie. I misremembered." "What 50? I'm only 45. Exclaimed my aunt angrily with a red face. Father Chen looked at Li Shuijie with a satisfied face. This son-in-law, really good. Seeing Chen Shuji and Li Shuijie still standing at the door, Chen Shuji's father hurriedly greeted him. All right. Why are these two kids still standing? Quickly sit down. You're hungry." "Thank you aunt and uncle." Finally Chen Shuji and Li Shuijie sat down, ready to start eating. The aunt who had just been there was again unconvinced and started to ask, "Hey, Shuijie, you sent such expensive things to Shuqi's parents. Do your parents know about them?" "Oh, there's no need to tell them. And they won't hear you if you tell them." Li Shuijie replied unthinkingly as he gave Chen Shuji some food. "Auntie, can't hear you? What does that mean?" Chen Shuji hurriedly explained. "Auntie, you don't have to say it. Shuijie's mom and dad have both passed away." Chen Shuji's aunt looked surprised. "Your parents died? Then where did you get so much money?" "Oh, my dad left me an inheritance. It's not much, but it should be enough to support Shuki. So that's how it is." Hey, but any more money, even if it's a mountain of gold, it won't do to keep spending it like you guys do. Just spending it and not bringing it in. Sooner or later there will be a day when it's spent. This you have to learn from your brother-in-law. Our son-in-law is different from you. He is a serious rich second generation. Handsome. Not only does his family have a publicly traded company, he doesn't rely on his family. He went to work for Lu's Group after graduation, and now he's already a manager. As soon as Auntie heard about Li Shuaijia's family history, she got a sense of superiority again and continued to say smugly, "Right, Shuqi, you're graduating soon. Don't you want your brother-in-law to help you find a job at Lu's Group? It's not good to always think about relying on men. Nowadays, we are talking about being a woman of the new era." Cousin spoke up again. "Mom, I told you to keep a low profile. Don't always say that Aho works for Lu's Group. Besides, Lu's Group is a company that can be entered casually. They have very high requirements for education, at least a master's degree or above. Shuqi has not graduated from the university and has not studied abroad. Besides, if Ahao really puts Shuqi in, it's one thing if he does a good job, but if he doesn't, what will people think of him? If he doesn't, people will think he's not capable." Auntie said to her daughter with a pleasing face, "Yes, yes, yes, you're right. It's Mom's fault. Mom didn't think so much. Mom didn't think that we're all family. We can help. Ahao, don't mind." Chen Shuji also frowned. "I'll figure out this matter of me finding a job on my own. There's no need to trouble brother-in-law with this. Brother-in-law is usually so busy at work. How would he have time to help me?" At this time has not spoken cousin husband opened his mouth. "No trouble. A word of matter. Lu's Group. Although the staff requirements are high, but Shuqi, you are not bad. By the time you graduated into the first as an intern, and so on the turn of the regular, the annual salary is also a few $100,000 it." Auntie became even more pleased after hearing what her son-in-law said. "Look, Ahao said so. Shuqi, why don't you thank your cousin's husband? Lu's Group is a big company." Li Shuaijia continued to give Chen Shuji the food. "Thank you, cousin-in-law, but it's still not a bother. If you really have this opportunity, it's better to give it to cousin. Cousin is so capable, how come she hasn't become a new age woman?" "Jia, don't expose your cousin's scars. Cousin, she didn't go to college that year." Li Shuaijia looked surprised. "Cousin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know. I see that you look down on our family Shuqi's education. I thought you were some kind of postdoctorate." So, at the mention of education, my cousin got really angry. "Shuqi-chan, what does your boyfriend mean?" "Shuqi-chan, cousin, my boyfriend doesn't mean anything. Don't think too much. It's my fault. I didn't make it clear to him." Li Shuaijie at this time also hastened to pretend to apologize and opened his mouth. "Yes, cousin, but if you really want to be a new woman in the new era is not difficult. It just so happens that I also have a relationship in Lu's Group. If cousin wants to go, I can help her." That cousin's husband looked disbelieving. You think Lu's Group is run by your family? You can let whoever you want in?" Li Shuaijie put down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin and handed it to Chen Shuji to wipe her mouth, then looked at his cousin's husband. "It's true that I don't own Lu's Group." Li Shuaijie paused. "But, it's run by my dad." Chapter 50, the former assistant to the chairman of Lu's Group came to right Li Shuaijie's wrong. "It's true that I don't run Lu's Group, but my dad does." The moment Li Shuaijie said this, everyone froze, including Shuqi-chan as well. A few moments later, Chen Shuji's parents secretly asked Chen Shuji, "Ajay, he's joking, right?" Chen Shuji shook her head. "This matter? I don't know." And that's when the cousin's husband suddenly started laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, what a laugh. Bragging about your dad? You mean your dad is the chairman of Lu's Group who just passed away? Aren't you surnamed Li? Is it even remotely related to Lu's Group? Moreover, Lu's Group has just passed away, the former chairman of the board of directors surnamed Lu, not to mention. Who does not know that he only has 9 daughters around the world, and are not willing to take over the Lu's Group? At this time those directors are competing for the position of president. He just did not have a son. To have a son has long been his son inherited. There are still those shrimp soldiers and crab generals, what matter? Ah, ha ha ha, Shuki, you're a real joker of a boyfriend." "Cousin, what joke? I think it's just bragging. And what about the $500,000? A million bird's nest. What a lot of money cannot buy tea." People casually say, bragging who will not? My aunt, you do not believe him too much. He is not like a how know the basics. This person may be a liar. Auntie, that's right. Sis, brother-in-law, you don't know. These days crooks can be capable. You two don't want to end up with the money you spent on the coffin being cheated. Chen Dad hurriedly explained. Shuai Jia is not this kind of person. He can even afford to buy the manor of Jiangnan Haoing. How could he possibly take fake birds' nests and fake tea? How could he possibly be a liar? Cousin's husband, aunt, you don't know it. Jiangnan Haojing is famous for fast delivery. I have a friend, is to buy Jiangnan Haojing's house, on the spot payment. On-the-spot handover. Directly turnkey check-in. You say, you guys have booked for how long, but not even the shadow of the house has not yet seen. How is it possible? This statement made Shu Qi-chen's dad a little skeptical. Really? What's true or false? He can brag about the richest man in the world. Oh no! The former richest man in the world is his father. What other bull is there that he doesn't dare to brag about? Li Shuaijie, however, was unimpressed. It's no wonder you all don't believe it. In fact, to be honest, when I first learned about it, I also thought it was impossible just like you all. Since neither of you believe it Li Shuaijie wiped his mouth and stood up. You guys wait for me to make a call. Li Shuaijie walked out of the box. 30 minutes later Li Shuaijie still hadn't returned. Chen Shuji got a little worried and was thinking of getting up to see what was going on when she heard her cousin speak again in that conspiratorial tone. Shu Qi, your boyfriend couldn't have been exposed by us and felt ashamed of himself, or realized that he couldn't scam any more money and ran away, right? Chen Shuji immediately denied. Ajay, he's not this kind of person. It's been half an hour and it's not back yet. I don't think Na will be back either. Mother Chen was also worried. Shu Qi, go and see how Shuai Jia hasn't come back yet. Aha! Good. Chen Shuji was about to walk out when she heard her aunt laugh. Actually, if he really doesn't have any money, he doesn't have to pretend. And it would be good for him to be a door-to-door son-in-law for your family at that time. Just then a strong middle-aged male voice suddenly came from outside the door of the box. What door-to-door son-in-law? Who dares to make our young master a door-to-door son-in-law? Everyone looked toward the door after those words, only to see an imposing old man followed by several bodyguards standing at the entrance of the box. Chen Shuji didn't recognize the old man in front of her and asked respectfully and knowingly, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" The old man looked at Chen Shuji from head to toe and said with a satisfied expression, "You are the young lady that our young master has his eye on? Young master? Young lady? What's the mess? Is this old man suffering from Alzheimer's in the wrong room? Never mind. I'm sure the family should be looking for it in a little while." Chen Shuji smiled and reminded, "Grandpa, can you give way? I'm going to go out for a bit to look for my boyfriend." "Young lady, don't worry. Young master will be back soon." And Chen Shuji thought, this old grandpa is quite a drama queen. Just then, the cousin's husband suddenly stood up from his chair with a prancing movement, pointing incredulously at the old man and shouting, You are old Mr. Lu Wei Lu." Chen Shuji was a bit surprised to see her cousin-in-law recognize the old man. "Cousin-in-law, you know him?" "Of course I know him." "No, I don't know him. I've seen him. How dare I say I know him?" Lu Wei is the most trusted assistant of the former chairman of the world's richest group, Lu's group, and his power is so great that it can be said that seeing him is like seeing the chairman himself. "Old Mr. Lu, please take a seat. Which gust of wind blew you here?" Cousin's husband went up to greet him with a flattering face. Then he pulled Chen Shuji's parents up from the main seat to seat Lu Wei. "It was the young master who called me." "Young master?" The cousin's husband froze. "I'm coming." Li Shuaijie came in with wet hands, obviously having just been to the restroom. "Where have you been?" Chen Shuji asked with a worried face. "I'm just giving him a call. And by the way, I'm also confirming my identity, just like you guys thought." Seeing Li Shuaijie return, Lu Wei immediately stood up on his crutches. "Young master, please sit down." You sit. I'll stand for a while." Lu Wei still insisted on standing up. "No, it's against the rules." Cousin's husband saw that even Lu Wei had such respect for Li Shuaijie, directly shocked. So he's really the son of the world's richest man. Lu clan? Of course. This time Lu Wei personally confirmed it. Everyone present looked at Li Shuaijie even more incredulously. Just then a phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Because his own hands were wet, he told Shu Qi-chan, "Shuki, why don't you get that for me?" "Oh, good." Chen Shuji took out her cell phone from Li Shuaijie's pocket and pressed the speakerphone. "Hello, is this Mr. Li Shuaijie?" Handsome Li responded. I am. What's up?" "This is Gangnam Haojing." Upon hearing this, Li Shuaijie hurriedly asked, "Right, I was about to call you guys. When is my manor good enough to move in?" The person on the other end of the phone responded, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Li, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm calling this time to tell you that your manor has already been arranged. You can move in at any time with a turnkey bag. And in order to express our apologies, we've specially equipped you with 20 servants, 10 gardeners, 3 cooks, and 1 butler, and their salaries will be borne by Jiangnan Haoing, and you can dismiss them at any time." Chapter 51, Is the manor bought under Lu's name? If you don't study hard, you'll inherit $1 billion. because of the open speakerphone, so all the people present heard, of course, including that dog-eyed, and said Li Shuijie is a liar cousin and aunt face extraordinarily ugly, and it's a slap in the face for them. It's not just loud, it's loud and it hurts. Li Shuijie thought to himself, I did not expect this Jiang Nanhaojing is quite thoughtful, even the maid is ready, really is the name of the bag can be moved in. Originally, he was a little worried that the manor was too big to manage when the time came. This was great, nothing for him to worry about. Okay, Li Shuijie responded with satisfaction. You guys are pretty sweet. I'll give you a 5-star review when the time comes. The caller was clearly stunned, then smiled and spoke. Thank you for your kind words. It is an honor to serve you. By the way, before you buy the house is too hasty, so I forgot to remind you. Our Jiangnan mansion is required to pay the property fee every year. You see, you are a one-time payment for 100 years, or every year. In addition, the property fee is calculated according to the square meter, 100 yuan per square meter. Your manor is 1.8 W square meter, so it is 180 W yuan/year. If you pay 18,000 W in one go, do you see how to pay it conveniently on your side? Everyone in the room at this point was confused when they heard this number. 18,000 W. How many people don't make enough money in their lifetimes? But in the case of the rich, it's just to pay the property taxes. How can people be so different from each other? Pay it all at once and save yourself the trouble. Yes, sir. We are about to send someone here to pick you up and familiarize you with your manor. You can just give him the property fee then. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. Just then, Lu Wei, who was on the side, suddenly spoke into the phone. Wait, this is Lu Wei. The caller froze. Lovey? Obviously the caller didn't know who Lu Wei was. Call your manager Huang over. I'll talk to him. Okay. After a while the phone was answered by a different person. Hello sir, what can I do for you? Lu Wei answered. I'm Lu Wei. Old Mr. Lu, may I ask what your orders are? Buy this one from your manor. This is the young master that the master has just recognized home. The people from Jiangnan Haoing took a deep breath. I'm sorry, it's us who didn't recognize the young master. If we've slowed him down, please forgive him. Alright, you can return the money. And also, I heard that you've only arranged for 20 servants? Such a manor. 20 manors. What does this look like? You go get me a few more. At least 40. Oh yes. In addition, a few more chefs. And find a few more nutritionists, confectioners, oh also, midwives, pregnant women's healthcare teachers. In short, whatever you can find to send over. Oh yes, there's also a fetal instructor. And I remember there's a pianist. Find that as well. Manager Huang at the head of the phone immediately replied. Yes, I understand. Any other orders? No. Go ahead and arrange it. Lu Wei turned to Li Shuijie and asked. Young master, you bought the Jiangnan Haoying house before? Yes. I'm not ready to get married with Shu Qi, so I just casually bought a house. Want to use it as a wedding room. Why? Is this house not good? The corners of my cousins and cousins' husbands' mouths twitched. Randomly? A house with 18,000 W and property taxes is called random? That's a lot of whatever. Lu Wei hurriedly explained. No. Young master, you misunderstood. Not bad. Just this Jiangnan Deluxe View itself is under the name of Lu Group. Is the Lu family's real estate? In fact, you don't need to buy it all. In fact, the whole Su city. Say the name of the real estate industry is basically the Lu family. Of course, it'll all be yours from now on. So you can say that the whole of Su Hai. Basically, you can live wherever you want. Li Shuijie couldn't help but be surprised. I'll go. This Lu Group is so rich? Just then the system prompted. Host, you have a huge refund order coming up here. Please accept it. No. This is because if the money for buying the Jiangnan Hawking is returned to the original account, which is the money used for the Milkmen's Fund account, then the money that was previously returned for buying the manor will also be withdrawn. But he used the money to pay off the loan a long time ago, which means that he spent it a long time ago. So there's a good chance that the whole system will be disorganized. The money was a systematic Milkmen's Fund for him anyway, so he didn't have to spend it. Li Shuijie hurriedly called back to Jiangnan Haoying. You should still charge what you should. You don't have to refund me. Everyone froze. Lu Wei also didn't understand Li Shuijie's operation anymore. Young master, why is this? Because I bought this house for Shu Qi Chen. Lu Wei didn't understand. What's wrong with that? As long as the young lady marries you, wherever you live, she can also live. It doesn't affect anything. No, it's not the same. although we'll definitely get married in the future. And I'm sure I'll never divorce Shuki. But the future is anyone's guess. We're not married yet. So the things I buy for her and give to her all belong to premarital property. Which means this belongs to Shu Qi alone. And it's kind of a guarantee for her, Li Shuijie explained. Chen Shuji was also moved for a moment after hearing this, and suddenly hugged Li Shuijie at once. She didn't expect Li Shuijie to actually consider so much for her, and she realized that Li Shuijie was actually such an attentive man. Alright young master. In that case, just decide for yourself. Lu Wei didn't say anything more. Then he took out a black card from his pocket and gave it to Li Shuijie. Young master, this card contains a portion of the movable assets that master left to you, about $10 trillion, so it's basically impossible to swipe it. Also, master left his last words before he died. He said that if you are willing to go back to Lu's Group to take over the company's affairs, then you are the rightful next president of Lu's Group. And if you don't want to, then you can be the biggest shareholder of Lu's Group and just enjoy the dividends every year. What did you say? Inherit the family business and become the president? No, that's not for me. I'm only a sophomore in college. The president of Lu's Group isn't that easy to be. How about you see? Today while there is no time, you can first and I went to Lu's Group. As for acceptance or not, all depends on your private opinion. The old master said it all depends on your own opinion. Do not do any coercion. You can also go after graduation if you're afraid of delaying your studies. It's not too late then. Is this the legendary feeling that if you don't study hard, you'll have to go home and inherit billions of dollars? Suddenly the phone in Lu Wei's hand suddenly rang. What? How could this have happened? Okay, I'll be right over. Lu Wei was a bit anxious. Young master, something has happened to the Lu Group. Chapter 52 Li Shuijie goes to Lu's Group. Lu Wei looked nervous after hanging up the phone. Young master, something has happened to the Lu Group. I have to go deal with it now. Li Shuijie hurriedly asked. Wait, what happened to Lu's Group? Lu Wei glanced around. Li Shuijie instantly understood what Lu Wei meant. It is not suitable to talk about this here with many people. It just so happens that there are no classes at school today, so I'll go with you to take a look, Li Shuijie said. Li Shuijie said to Chen Shuji, Shuji, I'll go and deal with some things first. You'll first go to the manor with your uncle and aunt in a while to see how it's going to be. I'll have someone from Jiangnan Haoing come over to take you guys there in a while. Alright, go get busy. Don't worry about me. Chen Shuji also responded with a worried face. Li Shuijie touched Chen Shuji's head and said gently, be good and wait at home for me to come back. Chen Shuji blushed. Aha. Then looking around, she came over to Li Shuijie's cheek and pecked gently. Then her face reddened even more and she lowered her head and whispered, the baby and I will wait for you at home. Li Shuijie's heart poofed. It felt so good. Then to Lu Wei. Let's go. Just walking to the door, Chen Shuji's cousin's husband suddenly stood up. Li Shuijie asked for Chen Shuji's sake. Brother-in-law, it just so happens that I'm going back to Lu's Group. Why don't you come back to the company with us? Cousin Jinhao gulped and looked at Lu Wei with a nervous expression. May I? Out of politeness, Li Shuijie still asked Lu Wei who was next to him. Uncle Wei, he's Shu Qi's cousin's husband. He also works in Lu Group. Can he come with us? Lu Wei responded respectfully. Since they are the young granny's relatives, of course they can. Outside the hotel, there was a neat row of black Maybachs, about 10 of them, lined up in front of the entrance. After seeing Lu Wei come out of the hotel gate, 2 men in suits and glasses came down from the passenger and back seat of each car. Suddenly all stood in a line and shouted, Wei Lao. Lu Wei had a serious and majestic look on his face, then began to introduce Li Shuijie next to him. This is the young master. All come over and meet the young master. All of them shouted out in a neat and clear voice. Good day, young master, and bowed a standard 90-degree bow. Li Shuijie first froze, stupidly subconsciously also ready to return a bow, just about to bend down. It was stopped by Lu Wei pressing the back of his hand to his chest. Li Shuijie glanced at Lu Wei. Lu Wei reminded, you are the young master. Cough cough dash. Li Shuijie hurriedly straightened his back. Then, following the example of the bigwigs in the movies, he put on a serious face and nodded slightly, pretending to give a calm In fact, his legs were shaking a little. To be honest, he, an ordinary student from the countryside who was still in his sophomore year of college, where he had seen this kind of battle in reality before. He had only seen this kind of formation on TV before, and it seemed that only gangsters went out like this. It's not possible that the Lu family is still involved in the black market, is it? Lu Wei led Li Shuijie to a car, which was different from other vehicles at a glance, and was specially privately ordered. front and rear, left and right, including the sunroof window glass is made of SSS-class bulletproof glass. Exaggeratedly speaking, even if the strongest firepower of the Gatling to come for a moment and a half will not be able to penetrate, including the wheels were custom made specifically for the job. Explosion protection technology at its highest point. Seeing Lu Wei walking over, someone immediately opened the car door for Lu Wei. Elder Wei, please get in the car. Instead, Lu Wei took a step back and said to Li Shuijie, young master, please get on the car. Li Shuijie glanced at Jin Hao, who was already shivering next to him. Brother-in-law, you, no, I'll just find a random car and just do it. With that, he took off in a huff, stumbling a bit in the process. It's good enough that he didn't piss himself when he saw this kind of battle. Where else would you dare to sit in the same car as Lu Wei? Li Shuijie sighed as he glanced at Jin Hao, who was even more of a wimp than him. Sure enough, one still needs to compare. So it looks like he's pretty calm in comparison. After Li Shuijie got into the car, Lu Wei followed. Jin Hao sat in the car after them, but as soon as he got in he regretted it a little. The black-clad bodyguard next to him was just a little scary, but you can't get off in the middle of a ride. However, he didn't expect Li Shuijie to actually be the illegitimate son of the former chairman of the richest Lu Group. Wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in Lu's group from now on? And look at Li Shuijie, the look is not very shrewd look. By the time when Chen Shuji and Li Shuijie married, that Lu's group, when he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy, and a greedy thought arose in his heart. And unbeknownst to him, it was this greedy thought that led him step by step to crime and self-destruction. Of course this is all an afterthought. After Li Shuijie and Lu Wei got into the car, the driver asked, Elder Will, where to? Drive. Go to Lu's group. Yes. Now that's something to talk about. Wilbur, what's going on with Lu's group? Lu Wei explained with a furrowed brow. I've just been notified that somehow the confidential documents of the company's new product that's about to go on sale have most likely been leaked, and that the Qin Group, who has been hostile to us, has designed a product that's almost the same as ours and is ready to go on sale ahead of the day before our company goes on sale. Li Shuijie also furrowed his brows. How could a confidential document be leaked when it was in good condition? It must have been stolen by insiders. This secrecy measure of yours is also too poor. Lu Wei also looked sad and blamed himself. This product is the blood of the old master for most of his life. It's all my fault. Master just left and I even made this kind of mistake. How can I live up to Master's spirit in heaven? Li Shuijie looked at Lu Wei's self-condemning look and said in relief, alright, Wilbur, since things have already happened, it's useless to be chagrined. It's better to hurry up and solve the problem. When is Qin's group planning to go on sale? Lu Wei explained. 2 days later. We originally expected to officially launch this product in 3 days. Li Shuijie scratched his head and said with an embarrassed face, say, I still don't know. What is Lu's group's main business? Technology products. This release is simulated robots, and we have different kinds of robots depending on the needs of different customers. For the time being, only launched the home type. The master has been also want to design can do dangerous types of work such as replacing the firemen, police, first aiders to some dangerous places. The material on their body can ignore the general water, fire, including the power is also stronger than human some, but not yet realized on. If the experiment is successful, wouldn't it be possible to do things that have a lot of danger instead of humans? Yes, but now classified documents are leaking. Li Shuijie suddenly became interested upon hearing this. He felt sorry for the firefighters or police officers who died in the line of duty every time he saw another story on the news on TV. If there were robots, Li Shuijie immediately said to Lu Wei, Wilbur, you notify now and recall all the company's workers, regardless of whether they have access to confidential documents or not. Everyone. He's going to cross-examine each and every one of them. It was just the right time to try out the mind-reading skill he had just acquired. Chapter 53, Elder Wei's True Identity? Li Shuijie becomes Lu's top executive. Lu Wei was silent for a moment after hearing what Li Shuijie said, then asked in a deep voice, Young master, are you saying that you want me to recall all the employees of the Lu Group? Could it be that you are planning to interrogate them one by one? Yeah. What doesn't work? Li Shuijie didn't understand what Lu Wei meant. What's wrong? Of course everyone should be cross-examined. Everyone is suspected of stealing the company's confidential documents, including the toilet cleaning ants. It's better to kill 100 by mistake than to let one go. He had seen it before inside a movie or TV show. In many cases, often those who are the least likely are the murderers in the end. Holmes also said, first, all impossible conclusions must be eliminated, and then the rest. however bizarre and incredible, must be irrefutable facts. Perhaps there are several explanations left, and if so, they must be proved one by one, until at last only one well-founded explanation remains. Lu Wei, however, shook his head. I'm afraid this is too late. Li Shuijie didn't understand. Why? Young master, you probably haven't been to Lu's group, so have no idea? The entire Lu's group has employees all over the world. It's almost impossible for you to recall them all at once, and just the whole of Suhai. Lu's group also has millions of employees. You can't possibly find people out in 2 days even if you don't eat or drink. Millions of people. Well, it's true that he was naive. He only had an hour of mind reading, and must use it when it mattered most. Young master, actually there is no need to go through so much trouble. The confidential documents are hidden in the president's office on the 18th floor of Lu's group. There are no more than 20 people who can go up to the 18th floor itself, and even fewer people who can open the president's office. Then you didn't say so earlier, and you didn't ask. It was true that he still knew too little. It seemed that he had to make up for it more in the future. Arrived downstairs at Lu's group. As soon as the car stopped, someone opened the door for Li Shuijie, protecting his head with one hand. It was the first time for Li Shuijie to enjoy this kind of treatment. In the past, when he worked part-time as a doorman, he was usually the one who opened the door for others, didn't hold back and subconsciously said out of politeness, "Thank you." As a result, the man looked at Li Shuijie with a horrified face. Seeing the man's expression of seeing a ghost, Li Shuijie thought that there was something strange about him. Did he eat leaves for lunch that stuck to his teeth? Li Shuijie secretly licked his teeth secretly. There's nothing. Ask if you don't understand. What are you looking at me like that for? The man, however, seemed to be even more scared and immediately bent a 90-degree waist and apologized. I'm sorry, young master. No, what are you apologizing for? Are you cold? What's with the shivering? Am I that scary? No, young master, please don't say thank you to me in the future. I can't afford it, and if Elder Wei hears me, I'll be in deep. You say that? Is Wilbur so terrible? He seems quite amiable to me. Kindly, kissable. Half a word in there doesn't go with Wileo. The bouncer didn't dare to say. Wei Lao was a gangster when he was young, but also the boss level. Which people hear his name does not shiver. But then I do not know how to wash their hands. And Wei Lao young time not surnamed Lu. As to what the surname no one knows. Later with the deceased Lu group chairman changed his surname to Lu. But even so, until now, black and white no matter which one sees him a stump have to shiver twice. A cough. Hate scared directly kneel. Such a big man, but willingly followed the former chairman of the Lu group from nothing to start a company from scratch to become the richest man in the world today. There is a story that no one knows. Immediately after getting out of the car, a beautiful woman with a tall figure, long legs, black silk, and 10 centimeters high heels, wearing a white shirt on top and a wraparound skirt underneath, greeted her with a nervous face. Elder Wei, you're finally here. Although Lu Wei is on crutches, but his footsteps are light and healthy, and he looks like a practitioner. Li Shuijie followed behind, observing Lu's group. In fact, it wasn't the first time he had been in Lu's group. Before that he worked part-time as a courier and came over often. He remembers especially well. Lu's group's receptionist has 2 shifts, an older but very good-looking, and very good at dressing up. Every time he came to deliver the courier on the far away can smell her body sprayed with perfume. It causes him to sneeze constantly every time he enters or leaves the place, and it was always disdainful of him, treating him with disdain, as if Lu's group was her family's. And almost every time she came she was on the phone with her boyfriend or playing a game. But sometimes it was another one on duty. I heard it was a student who came to work part-time, about his age, and dressed fresh and plain every time. And every time he came, he would always pour him a cup of warm water. I wonder which one is on duty again today. Li Shuijie glanced at the front desk and saw at a glance that the plainly dressed young lady was being scolded and crying her eyes out. He was tempted to ask what happened, but he had more important things to do right now. Lu Wei asked the long-legged black silk beauty at the side with a serious face. Xena, how is it now? Elder Wei, right now the company is in a mess. Everyone doesn't know what to do. Just waiting for you to come back and preside over the situation. Li Shuijie didn't say much, and asked directly from the sidelines. When were the classified documents discovered to be missing? Sheena did not answer Li Shuijie's words, but looked at the handsome man in front of her and looked at Lu Wei suspiciously. Seeing that the beauty didn't answer his question, Li Shuijie asked again. Beauty, I'm asking you, when was the classified document lost? Who normally has access to that document? Call all those people over to me. Xena, answer him and do what he says. Elder Wei. This is a company secret. This is. Lu Wei looked at Li Shuaijie and spoke. He is the master's long-lost biological son, and will be the highest executive president of Lu's Group from now on. Chapter 54 Li Shuaijie's showbiz female Heavenly King's third sister is here. Xena, the black silk long-legged beauty, paused, stopped and looked over at Li Shuaijie, surveying him from head to toe. Elder Wei, are you sure he is the young master? Right, he is the young master. Lu Wei looked at Li Shuaijie and replied with great certainty, not just because of the paternity test. In fact, the moment he saw the photo of Li Shuaijie sent to him by the detective, he was sure that this person was the young master. It was because Li Shuaijie's looks were almost the same mold as Lu Zhen's looks when he was young back then. He took a paternity test just for an extra assurance. Plus he investigated Li Shuaijie's identity and sought his nominal parents. The eyes of Li Shuaijie's mother were exactly the same as the eyes of the first lady back then. To say that this Lu Zhen philandering, but he is very good to each wife. And the most admirable thing is that never heard of his first and second wife lover with him in a temper. It seems like everyone follows him willingly. And there's been even less of the little wives coming to the door and causing trouble. And after the death of the first lady, the 8 wives and lovers married or raised after her were all because they resembled the first lady in one way or another. For example, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the voice. If you want to talk about fidelity, he married 8 more wives in succession after his wife died. No, before she died. Xina frowned slightly. Although Li Shuaijie could indeed be considered a leader in terms of looks, and did resemble Director Lu's eyebrows, and was indeed handsome, but all over the body there is no once land director only star half a bit of momentum in. Can this kind of person really be the successor of Lu's group? I'm afraid it's not just a fancy straw man. Li Shuaijie was a little embarrassed to face the scrutiny of a beautiful woman, and he scratched his head a little embarrassed. Beauty, that, don't look at me like that, I get nervous. I'm sorry, young master. Xena withdrew her gaze, and while the words were apologetic, there was a flash of contempt in her eyes, and this contempt was taken in by Li Shuaijie, but he wasn't surprised in the slightest. He knew he was really too young and had no experience at all, and it was normal for him to have no credibility. Confidential documents have been stored in the safe in the chairman's office. It is reasonable to say that no one will move without your command. Besides, this file is an encrypted hard disk. Qin's group, even if they get the file, will need at least half a month to study and analyze it. And if you add to it that the final out of the finished product will take at least 3 months at the earliest. Li Shuaijie understood. That means the documents were most likely leaked 4 months ago? The more time that passes, the harder it is to find clues. And that's a bit of a problem. Lu Wei was shocked when he heard this, and the walking stick in his hand pounded the ground heavily, making a muffled sound that shook people's hearts. What's with Lu's security? The documents have been missing for so long and no one has noticed. Xena suddenly looked a bit off, her tone a bit stilted. Elder Wei, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. What did I tell you? Don't be abrasive when you speak. Just say what you have to say. Xina hurriedly replied. Yes, it was 4 months ago precisely when old Director Lu was seriously ill in bed. When third young lady came to the company and took the office key from me. Lu Wei paused in his steps. Third Miss came to the company 4 months ago? Why didn't I know that? Also, when third Miss came to get her things, why didn't you follow? Xina looked guilty. At that time, the third Miss said that Director Lu asked her to come to the office to pick up a document. I didn't think too much about it, and I just happened to have an emergency on my hands at the time, with a few foreign clients. So, Lu Wei frowned. You go and notify third Miss to come to the company. No need to inform. I'm coming. Li Shuaijie looked towards the place where the sound came from. A sunglasses wearing, a 4-waist, long legs, wearing short leather pants, marten boots, front and back, long curly blonde hair to her waist, thumping toward them in his marten boots. Third Miss, Lu Wei shouted with a slight nod. Li Shuaijie also carefully sized up the woman in front of him. They call her Miss 3. That means that person is Lu Zhen's third daughter, Lu Yiding. He had just made a point of badgering what he could find out about Lu's group while he was on the road. Lu Yiding, the third Miss of Lu Group, the female Heavenly King of the entertainment industry. With a fan base of billions, fans are said to be spread across the globe. Lu Yiding walked over to Lu Wei's side and took off her glasses. Wilbur, I've heard all about the company. How are things now? Qin Group intends to release the product in 2 days. Simple. Then we'll release it tomorrow. And I can send out a VB to help promote Lu then. But the product is still in the testing stage. The technical department said that it needs another 48 hours of testing to ensure that the product is foolproof. If it is put on sale early, I am afraid that it will affect the company's reputation in case something goes wrong. Then this kind of thing is even easier. Big sister will take care of it in minutes. Why don't you ask big sister for help? It happened so suddenly that I haven't had time to notify Missy. Besides, Missy should still be abroad at the moment, so I don't know if I'll be able to make it back in time. Wait for me, I'll call my big sister first. Lu Yiting picked up her cell phone and pressed the dialing button. Lu Wei suddenly remembered Li Shuijie on the side and hurriedly introduced him to Lu Yiting. By the way, third miss, this is, I know he's dad's illegitimate son out there, my little 10 brother. Lu Yiting said gently, as if she wasn't surprised or didn't mind. You don't mind? What's there to mind? Are there fewer illegitimate children in our family? Oh, few indeed, just the one. All the others are illegitimate daughters. As if the call didn't go through, Lu Yiting hung up the phone and put it away in her pocket. Big sis didn't answer. I think she's busy. She'll call me back later. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yiting began to measure up the Li Shuijie in front of her. Li Shuijie net height 185. Lu Yiting 173, plus that pair of Heighton Martin boots looks about the same height as Li Shuijie. She hooked Li Shuijie's chin with the sunglasses in her hand and snapped it closer for a closer look. Li Shuijie gulped nervously, not daring to blink his eyes or breathe heavily. After Lu Yiting looked at it, she said with satisfaction, "It's worthy of our Lu family. Dad's seed is right. It's not bad looking. Hey little brother 10, tell third sister. What's your name?" Li Shuijie. Chapter 55. Li Shuijie was furious, but Lu Wei and third sister were agitated. Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie reported his big name somewhat nervously. Lu Yiting frowned and mocked. "What kind of name did your cheap old man give you here? How earthy in the end. You're a rural hick. No wonder you don't even know when you're a receiver." Li Shuijie's face sank. Reaching out, he snapped open the sunglasses that Lu Yiting had hooked under his chin. Rage said, "You can call me dirt. You can call me whatever you want, but leave my dad out of it." Familiar with Li Shuijie people know, he is a person usually cheeky in friends, before others in front of him to call him a beggar man. Said he licked the dog, he haha smile. Others always say he has no temper, but he has the only bottom line, which is to say that he can, but he can never call his parents names. Although his father is poor, but he grew up so big, never treated himself. He remembered when he was a child, his father would rather walk a few more miles to save a few dollars to go to the next hill to buy him what he likes to eat. He knew that because his dad was ugly. He grew up because he didn't look like his dad. Plus his mom ran away from the country and had him not 8 months after marrying his dad. His father also happily hosted 10 tables for the whole village to eat. Said he was celebrating the fact that his daughter-in-law had given him a big fat baby. The people in the village congratulated him on the surface, but behind his back they were laughing at him for being a receiver. Raising a son for someone else is a little cutie, but his father is still happy. The family is poor, what good food are first tight to him and his mom. In fact, in the beginning, because his mom is beautiful, that face is said to be comparable to the contemporary fairy sister is not an exaggeration. The skin is even more snow white and delicate. Instead, he married his father, recognized by the whole village as a foolish, temperless, good-natured, good old man, and dark-looking. Everyone was envious and jealous of his father. I heard from the village elders that the only time his dad got red-faced with someone he almost killed them. That man is still the village chief. The mayor of the village took a liking to his mother and tried to rape her while his father was working in the field, when he was still in her womb. As a result, his mother swore not to obey, directly pick up the kitchen knife to cut the neck. The village head, scared half dead, just when his father came back, picked up the kitchen knife, chased the village head everywhere. Chased to the home is not let go, to be cut on others, and finally or other people to his mother to find. A sentence will persuade his father to go home. But this thing is also mysterious. I heard that the village chief later went out to pee in the middle of the night. The root of his life was pecked by a chicken, and could not get up anymore. Later, some people said that his mom was a fairy, and that the village chief was retributed, and no one dared to think about his mom anymore. Every year, when the farming season is busy, he refuses to let his mom help him, and works alone in the field under the sun. At that time, Grandma had a grudge against her mom, and she argued and made a scene, and told the two to get divorced, but it turned out that his dad was dead set against it. In the end, seeing as my son really liked it, I really had no choice but to let it go, but with only one request, to have a second child. He was just about to be weaned at that point and it was a good time to have a second child. As it turned out, his mom agreed, but his dad disagreed instead and went to the hospital the next day to get a ligation. Said it was too painful to see his mom give birth to him to put her through it again. It pissed Grandma off, but there's nothing to be done about it. But his grandmother never treated him badly when he was growing up. His mom died when he was 10 years old, seriously ill, with no money and no cure. In the days after his mother's death before she was buried, his father stayed in front of her coffin without eating or drinking. The grandparents took turns keeping an eye on him for fear that his father would die headfirst. He remembers, though, that his dad didn't shed a single tear until his mom was buried, hugged him and cried all day and night, and then the next day continued to giggle like nobody's business. But he knew that his dad spent every night holding a big floral cotton jacket his mom had worn, sometimes for the whole night. The next day I got up at the crack of dawn to make him breakfast and take him to school, but when he was 15 years old, his father was also sick, and when he went to the hospital, he heard that the treatment would cost tens of thousands of dollars, so he refused to be treated, and finally died within a month. He remembers very clearly that the day his dad died, he smiled and told him that his mom had been alone in heaven for a long time and that he could finally go to his mom, then left him with his grandparents. The poor old couple sent their children away in vain. Fortunately, he is also quite competitive. Is the only one in their village to go to college, or the hall of the University of Sioux High College students. The day he got his acceptance letter happened to be his 18th birthday. The village celebrated him with gongs and drums. Even his first year of college tuition road fees are the whole village together to contribute to save. Thinking of this, Li Shuaijie suddenly remembered. He now has so much money. Should also go back to the old home to pick up the grandparents to enjoy the happiness. It is that his dead parents are not this blessing, which is also the regret of Li Shuaijie all his life. He had always felt that his dad was too good to his mom, so he vowed that in the future, if he ever got a crush on someone, he would be that good to that person too. That's why back then, after falling in love with Li at first sight, he tried his best to be nice to people. Even if he was called a licking dog, it didn't matter. As a result, Li did not take it seriously and turned around and cuckolded him, or several. Luckily, I met Shuki at the end. So, it's okay to talk about him, but you should never curse his parents. Li Shuaijie's face was unusually scary when he said this, like he had changed into a different person. And Lu Yiting froze, and Lu Wei, who was on the side, froze after seeing the fuming Li Shuaijie. When he saw that look Li Shuaijie just had, he thought of the way he saw Lu Jin for the first time back then. The heart was suddenly thrilled. That aura just now, it's worthy of their young master. And Lu Yiting seemed to be frightened throughout, not moving a muscle. She had to admit that genes were really powerful. She actually felt that when Li Shuaijie just said those words, it looked like the way her dad used to look when he was angry at her. And suddenly her nose turned sour. She misses her dad a little. Dad actually spoils the 9 sisters, and whoever said you can't be even-handed with lots of kids, his dad is even-handed. That's why the 9 sisters haven't had many fights since they were kids and are very close. And when Li Shuaijie saw Lu Yiting's eyes gradually turning red, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be too aggressive just now. And when he was thinking about whether or not to apologize to this third sister of his, he was suddenly hugged tightly by Lu Yiting. Immediately afterward, Lu Yiting cried in his arms. Li Shuaijie was completely confused at this moment. What was this situation? Because Lu Yiting's back was hollowed out. Li Shuaijie's hand that wanted to comfort him suddenly had nowhere to rest. Lu Yiting's 36D Big Bear was close to him, but he didn't have any evil thoughts at all. Not only did he not have evil thoughts, he also had some heartache. He guessed that maybe Lu Yiting was thinking of her dad. Li Shuaijie coughed softly. Are you okay? Lu Yiting cried for a while, then came out of Li Shuaijie's arms. What this and that? Stinky younger brother. Call third sister. Chapter 56, Li Shuaijie's first use of mind-reading technique. Li Shuaijie was a little less than pleased and coyly called out, "Third sister." Lu Yiting stroked Li Shuaijie's hair with satisfaction. "Good boy." Lu Yiting spread her hand in front of Li Shuaijie. "Give me the cell phone." Li Shuaijie didn't ask why, fished out his cell phone from his pocket and handed it over. After Lu Yiting took the phone, she saw the picture of Chen Shuji on the wallpaper of the phone at a glance and flirted. "Yo, girlfriend? Not bad looking. Good brother. Good eye. Aha." Lu Yiting pressed her cell phone number on Li Shuaijie. "This is my sister's personal phone number. Remember, if anything happens in the future, call my sister." Although Li Shuaijie doesn't follow stars, he has an avid fan roommate of Lu Yiting, Zhou Yu. If Zhou Yu knew that Lu Yiting was his sister, that he had hugged Lu Yiting, and that he now had a personal phone number, I'm afraid that he would be insanely jealous of him. Li Shuaijie thought of the fact that he came over this time, but he had business. Wilbur, and the third sister. Let us do business first. Regardless of when this document was lost, since it was found now, it has to be resolved immediately. According to what you guys said, This person is most likely still at the top of Lu's group. Letting this kind of person stay in Lu's group for one more second is one more danger. Lu Wei, young master is right. I'd like to see who on earth dares to do such a thing under my nose. Xena, go, get all the people. Yes. Lu Wei looked at Lu Yiting, hesitating and hesitating for a long time. Li Shuijie saw that Lu Wei was not good at opening his mouth. He directly asked, "Third sister, I want to ask you a question. I don't have any other meaning. It is. I know what you want to ask. Is not 4 months ago I looked for Qi now to ask for the key thing? Well, I did come at that time, and I did lie. At that time it was not Dad who told me to come. As for what the documents taken, for the time being can't tell you guys. It's my private matter, but I definitely didn't touch the company's confidential documents. Or rather, I simply do not know which is the so-called confidential documents. You guys, you don't really suspect that I leaked the documents, do you? Come on, even if you think about it with your toes, you know it's impossible. What's the benefit of bringing down Lu's company for me? It's a total loss, not a gain." Lu Yiting had a candid look on her face. Li Shuijie also felt it was impossible. "Third sister, I believe you." Lu Yiting stroked Li Shuijie's hair, truly worthy of being a good brother to his sister. The group arrived at the office of the old director Lu. The whole office was large and empty. "Lu Wei, young master, please take a seat." Li Shuijie didn't even wait for Lu Wei to finish. "The chair is quite comfortable." Li Shuijie touched the handle of the chair. Sure enough, leather seats are leather seats. When Li Shuijie looked up again, he saw everyone staring at him. "What are you all looking at me for? Can't you sit in this chair?" Lu Wei shook his head. "No, from now on this chair belongs to the young master. You can sit on it however you want." Li Shuijie realized that there was only this one boss chair in the entire office. Then he looked at Lu Wei and Lu Yiting standing next to him, and was a little less nice. "Isn't it a little bit bad that he's a big man sitting and making an old man and a lady stand? Wilbur, why don't you sit down?" "No, young master, I am not qualified to sit in this chair." Li Shuijie turned to Lu Yiting. "Then third sister, you sit." Lu Yiting shook her head. "Forget it, I can't afford to sit down either. This chair symbolizes power, holding the economic lifelines of the entire Lu clan and even the entire world. Sitting in this position cannot easily under the wrong anyone decision. Otherwise it will cause the Sohai, and even the country, and may even affect the global economy and stock market turmoil." "Elder Wei, young master, third miss, the people have been found." It so happened that at this time, Xena brought the man over as she had been instructed to do. There aren't many people who can get to the 18th floor itself, and there are only 5 keys in total to Elder Lu's director's office. There's one at Wei Lao's place, and the 4 of us are the only ones left who have them. Li Shuijie sat in his chair and began to survey the 4 men standing in front of him. One was a youth. One was the beautiful Xena who had just been following them. One was older, and there was a small teenager with a cold expression. "System, can I use that mind-reading technique now?" "Sure, what's the use of that?" "There are 2 ways to use it. One is by the system directly scanning the brain and displaying each person's information including their inner thoughts directly in front of you. The other is for you to ask questions directly, so you can see the real answer inside his heart when he answers your question. Let's start with the first one. Pull up all their information. I want to see it." "Yes." Li Shuijie looked at the first person. Sure enough, the man's profile appeared in front of him. Name Su Jiang. Sex, male. Age, 28. Position, private lawyer of Lusion. Former chairman of Lu Group. Disciplined and self-disciplined as a person. Hobbies, reading/working out/swimming. Home address. And can the probability of their betrayal be seen? Can. Su Jiang's betrayal rate, 15%. With such a low betrayal rate, it shouldn't be him. Second place. Name, Xena. Former name, Qi Tsuehua. Chiquita? I didn't expect a beautiful woman to be called that. Ha 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 ha. Sex, female. Age, 28. Position, private secretary of Lusion of Lu Group. Worked for Lu for 6 years. Betrayal rate, 20%. Looking like this shouldn't be this beautiful sister either. Third place. Li Shuijie carefully looked up the boy in front of him. At first glance he thought the boy was unusual. In a sweeping sort of way. He was cleanly dressed, but his entire body was covered in old clothes, including shoes, and they were all kind of washed out. The whole thing looked cold and chilly as well. I always thought this guy was unusual. Who is he? Name Yan Li. What a coincidence. Your last name is Li too? Sex, male. Age, 20. Position, none. Occasional cleaning for the office of the chairman of Luke's group. 6 months at Luke's. Betrayal rate, 0%. Note, very good with hands, one of the hidden bodyguard masters beside Lu Jun. This person's betrayal rate is actually 0. What should have been the most suspicious person turned out to be the most unlikely. Li Shuijie was a bit surprised. Reporting to the host, he was picked up halfway by Lu Jun, so he has always been grateful. So this is it. Third position. Name, Jiang Mingcheng. Sex, male. Age, 55. Position, chairman of the scientific research department of Lux Group. One of the members of the board of directors. The second largest shareholder of Lux Group. 32 years in Lux Group. Betrayal rate, 99%. Damn. The betrayal rate is so high. I guess you can't tell who's who. In that case, the new machine word digs of this mohawk much this. Chapter 57, Li Shuijie finds the leaker. Impresses everyone. Although Li Shuijie already had a definite candidate in his heart at the moment. However, he didn't pick it out directly, but pressed on, continuing to observe the reactions of the four. After all, he had no evidence now, and there was no credibility at all if he made a direct identification. At this time, Jiang Chengming said with an anxious face, Wei Lao, you finally came back. This confidential documents have not been kept well. How can it suddenly leak? Qin's products will be on sale the day after tomorrow. Our products are still being tested. What can we do? Lu Wei's brows furrowed. Old Jiang, don't worry. I'm also checking who stole the documents. That goes without saying. It must be that bastard from an unknown source. He lives in Lu Dong's office every day. And several of the rest of us have been with Lu Dong for so many years. How could we possibly do such a thing? Only he just came. And I don't know what kind of ecstasy he gave to old Lu. To make old Lu trust him so much. I think he's the one who stole the confidential documents. Li Yan coldly looked at Jiang Mingcheng then said, I didn't. If you say you don't have it, you don't have it? What proof do you have? Amazingly, I don't have proof. But I don't. Jiang Mingcheng mocked. Who would believe you if you can't even give a reason to prove yourself? No means no. I won't do anything to apologize to the boss. Li Yan clenched his fists. I believe. There are no absolutes. And sometimes often the most unlikely backfire ends up being unexpected. After all, sometimes, one knows what one knows. At this time, Li Shuijie suddenly opened his mouth. Jiang Mingcheng looked at Li Shuijie and asked, Who are you? Li Shuijie said, Shouldn't the premise of asking someone who they are be to give their name first? Lu Wei was about to say that he was the young master. He heard Li Shuijie laugh and dislike him. Lu Wei closed his mouth. He intended to see how Li Shuijie would deal with this matter. If he could really solve this matter, then he would feel relieved to hand over Lu's group to him. Jiang Mingcheng said with a look of contempt, Me, Qin Ah, tell him who I am. Xena was about to reply. I don't need Sister Suihua to tell me. I know that you are the chairman of the research department of Lu's group, one of the board of directors, the second largest shareholder of Lu's group, and you've been working for Lu's group for 32 years. Qina was shocked when she heard Li Shuijie call her by her original name. How did you know? Then again, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly covered his mouth. With a face of disbelief, he looked at Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie looked at the big beautiful secretary looking at him like a ghost and his heart felt a little funny. Jiang Mingcheng heard Li Shuijie's identity to him as if he was a man. Since you know who I am and still dare to talk to me like that. Also, do you know what seat this is? How dare you? A brat from nowhere. Sit in this seat. Li Shuijie smiled faintly. Of course I know what seat this is. And since I dare to sit here, it means that I have the right to sit here. Besides, even Elder Wei didn't say anything. Why are you so excited? Can it be that you also want to sit in this seat? As if he had been poked and prodded, Jiang Mingcheng's eyes began to dodge. What are you babbling about? Elder Wei. This little brat, who the hell is he? Wilbur, you tell him. Old Jiang, don't be rude. He's the young master. Jiang Mingcheng was horrified. Young master? Where did the young master come from? Doesn't Mr. Lu only have 9 daughters? He is the young master. It has been confirmed. Li Shuijie stood up from his chair and walked over to Jiang Mingcheng's side. Uncle Jiang, according to seniority I should probably call you that. But have you ever thought about it when you did all those things that you did to apologize to Lu Dash? Li Shuijie still can't call someone his father for a moment. He always feels that this is sorry for his old dad. Director Lu's feelings? Jiang Mingcheng's tone became more and more agitated. Pointing at Li Shuijie with trembling fingers. You, don't talk nonsense. What did I do to apologize to Director Lu? Do you have proof? Don't think that just because you're the young master you can spit blood. You know in your own heart whether or not I'm bloody-minded. Young master, are you mistaken? How could old Jiang him? He's been following the old master for over 30 years. How could he possibly do such a thing to the Lu group? Lu Wei, who was at the side, was also a bit in disbelief. Wilbur, you trust me. So let me ask you, what did you do on the 5th? 4 months ago? How could I possibly remember anything that long ago? It was a special day. It was your youngest daughter's 18th birthday. How could you not remember what you did? How did you know it was my little girl's birthday? Who the hell are you? Jiang Mingcheng looked at Li Shuaijie with a horrified expression. You don't need to care how I know. Just think of me as being able to count. I also know that you met with the people from Qin's group that day. Oh, not precisely. It was Qin's people who took the initiative to come to you, right? What did Qin tell you? Well, you don't have to say it. I'll do the math. Did he tell you that Lu Jin is dying? And if you help him steal the confidential documents, he can help you sit as the chairman of Lu Group? Lu Wei's hand clutching his cane grew tighter and tighter as he looked at the person in front of him with a pained expression. Old Jiang, is it really like this? No, don't you believe him? And I know. It was the Yatsu Cafe that you went to meet that day. When Jiang Mingcheng saw that Li Shuaijie actually even named the cafe where they met, he became even more flustered. Why, you know everything. All told you. I can count. I also counted that you are going to squat in jail today, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Mingcheng suddenly plopped down and knelt in front of Lu Wei. Elder Wei. I'm sorry, he was the one who kidnapped my daughter. I had no choice. That's why. Lu Wei sighed and said hopelessly. Alas, old Jiang, you are really confused. Uncle Jiang, aren't you going to tell the truth yet? What do you mean? I'm telling the truth. Then how did I hear that your youngest daughter, with the Qin group's young son in love and also to the point of marriage? Oh, it will not have been pregnant 4 months. Immediately to hide it. With his mind-reading skill, Li Shuaijie read Jiang Mingcheng's inner thoughts. In fact, this is justifiable. One is just an old friend, while the other is a real son-in-law. So the lesser of the two is instantly comparable, right? Jiang Mingcheng completely sat down on the ground as a whole. Wilbur, call the police. Theft of company secrets. Yes, young master. Lu Wei ripped Jiang Mingcheng's hand away from his own and had someone call the police. Li Shuaijie clapped his hands in satisfaction. Okay, problem solved. Lu Yiting on the side looked directly dumbfounded. Brother, you are too handsome. How do you know everything? Told you I can count. Li Shuaijie had a smug look on his face. Then help your sister figure out when she'll get a boyfriend? I can't count that one. Just do the math for your sister. Third sister. Spare me. I really can't count this. Lu Wei still looks worried. The person is found, but the problem has not been solved. Just then another beautiful woman walked in from outside the office. I'll take care of Lu's tech testing. Chapter 58, National Research Technology. Big Sister is coming. Li Shuaijie uses mind reading to make Big Sister learn piggy squeals. Li Shuaijie looked in the direction where the voice came from, and outside the office door stood a very capable-looking woman wearing rimless glasses. Saying woman again doesn't seem appropriate as it's not very old and doesn't look like she's in her 20s at most, but the clothes are dry and decent. The white shirt was buttoned to the very top, which in turn gave it a bit more of an aesthetic beauty. The expression was calm and the brows were soothing. In the eyes, however, there was a natural toughness and confidence. It's as if it can ripple even when the storm is raging. Big sister. Lu Yiting excitedly ran over and shouted. Li Shuaijie knew after hearing Lu Yiting call her big sister. It turned out that she was Lu Jin's eldest daughter, Lu Yixue, postdocs of scientific and technological genius. He joined the state technical service at the age of 18. Shouting, you're here too. Lu Yixue smiled faintly at Lu Yiting and, I just called you and you didn't answer. Just on the plane. Lu Yixue replied. Eldest miss, it's good that you're here. Lu Wei was obviously relieved to see Lu Yixue. As long as Missy was there, he didn't have to worry about testing. Wilbur, don't worry. I heard about the company. Leave the testing to me and you can announce the product release tomorrow. By the way, did you find the person who leaked the company's secrets? I found Missy, thanks to the young master. By the way, I haven't introduced you to him yet. He is the Lord's son, your brother. Lu Yiting looked to the side at Li Shuaijie. Pushing up his glasses, he took a closer look. You're the one who found the leak for the company? Lu Yiting said excitedly. Yes, big sister. You weren't there just now and didn't see it. I really didn't realize that our little brother Ten is quite powerful. He can actually guess everything. Lu Yixue was obviously a bit disbelieving. Oh, you can guess everything? Then guess what I'm thinking right now? Li Shuaijie looked at Lu Yixue. I guess you look down on me. Lu Yixue lightly chirped in disdain. Ha, what's the point of guessing? System, how much time do I have left on my mind reading? Reporting host has 20 minutes left. That's good enough. Li Shuijie looked at Lu Yixue. How about this then? You think of a random number in your mind. I'll guess it. And if I get it right you'll learn a little piggy squeal. Lu Yixue, ha, kids are kids dash. Li Shuijie, are you trying to say I'm childish? Lu Yixue didn't deny it. Childish indeed. Why don't you try and see if I can guess? Lu Yiting also coaxed from the side. Sounds like fun. Big sis. Just try it. Lu Yixue, and what if you didn't guess? Li Shuijie, then I'll learn a couple of little piggy squeals. Li Shuijie followed Lu Yixue's standing posture and said in her tone, how childish. Ha ha ha. Little brother 10, don't say that you're learning from big sister in quite the same way. Lu Yiting laughed from the side. Li Shuijie, how about it? Does big sister dare? Lu Yixue, what wouldn't I dare to do with a joke? Let's get started then. Let's not waste time. Okay, don't forget to learn to squeal like a piglet if big sister loses. System, I'm counting on you. Host, what Lu Yixue has in mind is 9897. Li Shuijie pretended to be thinking. Well, don't waste your time if you can't guess. Lu Yixue was about to turn around and leave. As a result, just after turning around, Li Shuijie replied, what big sister had in mind was 9897, right? Lu Yixue's footsteps stalled, and a flash of surprise flashed across her face before it became unperturbed again. Lu Yiting asked anxiously from the side, how about it? Big sister, did his brother he guessed it? Poof. Lu Yixue grunted and then left without even turning around. But that soft grunt was heard by Li Shuijie. Why did big sister leave? What does she mean by that? Wilbur, is this a guess or no guess from little brother 10? Lu Yiting still kept asking from the side. Lu Wei smiled without answering. Li Shuijie laughed. Third sister, let me ask you, how do you call a piglet? Of course it's hum hey. I know. Stinky brother, don't you dare try to set me up to learn how to squeal like a little pig. Lu Yixue said in a smart-ass self-conscious reaction. Then before the big sister left, did she? Li Shuijie point to the point. Big sis grunted before she left. So that's what she learned to squeal like a little pig? This is too foul. But little brother 10, you can really guess what others are thinking. Li Shuijie laughed. Small meaning. Lu Yiting was very curious. Brother, teach me how this was done? I am a master of my art, and I will not spread it. How can this be an outcry? I'm your own sister. If I learn this ability, it'll be easier to deal with those pesky little green tea bimbos in the entertainment industry. Li Shuijie could see what was going on in Lu Yiting's mind. Third sister, are you thinking that if you learn this ability, you'll be more able to see which people in the entertainment industry are being sincere or false to you? Lu Yiting was even more surprised. I'll go. You can even guess this. This is too divine. Good brother, quickly teach me. Teach me. Li Shuijie mysteriously came to Lu Yiting's ear and said, to learn this skill, you must first. This I know. If you want to practice this technique, you must first self-circumcise. Lu Yiting looked at Li Shuijie's lower body with a surprised face. Brother, it's hard to believe that you. Li Shuijie blankly glanced at Lu Yiting. Third sister, what are you thinking? What I'm trying to say is that one must first agonize their mind, work their bones and muscles, and starve their body, before practicing for 77 days and experiencing 99,891 difficulties. So troublesome? Forget it then. Those in the entertainment industry, whether they are little white flowers or little green teas, don't deserve me to work so hard for them. Lu Yiting put on her sunglasses again. The matter here in Weibo is settled. I should also go home to have a look. I'll leave first. By the way, about the matter of inheriting the company, I would like to think about it for a while. After all, I'm still a sophomore now. I still have to focus on my studies. So the matter of Lu's group still has to trouble you to worry about it first. Yes, young master. But the matter of announcing you as the president of Lu Group can't be delayed. Many people are now eyeing this position. You can take office first, and as for company affairs, I will take care of them for you first. It will be handed back to you as soon as you graduate. Okay then, Chin Ah, you inform down. The young master is back. From now on, the entire Lu clan group, including me, will have to listen to his orders, or else get the hell out of Lu clan. I'll see which company dares to want the person I dismissed from Lu. Lu Wei's voice was not big, but it was loud and full of majesty. Sugar heartbroken thoughts. Sugar heart daytime have other jobs. The wage is not high, boss also thief thing. Night have to drag to 7 o'clock to get off work. Sugar heart's dream is to become a full-time at-home novel, but helpless life forced. So all of you see official lord, please forgive me. Sugar heart typing slow. Brain capacity is not enough. So more a chapter to be a long time. but you may look at 1 minute to see the end. So I hope that you will not give me bad reviews so easily. Please. One chapter up. Sugarheart is going to have dinner. Chapter 59, Li Shuaijia's pleasure with bodyguard's little brother, studying the marriage proposal. Young master, your status is not ordinary anymore. I'm afraid that someone will be unfavorable to you. Why don't I arrange for a few bodyguards to be around to protect you? Bodyguard or not? It's inconvenient for me being in school. Li Shuaijia thought of just coming to the company out of the hotel when that kind of racket. Forget it, he did not want to be others as a triad. Li Shuaijia looked at Li Yan who had been beside him without saying anything. Thinking that the system had just shown that his loyalty was so high, plus he was still some kind of hidden bodyguard expert. It was too much of a waste to stay in the company and be a simple janitor. Wilbur was right. He was at least the president now. How could he do without an assistant bodyguard by his side? So he walked over to Li Yan and asked, "Your name is amazingly right. You're 20 years old and about my age. Do you want to go to school with me and be my personal bodyguard?" Li Yan looked at Li Shuaijia, and although he didn't say anything, Li Shuaijia could already see what was going on inside him. "Don't worry. I won't treat you poorly either. What Director Lu he promised you, I will do the same." Li Shuaijia came to Li Yan's ear and said, "Don't worry. I will continue to help you pay for your sister's hospitalization visit." Li Yan looked at Li Shuaijia with a face of disbelief. Li Shuaijia asked again, "Will you?" "Aha." Li Yan nodded with a cold face. "Great. I'm relieved to have Li Yan by young master's side. Wilbur, go ahead and get busy. I have to go home too before Shuki gets worried." "Yes, young master." "Little brother 10. Where are you going? Do you want sister to give you a ride?" Lu Yiding caught up with Li Shuaijia. "That's fine. Thanks third sister. It just so happens that I didn't drive here, and I'm going to go back and see how my new home is coming along. I don't know if Shuki likes it or not. If you don't like it, you can buy another set. Let's go. My sister will give you a ride and meet my legendary sibling on the way." When Li Shuaijia and Lu Yiding were ready to go out of Lu's group, they met the receptionist lady who had just been scolded and cried, and was currently packing up her things while crying. Packing a thing is still so grating. Okay, cry what? Crying my headache. Another good-looking receptionist was there, looking in the mirror and sneering conspiratorially. Li Shuaijia thought before she was also quite good to himself. He used to deliver the courier not only did not look down on him but also often give him water to drink. He walked up to want to say thank you to the person, so he walked straight over. "Hey, brother, where are you going?" At this time, Li Shuaijia's mind-reading time still had a few minutes left, so he saw the two men's profiles. It turns out that the one who looks pretty and likes to dress up and spray perfume is called Chen Ruoi, and the other one who dresses plainly and cleanly and conscientiously is called Xia Yu. Xia Yu saw Li Shuaijia and Lu Yiding coming and hurriedly wiped away her tears. Because of Lu Wei's notification just now, everyone now knew that Li Shuaijia was the new president of Lu Group. Coupled with the current Li Shuaijia because of the image of a major makeover, and removed the thick glasses, the whole person completely changed. The two did not recognize Li Shuaijia is the first time that a look of a beggar-like delivery boy. "President, third miss." Li Shuaijia went up and asked, "Isn't it not yet time to get off work? Why are you packing up so early?" Before Xia Yu could open her mouth, Chen Ruoi came up and took the initiative to answer. "President, Xia Yu, she made a mistake and has been dismissed." "Fired? What mistake did she make?" Li Shuaijia asked with a frown. "It's still not that the director found out by secretly playing with his cell phone at work," Chen Ruoi replied. Feeling that it wasn't that simple, Li Shuaijia asked, "Just like that?" Xia Yu seemed to want to speak. "President, Li Shuaijia saw Xia Yu's thoughts through the system's mind-reading technique. It turned out to be that the director had tried to subvert her, but she hadn't agreed, so today she had just found a random reason to scold her and then dismiss her. "This is an abomination. Chen Ruoi, go get your director over here." Chen Ruoi froze when she heard Li Shuaijia call out her name. Inside OS, how does this new president know my name? Could it be that the president has been paying attention to me for a long time? The president is so handsome, and so young. If only I could be the president's girlfriend. Then I would be the future president's wife. "Yes, President." Chen Ruoi purposely clamped her voice down and said coyly. Li Shuaijia saw Chen Ruoi's thoughts at a glance, didn't give any face at all, and said directly, "Don't think too much, and I have a girlfriend. My girlfriend is better looking than you, younger than you, gentler than you, cuter than you. In short, better than you everywhere. You can't compare with her." Chen Ruoi blushed, first surprised at how the president knew what she thought, and then felt that she had lost face. The whole person was embarrassed and groundless. and hurriedly ran to find the director. After a while, Chen Ruoi came over with that director. Director, President, what can I do for you? Li Shuaijie didn't pick it apart first, but asked, why did you fire Xiaoyu? That director was a little surprised why the president would be concerned about a front desk personnel move. A little nervous, and his forehead started to sweat even though it was already fall and already very cold. It's summer feather, she's neglecting her duties during work hours. Every time I come she's either playing games or talking on the phone. Are you sure this person you're talking about is Xiaoyu and not Chen Ruoi? The three people, Chen Ruoi, Xiaoyu, and that director, just stared at Li Shuaijie dumbfounded. Xiaoyu, you're still an intern now, right? Yes, President. The tears in the corners of Xiaoyu's eyes hadn't completely dried. That's good. I'll notify you. Congratulations on your transfer. Also, notify the personnel. Director Wang used his position to sexually harass and subterfuge the employees. We can't have this kind of people exist in Lu. And Chen Ruoi, playing with her cell phone during work, making phone calls, neglecting her duties, not doing her job properly, not doing her job as a receptionist. Don't come to the company from tomorrow. Chen Ruoi was still upset when she heard that she was dismissed. President, what evidence do you have? On what grounds do you say I neglected my duties? Li Shuaijie said domineeringly, because I saw it, my eyes are the proof. Li Shuaijie walked over to Xiaoyu, who was still in a state of confusion, and smiled at her. Thank you for the warm water. This shocked Xiaoyu even more. He also said to Chen Ruoi, who was on the side, don't spray such heavy perfume in the future. It can't cover up your fox odor. After saying that, Li Shuaijie took Li Yan and Lu Yiting and walked out of Lu's company without looking back. After Li Shuaijie went there, Lu Yiting's assistant was waiting outside. Get in the car, or I'm afraid I'll be photographed by the paparazzi later on, or be targeted by the private eye. The three rushed to the car. The car is a nanny car worth over $8 million. Brother, send me the address of your home. I'll ask the driver to send you home first. Lu Yiting said. Li Shuaijie sent the address and then started searching about the wedding. Looking at it, it suddenly occurred to Lu Yiting that she might know. So she asked, Sister, do you know how to propose to a girl? Chapter 2. I'm late. I'm so sleepy. If there are any typos you can point them out and tell Sugarheart. If you have any problems, you can revise it tomorrow. I'm so sleepy. Chapter 60. Li Shuaijie went to pick out a gift for his school wife. Oh, a marriage proposal. What? A marriage proposal? Lu Yiting was originally swiping her cell phone when she suddenly heard her brother's words next to her and dropped her phone in surprise. Brother, aren't you still in your sophomore year? Why are you in such a hurry to get married? Of course it's not that third sister meant for you to go and be a scumbag. It's normal for you and your girlfriend to want to get married now that you're in the heat of the moment. But maybe after the heat of the moment the two of you don't think it's a good fit again? You can fall in love again and then the two of you can rub it in. After all, marriage is a lifelong affair. You can't be too hasty. We can wait, but the baby can't. Li Shuaijie said. The baby is due in a little over 7 months at the most. Make sure you get a marriage license before that. It's just that he's not at the state legal age for marriage yet, and it's still a month away. What? Baby? Lu Yiting was even more surprised. You have gotten someone else's girl pregnant. Brother, I say you learn dad what is not good, but choose to learn this. Really there is an ugly saying. The dragon gives birth to the dragon. The phoenix gives birth to the phoenix. The son of a mouse can make a hole. You are worthy of inheriting dad's genes. I'm not going to do what he did. I'll only be with Shuki for the rest of my life. Brother, a lifetime is too long, and no one can tell what will happen later. Lu Yiting patted Li Shuaijie's shoulder. With her father's previous experience in mind, she really didn't believe that there was any kind of seared, faithful love in this world. But since you've already knocked up someone else's girl, you must be responsible. It's our Lu family's seed anyways. By the way, should we do a paternity test or something? Li Shuaijie refused. There is no need for a paternity test. I can be sure as well as certain that the child is mine, because the system is the best paternity test out there. But he had just gotten together with Shuki and really should be in a relationship. I've heard before that it's also beneficial for the baby to have a good bond between mom and dad when the baby is in the mom's womb. I can't believe I'm going to be an aunt at such a young age. Lu Yiting looked very excited and hurriedly said to her assistant, AI. Xiaoxia, in a moment first go to the front of the mall. How to say the first time we meet. I also have to buy some meeting gifts for my younger siblings. Xiaoxia's head instantly turned big when she heard that Lu Yiting still had to go to the mall. My Miss Yiting, do you know how much of a commotion you'll cause if you go to the mall with this kind of status? Yes, third sister. The gift is not urgent. There will be plenty of opportunities later. It's better to forget about it. No need to buy it on purpose. That can't be. I don't know your girlfriend is pregnant even if. Now since I know, how can I also send a good meeting gift? Nothing. A moment I put on a mask sunglasses hat on the line. Because of Lu Yiting's insistence, she ended up going to the mall. Lu Yiting wrapped herself up tightly. Bro, what does your girlfriend like? Li Shuijie froze. Lu Yiting saw that Li Shuijie didn't answer and turned to look at his expression. With a look of disgust, he said, you don't even know what your girlfriend likes, do you? He actually really didn't know what things Chen Shuji liked. Looks like he's still a failure as a boyfriend. You men now really don't care about details at all. Forget it, women just like clothes, bags, jewelry, cosmetics. Brother, remember, if you really don't know what to give as a gift in the future, just give these. It's right. I think of what to send. Your girlfriend is pregnant recently, must not be able to make up it. But girls, always love beautiful. Just I recently endorsed a cosmetic. It is said that the things in it are pure plant extracts. Pregnant women can also use. How about? I'll send a set of this to her. You see how? Li Shuijie replied. Then I'll thank third sister for Shu Qi first. It's all family. What's the point of being polite to your sister? After deciding what to send, Li Shuijie followed Lu Yiting into that cosmetic store. Li Yan had been following them silently, not saying a word, keeping the perfect distance. It's like a stranger. Li Shuijie didn't know anything after entering the cosmetic store, but he did recognize some things, such as lipstick. I heard that girls seem to like to buy lipstick. Seeing that Lu Yiting was choosing other products, Li Shuijie went to the lipstick area to have a look. It suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't properly used his own money to buy any gifts for Chen Shuji. Before that it was all bought with the milkman's fund in the system. And it's still with a purpose. To swipe the cash back. Why don't we go ahead and give Shuki a set of lipsticks this time? When the people in the cosmetics store saw Li Shuijie, a boy, looking at lipsticks, someone immediately greeted him. Sir, are you planning to buy lipstick for your girlfriend? By the way, this lipstick, can pregnant women use it? Can. You can rest assured. Our brand of products is the main focus of the materials used are all extracted from plant extracts. Even pregnant women can also be used with confidence. Sales enthusiasm introduced. I wonder which shade you have your eye on. Just this one. Li Shuijie points to a Death Barbie fan. Girls love pink. And Shuki's mouth is like jelly. QQ bouncy. And it's going to look great with this powdery pink on it. This color. Give me 100 of them. Sales eyes lit up straight away at the sound of it. Are you sure you want 100? Sir? What? You don't have that much stock in the store? No. Yes there is. Please wait. I'll get it for you. If Li Shuijie's current mind reading time hadn't expired, he could have heard just how much the sale was leaping inside. Other colors may not have so much stock, but this Death Barbie powder has not been sold out. The store has too much stock. They are worried about what to do to be good. And now they bumped into this wrongdoer. All of a sudden, their store's stock is emptied. He also gets a lot of commission. Sales seem to be trying to prevent Li Shuijie from regretting it, and quickly packaged 100 Death Barbie powder. Li Shuijie happily paid the bill, fantasizing in his heart. Shuki will be happy to receive the gift in a while. Lu Yiting, who was carefully selecting other products on the side, was still unaware of this. Chapter 61 Li Shuijie and the three sisters were photographed on the hot search. The school's wife was jealous and sour. Sir, you have a good eye. This color number is also known as chopper color. Your girlfriend will be so excited that she will cry when she receives it. As for why they are crying, not so much. But I'm here to remind you, our cosmetics sold, in addition to product quality problems, is not returnable, including the replacement of the color number O. Got it. Li Shuijie bought the lipstick and was filled with impatience to have Shu Qi put it on and show him. Then, *3, epsilon asterisk. Where is the concern about what can or cannot be returned? Hey, is it okay for you guys to eat this lipstick, people? Sales patted him on the back and assured him. Don't worry, unless you hug and chew on lipsticks, hundreds of them in a row, you'll definitely be fine. The salesman also whispered, after you put it on your girlfriend, you and your girlfriend can kiss any way you want. Li Shuijie nodded in satisfaction. Li Shuijie walked to Lu Yiting's side and asked when he saw that she was still picking. Third sister, how's your selection coming along? I'm in the middle of picking out a foundation, and it just so happens that I wanted to ask you what your girlfriend's skin type is like, so I can pick one that suits her. Li Shuijie didn't understand this and said directly, skin texture? Just smooth. tender, white, and comfortable to touch. Lu Yiting gave Li Shuaijie a blank look. Who asked you about touch? I'm asking if you have dry or oily skin, or neutral skin. Li Shuaijie? Forget it, it's a waste of time to ask. Do you have a picture of her? Preferably one of those high-definition unretouched ones. Li Shuaijie showed Lu Yiting his cell phone wallpaper. This is it. Lu Yiting took off her sunglasses and frowned as she stared at her cell phone. See here the emoticon of the old man looking at his cell phone on the subway. Are you sure this picture isn't photoshopped? No, I still took this picture. Then your girlfriend, this skin is also too good, right? Face actually not even a little blemish. To make people jealous, right? No, I still do not believe. This really did not pee? Really? Third sister, if you don't believe me you can see it with your own eyes in a while. When Li Shuaijie heard Lu Yiting praise Chen Shuji, his heart was also smug. Right at this moment, Li Yan, who hadn't said anything on the side, suddenly spoke. Young master, someone is secretly filming you in third miss, and there's more than one person. What? Where? How come I didn't see a single one? Hearing Li Yan's words, Lu Yiting immediately looked around. There's one at 10 o'clock, 10 meters away from us, with professional camera gear, should be a paparazzo, and there's a girl at 6 o'clock, who's filming on her cell phone, should just be a passerby. Li Shuaijie looked in the direction Li Yan said and indeed saw two people sneaking around. The passerby girl left as if nothing had happened after realizing that Li Shuaijie was looking at her. He didn't know why he felt that girl seemed a bit familiar, seemed to have seen it somewhere, but how could he not think of it? So he didn't bother to think about it. However, he was surprised at Li Yan's observation. It was a shame that this wasn't a scout. Geez, Li Yan, what are your eyes made of? You can even spot this? Lu Yiting also said admiringly. Yeah, I didn't even realize. Why don't you follow me, Li Yan, and be my bodyguard? I need you more. Li Yan still had a cold face. Third sister, you don't bring you to troll people like that. Young master, do you need me to go and dispose of the people? What are you going to do about it? Li Shuaijie asked. Amazingly made a handsword motion. Li Shuaijie equals Li Yan. We're not a triad. He's not a killer. Killing is against the law. You'll go to jail for this. Don't worry, young master. I'm quick and clean. I won't be noticed. Li Shuaijie, it's not necessary. You too, but it's just a paparazzi. Make a big fuss. If he wants to shoot, let him shoot well. This diva, 360 degrees without dead angle. Just let him shoot. Not only that, I'm going to give him a big gift. What great gift? Li Shuaijie asked. Lu Yiting hooked her hand toward Li Shuaijie. Brother, come over here. Li Shuaijie came a little closer. Come a little closer. Don't be shy. Li Shuaijie moved over a little further. Lu Yiting directly went forward and took his arm, and also leaned her head on his shoulder, bringing her face to Li Shuaijie's ear. Sis, what are you doing? Following him for so long has also been hard on him, so of course I'm sending him something he wants to shoot. Lu Yiting revealed a wry smile. Well, I've got my stuff picked out, so let's get out of here. I, for one, shouldn't stay here for long. The paparazzi is not the most frightening thing. The frightening thing is in case you meet a private citizen in a while. The three of them bought their things and got out of the mall and got into the car, continuing to drive to the location of the manor bought by Li Shuaijie. Hey, brother, what else did you buy? It was only then that Lu Yiting realized that Li Shuaijie was carrying something else in his hand. You mean this? Nothing else? Just a couple lipsticks for Shuki. You can do it, brother. You know how to sight one. There is a future. Li Shuaijie took one out of the bag and gave it to Lu Yiting. Third sister, this one is for you. Lu Yiting took the lipstick from Li Shuaijie, but didn't look at the color number or open the package. Although the advertiser gave the third sister a full set of lipsticks, the sister received them from her brother. Oh, by the way, I don't think you bought the death color for this lipstick. Their lipsticks are pretty good except for that color. Sister, what is the color of death? It's what girls commonly call death Barbie dash. Sis, look at the hot search. You're on the hot search again. Before Lu Yiting could finish her explanation, she heard Xiaoxia shout. Lu Yiting had a calm face. What's wrong with you? A shock. Isn't it normal for me, Lu Yiting, to be on the hot search? It's only worth being surprised if I'm not on the hot search any day. What did the hot search say about me this time? Lu Yiting had a calm face. Said you, old cow eat young grass, bagging white boy, college students. What did you say? Lu Yiting picked up her phone and glanced at the hot search title. Hashtag bursting showbiz diva Lu Yiting shopping mall with her mysterious little boyfriend, interacting intimately the whole time. Attached is a photo that happens to be of Lu Yiting taking off her sunglasses and leaning on Li Shuaijie's shoulder. I don't know how that photo was taken. Maybe it was the light. Or maybe it was a deliberate attempt to uglify Lu Yiting. Even Lu Yiting shot like more than 30 years old. Extraordinarily old. On the contrary, Li Shuaijie, photographed fair skin, full of collagen, completely is the image of a small milk dog. And at end, % a bite of the national pastime. Does this paparazzi take pictures or not? Third sister, take it easy, calm down. Just then, Li Shuaijie's cell phone rang. He looked at it was Chen Shuji's, couldn't wait to pick it up. Hey, Shuki, do you want me to dash? Scumbag, I don't want to see you again. Chapter 62 Chen Shuji and third sister's first meeting. Scumbag, I never want to talk to you again. Chen Shuji's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Shuaijie subconsciously explained anxiously. Shu Qi, listen to my explanation. Did you see that hot search? It's not what you think. That person is. Don't explain. I don't want to hear it. Li Shuaijie had a headache for a while. Do women always come to this? Li Shuaijie could almost think that the next must be. What's your relationship with that girl? Just friends. You've got to tell me. Honey, let me explain. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. Well, can you stay mad if I don't say anything? Whenever there's a problem, you just run away. No, here's the thing. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. And then it's in a death spiral. Just when Li Shuaijie was having a headache, suddenly a pleasant laughter came from the phone. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Li Shuaijie froze. Shuki, what are you laughing at? I just wanted to tease you. Li Shuaijie didn't understand. Tease me? What do you mean? You didn't misunderstand? You really think I'm that kind of low IQ girl? Lu Yiting is the third miss of the Lu group. You two are blood siblings, right? Great. You know, I really thought you misunderstood. Even if you're not siblings, I still believe you. Not that kind of person. After all, the most basic thing between lovers is not trust. Since I chose to be with you, I will not trust you. Li Shuaijie's heart warmed at Chen Shuji's words. Thank you, Shuki. Don't worry. I would never do anything to wrong you or the baby. I know. Chen Shuji's voice was extremely gentle. How's the new home? The new home is beautiful and big. Just too big. I'm still a little uncomfortable. I feel like walking through a maze in there. By the way, when are you coming back? Almost there. It's already at the entrance to the manor. Oh, and I've got a little gift for you. You'll love it. Ah, I think I saw you. Did you come back in a nanny car? And did Goddess Lu come back with you? Yes, third sister sent me back. Li Shuaijie saw through the car window glass that Chen Shuji was looking out from the second floor balcony, and when she saw him, she started waving her arms, then turned around as if she was in a hurry to get down, but accidentally stumbled forward a little. Luckily, he was held up by the two maids next to him. Watch out, ma'am. Now, it was a gut-wrenching sight to see Li Shuaijie. Slow down. Take it easy. Chen Shuji was also startled and slowed down. I'm fine. There was a carpet on the floor. I didn't pay attention. As soon as the car stopped, Li Shuaijie hurriedly got out of the car in a hurry. Lu Yiting, who was watching from the side, shook her head helplessly. My brother is too old to stay. As soon as Li Shuaijie stepped out of the car, he saw nearly 100 servants in uniform house servant outfits standing in 2 rows in front of his house. Seeing Li Shuaijie walk in, they bowed neatly towards him. Good day, sir. Welcome home, sir. That feeling. Just 1 word. Cool. 2 words. That's cool. 4 words. It's a blast. Li Shuaijie might still feel a little flattered if he was before, but now he is also a person who has seen the world, and now he is still the president of Lu's group, the CEO of the hall. He straightened his back and pretended to walk in with a calm face, and Lu Yiting seemed to be used to this kind of stance, completely oblivious. Li Yan remained expressionless as he followed behind Li Shuaijie. Shu Qichen trotted out to greet him. Kit. Li Shuaijie saw Chen Shuji face is unable to restrain the smile. He did not and Chen Shuji together only think she high cold, did not expect to be so lovely. He opened his arms and waited for Chen Shuji to embrace him, but he didn't expect Chen Shuji to run straight to Lu Yiting. Li Shuaijie was slightly embarrassed. He introduced Chen Shuji. Shuji, this is third sister, Lu. Without waiting for Li Shuaijie to finish his introduction, Chen Shuji stared at Lu Yiting with glowing eyes and said, I know. Lu Yiting, the female diva of the entertainment industry. There are a few people in the world who don't know Lu Diva. Li Shuaijie introduced Lu Yiting again. Ahem. That, sis. She's my girlfriend, Chen Shuji. Only to see Lu Yiting did not say a word. full of seriousness, staring dead at Chen Shuji's face. At first still wearing sunglasses, and then directly removed the sunglasses. Come closer to stare at Chen Shuji. Chen Shuji swallowed somewhat nervously, then looked toward Li Shuijie and asked in a low voice, Ajay, does that Lu Tianho not like me? No, it won't. Third sister even bought you a present. Is there something wrong with my face today? Is it because she hasn't worn any makeup lately because she's pregnant and the diva resents it? In fact, she felt that she had been looking a little haggard and unattractive lately. Lu Yiting was used to seeing so many beautiful girls in the entertainment industry. Would she not be able to look at herself? Chen Shuji didn't think that she would even look anxious one day. Li Shuijie looked at Chen Shuji's face. No, it's still beautiful. So why? Before Chen Shuji could finish, Lu Yiting reached out and touched Chen Shuji's cheek. Chen Shuji became more nervous all of a sudden. Then I heard Lu Yiting let out a nationalistic cry and then shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk. D-May, how in the world do you take care of yourself? Why is the skin so good? Ha? You don't know. Just now Xiao X showed me your photo. Your skin is especially good in that photo. I thought that it was refined. But he said that it was taken casually and not repaired. And I didn't believe it. After all, nowadays, cell phones come with a beauty function. I didn't think that you actually have such good skin. It's worthy of being young. All collagen. Chen Shuji this year, but just 20 years of age, and the early years of age is still young. Unlike she is already running 3 people. Looking at those girls in the entertainment industry who are coming out one after another. Each one is just like a flower. I don't know how much longer she'll be able to hold this diva position. Photos? What photos? His cell phone wallpaper is a picture of you. You didn't know that, did you? You don't even look at his phone? Chen Shuji shook her head. She had always felt that cell phones were personal items. Even couples have to focus a little on privacy. Besides, the two of them are just getting together. She also didn't expect Li Shuijie to use her photo as her cell phone wallpaper. The heart felt sweet at once. Oh yes, this is a small gift for you. The first time we met was rather rushed. I thought you should not be able to put on makeup when you are pregnant, but surely you will be itching to do so. So I bought some cosmetics for you. Don't worry, I have researched. Their products are all pure plant extracts. Pregnant women can also use them, but now it looks, you don't seem to need it. What more makeup do you need with that little face of yours? It's so jealous. Quickly, tell sister, how do you usually take care of yourself? Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuijie when she heard that sentence that pregnant women could also use, then subconsciously covered her belly. Lu Tianho, you already know? Why are you still called Lu Tianho? Call third sister. Chapter 63. Li Shuijie molested his wife. Kiss me and I'll tell you. Chen Shuji glanced at Li Shuijie, saw him nodding towards him, and then looked at Lu Yiting, and called out with some embarrassment. Third sister. Lu Yiting stroked Chen Shuji's hair with satisfaction. That's a good boy. Sibling. As a result, Lu Yiting frowned again after touching Chen Shuji's hair. This hair of yours. Chen Shuji looked at Lu Yiting frowning. Her heart snapped. It seems like she hasn't washed her hair in 2 days. Shouldn't her hair be oily? Why is it so soft? Lu Yiting even went up to smell it. And it smells so good. Did you use a brand name shampoo? Chen Shuji was relieved. She thought, it's that shampoo you endorsed. Third sister, all the products you endorsed are really good. I've been using them. Really? That's true. Your third sister, I don't just take any advertisement. But are you sure you're using the one I endorsed? Why don't I feel anything when I use it? It's really endorsed by you. Third sister, can you stop talking in a big breath? It's scary when you startle. Li Shuijie said from the side. What? Are you afraid that I'll scare your girlfriend? Or that I'll scare the little baby in your daughter-in-law's belly? Lu Yiting carefully put her hand towards Chen Shuji's stomach. I can't believe you're the youngest yet the fastest to have a baby. I remember you guys are only 20 this year. Why are you so careless? Third sister. Actually I'm not that kind of random girl. Hearing what Lu Yiting said, Chen Shuji anxiously tried to explain. She was afraid that Li Shuijie's sister would think that she was the kind of gold-digging girl who had her eye on Li Shuijie's money and was using her child to tie Li Shuijie down. And Li Shuijie also touched Chen Shuji's stomach and said with a firm face, it's a long story. Third sister, but in short, I'm looking forward to this baby. If in the beginning it was just because of the system that he wanted Chen Shuji to give birth to this child, thus realizing the reversal of his life, but now it was different again. Even without the system's fund, he was still capable enough to take care of Chen Shuji and this child. Lu Yiting saw the two nervous look, laughed. Brother, sister-in-law, you nervous what? I'm not that kind of old-fashioned. You are adults. Happen this kind of thing is not very normal. Well, sister has no other meaning, and it's only the boys who are to blame for this kind of thing. My brother, the girls are always the ones who lose out, and the third sister can see that you're a good girl. Chen Shuji was relieved to hear that. That said, just tell third sister what kind of maintenance method you use? There's actually not even a single pimple mark on your face. Third sister, I really didn't use anything. Lu Yiting's assistant ran over it this time and reminded. Sister Yiting, there's still a commercial shoot in a while. I know. Lu Yiting put away her smile and responded. I'll leave first then. Lu Yiting said to Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji. I won't bother you two young couples to sweeten your new house and have a two-person world. Chen Shuji blushed slightly. Li Shuijie sent Lu Yiting to the door. Then third sister, you go slowly. Well, no need to send it. Lu Yiting put her sunglasses back on, changed her cold expression, got into her nanny car and left. Are you home alone? Where's uncle? Didn't he come? Li Shuijie looked around. He remembered that his father-in-law seemed to like this manner in the beginning. My dad, forget about it. Chen Shuji was embarrassed to say. His dad had wanted to come over and even stay at the estate, but she had refused. One is because she is now and Li Shuijie is still a couple, even if married in the future. But also seldom say that the in-laws have their own home has also been living in the daughter-son-in-law's home. It's totally fine for a small stay of a few days during the week, but for a long period of time. By then, even if Li Shuijie didn't mind, he would be gossiped about by others, and she knew that guy, her dad, too well. Once she let him in, it was almost impossible to get him to move out again. She remembered the way her dad had scolded her for elbowing him out of the way just now when she hadn't let him come over. I'm really embarrassed to let Li Shuijie see it. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce you. Li Yan, come here. Perhaps Li Yan was too quiet and low-key. It was only then that Chen Shuji realized that there was someone else following behind Li Shuijie. Li Yan walked over to Chen Shuji's side. His name is Li Yan. He used to follow the chairman of the Lu Group. Chen Shuji smiled as she looked at Li Yan and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Chen Shuji. Young lady. Li Yan called out respectfully. Chen Shuji always felt a bit diabolical. She'd been called ma'am since she'd entered this manor, and it always felt like it was making her old. Li Shuijie said to Li Yan. Li Yan, you'll live here with me from now on. You're a little younger than me, so you don't need to call me young master. Just call me brother, and then this is your sister-in-law. Li Yan shook his head. No young master, there is a difference between honor and inferiority. Whatever then. Li Shuijie didn't force himself. Let the maid find you a room to stay in later. Yes. Li Yan's tone was still cold as ice. Li Shuijie could tell that Li Yan had been preoccupied with something and had something to say even if he didn't have the mind-reading skill now. Li Shuijie guessed that it should be related to his sister in the hospital. If you're worried about your sister, go see her at the hospital. There's nothing I need from you here. Li Yan suddenly looked up, a sudden flash of joy in his eyes. May I? What's wrong with that? You have your personal freedom to go wherever you want. Thank you, young master. I'll go to the hospital to check on her and come back. Go ahead. There's no need to rush. Oh yeah. If you want money, just talk to me. Li Shuijie promised. Thank you, young master. Li Yan's brisker pace revealed his inner joy. Seeing that everyone had left, Chen Shuji asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Ajay. Why is your surname Li? And why did you just call your dad Director Lu? Are you two not on good terms? Or do you take your mom's last name? This thing. Li Shuijie was a little hesitant, not knowing how to explain to Chen Shuji. If you don't want to talk about it, it's okay if you don't. Shuji Chen knew that there were always secrets in the mansion that they didn't want others to know. I'll tell you more slowly sometime. By the way, I brought you back a present. Guess what? Li Shuijie hid 99 lipsticks behind his back. Well, can't guess. So do you want to know? Aha! Li Shuijie pointed to his lips. Then kiss me and I'll tell you. Chen Shuji's face abruptly reddened. Looking around at the maids, Li Shuijie knew that Chen Shuji was shy. Ahem. All of you go down. Oh yes. Later on, have someone put away all the carpets and other things that are protruding from the house. Forget about it. It's better to cover all the rooms in the house, all of them. And remember to ask for the most expensive, the best blankets. That way, even if you fall, it won't hurt too much. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuijie and was touched in her heart. I didn't realize that she had just casually said that she had tripped over a carpet, and Li Shuijie had taken it to heart. Yes, sir. Li Shuijie let everyone present leave before pointing to his lips again. This is okay to kiss, isn't it? Chen Shuji hesitated and gently stood on tiptoe. Chapter 64. Schoolgirl's wife takes the initiative to send a kiss. A woman's heart is like a needle under the sea. Boo dash. Chen Shuji stood on her tiptoes and quickly kissed Li Shuijia's face. Then quickly withdrew. Even so, Chen Shuji's face was still so red that it looked like it was dripping blood. Earlobes too. Well, where are the presents? Chen Shuji extended her hand to Li Shuijia. You want a gift for just that? I don't know if I like your gift from you yet. I promise you'll love it. That salesman has said that girls will be moved to tears when they receive this. Chen Shuji was half convinced. What guarantee do you have? Li Shuijia was confident in his gift. So tell me, what do you want? Chen Shuji lowered her head and thought seriously. If I don't like it, I'm not allowed to enter the room tonight. Li Shuijia deliberately teased. Not allowed to enter the room? It turns out that Shu Qi wanted to live with me so much that she actually thought of sharing the same room with me a long time ago. Chen Shuqi looked at Li Shuijia's appearance and knew that Li Shuijia was deliberately teasing her, and her cheeks bulged with anger. No, I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. Ignore you. Chen Shuji turned around and headed in the direction of the room. Li Shuijia also hurriedly followed, coaxing behind him. Okay, don't be angry. I'm just kidding. Nah, a gift for you. Li Shuijia handed a large bag of gift-boxed lipsticks in his hand to Chen Shuji. Don't say. One lipstick doesn't weigh much, but so many of them together. It's quite heavy. This is lipstick? So many? Chen Shuji was very surprised as she looked at the dozens of lipsticks in front of her. The third sister said that a woman is a woman, but now that you have a baby and you can't wear makeup, there's a chance that what looks scorched. It's face anxiety, right? Right. I don't really know what that means, but I think my girlfriend is so pretty where she's going to get some kind of looks anxiety. But third sister said that pregnant women have more sensitive minds. Chen Shuji thought to herself. Sure enough, it's the girls who know the most about girls. If anything, before, there was absolutely no way she would have had looks anxiety. At least she was relatively confident in her appearance, and she rarely cares what people think of her. But right now, she inexplicably cared about what Li Shuijia thought of her. Plus, he has so many beautiful sisters. After Li Shuijia left today, Chen Shuji went to check out that Lu group. It doesn't really take much checking at all. The internet is so advanced these days that everyone has almost no privacy. Not to mention public figures. Even if it is a normal person, ordinary people, who dares to say that they do not have some kind of eavesdropping on a certain software of their cell phones? Why else would she normally say a few words about what she likes and big data would recommend something to her? Like she just bought a dress in the morning, a certain treasure in the evening to push her use to match the dress, shoes and bags. Learned the real identity of Li Shuijia, then went to a certain degree to search for it. The information came out right away. Lu Jin, the former executive chairman of the Lu Group, has 9 daughters. Each one is an elite, talented individual in every industry. However, a lot of information was still missing, so it must have been deliberately blocked. For example, no one knew that the chairman of the Lu Group also had a son. Chen Shuji had also thought that maybe it was because plutocratic families like theirs were watched and coveted their money. Worrying about being kidnapped or something like that. One would be concerned that one's child is in danger, so it has not been made public. It is also because of this reason that Li Shuijia deliberately pretended to be poor in school at first. Later, the chairman of the Lu Group died and needed someone to inherit the family business. Li Shuijia's identity could not be hidden. That would make everything make sense. But the only thing she hadn't figured out was why Li Shuijia's last name was Li instead of Lu. What's wrong? What's on your mind? Li Shuijia's voice pulled Chen Shuji's thoughts back. No, didn't think of anything. Well, you like the gift, don't you? Hurry up and unwrap your lipstick and put it on for me. Li Shuijia looked at Chen Shuji with an expectant face. Chen Shuji took out a lipstick from the pile. Take it apart. Pink? Or is it the legendary Barbie powder of death? Li Shuijia looked smug. Yeah, good looking, right? That sale said it's the most popular shade right now, saying it's some kind of chopping color. Ha ha ha. Good looking. Chen Shuji put down the lipstick she had just worn. Reassure yourself that it's okay. There are so many more branches. In fact, Li Shuijia is still smart enough to know that he won't be able to pick the color number. So he purposely bought a few more so that he won't choose the wrong one. The result was that in the next moment she hid her face. Sure enough, I still think too highly of Li Shuijia, the straight man. It's amazing that so many of them are the same shade. All death Barbie powders. And Li Shuijia watched as Chen Shuji said that it looked good on her lips, but then she didn't apply it and unwrapped other lipsticks. Why don't you paint it? Don't like it? Did you buy all this color? Chen Shuji asked incredulously. Yes. I was afraid that you didn't have enough for one. It's just a little something. It's not expensive, so I bought a few more to keep on hand. That sales clerk said that lipstick is a consumable item, and it's quick to use up, so I bought 100 at once, and then gave one to third sister. Did third sister know you picked this color? Oh, she doesn't know. I think she was picking out some kind of foundation for you when I was choosing my lipstick. Sure enough. But where Lu Yiting knew, she would never let Li Shuijie choose this color. Chen Shuji put the lipsticks away one by one, then pulled on Li Shuijie's hand. Kit, come with me. Chen Shuji pulled Li Shuijie out of the room, then left a sentence. Tonight, stay out of the room. Then he turned and went into the room and closed the door behind him. Li Shuijie looked at the lipstick in his hand, puzzled. A woman's heart is truly a needle in the bottom of the sea. Chen Shuji, who entered the room alone, suddenly felt a little guilty again, thinking of Li Shuijie's expectant eyes just now, looking at the unwrapped lipstick in her hand. In her heart, she wondered if she shouldn't have hit him so hard, and since this was the first time Li Shuijie had ever given her a gift as a boyfriend, it was normal for boys to not understand this. Will Li Shuijie be angry? Thinking of this, Chen Shuji looked at the lipstick, opened the lid, and applied it to her mouth. Li Shuijie was outside the door about to knock when the door opened. Before he could react, a kiss that caught him off guard landed. Chapter 65. Is this a foul? Chen Shuji took the initiative to send her own fragrant kiss, then looked at Li Shuijie with a shy face and said, "Thank you, I love it. I knew you would like it." Li Shuijie looked at Chen Shuji, who was wearing the pink lipstick he bought in front of him. Shuji Chen's skin is very white, so with the pink and tender lipstick it really looks like the color of peach. Makes you want to take a bite. Besides, girls like pink. Looks like that sale didn't lie to him. In fact, what Chen Shuji thought was that anyway. He had bought so many this time, and in the future, Li Shuijie should not buy it again. So it is better not to hit Li Shuijie. But what Chen Shuji didn't expect was that just because of her one sentence like, from then on almost every year Li Shuijie would buy her this one color lipstick. Frozen collected for whole decades. Shuji Chen was ready to leave after the kiss. But this time Li Shuijie didn't give Chen Shuji a chance to leave. He immediately reacted, and at once wrapped his arms around Chen Shuji's surplus waist to bring the person into his arms. Chen Shuji subconsciously let out a cry of shock. His nose happened to hit Li Shuijie's chest with a slight sourness. Shuji Chen is only a little more than 2 months pregnant now, and has yet to show her pregnancy. The soft touch on his waist made him squeeze. With a little more force, he wrapped his arms around her a little more tightly. Bumping people with the ball? Is that a foul? Since it was the opponent who had committed the first foul, he couldn't be blamed for doing the same to him. He doesn't have the ball, but he has something else. You can also bump people off, and 80% of them don't count as fouls. He had always felt that Chen Shuji had a kind of body odor if anything. His own girlfriend is throwing herself at him so voluntarily. How does that make him carry it? It's only a problem if this carries over. Shuji Chen was very light, and even now that she was pregnant, she hadn't gained much weight. Li Shuijie easily picked up Chen Shuji, in a princess hug position. Head for the room. Chen Shuji, who was in Li Shuijie's arms, also started to become nervous because of the sudden rise in the air. For fear of falling, she subconsciously hooked her hands around Li Shuijie's neck. Even more so, because of her shyness she buried her head in Li Shuijie's chest. "You, what are you doing? Put me down." Chen Shuji's pink fists hit Li Shuijie's body, like scratching an itch. Suddenly Chen Shuji felt uncomfortable. She lowered one hand, feel toward the discomfort. Just as soon as she touched it she withdrew it instantly as if her hand had been burned. It was like she had just touched something she shouldn't have. Colored wolves. Li Shuijie didn't feel anything, but said instead, "Maybe you should be worried if your girlfriend doesn't even react to that when she throws herself at you." Chen Shuji instantly understood the meaning of Li Shuijie's words. The whole face turned even redder, plus those little cherry lips full of gloss with pink lipstick, and all the more reason to want to be bullied. Li Shuijie carried the person into the room, walked to the bed, and then laid the person down carefully. Looking at Chen Shuji's big Khazarian eyes were looking at him without blinking. Li Shuijie still couldn't hold back and lowered his head to kiss the small pink cherry lips. Chen Shuji hesitated and accepted. Soon the brain began to gradually lose control. The whole thing began to run out of oxygen and started responding clumsily. But in the end, when it was just this close, Li Shuijie still held back. He chose the latter between being an animal and being less than an animal. As much as he wanted to be an animal, he held back in order to avoid bloodshed, thus creating an irreparable situation. A beast is a beast. He looked at the equally breathless Chin Shuji and buttoned up her clothes one by one. Then he put the quilt on the bed over Chin Shuji's body. Chin Shuji was too shy and buried her entire body under the quilt. It's a little hot in the room. I'm going to open the window to ventilate the room. So cover up and don't catch a cold. A mosquito-like cry came from under the covers. Good dash. Li Shuijie walked to the window and opened it. The gust of cool wind outside made Li Shuijie's whole person awake. A few more times like this, and sooner or later it's going to be a waste. Li Shuijie looked down. Suddenly a song comes to mind. I want, what is the use of this XX? I have. What about this change? It never felt right when I was listening to it at the time. At the time he thought it was too much yellow waste in his head to say anything. Li Shuijie is at the window trying to calm himself down. Until my body felt cool and swishy. Achoo dash. Didn't even hold back a few sneezes in a row. At this time Chin Shuji behind him called out to him again. Ajay, are you okay? It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold. That dainty voice with a hint of pampered concern. He doesn't seem very good. Kit, come and look at this. Hearing Chin Shuji call him, Li Shuijie turned around. He happened to see Chin Shuji half lying down, and his blouse buttons were not buttoned to the top. Judas, good man. Half an hour of wind for nothing. Kit, come here for a second. Look at this. What do you think she means? Still in good spirits. But can a girlfriend call not go over? Li Shuijie walked over anyway. Chin Shuji handed him her cell phone. Li Shuijie took the cell phone. Several of the pictures above are of him and his third sister just now at the cosmetic store when the two of them were shopping together. And his third sister was talking to him with her head turned sideways at the time. But from the photos it looks like the two are kissing. Who sent you this? My roommate. You remember the one who went to the beauty club and used my card to treat her friend to a program? So it's her. Good lord. This guy should be a photographer or a paparazzo. He actually knows how to lend a hand so well. What do you think she means by this? Why are you sending me this? Li Shuijie is also wondering when suddenly the cell phone came a ding-dong. Li Shuijie took out his cell phone and took a look. Someone requested to add him as a VX friend. At first glance, I can tell it's a woman's number. Or a small one. On the side, Chin Shuji came over to take a glance. And she instantly recognized the trumpet as her roommate. The look on his face was instantly unpleasant. Why does she have your VX number? Chapter 66, How to Spend a Long Night. Li Shuijie was also confused when he looked at the friend verification message. He didn't even know who this person was. Who is this? You know? It's the roommate I told you about. Named Yu Xiaonan. In fact, this is Yu Xiaonan's trumpet. In fact, originally she didn't know about it. But one day she saw that this was the name and avatar Yu Xiaonan logged in with when she logged in on a certain stranger dating platform. And she also overlooked it. And girls have always had a sixth sense. She knew it was Yu Xiaonan's number as soon as she saw it. What do you think she really wants to do? One moment she sends me those pictures. The other moment she uses a small number to add your friend. The most important point is, where did she get your VX number? I don't know where she came from. And what's she doing adding me somehow? Now that everyone in school knows that you are a stealth tycoon, then there's no need to ask. They must have their eyes on you. Chin Shuji pouted her lips. Even she didn't know her current tone. Sour. And Li Shuijie felt that such Chin Shuji was too cute and directly kissed on that pouting mouth. Chin Shuji blushed. What are you? Stealing kisses from me again? What do you mean by stealing a kiss? I'm in my own house. Kissing my own girlfriend? It's called an honorable kiss. I can't talk you out of it. But you'd better explain to me why she added you? TCH, Shuki, do you smell a strange odor? Li Shuijie sniffed fervently. Chin Shuji believed it and really sniffed with her nose. Strange smell? No, I don't smell anything. Then why do I smell a sour odor? I thought someone's vinegar bottle had spilled. Only then did Chin Shuji react, turned around, and snapped. You're making fun of me again. Humph. Ignore you. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll just not add her. But where the hell did she get my VX number, which I'd like to know? Li Shuijie was also wondering when Zhang Yang suddenly called him. Dude, I think I'm in love. Hearing that his roommate was off the hook, Li Shuijie asked curiously. Really? Which girl? Zhang Yang lowered his voice and said. Her name is Yu Xiaonan. She is the roommate of the school flower. She knows that I am sick, specially came to the hospital to see me. And also brought a lot of delicious food. You can't even imagine what she is doing right now. She is now in the hospital's bathroom. And also took the initiative to wash my underwear. Hey, you say she is not interested in me as what? Li Shuijie frowned. Yu Xiaonan again? Chin Shuji curiously came over when she heard Yu Xiaonan's name. Li Shuijie's body shook violently. because Chin Shuji's pair of soft rabbits were now resting against his arm, and he could now see the deep groove with a slight dip of his head. Li Shuijie gulped, so much so that he didn't even hear Zhang Yong's words on the phone. What do you mean again? What happened to her? Hello? You tell me? Jie, Li Shuijie, what are you doing? Zhang Yong on the other end of the phone was going crazy. When Chen Shuji saw that the person beside her did not respond, she looked at Li Shuijie. Looking towards his line of sight, he realized with a glance down that he had left his collar buttons undone, and Li Shuijie was actually staring at his own chest. Immediately sat up, reddened of face, then hurriedly buttoned up. Chen Shuji muttered, "Rascal!" Li Shuijie covered the cell phone microphone, came to Chen Shuji's ear, and whispered, "It's still not you seducing me?" Chen Shuji was dissatisfied, which she did. "You'd better hurry up and answer the phone." Li Shuijie coughed softly. Zhang Yong's voice came again on the phone. "Li Shuijie, are you there?" Li Shuijie immediately got up and walked outside the room in order to prevent himself from getting apoplectic again. "I'm in." "You say. What were you doing just now? I called you so many times and you ignored me." Li Shuijie felt that if he told the truth, he would definitely be scolded to death. I just went to watch football." "Going to a ball game? I'm talking to you about life events and you go to a ball game? There's no way to be a brother. Is there?" "Excuse me, Zhang Yong, what did you just say? Yu Xiaonan came to see you?" "Yeah. The other little girl is still washing my panties in the bathroom right now. What do you think if she's not interested in me? I grew up so big. Except for my mom, no female has ever washed my panties. I'm embarrassed. But then again, how did she know about my hospitalization? Could it be that the schoolgirl told her? Oops. Whatever. That Zhang Yong, you first calm down a bit, don't get too excited. I ask you first, my VX number, is it you give her? Right. I just want to talk to you about this. She asked me to fix the computer today. I don't know how to do that. I just thought that you don't know how to do it, so I let her ask you. Hey, I'm warning you, you've got a schoolgirl. Don't get distracted and think about someone else. Bro, I'm finally going to end 22 years of being single. Hey, do you think I should confess to her now? Or should I wait first?" Li Shuijie admitted that although he was a bit straight sometimes and his emotional intelligence often fell off, he still had an IQ. It was immediately obvious that Yu Xiaonan's thoughts were definitely not pure, but he couldn't quite bear to burst Zhang Yong's fantasies, and was afraid that his brother would be cheated by a scummy woman. Politely reminding, "Zhang Yong, let me remind you, Yu Xiaonan may not be as simple as you think. You'd better observe. The matter of calling your girlfriend can't be too hasty." Zhang Yong was a bit upset after hearing Li Shuijie's words. "What do you mean, Li Shuijie, you don't talk nonsense. What did a little girl do? You say what is not simple. Under the sky only your school flower is the best, right?" "No, I didn't mean that." "Okay, go ahead and watch your ball game. I know you're not coming back tonight again, right? Then you apply early with the counselor." "Got it. That Yu Xiaonan thing, this is my personal matter, so it's out of your hands." Zhang Yong's tone was clearly a bit displeased. "Yang Zhang, Li Shuijie still want to persuade. After all, Zhang Yong is one of the best relationship he got into the university after the relationship with a friend. Hang up first. People are coming out and it's not good for people to hear me talking about her behind her back." Then the sound of the phone hanging up came from the other end of the line. Do. Li Shuijie looked at the hung up phone and sighed. Zhang Yong was obviously angry, but he could understand. Li Shuijie thought about it and finally agreed to that friend verification message. For Zhang Yong's sake, he also wanted to see what this Yu Xiaonan was up to. After adding his friends, the other guy didn't send any messages over, so he put his phone in his pocket, glancing around the room, and then down at his still-standing column, sighing, "How are we going to make it through the long night tonight? The first time I saw the movie, I was able to get a good look at the movie, and I was able to get a good look at the movie. Emo, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm sure I'll be able to. But still shamelessly begging all of you big handsome men and women to point a small gift for the love of power to motivate the sugar-hearted. I love you all." Chapter 67, Li Shuijie, why do you have a nosebleed? Li Shuijie was outside the room trying to think of a way to calm down. Suddenly he remembered the system. "System, do you have any ideas of something that can make a man a little calmer?" "Calm down? How calm do you want to be?" "It's just medicine or something that allows people to clear their minds a little bit." "Sorry, host. This thing is not available at the moment, but there are ways to make you, host, infertile for life. Thank you. Bye-bye." "Joking. The system makes jokes too?" "But the system has 2 other sets of mantras here. One is the Clear Heart Mantra and the other is the Great Compassion Mantra. Which one do you think you need? The Divine Hero system even has this? Attention, host, this is the Milkman Divine System. Considering that nowadays many parents often encounter the situation that their children can't write their homework and are irritable and want a hit when they are educating their children, then at this time you can meditate on the mantra of clearing the mind. Calm yourself down. Although this setting of yours is kinda sweet, has the person who set up the system you set up ever considered one thing? Why would I want to personally teach a child to study when I have so much money? Can't I just get him a tutor? Li Shuaijie managed to silence the system. Nothing wrong with it. Oh yeah, that love secret book you gave me last time. 99 things and I've only done one. What's the other one? Li Shuaijie flipped through the 99 little things from Love to Marriage secret book that the system had given him. 1. Where couples rings together. Bonus mind reading can be used for 1 hour per day. 2. Go to the movie theater together. For each movie, reward the host with an increase of 0.1 points in stamina, to a full 100 points. Only increase 0.1 points. This system is also too stingy. And this cap is also too high. Next door God Hero text are 10 points or 20 points full value. Give money are hundreds of millions of dollars to give. This hundreds of thousands of cashback. Spend money can only give wife spend. Do you know others are saying I'm not a God Hero as a licking dog? Host, this is how the system is set up. If you don't want to be bound, you can also choose to be unbound now. Are you threatening me? Dismissed is dismissed. Anyway, I'm now the president of Lose Group, and I'm worth millions of billions, and I have a wife and a child, so I don't care about your little cashback. Of course, but you chose to bind it in the first place, and now when you unbind it, in addition to reclaiming everything you had before, including your eyesight, you will also receive the penalty of lifelong infertility. I'm sorry, I admit I just spoke that little bit louder. So system, what's my current stamina value? Reporting host, your stamina value is 10 points. Only 10 points? That low? Host, not low. According to the system's calculations combined with the entire world plus the old, weak, women and children, the average value of ordinary people is currently 6 points. Special types of work such as police, firefighters, special forces, athletes and other physical strength value of 12 to 15 points ranging. Currently the entire world has the highest physical strength value of 20 points of talent. So what's the concept if I have 100 points? Let's put it this way. A person with 20 points of physical strength can go up 100 floors without taking a breath, climb Mount Everest in half a day and bungee jump on top of it. That's a good one? That's why it says you can only increase your stamina value by 0.1 point each time. Li Shuaijie moves on to the relationship secrets. 3. Wear couples clothes together and go shopping hand in hand, or stroll around the campus, etc. Each completion increases the host's endurance value by 5 seconds. Cough cough cough. This endurance value of yours, is it the one I think it is? That's right, it's the endurance value you're thinking of. It's only 5 seconds. 1 in and 1 out? Forget about a couple more walks. Good. You've learned to talk yourself out of it. Then, do you want to know what your endurance value is now? I don't really want to know. Readers may want to know. For going to Disneyland together, there are 6 Disneylands in the world. Each successful card can add 1 life skill of a doula, such as cooking, money management, gardening, wilderness survival, etc. Go swimming together. Each visit increases the host's spirit value by 1 point, to a full value of 100 points. And what does this spirit value do? Spiritual value, which can also be called life value, is converted into 1 point of life value for each additional point of spiritual value. And 1 year. I know, cumulatively more, but I can't take Shuki to this one for a while. She can't swim now that she's pregnant. 6. Cook a meal together in the kitchen. Reward the host with the smoothie skill. That's an interesting one. How is a smoothie a smoothie? Like mind reading, it can be used once a day for 1 hour. When used, the host can hear any voice you wish within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Isn't there still clairvoyance then? Yes. Point 15. Get a pet together and name it. Clairvoyance, as the name suggests, can see everything within 1,000 miles. Of course, the time remains once a day for 1 hour. Li Shuaijie looked at the fact that there were several other things behind him. Come on, we can't do that much in 1 day today. Take your time. Then let's make a meal together at home today and then go to the movies tonight after dinner. Li Shuaijie walked into the room and looked at Chen Shuji, who was sitting in the room quietly looking at a book. And when he saw him come in, he smiled slightly again. That serene and idle look made Li Shuaijie's heart tremble. Heartwarming value up. Finished with the phone call? Shuqi Chen asked. Li Shuijie moved over and rested his head on Chen Shuji's shoulder, playing around Chen Shuji's hair with his hands while sniffing the body fragrance that came with her. What are you reading? Oh, I was looking at the cooking category. I just looked and the kitchen is huge and thought I'd make you a meal. Li Shuijie froze. They really did have a heart-to-heart. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about that too. Let's make a meal together. The two of them walked into the kitchen together. Looking at the large kitchen, Li Shuijie did not know where to start for a while. Truth be told, even though he grew up in the countryside, he really had never been in a kitchen. Grandma used to say that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen, so she wouldn't even let him into the kitchen. Li Shuijie originally thought that Chen Shuji was also a lady of the house, and must also be a person who does not touch the water of the spring with 10 fingers, thinking that this meal tonight may be troublesome. As a result, I didn't expect Chen Shuji to skillfully take the ingredients from the refrigerator and place them on the cooking table, then pick up an apron and hand it to Li Shuijie. Tie it on for me. That, Shuki, I can't cook. Chen Shuji smiled. It's fine. I'll do it, you just taste it. No, we agreed to cook together. How can I not participate? Isn't tasting a form of participation? Hurry up and help me tie my apron before it's too late to eat. Li Shuijie hurriedly put down the cell phone he was holding in his hand and tied Chen Shuji's apron for her. I don't know whether it was because Chen Shuji's body was too sexy or the apron was too small, but Chen Shuji's strap at the front chest position was surprisingly short, somewhat unable to be tied. There's no choice but to tie the bottom half. This also led to Li Shuijie, who suddenly had a thurible image in his head. If Shuqi Chen doesn't wear her inside out, just her apron. Ah Jay, are you alright? Why is your nose bleeding? The first chapter of each day is usually 12 o'clock. If not sent to be audited, may have to be 7 o'clock later. Thank you for all the great handsome big beautiful girls reward and praise encouragement. Sugarheart knows that I have some shortcomings. Will continue to work hard. Chapter 68, Buying a movie theater and seeing Secretary Shu Qi having a crisis. Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji worked in the kitchen for 2 whole hours before dinner was ready. In fact, Chen Shuji felt that she should have done it faster if she was the only one instead. Li Shuijie was like a headless fly in the kitchen, wanting to help but not knowing what to do. But the favorites won't go out. The whole time it's almost always been a favor, because there were only 2 people. Shuqi Chen didn't cook much. An order of sweet and sour chops, a plate of sautéed greens, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, and a cup of stewed eggs. It's all very ordinary home cooking. A small meat, a large meat, a vegetarian and a soup. There's enough for 2. Li Shuijie looked at the dishes on the table with a satisfied face. Ding, the system detected that the host has completed the 6th thing in the secret book of love. 99 small things that must be done from love to marriage. Punched the card successfully. Rewarded the host with the smooth wind ear skill. Please make reasonable use of the host. Due to the increase in the joy value of pregnant women, the system free of charge to upgrade this skill from 100,000 kilometers to 1 million kilometers. Great. Even though he couldn't find a place to use it for a while either. It just felt like he was more powerful. At this time, Chen Shuji brought out 2 bowls of rice from the kitchen and shouted, "Dinner's ready." Li Shuijie's heart warmed as he watched Chen Shuji bring rice out and call him to eat. This is what he expects his future family to look like. Actually, he doesn't care if he has that much money. Things like money though are everyone's favorite and can't get enough of it. But really, sometimes enough is enough. In a person's life, as long as there is a person beside them who accompanies them hand in hand until old age, it's enough to have someone who understands you. But then I turn around and think about what I'm thinking now and think it's ridiculous. If he said that in his current position he would surely be told Versailles. Because that's like Jack Ma saying he doesn't love money. The school teacher says he didn't do well again. Skinny says he's gained weight again. The pretty girl said she was ugly. But the truth is that the more people lack something, the more they want it. Li Shuijie ate the dishes made by Chen Shuji cleanly, served several bowls of rice, and ate until he burped. Eating until later, Chen Shuji was afraid that he would eat too much and didn't dare to let him eat. After finishing the meal, Chen Shuji was going to put away the bowls, but Li Shuijie stopped Chen Shuji. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuijie suspiciously. What's wrong? Li Shuijie pulled Chen Shuji's hand and looked at those delicate snow-white hands. Shuji, you don't need to do the next job. The plates will be collected by someone, and the bowls will be washed by someone else. I, Li Shuijie, promise you that this will be the last time that you enter the kitchen. Chen Shuji froze after hearing Li Shuijie's words. What's wrong? Is my cooking not good? I seldom cooked before. Is it something I did not do well? Too salty or dash? No, of course not. Shuki, You make good food, but you're not meant to do anything with those hands. Your hands are for playing the piano and painting, not for doing these trivial things in life. I can afford to hire an aunt. I want to marry you home to make you a wife for me. I'm your man and it's my duty that I should make your life better so that you can continue to be your little princess. And princesses don't need to do these things. From now on, you'll be responsible for looking beautiful and I'll be responsible for making money to support the family. Though he doesn't need to make any money at all. He now has not only the Milkman Fund, but also a world-class public company. Double buff plus. Invincible already. Li Shuaijie's words put Chen Shuji a whole touched. She directly jumped into Li Shuaijie's arms. Movingly, he said, "Jay, you're so nice." After dinner the two wanted to stroll around the manor on a whim, and found that it was too big. And after strolling around for a while the two almost got lost inside. And if it wasn't for the maid's directions, they were afraid that they would really have to go around inside until the next morning, because Li Shuaijie said that he wanted to go to the movies in the evening. Chen Shuji looked at the movie tickets. It turned out that the movie she wanted to see was packed in almost every theater, and even the most expensive VIP seats were no longer available. Seeing Chen Shuji's sad face, Li Shuaijie asked, "What's wrong with this?" Frowning, "Look at the movie theater. All the tickets are sold out for this week. Looks like we'll have to wait until next week to see it." "No need to wait." What's your favorite movie theater you usually go to?" "Star Movie Star. This theater. His VIP seat position is very comfortable, although the price is a little higher, but the viewing experience is very good." "Good." Li Shuaijie immediately called Zina. The phone rang for less than 3 seconds before it was picked up and Zina's voice came from inside. "President." "Zina, is this theater, Star Movie Star, owned by the Lu Group?" "No, but there's a partnership with Lu's Group." "What's up, President? I'm going to see a movie there later." "Understood. Okay, go." Li Shuaijie brought Chen Shuji to Star Movie Star. Seeing that it was empty, Chen Shuji felt a little strange. Obviously she was watching a full house on her phone. Why was this movie theater so quiet? Just then, Zina walked out. Respectfully, he handed over a document with both hands. "President, from now on this theater will be your private theater. This is the purchase contract. Please take a look." "Ajay, you bought this movie theater?" Chen Shuji asked in surprise. Li Shuaijie also froze then took the contract. In fact, his original intention was just to let Zina clear a scene for him, but it turned out that Zina misunderstood his meaning and directly bought it without saying anything. Li Shuaijie, it seems that he is still too small in pattern. "President, you are truly divine. Although this theater is newly opened, the daily turnover is more than 3 times that of the same theater. But I actually bought this theater today for only $100 million. If that's the case, then why did the holder of this theater agree to sell it at such a low price?" "Because I heard that the owner of this theater eloped with his sister-in-law, and now it's managed by his wife, who doesn't know anything. And when she heard about $100 million she signed directly without even considering it, and then also followed her lover out of the country." "President, you are so predictable." Li Shuaijie is ashamed. He is also crooked this time. But the force is still to be installed. "That's right. Don't even look at who the president of your family is. I would have counted on that." Zina looked at her own president with admiration, thinking to himself, no wonder Wilbur trusts the president so much. It seems that the president can really lead Luz to greater splendor. On the side of Chen Shuji looked at Xiao Na admiring eyes, but the heart has a kind of indescribable flavor. Do not know why. Has always been as confident as she is more and more feel that they are not worthy of Li Shuaijie. Just then a VX message came from Li Shuaijie's cell phone. Ding dong. Chapter 69, Li Shuaijie takes his schoolgirl wife to the movies. Encounters his ex-girlfriend and her uncle. Hearing the VX sound, Li Shuaijie took out his cell phone to see that it was Yu Xiaonan's small number that he had just added and sent him a cute cat emoticon. "It's Nan, are you there?" After thinking it over, Li Shuaijie decided to pretend that he didn't know who the other party was first and see what she really wanted. If the other party really just simply wanted to find himself to fix his computer like Zhang Yong said, forget it. But if, as Chen Shuji said, this Yu Xiaonan has designs on herself, her money, then it would be just the right time to produce the evidence, and it would also be good for Zhang Yong to recognize the reality. Otherwise, according to Zhang Yong's current relationship brain, he wouldn't believe whatever he said. Just like when his roommates had been advising him that Si Lili was not a good person. He could understand the current Zhang Yong all too well. It was almost exactly the same as his own back then. "There's no point in letting your brother get wet again. Handsome Ajay, you are?" Li Shuaijie didn't know that just as he was heading back to VX, the two women around him were sizing each other up. Xena was still wearing her white shirt buttoned up to her collar today, but it looked even more choppy. Over a black workplace blazer, a short professional skirt, black silk, and high heels. Occupational seduction. Front and back. Her shapely ass arched the short skirt in a perfect curve. Beautifully done makeup with positively red lipstick. Her whole body exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. Xena also realized that the girl standing next to the president was staring at her, and she puffed out her chest and stood up straight with confidence in her eyes. Chen Shuji looked down at herself again. Because of her pregnancy, she didn't dare to wear tight clothes anymore now. Every day is basically a day in a dress that doesn't set off the shape of your waist, because as each day passes, she realizes that her belly is protruding more and more as each day passes. When I took a shower, I noticed that my waist was also getting progressively thicker. Not only that, the legs are starting to get a little edematous. Doing a lot of things has become a struggle. Moreover, pregnant women are emotionally unstable during pregnancy, prone to rumination and endocrine disruption, and she has actually suffered from insomnia for a few days. The last time I slept soundly was the day I stayed with Li Shuijie in the presidential suite of the hotel. She realized that the only time she was in a calmer mood now was when she stayed with Li Shuijie. Otherwise she would be explosive and irritable or even overthinking. Even today at noon waiting for Li Shuijie to come back. Only shallow nap. Take a nap time. But also dreamed that her belly is very big. Very big. Li Shuijie holding other women and said to her, "Big belly, look at you like this. Who will like you?" Men are all about the new and the old. They say a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. Now that she's just pregnant and can't see it, and the two have just gotten together, there's definitely still a freshness to it. But what about over time? After sending the message, Li Shuijie's afterglow glanced at Chen Shuji next to him, seeing that she had her head down and didn't know what she was thinking about, and still had an anxious look on her face. Her good-looking brows furrowed slightly. "What's wrong? What's on your mind?" Chen Shuji raised her head, smiled and said to Li Shuijie, "It's nothing." Li Shuijie didn't quite believe it and asked again, "It's really nothing?" "Well, it's really nothing." Li Shuijie took Chen Shuji's hand. "That's good. Let's go. Let's go in and watch the movie." Li Shuijie pulled down the screen and modulated the phone to mute, only to darken the screen by accidentally tapping the input box when he put the phone in his pocket. "It's Nan Nan. Hello, schoolmate. I'm your roommate's friend. I'd like to ask you to help me fix my home computer. I don't know if it's convenient." Handsome Ajay in progress. "It's Nan Nan. No one's at home for me." Handsome Ajay in progress. As Li Shuijie prepared to go in to watch the movie, he glanced at Xena, who was still standing next to him. "What? You alone?" Xena was a little shy. "It's not appropriate, is it?" "Appropriate? What's not to like about that?" Chen Shuji glanced at Li Shuijie, thinking that if he really agreed to another woman watching a movie with them, she would immediately leave to make room for the two of them. But Li Shuijie pulled Chen Shuji and said to China, "It's just right. I'm worried that the movie theater isn't bright enough, so why don't you act as a light bulb for us next to it and make a light?" "Really? This Chi Tsuehua looks quite smart. Why doesn't she have any eyesight?" "I'm sorry, President." Xena awkwardly rushed to apologize. After China left, Li Shuijie said to Chen Shuji, "In the future, this movie theater is our family. You can watch whatever you want. When you want to come to see it in advance, to give a call to the people in the theater, so that they can give you a clearing." "That won't do. That will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the guests in the future, and then no one will come to see it. Won't you lose money? It's just a movie theater turnover. It's not as important as my wife being happy." Li Shuijie's words managed to coax Chen Shuji into a state of bliss. The gloom that had just been there was suddenly swept away. Li Shuijie was so good to her. How could she imagine Li Shuijie as that kind of negative person? Li Shuijie saw that Chen Shuji was obviously in a much better mood. It turns out women love to hear that. The reason for the popularity of this theater is that he has a number of viewing modes, the main one of which is the couples package movie tickets. As we all know, a movie theater is a public place and is dotted with cameras. But most of the people who come to the movie theater are young couples, and sometimes when they get on top of each other, they'll sneak around and do some thrashing while it's dark around them. They thought no one noticed in the darkness around them, but in fact it was all visible to the backstage crew. In an instant they became the man and woman of the staff. Of course some couples opt for a private theater, but that's not much different than buying a screen at home to project a movie. It's not as fun to watch a movie with everyone again, and this theater has thoughtfully prepared a special room for couples. The theater was all couples seats, with 2 seats farther apart from each other. Whenever 2 people are in love, they can press the button at hand when they want to thrashing. This time, a single wall of glass is created around the 2 of them. The people outside couldn't see them or hear them inside, but the people inside could see the people outside and the movie screen. It's like the kind of glass they have in police stations. They can be assuredly thrashed while watching a movie, and still satisfy the alternative sense of excitement that some people have inside them. Of course, the time for this glass wall needs to be purchased separately. A movie ticket is just a movie ticket, and glass walls are expensive when it comes to time. Packages are also available. Mild Series Package, 98. Enjoy the opportunity for a 10-minute experience. Moderate Series Package, 998. Enjoy the opportunity for a 1-hour experience. Heavy Thrasher Package, 9,998. Enjoy watching the entire movie. Feeling that it would be too troublesome to ask the staff to arrange a theater for them again, Chen Shuji asked the staff about the next theater that would show the one she wanted to see. It happens to be this couple's theater. And this was the only theater that Xena hadn't cleared when she had just cleared it, because a lot of couples' glass walls were in a raised state at the time. No one knows what the people inside are doing in this situation. And the C-suite of the entire theater happened to be customers who had purchased the 9,998 package. But a movie has ended. With the film's closing credits, the time for the glass wall has also come and gone. As soon as Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji walked in, just saw a couple of acquaintances organizing their clothes. The acquaintances were Sariri and his Mediterranean uncle. Delivering a chapter first, Sugarheart will have a dinner first and deliver the second chapter by 12. Chapter 70 and the schoolgirl's wife together to poke the true face of Silili and the Mediterranean uncle. As soon as Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji entered, they happened to bump into the glass of the theater's C-seat slowly descending. There are still several hundreds of millions of dollars of project protectors on the ground. Silili was in a hurry to get dressed and did not notice the arrival of Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji at first, and the two didn't make a sound in the darkness. The Mediterranean man was still lying flat on the seat couch that could be lowered. The pants were loose, just pulled on but not belted or zipped. Smoke curls up and eyes get lost, obviously being a cigarette after the fact. Seely got dressed and got on top of Mediterranean. Then there was an extremely delicate sound. Brother Mr. Wang, how is it? Are you still satisfied? On the side, Li Shuijie listened to a burst of goosebumps, then shook and barred down. Mediterranean smiled, revealing a large gold incisor. Satisfied. Satisfied. Brother's good Lily. Mediterranean C brought a donkey bag from his hand. Nah, didn't you say you liked this last time? And when brother promised to buy it for you, he'll definitely buy it for you. Silili's eyes glistened at the sight of the donkey bag. Originally he had just been wanting to throw up the entire time from the beginning to the end and had a strong feeling of a small drop in his abdomen. At the moment it feels much better after seeing the donkey bag. She met this Mr. Wang after she went to that wine banquet with Shinjie last time. The two dry toothpicks and fire rolled together. Although this Mr. Wang was ugly and fat and toothpicky and old and also liked to engage in some bad jokes and often made her unable to stand it. But they can't help it if they have money. Every time, she buys her a very expensive item. And this item is usually her favorite thing that she shows in her circle of friends. That's why her tanning is getting more and more expensive. From a small thousand at the beginning to tens of thousands later. The last time she wanted to try how much this Mr. Wang's bottom line was, she tanned a donkey bag of hundreds of thousands. It turned out that people didn't look for her for a week. She thought the gold master had run away at the time, but she didn't expect it to come back to her today, and actually gave her this donkey bag. Keep in mind that this donkey bag is a limited edition, and although it's not expensive, the designer at the time felt it was defective, so only 5 were produced. But even things that are flawed in the eyes of their designers will be madly sought after as soon as they are labeled as limited edition. 4 of them are in the hands of the wives of the presidents of the countries, and only 1 is unaccounted for. Now she actually owns the bag. If this is carried out, it will be envied and jealous by others. She instantly felt that everything she had endured all these days was nothing. Silili put her clothes back on. Brother Wang, the movie is over. It's okay, let's renew. But I have a bit of an upset stomach today, so I want to go home early. Silili really felt a terrible pain in her belly and wondered if she was having her period. After all, she hadn't been here for over 2 months. It's okay to hurry up now, in case there's another fight in a while. Even though that Mr. Wang has a thin toothpick, he always needs to borrow props. What happens when we see blood and fall on the Goldmaster's appetite? She hadn't been feeling well today and hadn't wanted to come, but the thought of what to do in case she missed the donkey had brought her over through the pain. Alright, women are a pain in the ass. Seeing that the Goldmaster was angry, Silili immediately coaxed. Brother Wang, don't be angry. Next time Lili will play a more interesting compensation for you, how about? The Mediterranean immediately showed its big gold incisors again. "That's more like it," he said and squeezed Sariri's arse. "Come here and help me with my zipper." Sariri endured the pain and knelt down to help Mediterranean zipper up the zipper wrapped around the toothpick, then spoke against her will. "Brother Mr. Wang, you were just so powerful. Lily can't even stand it anymore. She really couldn't take it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that she was wearing lipstick today that wouldn't come off except by wiping with makeup remover, her lips would have been white and unattractive. Ha ha ha, yeah, that. Lily hasn't been feeling well lately and wants to go to the hospital. But hospitals are so expensive. Mediterranean instantly understood what Sariri meant, and graciously took out a bunch from a side wallet. "Nah, pocket money for you. Moolah. Thank you, Brother Wang." Once Seely had zipped up, she was ready to get up and stand. She's now relying on her money power to hold her together. It used to hurt to have an aunt, but it didn't hurt this much. Just as she stood up, she saw Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji by her side. The face was even more unpleasant. "You guys? Why are here? Who?" And at that moment that Mediterranean Sea also stood up. With a glance at Chen Shuji, a lewd light appeared under his eyes. "This girl is prettier than silly. Lily, are these two your classmates?" The four of them looked at each other with 8 eyes, each with his own mind. Seeing that Mediterranean Sea was staring at Chen Shuji, Li Shuijie frowned, so he stepped forward to block Chen Shuji's entire body. Then he said, "See Lily, why is it such a coincidence that you and your uncle are watching a movie together? You two are so affectionate." "Hello uncle, we are C. Lily's classmates." Mediterranean frowned at the sight of the beautiful woman being blocked and looked at the yellow-haired boy in front of him. "What, uncle? Oh, last time I was at school I happened to run into you sending a Miss C. Lily to school, and I heard her say that you were her uncle." "What, isn't it? Sariri, Mr. Mediterranean Wang glared at Sariri. C. Lily knew that she couldn't get back Li Shuijie anyway, so she couldn't afford to lose Mr. Wang is the gold master again. "Brother Wang, don't listen to him. The one who sent me back to school last time was really my uncle. He was the one who recognized the wrong person." "Really?" Mr. Wang was half convinced. "Really, Brother Wang, don't you believe Lily? He's that girl's boyfriend. That girl has been bullying me at school, and sees that I'm not good enough to have a boyfriend like you, Brother Wang. So she just deliberately stirred up trouble." Watching Seely explain to herself in a pouty way, Mediterranean believed it. "That little sister. What's the point of hiding back there? You bully people at school, now you're so chicken?" Li Shuijie was about to speak, but Chen Shuji spoke first. "Oh no. I was just thinking about whether or not to tell Lily that the bag was fake." Chapter 71. The Mediterranean Sea was slapped in the face. Li Shuijie took the opportunity to manage the theater. At this time, Chen Shuji poked her head out from behind Li Shuijie. "This uncle, I think you've misunderstood. I was just thinking about whether or not to tell classmate C. Lily that the bag in her hand was fake." C. Lily blanched at the sound of it. Unbelievably, he looked at the bag he held in his hand as a baby, and that's when she felt her body fall backward unsupportably. Thankfully, with the seat behind her blocking and holding her up so that she could still barely stand. At the moment her legs were almost completely unable to hold her up, but she still clung to her donkey bag and checked it over and over again, as if she didn't want to believe it. "Fake? How can it be? Did you see it wrong? I know. You must be jealous of me. That's why you lied to me, isn't it?" That Mediterranean eyes dodged and suddenly blurted out. "Yeah, how can this be fake? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand," Li Shuijie said with a cold snort at this time. "Jealousy? See Lily, this is just a bag. It's worth a few dollars. What does our family Shuchi have to be jealous of? As long as she wants it, I can buy her hundreds of them. No, thousands or tens of thousands of them are fine. Why should she be jealous of you? How much? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Do you know that this one bag is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Who do you think you are? Why don't you say that this movie theater is yours and Lose Group is yours? Young man, there's a limit to bragging and pretending." The Mediterranean king on the side mocked disdainfully. Li Shuijie smiled faintly, pretending to be surprised. "Hey, uncle, you are really predictable. How do you know that this movie theater is mine, and Lose Group is also mine? You, ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Just you, a yellow-haired brat who hasn't even grown his hair, still dare to say such big words. Let me tell you, I know the manager of this theater. Just in time. I just bought this theater and I haven't met the manager yet, so tell him to come over." Li Shuijie didn't bother to explain more. "Just call." Mediterranean immediately made the call. "Hello? Who is it?" "Mr. Wang Jiang of Wan's Real Estate, remember? Oh, Mr. Wang, what is it? Someone is causing trouble in your theater and claiming to be your boss. Joke, our boss? He ran away with his pretty sister-in-law. How could he come back? I heard that Lu's president took over our company. He is so worth tens of millions of billions of dollars of the old boss. How can he go to our small broken theater? Okay, I just happened to be near the theater. Come over to take a look right away. Mediterranean Sea just got off the phone less than 5 minutes ago. The manager of the theater came right over. Mr. Wang, which one is causing trouble in our theater? Mr. He, that's them. Mr. Mediterranean Wang pointed to Li Shuijie. As a result, that theater manager was just about to open his mouth. Li Shuijie instead asked the theater manager first, "Are you the manager of this theater?" "Yeah, what's up? I think your theater's operation is very problematic and needs to be rectified." Li Shuijie opened his mouth. "Ha, you don't go out and ask around. Our theater is more than 3 times the turnover of our counterparts. Who are you to say there's a problem?" Li Shuijie slapped the acquisition contract that Xena had just given him in his hand on that manager. "Take a look at this, and you'll see how old I am." That theater manager looked down. Theater acquisition contract. Incredulously looked at Li Shuijie. He has always heard that the change of ownership of the Lu Group, replaced by a young, did not expect to be so young. He immediately nodded his head. "I'm really sorry, President, for letting you have this bad experience the first time you come over." Li Shuijie said, cough cough. "Alright, it's not your fault, but we still need to strengthen the management in the future, as well as the fact that we're a theater, not a hotel, and even more so, not the kind of messy place that sells //prostitution //whoring /prostitutes // In the future, anyone who comes to watch a movie must verify their identity. There must also be a restriction on the status condition of the purchaser to exclude married persons and persons other than spouses. When Li Shuijie knew that this theater had this service, he was worried that if this kind of place was not managed properly in the future, it would definitely be targeted in the future. Coupled with the fact that the turnover is already higher than that of its counterparts, it is easy to be envied, and by the time it is reported for 3 days, the theater will be closed down. Yes, you have a point. It's true that the president is just more thoughtful than us. Li Shuijie, okay, stop kissing ass, and make sure you pay attention to your hygiene. Manager, don't worry, we will arrange someone to clean as well as all-around disinfect at the end of each movie. Aha! The Mediterranean Sea on the side was directly dumbfounded. How could he not expect that the boss behind such a large theater was a kid who looked like his hair had not yet grown? And at this point, Siri Lili was too preoccupied with the fact that her bag was fake to get out of it. She grabbed Chen Shuji's sleeve. She still didn't believe it. "Is this bag really fake? Can you be sure?" Chen Shuji had a calm and confident face. "Yes, I can be sure, because there are 5 of these packs, 4 of which have been collected by the wives of the presidents of various countries, while the last one is in my hands. Then I still say that one of yours is fake." Mr. Mediterranean Wang still muttered and cursed without dying. "Impossible, because the designer is me." Shuqi Chen paused. "It's my friend, she left it to me on purpose." Li Shuijie glanced at Chen Shuji, his eyes meaningless. "It's really fake?" Si Lili looked at the bag in her hand. Her voice trembled, and her whole body slowly slid downward. Si Lili looked at Mr. Wang. "Lily, listen to me. I'm a big man, how do I know about this? I've also been cheated. I'm going to find that bag seller to settle the score." Mr. Wang was poked and prodded, awkwardly trying to leave. Sariri strained to pull that Mediterranean. "No, don't you go." Who knew that the Mediterranean violently and forcefully threw the person away? "What are you doing? You let go of me." Si Lili was thrown straight to the ground. She struggled to get up but couldn't, and her stomach hurt like tens of thousands of needles were stabbing her at the same time. The entire group curled up on the ground and kept crying out in pain. And that Mr. Wang thought that Si Lili wanted to pretend. "Alright, don't pretend. I didn't exert myself at all. You just want money." He took out another 1 pile of red cash from his bag and threw it on Si Lili's body. "It's really bad luck for me to meet a little /***/ like you too." And at this moment, even though Si Lili had put on makeup, she couldn't hide the ugly look on her face at this moment. Si Lili fell to the ground and covered her stomach and shouted, "My stomach. Well, it hurts." Chapter 72, Si Lili had a miscarriage and said the child was Li Shuijie's? Although Chen Shuji hated Si Lili, but after all, they were classmates. Although she was not a motherly heart, but people in front of her in an accident. she could not ignore. She couldn't be that cold yet. Not to mention the fact that Sariri hadn't done anything particularly hurtful. Chen Shuqi watched Li Shuijie chatting with the theater manager about management. So she walked forward and extended her hand to see Lily. Is it okay? Get up. No. My stomach is good. Chen Shuji realized something was wrong. Si Li's face looked too bad to be as simple as a mere fall. That's when the theater's headlights suddenly came on. Not as dim as before, and it was much clearer to see. It was then that she saw that the original black carpet was now brown. Sariri, you're bleeding, Chen Shuji shouted in panic. And this shout everyone present including the staff and Li Shuijie all looked towards Si Li. And sure enough gurgling blood was flowing down from between her legs in a steady stream. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Shuijie hurriedly notified the staff and shouted, "Call an ambulance." That Mr. Wang sat directly on his butt on the ground after seeing the blood. Then his eyes went white and he said, "Blood, so much blood." When he finished speaking, he simply fainted. Turns out he gets bloodsick in that Mediterranean Sea. Soon the ambulance and the police arrived. Both Shuqi Chen and Shuijieli, both witnesses and theater holders, followed along to the hospital. In the end the two didn't get to see the movie. Outside the hospital resuscitation room, Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji and the Mediterranean who had just come to his senses from blood sickness were all sitting outside waiting. Chen Shuji had some pregnancy reaction after seeing so much blood, and her whole face didn't look too good, so Li Shuijie held her in his arms. "Shuki, are you okay?" Chen Shuji shook her head. "I'm fine." At that moment a woman who was full of flab but dressed in a bejeweled outfit and hated to have gold and silver jewelry hanging all over her body rushed in angrily and yelled, "What about that Wang Jiang?" Mediterranean Wang Jiang was so scared at the sight of that woman that he almost fainted again. "What's this stinking fat doing here?" "Wang Jiang." Mediterranean Wang Jiang approached with a flattering and pleasing face. "Old wife, why are you here? If I don't come, the family fortune will be given to that vixen by you." That big-toned rich wife grabbed Wang Jiang's ear. "You've got a lot of guts. How dare you keep a woman outside behind my back? You eat my Su families. You use my Su families. Even your little crappy company is invested by my Su family for you. And you actually dare to use my mom's money to raise a woman. You even raised a man. Good for you. You're really something." That Mediterranean directly shamelessly knelt to the ground. "Wife, listen to my explanation. It's all that woman, she seduced me. You just forgive me this time. I promise I'll never do it again. No wonder my mom always said she'd rather believe in ghosts in the world than a man's mouth. Except of course for Tomatoes readers, the big dudes. Sugarheart believes everyone is a good man. Survival Desire Max, tell me, how many times have you said this sentence? Divorce? Must divorce. You must give me a clean break. Purely out of the house? Stinky fat. I let you go and you're still coming on. I just made the same mistake that all men in the world make. Also, don't think I don't know you're keeping a gigolo outside. You don't say. I'm bull ting? I'm telling you. I have proof. What's wrong with my mother raising a little white boy? You're a toothpick, so thin that you can't feel anything when you go in, and you have the nerve to ask someone to put up with it? Ugly fat lady, who are you calling a toothpick? Says you. Soon the two men were fighting together. The few hairs in that Mediterranean were also pulled out by the woman. Li Shuijie watched the play from the side while hugging Chen Shuji. Women can be so scary when they start to get tough. Luckily, his Shuqi was not this kind of shrew and was beautiful to look at. Chen Shuji saw this and asked, "Ajay?" He said that he made the mistake that all men in the world make, and that you will do the same in the future. Li Shuijie hurriedly stated, "Don't worry, wife. I definitely won't. I don't believe it." Suddenly Chen Shuji reacted and blushed. Who is your wife? You. Dang, it is detected that the host has completed the 98th thing in the 99 little things from love to marriage, calling the other party's wife and being recognized by the other party. The host is hereby rewarded with 10 doses of truth potion, and the other party will involuntarily speak the truth after drinking it. Li Shuijie was joking with Chen Shuji when suddenly the system's voice sounded. He was just about to ask what the truth potion was. A side nurse forced the two people who were fighting together to pull them apart. Okay, look what you guys look like. There's an operation going on inside. Quiet. What kind of place do you think this is? This is a hospital. If you want to fight, go home. A nurse on the sidelines warned. The two were finally quieter after being warned by the nurse. At that moment the door to the resuscitation room opened and a doctor came out and asked, "The baby in the pregnant woman's belly can't be saved. Which one of you is a family member? Come and sign here." Everyone in the room was shocked. "Children? You guys didn't know? The patient is over 2 months pregnant. All eyes looked at that Mediterranean Sea at the same time. Don't look at me, you guys. This kid really isn't mine. I just met her less than a month ago. And then he added, damn, what bad luck. Li Shuijie said, Doctor, we're just her classmates. I'm afraid we can't sign for her. The doctor frowned. And can you notify her family? Do you know who the baby's father is? Everyone in the room shook their heads. This was probably only known to Sariri herself. More than 2 months? Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuijie with probing skepticism. Jie, I remember 2 months ago you and C. Lily hadn't broken up yet. This child can't be yours. How could it be? It's true that I hadn't broken up with her 2 months ago, but when I was with her I didn't even hold her hand. Really? Chen Shuji asked once more. Li Shuijie begged for his life. Really? More real than pearls. He did take Sri Sri to Golden Bay Smoke 2 months ago, and it does want. As a result, he then met Chen Shuji by mistake. And then there was his and Shuji's baby. And then there was the milkman system. Doctor, the pregnant woman is awake. That's when a nurse came out of the resuscitation room. Great. Let's see if she can sign. And ask her who the baby's father is and notify him to come over. The doctor said. Asked. The pregnant woman said the baby's father's name is Li Shuijie. The doctor asked Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji in front of him. Do either of you know Li Shuijie? Chapter 73, Li Shuijie was taunted by the system. Who made you so short every time? The patient said the baby's father's name is Li Shuijie. Do any of you know him? The nurse who hurried out of the operating room asked with an anxious look on her face. Li Shuijie and Chen Shuji froze at the same time. Li Shuijie reacted first. Then his anger surged. How is this possible? This C. Li, at this time of the day. She's still talking nonsense with her eyes open. Chen Shuji stiffened and looked at Li Shuijie. Only a pair of big beautiful eyes revealed disappointment and choking. That's what you said. Not even holding hands? Chen Shuji was a little too accepting for a moment, turned around and tried to leave. How could Li Shuijie let her go? A hand pulled the person back, holding in his arms to explain. Shuki, believe me, I really didn't. Chen Shuji's tone was cold, glancing over her eyes to not look at Li Shuijie. Haven't held hands, but there's a child. Li Shuijie was anxious. It's her who is lying. Didn't you say that there should be the most basic trust between lovers? You trust me for once. Chen Shuji looked at the firmness in Li Shuijie's eyes and hesitated a little. Li Shuijie was also anxious, and suddenly had a feeling that he couldn't wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. What may or may not be possible? Do you guys recognize each other or not? The nurse on the side was also anxious. After all, this is a time when human lives are at stake. Li Shuijie looked at Chen Shuji and took her hand and said once again, Shuki, this baby really isn't mine. Li Shuijie also hurriedly explained to the doctor to prove his innocence. Doctor, I'm Li Shuijie, but I'm definitely not the baby's father. But now the patient is saying that you are the father of the child. The nurse glanced at Chen Shuji beside Li Shuijie. Young man, you are an adult. You have to be responsible for what you have done. It's better to hurry up and sign. No, I can't sign this. Since she's awake, let her sign it herself. Hey, not me. Young man, why are you such a person? The other nurse also thought that Li Shuijie was unwilling to take responsibility. Because it's obvious that this little girl next to people is his current girlfriend. Now the girls and children inside are gone, dead or alive. Normal people don't usually choose to admit it. When the time comes, the basket will be empty. So it's yours. People have said that you are the father of the child. Would she still lie at this time? The fat woman on the side of Mrs. Rich hair messy like a crazy, but still do not forget to grab the man on the side of Li Shuijie sneered at. On the side of the Mediterranean Sea, Wang Jiang pushed his wife away and said, See, I told you that this child has nothing to do with me. You didn't believe me. The fat woman, Mrs. Rich, however, laughed. Ha, the child has nothing to do with you, and this is something you should be proud of? Wang Jiang's face was a shade of green. Doctor, since it has nothing to do with me, I can leave. There's still a bunch of things going on at home and at the company. Okay, you go. The nurse was a little impatient. And you Li Shuijie, hurry up and sign. I can't sign it. Li Shuijie once again refused. He's not signing this today, no matter what. If he signs it, then he's got this charge on his back. You won't be able to tell with 10 mouths. And Chen Shuji was silent. For a moment, she didn't know whether to trust Li Shuijie or not. Li Shuijie refused to sign it no matter what. But he couldn't do the surgery without getting the consent form. So it was a stalemate. Okay, let's pretend you're not the father of the child. So let me ask you if that person in there is your ex-girlfriend? Is she related to you? It is indeed an ex-girlfriend. This was something that Li Shuaijie couldn't deny no matter what. At this time next to a 30 or 40-year-old head nurse see Li Shuaijie young, thinking whether it is afraid of taking responsibility, but also afraid of the current girlfriend angry, went forward to Li Shuaijie pulled aside, slowed down the tone of voice. Then is it possible that it is an accidental situation? In fact, there have been many couples in the past that this kind of thing has happened. Their girlfriends are pregnant and do not know it. And when they break up only to find out that I know you now have a girlfriend, and the ex-girlfriend is with another man, but the child is innocent, and now the girl is still lying inside, but I'm really sure the baby isn't mine, but now the pregnant woman is flat out saying the baby is yours. Chen Shuqi, who was on the side, pulled Li Shuaijie's sleeve. Ajay, if you are worried about me. At this time, Li Shuaijie suddenly remembered the truth potion that the system had just said, and he hurriedly asked, System, what was that truth potion you just said? Host, it's a potion that makes people tell the truth if they drink it. System, you are my rebirth. This came at the perfect time. Shu Qi, you must believe me. As long as Si Lili wakes up, I'll be able to get her to tell the truth and prove her innocence. Chen Shuji didn't say anything. She only felt some slight pain in her belly as well, but she didn't say anything, thinking that she could still endure this pain. Chen Shuji walked to a side chair and sat down. Suddenly another man came out of the operating room in a hurry, shouting anxiously, It's not good. Doctor, the patient has an ectopic pregnancy and is now hemorrhaging. The new Dr. Lu is already in there with a critical notice. She's going straight to surgery. The doctor who was outside got anxious. Nonsense. How can you let a new doctor operate? Does she have any experience? And the patient's family hasn't signed yet, so she'll be responsible for anything that happens? The new physician is Lu Yichin. Dr. Lu says it's important to do the surgery, and she's responsible if anything goes wrong. What she is? What responsibility? Wait, Lu Yichin? Which Lu Divine Doctor who is known as the Divine Doctor? That's her. Great. Divine Doctor Lu is here. It's considered this girl's luck. Quickly, I want to meet this legendary Divine Doctor Lu. The doctor sighed and glanced at Li Shuaijie, immediately turned around and headed back to the operating room. Li Shuaijie knew that this doctor still didn't believe in himself. It doesn't matter. He'll be able to prove it in a minute. It so happened that at this time Li Yan came over. Young master, what brings you to the hospital? Li Shuaijie frowned. It's a long story. You're here just in time. By the way, how's your sister doing? As usual, still not awake. What does the young master command? Li Shuaijie thought for a moment and said to Li Yan with his ear attached, You help me to find someone. Yes. Li Yan left when he got the order. Just about that time the lights went out in the operating room. Sariri was pushed out, pale. The whole thing is still dizzy. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet, so let's get him to the ward first. Chen Shuji, because the smell of blood mixed with the smell of all kinds of disinfectant water caused the pregnancy reaction to become strong, hurriedly ran out and kept dry heaving. Seeing this, Li Shuaijie hurriedly followed. Seeing Chen Shuji's difficult look in her heart was also uncomfortable. While smoothing Chen Shuji's back, Li Shuaijie asked the system, do you have anything here that can make pregnant women more comfortable? The system replied, there are indeed those that can enhance the physique of pregnant women. Article 20 of 99 Little Things from Love to Marriage. Each time the host French kisses a pregnant woman for more than 30 seconds, the pregnant woman's physique value can be increased by +1. The pregnant woman's physique value can reach up to 100. French kiss for 30 seconds? That's a good thing? Why didn't you say so? And you didn't ask. And what? System whispering pussy, who made you so short every time? Or else you'd have been able to trigger it automatically. And you'd know it. A glint of regicide flashed from the bottom of Li Shuaijie's eyes. Short. Chapter 74, Li Shuaijie shows off, my wife is the prettiest inside. A flash of regicide essence flashed out from the bottom of Li Shuaijie's eyes. Awakening. The hunt is on. Ha? System, what did you just say? It's nothing. The host is the most durable. That's more like it. As a man, it's okay to say anything about him, but you can't say he's short. And no, after all, it's a matter of a man's dignity. And Shuqi Chen's eyes were wet from dry heaving. It looks extraordinarily pathetic. After Chen Shuji threw up, she felt even more uncomfortable in her belly. I want to go to the bathroom. Seeing that Chen Shuji's face did not look good, Li Shuaijie hurriedly asked, Shuji, are you not feeling well? It's okay. Should just be some reaction. I'm going to the bathroom. After helping Chen Shuji to the bathroom door, Li Shuaijie waited outside, still a little uneasy about her going in alone. Just at this time the bathroom came out a girl. Li Shuijie walked up. Hello. Jane Xiaoying came out of the bathroom just as she was wiping her hands with her head down, and saw a man across the street walking towards her. Hello. As soon as she looked up and saw a handsome man coming over to initiate conversation, she blushed and delicately crossed her orchid fingers to pin her hair behind her ear, revealing a string of pretty pink beads on her wrist that symbolized peach blossom luck. One hand went to his pocket ready to pull out his cell phone. Jane Xiaoying thought to herself, I really didn't expect to accompany Xiaoqin to report to the hospital and still be able to meet a handsome man to ask for his VX. It seems that this string of peach blossom luck on her hand today is really useful. Handsome, what can I do for you? Jane spoke in her usual clipped voice that she usually disdained the most. You can you sweep me? Jane Xiaoying hurriedly pulled out her cell phone, opened the VX. Li Shuijie froze, then smiled at the girl. Sorry, I'm not. Ha? Jane Xiaoying was a little embarrassed. Li Shuijie explained. It's my female. My wife is pregnant. Some discomfort. She just went into the bathroom. I'm a little uneasy. Can you help me go in again to see how she is? Li Shuijie originally wanted to say girlfriend, but then thought about it and changed his mind. Jane Xiaoying was surprised. You have a wife? I look at your age. I thought. Jane Xiaoying was so embarrassed that she was at a loss for words. Li Shuijie was non-committal. Excuse me, is that convenient? That's fine, but I don't know what your wife looks like. The prettiest one in there is. Li Shuijie said this with a proud face. The corner of Jane Xiaoying's mouth twitched in embarrassment. What kind of description is that? There are more than enough pretty girls and everyone has a different position on what's pretty. But looking at the pride in Li Shuijie's eyes, heart felt envious. Why don't you tell me what her name is and I'll just go in and call her by her first name? Li Shuijie thought about it and was right. Said, her name is Shuqi Chen. Jane Xiaoying silently recited, Chen Shuqi. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. So wait here. Li Shuijie replied. Well, thanks for the trouble. Jane Xiaoying waved her hand. You're welcome. Jane walked in. At that moment, a pregnant woman with a belly of about 8 months came out of one of the cubicles. The pregnant woman was bloated and looked like she was about 160 pounds. Not ugly by any stretch of the imagination, but it didn't go well with pretty at all. It's true that a lover's eye is a lover's eye. Jane Xiaoying didn't ask for a name and went straight forward to hold the person up. That pregnant woman first froze, then smiled kindly at Jane Xiaoying. Thank you. Jane Xiaoying smiled back. It was your husband who asked me to come, said the man as he helped him out of the bathroom. Li Shuijie was still waiting anxiously at the bathroom door. Handsome, your wife is fine. Li Shuijie turned around a little confused, then immediately reacted. Miss, you may have recognized the wrong person. Ha? Jane Xiaoying froze. Li Shuijie explained. She is not my wife. Moreover, didn't I all say that my wife is the prettiest one inside? Oh, what do you mean? Am I not pretty? That pregnant woman with a big belly was not happy after hearing that and crossed her arms. Don't you talk nonsense just because you are handsome. Li Shuijie hurriedly explained. Sorry, I'm not saying you're ugly. I'm just. Li Shuijie felt that the more he explained, the more confused he became. Just at this time the husband of the pregnant woman with the big belly came by. Honey, what's wrong? Am I really ugly? Who said that? Our baby is the most beautiful. The man turned to Li Shuijie. Who are you to say my wife is ugly? Li Shuijie was also embarrassed. No. I didn't say your wife was ugly. Sorry. Li Shuijie hurriedly took out his wallet from his pocket and then took a bunch of cash from it. I'm really sorry. This amount of money is just for me to give the pregnant woman a scare and buy her some supplements to eat. The couple looked at each other. Originally they didn't intend to blackmail money, but who wouldn't want money delivered to them? See Li Shuijie hand generous. How a pile of money there are several thousand, but also embarrassed to pester not to let go. See good to accept. It's fine. You're too kind. How can we accept this? The pregnant woman said she was embarrassed but stared at the money, her eyes glowing. Li Shuijie took a look. Isn't it too little? Sorry I didn't bring much cash out. No, I'll take it then. The pregnant woman took the money and happily walked away on her own husband's arm. And Jane Xiaoying, who was on the side, was even more embarrassed when she saw that she had messed up and caused someone to give money. Sorry, handsome. I went in and saw this pregnant woman. I thought, it's all right. It's fine. But miss, I'm going to have to trouble you one more time to help me get in there again. Jane Xiaoying hurriedly responded. Okay, I'll go in now. Jane Xiaoying went in once this time. Just one glance and I noticed the girl who was lying on her side on the pool looking pretty. Hello? Excuse me, is this Shuki-chin? Today Sugarheart took a leave of absence, because it is very difficult and hard. Sugarheart's family Tang Yuan, kitten, passed away in the hospital because of the cat plague. I hope it's well in Meow Star. Cry TT. Chapter 75, Preeclampsia. Both the baby and the wife can't be saved. When Chen Shuji heard someone call her name, she raised her head to look at the person in front of her. As soon as Jane Xiaoying took a look at such a beautiful girl in front of her, she knew that she definitely hadn't found the wrong person this time. Tearful eyes due to pregnancy sickness. Even though her lips were now white and her face was not looking good. Just looking at her features alone, she was really exquisite. Sure enough, a handsome man with a beautiful woman. Just now, when I heard the boys outside say that, I really thought it was the lover's eye, but I didn't realize that it was really the prettiest girl in there. The girl in front of me is the girl who makes you feel amazing just by looking at her. In the past, she thought that Lu Yichin and a few of her sisters were pretty enough, but she didn't expect there to be such a pretty girl. You are? Chen Shuji looked at the cute strange girl in front of her suspiciously. Oh, it's your husband who was uneasy about you outside. Let me come in to take a look. In fact, I thought it was a pregnant woman with a big belly at first, but I didn't expect that. It's actually such a beautiful young lady like you. Chen Shuji pointed to herself in confusion. My husband? Yeah, there's a handsome guy outside who says he's worried about his pregnant wife and asked me to come in and check on her. You know, how your husband just described you to me. Chen Shuji was puzzled. He directly said with a proud face that it was the prettiest girl in there that was his wife. Sister, your husband is handsome and treats you so well, but he envies me to death. Well, Chen Shuji was a little shy. Thank you, I'm fine. Let's go out. Okay, I'll hold you up. But, sister, I see you don't look well. Are you okay? I'm fine. Chen Shuji did not want to let Li Shuijie worry. Was about to go out, but just walked 2 steps on the small abdominal distension has a feeling of falling. And then the eyes dizzy. The whole person fell down. Fortunately, Jane Xiaoying saw that the situation was not right and kept holding on with force so that Chen Shuji did not fall down. She hurriedly called out, Missy, what's wrong with you? Then he started shouting at the door. That handsome guy outside. Your wife has fainted. Come on in. But no one answered her even after Jane Xiaoying called out. Just when she was at a loss for words and didn't know what to do, a girl wearing a white coat with a height of 1.7 or so came over and Princess hugged Chen Shuji. Jane Xiaoying looked up with a surprised face. It was her best friend Lu Yichin. Chin, hurry up and keep up. Lu Yichin easily carried Chen Shuji and ran out of the bathroom to the nearby emergency room. Great, I'm relieved to have you here. She's a pregnant woman who just fainted for some reason. Jin Xiaoying explained from the side. Lu Yichin hurriedly and briefly examined Chen Shuji and said with a frown. She has a preeclampsia miscarriage. It's very dangerous. What then? Xiao Qin, you can save her, can't you? I know there must be something you can do. Is her family there? I have to ask for specifics. Lu Yichin asked as she examined her. Her husband was just outside the restroom. I don't know where he ran off to. I'm going to find him now. No need to look for it. I'm coming over. It turned out that just now Li Shuijie saw that there happened to be a machine for patients to drink water outside, and was going to help Chen Shuji pour a cup of hot water. As a result, shouts were heard coming from inside. By the time he ran over there, the bathroom was empty. And not only that, he was almost treated like a pervert for breaking into the women's restroom. When Jian Xiaoying saw Li Shuijie arrive, she hurriedly explained, Handsome brother, you're finally here. Your wife fainted for some reason. Li Shuijie hurriedly went up to take a look at Chen Shuji, first thanking him and then anxiously inquiring. Thank you, my wife, how is she now? Are you his husband? Lu Yichin, who was checking first aid for Chen Shuji, didn't look up, staring intently at Chen Shuji, and asked with his mouth. Jane Xiaoying introduced. This is my good girlfriend Lu Yichin. She's the 6th daughter of the Lu family and is known as a divine doctor. She's examining your wife. Don't worry. Your wife will be fine with her. You're Lu Yichin. Li Shuijie was elated when he heard it. Lu Yichin, the 6th oldest member of the Lu family. Isn't that his 6th sister? Li Shuijie shouted excitedly. 6th sister. You must save Shu Qi. Lu Yichin quickly glanced at Li Shuijie when she heard him address her. What did you call me? 6th sister. Please, it's your own nephew she's carrying too. Lu Yichin's hand movement stalled for a second before continuing to resuscitate. You're what Uncle Wilbur said, Daddy's illegitimate son? Yeah, it's me. Is she okay, Shuki? Preeclampsia miscarriage and the month is small and has already seen red. You may have to be mentally prepared. The baby is probably not going to be saved. Lu Yiqin frowned. When Li Shuaijie heard this, his brain buzzed for a moment. How could this happen? But she was just fine. It could be too many emotional ups and downs or something else. She's only 2 months old. This is the most likely time for this to happen. And in the vast majority of cases the baby won't be saved. And even if the baby is saved this time, it's still possible that it will be like this in the future. Her body's constitution is too weak. And it looks like it's just an unplanned and accidental pregnancy without preparation. Not only was Li Shuaijie silent, but he marveled that Lu Yiqin could even see this. My advice is not to have this baby for now, and then to get the pregnant woman's body well and strengthen it. Otherwise, if she is forced to stay, it is likely to drag down the pregnant woman's body. No way. Sixth sister, aren't you known as a divine doctor? Save Shu Qi. It's not that I don't save. The pregnant woman's constitution is too weak. But where she has a stronger constitution, with her skills not to say 100%, at least 50% or more of the probability is still there. But she did not say. Li Shuaijie suddenly rekindled his hope after hearing these words. Sixth sister, you're saying that as long as her physique is stronger, both the baby and Shu Qi will be saved, right? That's great. Just now the system did not say that as long as he kissed the pregnant woman for 30 seconds, he could increase the physical fitness of the pregnant woman. Theoretically that's true. But this thing called physique is not something else that can be enhanced when you say it can be enhanced. Both of you are still young. Why don't you? No, I can't. I have to keep this baby. I have a plan. Baby and Shuqi, he wants both. And at the very same moment the system sounded a piercing and violent alarm in Li Shuaijie's mind. Warning, warning, the system has detected a weakening of the vital signs of the fetus inside the pregnant woman. Please resuscitate the fetus within 10 seconds or the host will be subjected to the ultimate punishment of lifelong infertility. Please prepare the host. The countdown begins now. 10, 9, 8. Li Shuaijie listened. Whatever. Dead horse. He pushed away Lu Yiqin, who was preparing to inject Chen Shuqi with the injection, cupped Chen Shuqi's face, and kissed at that miserable little mouth. Shuqi, come on. You have to do it for me. And our baby. And the system. Please give it a shot. What are you doing? Don't be ridiculous. Get out of the way. Lu Yiqin shouted angrily after being pushed away. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Chapter 76. Li Shuaijie was targeted by the Sixth Sister's divine doctor to be dragged to do research. 5, 4, 3, 2. The time of the system in Li Shuaijie's mind was still counting down. Just when he thought he was completely out of options and ready to give up, a miracle occurred. 3, 2, 1, 1. 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was pleasantly surprised to find that time had not only stopped counting down, it had even increased. So this method really works. Li Shuaijie continued to kiss the already fainted Chen Shuqi deeply, mentally chanting and praying. Shuqi, go for it. Lu Yiqin, who was on the side, went forward and tried to pull Li Shuaijie away, but Li Shuaijie refused to let go of his hand, holding the person in his arms to death. Quickly help me pull him away from me. The pregnant woman is in a particularly serious situation right now. If this continues, the child and adults will be in danger. But by this time Jane Xiaoying, who was watching from the sidelines, had already filled her eyes with tears. Xiao Qin. I never thought that the images in soap operas could actually be encountered in real life. What a beautiful and romantic love. Even if the next second I face is death, I will still be with you. Lu Yiqin was going crazy. What love? It's a human life now. Any more of this and it's a dead body. Help me pull him away. But Jane Xiaoying looked at this beautiful scene. Xiao Qin, it's better for you to pull it. I really can't get down. It always feels like I'm breaking them up. 10, 11, 12, 28, 29, 30. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the 20th item in 99 Little Things from Love to Marriage. Kissing each other for 30 seconds. Pregnant woman's physique +1. Great. It really works. Li Shuaijie changed his breath and continued to kiss Chen Shuqi. Okay, you do not pull me pull. Lu Yiqin tugged on Li Shuaijie's clothes, and was about to forcefully drag the person away, but he saw that Chen Shuqi, who had already fainted, was actually showing signs of waking up, and not only that, but Chen Shuqi's vital signs on the monitor were gradually converging to normal indicators. Lu Yiqin froze, but then immediately reacted and measured Chen Shuqi's fetal heart at the side. This test surprised her even more. Even the fetal heart, which had been so weak as to be almost non-existent just now, was gradually becoming stronger at the moment. Rao Shi Lu Yiqin. seen so many difficult cases, cured countless patients, have not seen with a kiss can beat back from the dead. Does love really beat everything? Or does this brother of his have some special skill? Lu Yixin also no longer blocked the passionate kiss between the two, and even watched with unblinking eyes. To put it nicely, she's a miracle healer, but in fact only she knows that she's a medical nutcase. On the side, Jane Xiaoying looked flushed and pulled Lu Yixin. Xiao Qin, aren't you going to pull people away? Why are you staring at the couple blinking? This is just amazing. One might even call it a medical miracle. 28, 29, 30. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission again. Pregnant women's physique +1. Friendly reminder. Today's increase in pregnant women's physique has already reached the upper limit, and continuing to kiss can't improve the pregnant women's physique. Asterisk. There's a limit to this? You guys have no limits. Warning to the host. The vital signs of the pregnant woman are still very weak and will appear life-threatening at any time. Please find a way as soon as possible or you will still be punished by the system. Li Shuijie let go of Chen Shuji after hearing the system's prompt. Looking to the side, Lu Yixin, who was already excited and thrilled. The next thing could only rely on his divine doctor. Sixth sister. I've tried my best. The baby and Shuqi are in your hands next. You must save Shuqi. Whether or not your Lu family can continue to pass on the family name depends on you. Lu Yixin didn't fully understand what Li Shuijie meant, but she looked at the vital signs index of the pregnant woman in that detector. That's enough. Not to say 10%, but almost 80 or 90% already. Well, why don't you guys go out and wait? I'll do my best. Li Shuijie waited anxiously outside, while Jane Xiaoying on the side looked at Li Shuijie with a face of admiration. Handsome. You were really handsome just now. Li Shuijie was constantly looking in. His heart was like an ant on a hot pot. Anxious. There was nothing in his heart to heed Jane Xiaoying's words. Jane Xiaoying didn't mind, and the two of them waited outside. 10 minutes later, and Lu Yixin came out. Li Shuijie hurriedly went forward to inquire. Sixth sister, Shuqi her? Don't worry. She's fine. Only she's not awake yet and needs to wait a little longer. I'll arrange a ward for her to rest in a while. Li Shuijie was finally relieved. That's good. Thank you, sixth sister. Don't thank me yet. I have to warn you that since there was a first miscarriage, there will be a second one. And the pregnant woman's body is still weak and needs to continue to be strengthened in order to support her and the baby. It's fine. I already have a way to enhance her physique. Isn't it true that as long as Shuqi's physique is enhanced, she won't be like this today? In theory. That's good. Li Shuijie sighed with relief again. If all it took was to enhance Shuqi's physique, then just kissing her a couple times a day would be fine. It was simply too easy. Sixth sister, can I go in now to see how Chen Shuji is doing? Li Shuijie was anxious to go inside. As a result, Lu Yixin yanked on Li Shuijie. Wait, tell me first, what exactly did you use to pull her vitals back? You just kissed her. Nothing else. Could it be that your saliva has a special effect? Or is it your tongue? Or your mouth? This is an academic question well worth exploring in medicine. Li Shuijie hurriedly shook his head and desperately denied. Sixth sister, you've misunderstood. But Lu Yixin rightly ignored it. Am I not your sixth sister? Consider it a favor to your sister. When your wife wakes up, come with me to the lab. Li Shuijie looked at Lu Yixin's excited eyes. His heart was straight hairy. Sixth sister, you're not going to dissect my human body, are you? That won't happen. But if your saliva or tongue really works, I hope you'll make your own contribution to the cause of human medicine. No. Sixth sister, whether it's my mouth or my tongue or my saliva, it's only useful to Shuqi alone. It's useless to anyone else. Why? And how do you know it's not working? This is something we need to experiment with first. It's really useless. Li Shuijie was anxious, deeply afraid that Lu Yixin would really take him to do research. And why is that? Give me a reason. Because, just as Li Shuijie was unable to explain, Li Yan walked over carrying a person. Young master, I found the person. Chapter 77 Li Shuijie's sixth sister's overbearing courtship. Be my boyfriend. Young master, I've brought you people. Li Yan walked over with a snotty man in his hand and threw it directly in front of Li Shuijie. The man with a swollen nose was none other than Si Li's ex-boyfriend, Shen Jie. When he saw Li Shuijie, he immediately cursed. Li Shuijie. Mother *********************************** ing beep. I beeped Nima. What kind of enmity do I have with you that you're sending people to beat me up? Li Yan picked up Shen Jie's back collar and directly lifted the person up. In a cold voice, he warned, watch your mouth. I'm sorry big brother. I'm wrong. I'll stop. As soon as Shinjie saw Li Yan's eyes, he almost peed in fear without having to do anything at all. Li Shuijie stood in front of Shinjie. See, Lily is pregnant. Do you know about this? That little of hers. Shinjie was afraid he'd get hit again and hurriedly changed his words. What's her pregnancy got to do with me? Over 2 months pregnant and the baby isn't yours? More than 2 months? Shinjie's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he looked up. Weren't you with her at that time 2 months ago? The child is not mine. I didn't touch her, Li Shuijie said. If I remember correctly, you came back to China 2 months ago, right? Don't think I don't know that the two of you rekindled your old feelings at that time. The bruised and swollen Shinjie looked contemptuous. That woman, as long as the money can be given to anyone to get on, I'm not willing to do that wrongdoer. Besides, if you say you didn't touch it, I still say I didn't touch it. Who can say anything about this matter? Seeing that Shinjie was also unwilling to admit it, Li Shuijie instructed Li Yan on the side. You'll tie him up and throw him in the bathroom of Sariri's hospital room and lock it up, so no one else finds out about it before it causes unnecessary trouble. It's the young master. Remember to keep his mouth shut. Don't bother. You, what do you want? Shinjie looked horrified. This is a hospital. Aren't you guys afraid that I'll call a dash? Li Yan didn't wait for Shinjie to finish before he lightly punched him on the back of his neck. Shinjie then fainted. Young master, I'll bring him over first. Li Yan easily slung the man over his shoulder. Yes. Li Shuijie saw that Jane Xiaoying and Lu Yiqin on the side were staring at him, especially Jane Xiaoying, whose expression was surprisingly calm and didn't look too surprised. You guys, not surprised? Don't want to ask what happened? Lu Yiqin, who was on the side, calmly said, this is your personal matter. I don't care. Jane Xiaoying was also calm. If it were before I might still be surprised, but since I've spent a lot of time with Xiao Qin, I've become calm about everything. You don't even know. Xiao Qin, she once saved me, a person who had terminal cancer and was about to die. I've already died once, so I even look down on life and death now. Nothing can shock me. Lu Yiqin continued. Compared to that, I'm still more interested in the fact that you just brought your wife and child back to life. Cough cough cough. Sixth sister. This is a long story. I have other things now. In short, I can guarantee that it will be absolutely useless for your scientific experiments. Even if you dissect me, it's useless. Really not. I can give you a consent form for the dissection of the human body that will be donated when I die. Li Shuijie drew a big cake for Lu Yiqin. But, sixth sister, I really thank you for saving Shu Qi and the baby. Lu Yiqin still had a serious face. That's where you're mistaken. Even if you weren't my brother, I would have saved it. It's my job, but I still want to know what the hell was going on just now. Seeing that Lu Yiqin was still unforgiving, Li Shuijie continued to explain. If you have to ask me why just now, I can only say it's because of love. Maybe there are some things you'll know when you're in love. Lu Yiqin frowned. Love? Yes, sixth sister. At a glance, you haven't been in love yet, have you? In fact, the power of love is actually quite strong. Maybe when you have a love of your own you'll know. Boring. How do you know it's boring if you don't talk about it? Just think of it as you contributing to the cause of medicine. Li Shuijie returned what Lu Yiqin had just told him. Lu Yiqin was silent. How could she have had time for a relationship before? She thought it was all a waste of time. Men, affecting the speed with which she draws the knife, scalpel. Instead, it was Jane Xiaoying who whispered in her ear every day that she wanted to fall in love, and even asked her to go to the Moon Lord Temple together to beg for some kind of peach blossom bead strings. But what she had seen with her own eyes today had intrigued her. Is the power of love really so awesome? More powerful than her medical skills in the past 10 years? It was a miracle that she was able to make a miracle out of a situation that she had thought she could do nothing about. Maybe you could try it? Think of it as an experiment for your medical career. At this time, Li Shuijie saw Chen Shuqi being pushed out and sent into the hospital room and immediately followed anxiously. Sixth sister. I'll go see Shu Qi first. Lu Yiqin stood still. Try? Lu Yiqin was torn in place. Try it with who? Man. Now where to find a man so she can experience love and understand what love is all about? First, find a patient, preferably a terminally ill one. On the sidelines, Li Yan happened to walk over at that moment. Excuse me, you are Miss Six, aren't you? Lu Yiqin sized up the person in front of him and responded. You know me? Ah, I seem to have seen you before. You're the one who used to follow Dad around. What's up? Yes, it's my sister. She is now a vegetable because of an accident. I heard that you are a divine doctor. Can I beg you to help my sister? Lu Yiqin frowned. Show me first. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's eyes suddenly lit up with light. Good. This way. I'll take you. Li Yan took Lu Yiqin to his sister Li Min's hospital room. In the hospital bed, a young girl who looked to be about 15 years old lay peacefully and quietly like Sleeping Beauty. This is my sister. Her name is Li Min. She became a vegetable at the age of 12. It's been 3 years. Fortunately, back then, Mr. Lu gave Xiao Min has been paying medical bills. Otherwise, I'm afraid. The doctor said that if it continues without awakening, her vital functions will decline and her life will be in danger. I've always heard that you are a medical sage, but I've never had the chance to meet you. Please save her. Lu Yiqin hadn't answered yet, but it was Jane Xiaoying on the side who came over. Although I know it's inappropriate to ask this now, I still want to interject. Do you have a girlfriend? Handsome? Amazing. Li froze and shook his head. No. Jane Xiaoying's eyes lit up. This handsome guy seems nice too? He's tall, and although he looks cold, he has the look of an ascetic handsome man. And since nearly Vermilion is a friend of that handsome guy just now, it means that there should be no problem with his character as well. Jane came up. So do you mind having dash? Before Jian Xiaoying finished speaking, Lu Yiqin on the side opened her mouth. Be my boyfriend and I'll cure you. Amazing Li? Jane Shuing? Chapter 78, Li Shuijie, shocked. Bodyguard turns into brother-in-law in seconds? The sudden confession confused everyone in the room. But the tone didn't sound like a confession. Rather it sounded like a threat. Li Yan froze for a moment. Sixth miss. Don't joke. Lu Yiqin looked at Li Yan. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Amazing Li still didn't understand. Why? Because I'm going to do an experiment for 3 months. If you make me fall in love with you, either dump me or break up peacefully after 3 months. It's fine. Or we can sign a contract. In return, I will try my best to wake up your sister. Think about it. Lu Yiqin replied calmly. Seeing that Li Yan was hesitating, Lu Yiqin looked at the time and thought that she had to go to the dean in a while. Think about it. I have things to do. Lu Yiqin extended his hand to Li Yan. Give me your hand. Li Yan extended his hand to Lu Yiqin with a confused look on his face. Immediately afterward, a pair of cool yet tender hands took his large hot hand. Li Yan inexplicably felt a shiver run through his body. Lu Yiqin took out a pen from the front pocket of his white coat and wrote a string of numbers on Li Yan's palm. Here's my number. Contact me when you've thought about it. And by the way, if you don't agree, you don't have to push too hard. Let me know the outcome as soon as possible. Because she doesn't have that much time to waste. Li Yan had a firm face. No need to consider. I agree. As long as you can save my sister. Good. Deal. Lu Yiqin extended her hand to Li Yan. Good. In that case, from today onwards, you are my Lu Yiqin's boyfriend. Please take care of me. Li Yan also extended his hand for a handshake. Yes. Sixth miss. Jane Xiaoying, who was on the side, was stunned and dumbfounded. That's okay? This was the first time she'd seen this kind of takeoff. She originally thought that Lu Yiqin's kind of character could not possibly get a boyfriend, but she didn't expect to get off the hook before she did. Geez, the world is crazy. Why is it that she, who desperately wanted to get off the hook for so long, couldn't, and people got off the hook all of a sudden? Is she really going to be maternally single for the rest of her life? And what an odd way to get out of the house. Lu Yiqin, although I've never been in love, since you're my boyfriend, you have to stop calling me Miss Six. Yan Li, it's MS. Six. So what do I call you? Lu Yiqin, call me whatever you want, just call me Xiao Qin like Ying. Yan Li, okay, MS. Xiao Qin. Lu Yiqin still felt awkward. Don't add Miss. Amazing Li was a little rattled. Okay, little Chin. Lu Yiqin, but what do you need to do to fall in love? Amazing Li shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yiqin frowned. Then I'll go and study it tonight. Well, you have something to go and get busy. I'll make a list of specific plans and contracts tonight and let you know tomorrow. Yes, Li Yan answered. Lu Yiqin, I'm going to find the dean now, so go about your business. Yes, Li Yan responded. In that case, I'll go to the young master's place. Aha. After answering, Lu Yiqin walked out of the hospital room, and Jane Xiaoying, who had just been immersed in shock, hurriedly followed after seeing Lu Yiqin leave. Li Yan glanced at his sister in the hospital bed. Great. Sister, you're saved. After leaving Li Min's hospital room, Li Yan went to find Li Shuijie, and Li Shuijie was currently taking care of Chen Shuji, who was still in a coma. In the hospital room, he carefully wiped the false sweat from the face of the person in the hospital bed with a cotton towel. At that moment there was a knock on the ward door. Sir, it's me. Come in. The door to the hospital room was opened and a female caretaker walked in. That was Li Shuijie, his escort, who he specifically found to keep an eye on Si Li Li. What brings you here? Where's Sariri? Young master. See Lily, she has woken up and is clamoring for a VIP ward change. Li Shuijie frowned. I don't have the time to care about her right now. Try to fulfill whatever she wants and leave Shuqi and I alone for now. Yes, young master. Shuqi needs to take care of his rest now, and his emotions should never be up and down again. Yes, and one more thing. Sariri is adamant that what she's carrying is your child. Now not only do you have to pay the breakup fee, but you also have to give her nutritional fee, mental damage fee, youth fee, a total of $20 million. And also said that if you do not give it, or else you will go to the internet to expose you. $20 million? She really dares to open her mouth. Okay, I get it. Go ahead and go home. It's not the right time yet. When Shuqi wakes up, he'll prove himself in front of Shuqi and teach Si Lily, a woman full of lies, a good lesson. Let her see Lily know that some words cannot be nonsense. Some people cannot just mess with. After all, he is now not the once that Li Shuijie. Yu Guang whispered when he saw Li Yan return. Everything done? It's the young master. Now there's one more thing. Help me contact Lu's group's lawyer Su Jiang. Tell him to come to the hospital. I have something to find him. Understood, young master. I'll get right on it. Then again, amazingly, you just got back just in time. Seeing that Li Yan hadn't responded to him, Li Shuijie inclined his head and glanced at him to see that Li Yan was actually dazed. Shuijie Li waved in front of Yan Li. Yan Li? Li Yan came back to his senses. I'm here. What's wrong, young master? Li Shuijie, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking? Didn't think anything of it? Haven't thought about anything? I see your soul has flown. How to call should not be. You don't even know that you just came back one step later. Your young master, I will almost be pulled to do human experiments. Who's how bold? I'll go teach him a lesson for you. Li Yan frowned. Who else can there be? Lu Yiqin, my sixth sister. I don't know what my sixth sister is thinking. She's so young. How come she's like those old men in my school who are crazy about academics? God, is it really like what others say? Geniuses and madmen are just a thought away? What do you think? Amazingly didn't say anything this time, because he couldn't argue for or against that statement. After all, his identity is different now. These 3 months, he is Lu Yiqin's boyfriend, although he has never been in love. But in the time when Li Min did not become a vegetable, he also often listened to her talk about those romance novels, as a boyfriend is to protect his girlfriend. But this man in front of him was his young master. He can't question it. Li Shuijie looked up when he saw that Li Yan was silent again. I always feel that today's Li Yan is a bit strange. Li Yan, why don't you say anything? Do you also think that my sixth sister, she is too crazy? Li Yan frowned and considered. Young master, maybe Shaoqin, she is just too serious. Chapter 79, Shuqi sober. Grandma Li bullied. It hurts. It so happened that at this time Chen Shuqi woke up leisurely. Li Shuijie was preoccupied with Chen Shuqi, so he didn't notice for a moment that Li Yan's address to Lu Yiqin had changed. Li Shuijie hurriedly went forward and said with concern, Shuqi, you finally woke up. How is it? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Do you want to call a doctor? As soon as she woke up, Shuqi-chan reached up and stroked up her belly. Ajay, our baby. Don't worry, the baby is fine. But you scared me. Li Shuijie comforted. What the hell just happened to me? You fainted. But luckily my sixth sister was there or I wouldn't have known what to do. Chen Shuji said weakly. Ajay, I'm sorry for making you worry. Don't say anything about being sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't pay attention to your body. If there's anything you want to eat, I'll have the chef at home make it for you later. Chen Shuji shook her head. I don't want to eat anything. That won't do. Sixth sister said your physique is too poor. And you're also too skinny. It's not safe to have a baby. You need to get more nutrients. What do you want to eat? As long as you say so, no matter what it is I'll be able to get it for you. I'd rather not. I'm sure you can't get anything I want to eat. Go ahead. How do you know I can't get it if you don't? I remember when I was a kid my dad brought me a sweet treat when he came back from a mission trip to a mountain village. But then I searched for a long time and couldn't find out where it was sold. What kind of treats and what do they look like? All I remember is that it was sweet and gooey, like sticky rice, and like chermoula, but neither, and I heard my dad say that it was like something called poop, biabang. Li Shuijie first froze for a moment, then immediately knew what Chen Shuji was talking about. The name varies from place to place, but much the same. Shuqi would be talking about the sugar patties his grandmother would occasionally make for him when he was a kid. Shuqi-chan was a little embarrassed. I've told a lot of people about it, but none of them know what it is. Li Shuijie stroked Chen Shuji's hair on her forehead. I know. Take a nap, and when you wake up, you'll be able to eat. Really? Chen Shuji was half convinced. Really? I promise you. Chen Shuji closed her eyes and fell asleep before long. Li Shuijie walked to the door of the hospital room and made a call to his hometown. But the phone rang for a long time, no one answered. Li Shuijie called again. Still no one answered. Flipping through the contact list, I found the phone number of my next-door neighbor, Old Man Zhong's house. Another long moment passed after the call, and just as he was about to hang up, a familiar, aged voice rang out. Who? Uncle Chung? It's me, Jie. Remember? Oh, Jai. Who is it? Li Shuijie. Xia Jie, Li Hao's son. Oh, you're Jiawazi. Why are you calling? Yes. That I called my grandparents at home and no one answered. Do you know where they went? Uncle Zhang sighed. AI. Your grandfather broke his leg doing work a while ago and was sent to the county hospital. Your milk went to take care of your grandfather. What? Why didn't anyone tell me about something so big? You're out there studying by yourself, so your mother doesn't want to bother you. Jiawazi, what's the matter with you? Your milk may be coming back tonight to get something for your grandfather and want me to tell her? No thanks, Uncle Chung. Do you know which county hospital? Li Shuijie inquired about the hospital where his grandfather stayed and immediately made another call to Lu Wei. Wilbur, the family has a private jet, right? XX County Hospital. Doctor, I beg you, save my old man. An old woman with a face full of crow's feet, teeth falling out, her whole body as dry and thin as a dried-up old tree. The bones as if they were going to poke through the dark brown skin, and her eyes sunken and stood in front of a doctor in a slightly yellowed white coat, her hands clasped together and kept worshipping. The doctor dragged the old man with both hands. Really cannot. You see how long you have delayed, the medical fees have not been paid. And your old man's leg, this small county hospital I cannot cure. Let your son to take him to the city's big hospital treatment. My son and daughter-in-law both passed away, and I only have one grandson studying outside. So take pity on my old man and I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. That old woman said and was about to kneel down. Don't. Granny, get up. It's not that I won't cure you. It's really that I can't cure you here. It so happened that a nurse ran over anxiously covered in blood. DR1. The hospital has just sent a car accident victim. Please go and take a look. Coming. Old lady, you quickly pack up your old man's things. It's a waste of money to stay in the hospital any longer, the doctor said and then hurriedly ran away. The old woman shakily got up from the ground, only to stumble forward a few more steps without standing still. It was so close to standing still at the end. She hunched over and slowly walked into a dingy hospital room. The ward was full with 4 beds and the space was extremely depressing. There wasn't even room to turn around. But even so, the ward was in short supply. The old woman walked over to a hospital bed on which lay an equally skinny and bony old man. Old woman, why don't we stop the treatment and go home? The old woman's face was full of worry. Old man, why don't we give Jiawazi a call? We can't beat him. He's studying alone outside. He hasn't asked the family for a penny in all these years. We can't help him or drag him down. But you have this leg. Forget it. No cure. Can't beat the saw. Just one leg post a crutch can do the job. Don't talk nonsense. I'll go back to the village tonight and ask the neighbors to borrow some more money. You're hungry, aren't you? I'll go get you some porridge. I've heard that the hospital cafeteria has free white rice porridge this time of year. You wait for me. The old lady took a broken insulated box from a sideboard, hurriedly walked out again. She slowly wandered over to the cafeteria and shyly asked where to get her free white porridge, and the cafeteria man gave her directions with a disgusted look on his face. There wasn't much free white porridge left when she walked there. Just enough for one more person. Seeing that she was too skinny, the cafeteria people kindly served her congee bowl with a spoonful of leftover broth and a few leaves of vegetables. The old lady was walking back happily after thanking her several times. His eyes were fixed on the porridge he was holding in his arms, afraid of spilling a drop. It ended up crashing into a woman wearing a small mink, and the porridge spilled most of the way onto the woman's small mink. I'm sorry. The old lady knew she had caused trouble and desperately apologized. Dirty, dead old woman. Get away from me. Chapter 80, Li Shuijie returns to the village in a private jet and saves grandma. Ah! My old lady's new clothes. I'm sorry. Girl, I'll wipe you up. The woman in the little mink pushed the old woman away with a look of disgust and force. Dirty, get away from me. Snapped. Only to see the broken thermos containing the porridge fall to the ground. The old lady looked at the porridge on the ground with a heartbroken face. Hurriedly and laboriously, he crouched down to pick it up. The man beside the sable woman had a bandage on his hand, a gold chain around his neck, and a fierce-looking face, and kicked the thermos away. The woman complained, "Look at what a hell of a place you brought me to. It was so hard to fool that tigress in your family, saying that you would take me on vacation, but you brought me to this kind of place. Well, this is not an accident. You see, your husband my hand is injured," the man coaxed while cursing. "This Thai place also does not have a serious hospital. I do not know if this bandage is okay. It hurts me to death. I do not know if it will be infected." The old lady saw the thermos bucket was kicked away and hurried to pick up, which originally had very little porridge left, this time even less. She managed to pick it up, and with a sudden burst of vertigo, she sat down on the floor. She hadn't eaten in days, and when she did, she held on to her old man's food first. The man and woman were startled at the sight of it. "I don't think I've met a bumper sticker. Is there any surveillance in this hole?" The old woman slowed down and got up from the ground again. "She's just a little hypoglycemic, so there is still some porridge she still have to send to the old man. Some food is better than no food at all." The old woman struggled to get up from the ground and was about to walk. The man was relieved to see that the people were okay, when suddenly he saw a small necklace that had fallen out of the old woman's neck. Bright gold. It must be a gold necklace. The man looked around to see that no one was around and blocked the old woman's way. "Hey, dead old woman. Are you just going to leave like that? This dress she's wearing is mink. Do you know how expensive it was? Well, then, let me help you wash up." The man mocked. "Wash? You think these clothes are the same as the raggedy clothes you're wearing? It costs thousands of dollars to wash these clothes once. Lose the money. Thousands of dollars. I have no money. Big good man. I beg you. My old man's hospitalization fee I haven't paid yet. I'm an old woman, really can't take so much money. Ah. No money? No money and a gold necklace." The old lady covered her neck with a hand. This isn't. I see your chain isn't too thick. Just enough to pay for my laundry. Bring it on." "No, I can't. This is worthless. It's the only thing my son left me. I can't give it to you." The old woman stepped back, clutching the thermos. The man stepped forward and grabbed the thin, bony wrist with one of those bandaged hands. "Damn old woman. Hit someone and still want to run?" The old woman was trembling with fear and tried to break free, but it didn't help. Just then, a magnetic, powerful voice rang out. "Let go of me." The man saw someone coming, startled, violently let go of his hand. The old lady was unsteady for a moment, and saw that she was going to fall back. That's when a pair of large, strong hands braced her frail body. Thank you. The old lady couldn't even look back in time before she hastily thanked him. "Milk, you're okay." The old lady turned her head with an incredulous face upon hearing the familiar voice, seeing the person in front of her unfamiliar and familiar. "You're Jiawazi. Jiawazi, is that you? Sorry I'm late. Grandma." Li Shuijie saw the thin only bones of the grandmother after the heart of the feeling of guilt constantly surging to the heart. He was a really incompetent grandson. Grandma Li was so excited to see Li Shuijie that her cheeks deepened and her eyes filled with tears. "Jiawazi, why are you here?" Li Shuijie held his grandmother with both hands. "I came by airplane." "Milk, where is my grandfather?" "Your grandfather, he broke his leg and is in the ward." "Go, I'll take you to see." "Okay, come on, show me." Grandma Li was about to leave when she suddenly remembered the man behind her. "Hey, Jiawazi, milk is not useful. Just now, I soiled this man's clothes. He wanted me to compensate him for the money he spent on washing his clothes. He said he wanted a few $1,000s. Li Shuijie glanced at the woman on the side. "Milk, you wait first." "Aha!" Li Shuijie walked up to the woman. What do you want to do?" The woman looked at Li Shuijie with a horrified face. Li Shuijie didn't say anything and took out a thick pile of cash from his bag. "My milk just soiled your clothes. Here's the money to pay you back." The woman's eyes lit up. This much? One size doesn't fit all. I'll pay for what I should pay for. But how about this account of you guys pushing my grandma just now?" I didn't push. It's him. It's all him who pushed." The woman looked at Li Shuijie's terrifying eyes, fearing that she would be beaten, and unceremoniously sold the man beside her directly. Li Shuijie looked at the man, was about to go forward when he heard his grandmother's voice from behind him. "Jiawa-chan, don't make trouble." "Got it. Milk." Li Shuijie turned around, then said to Li Yan behind him, "Li Yan, I'll leave this place to you." "Yes, young master." The man was a bit abashed when he saw that Li Yan didn't look like he could be messed with. "What do you want?" Li Yan stepped closer to the man without saying a word, his icy gaze straight at the man. The man was so scared that he backed away. "This is a hospital. In broad daylight. You still want to hit someone?" Li Shuijie turned around and smiled as he helped his grandmother turn away. Jawa-chan, where did you get that much money? Milk. Your grandson, I have money now. This time I came back to pick you up for a good life. You first take me to Grandpa's place. Grandma Lee's tears filled her eyes with excitement. Hey, that's great. My family's Jiawazi has finally gotten ahead. Your grandfather must be very happy to see you. Immediately after Li Shuaijie left with Grandma Li, a pig-killing scream came from behind him. Li Shuaijie followed his grandmother all the way to the entrance of the ward. The small ward had all kinds of unpleasant smells, and there was a group of people surrounding the entrance of the ward. Li Shuaijie was about to go in when he heard curses coming from inside. Old man, you might as well die early at your age. What's the point of occupying a hospital bed, and can't afford to pay? Waiting for the hospitalized patient's family members to see the old man alone in the hospital bed cursing and swearing and saying unpleasant words, and even have to go forward to throw the person directly out of the frame. When Li Shuaijie heard this, he slammed the door open with a bang, and the wooden door, which was already not strong, dropped another piece of veneer down. At the sound of the bang, everyone's eyes turned toward the door. Chapter 81. Li Shuaijie teaches Grandpa's bullies a lesson. What are you doing? As soon as he opened the door, Li Shuaijie saw his grandfather surrounded by people cursing. He pushed hard, and with a thud, the door hit the wall and bounced back. The door to the ward, which was already in disrepair, not only lost a piece of veneer, but also shook as if it would fall at any moment. Everyone looked toward the door. Li Shuaijie's dress at the moment looks like a person from the big city, not like these small county people. Those people all of a sudden did not speak. They all look at each other. Have guessed who the people are. When Grandma Li saw her old man surrounded by people like this, she immediately stumbled forward and ran to Grandpa Li's side, inquiring worriedly, "Are you okay, old man?" At a glance, Grandpa Li saw that Grandma Li's clothes were sticky with ash and porridge stains, and her hair was a bit disheveled. "I'm fine, old woman. Why are your clothes dirty? And your hair is so disheveled. What happened?" "I'm fine." Grandma Li didn't want her old man to worry, so she didn't say what had just happened. "Hurry up and pack up for your old partner and go back. And pay the hospitalization fee. Don't rely on this. It's also a waste of money and useless." The nurse on the side also opened her mouth to advise. "Old woman, if you can't pay the money, you should hurry up and take your old man and leave. Don't stick around here. At this age, it's useless to be cured." The man saw the two older ones and continued to curse loudly. Li Shuaijie heard this and hurriedly followed. A stern and anger-filled gaze shot straight at the man who had just been cursing up a storm. Like them, these people have always been bullying, soft and fearful of hard. A look at Li Shuaijie, feel not to be messed with, immediately dispersed, leaving only a cursing man, and a pot-bellied woman. Li Shuaijie walked forward and picked up the man's collar. "What did you just say?" The man who was carried by the collar immediately wimped out when he saw Li Shuaijie's gaze. I didn't say anything." At this time, the sight of the man's wife with a big belly, a pale and weak face came up to plead. "Big boss, he knows wrong. You spare my man. I'm about to give birth." Before, the village doctor said, "I'm not a good birth to let us come to the county." But who knows, it was hard to get to the county, and we can't find the wards. He was in a hurry to say that kind of thing. "You're a big man, don't remember he said that because he was in a hurry, so you don't have to remember that." Li Shuaijie sighed when he saw the pregnant woman pleading for mercy. Every family has its own problems. He let go of the man's collar and warned, "For the sake of your wife, let's forget about the fact that you cursed my grandfather. And in the future, mind your mouth. And since you've become a father, you'll be a bit more virtuous for your own children." "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." There was still some disbelief in the man's eyes, but the woman desperately thanked him. The sight of Grandpa Li wiped his tears. "Wife, people are right, or we'd better go back. No treatment, no treatment. They're right. I'm this old. This will only be a waste of money. No treatment, no treatment." Grandpa Li said he was going to get out of the "I'm not going to be able to get out of the bed." Seeing that Grandpa Li was about to fall off the bed, Li Shuaijie hurriedly went forward to hold the man up. "Grandpa, be careful. Don't move. Old man, you're scaring me to death." Grandpa Li looked at Li Shuaijie in front of him and felt that the person in front of him actually looked a bit like his grandson with his eyebrows and eyes. But looking at that costume, he was obviously a big boss rich man and felt that it was impossible. His own grandchildren are still out there studying. How could it come here? He wiped his moist eyes and thanked him in a pale voice. "Boy, thank you dash. Grandpa is me. Can you see who I am again?" Li Shuaijie helped his grandfather sit up on the hospital bed and spoke once more. Grandpa Li wiped his eyes, which were already blurry from cataracts, again and squinted carefully at the man in front of him. "I'm Jawa-chan. Don't you recognize me? Jawa-chan? You really are Jiawazi. Grandpa Li heard Li Shuaijia's voice with a face of surprise, incredibly trembling his hand and grabbed the person in front of him. Yeah, Grandpa, I'm Jiawachan. Why are you here? Aren't you studying? Did your grandmother tell you that? Hey, you old woman. Why do you tell the child? I'm just crippled. If it can't be cured, it won't be cured. It's not easy for the child to go to school outside. You women just don't understand. Do you know how many days the child will be delayed and how much money will be wasted in this round trip? Old man, it really wasn't me who told Jiawachan. Li Shuaijia hurriedly explained. Grandpa, don't blame Grandma. It wasn't her who told me. It was me who called home and no one answered. I asked Uncle Zhong again and he told me. Also, I came back by airplane this time. It's quick. No delay in studying. Taking an airplane. Good. Jiawazi has made a fortune. For this small mountain village of theirs, the only ones who owned a small car in the entire village were the village chief's family at the head of the village. Everyone envied their family for having a small car, so much less an airplane, which they had never even seen. At this time the nurse who had just walked up to Li Shuaijie. Are you from Li Zhuangua? Doctor, I'm his grandson. Okay, your grandfather's leg. This small county hospital is really not give him treatment. Is really cannot be cured. Not this condition. See you so quite rich. Why not take him to the city treatment? I didn't know before. I came back this time to pick them up and take them up to the city. My grandpa, how much is his hospital bill surgery this time? I'm going to pay it for him now. The nurse flipped through the list. It's going to be $3,000. Li Shuaijia froze. 3,000? Chapter 82, Li Shuaijia sends Grandpa back to the city and tells Grandma that his girlfriend is pregnant. Grandpa Li heard from the side and thought that Li Shuaijia felt more than enough. Sighed. Jiawazi, Grandpa is old. Old for you to drag your feet. Don't worry. This money back to let your milk go to the head of the village to find people to borrow. Master, what are you talking about? You and Milk worked hard to bring me up. What are you talking about pulling back? Li Shuaijia hurriedly took another pile of cash from his own bag. He knew that the village could not swipe the card, and before he came, he deliberately withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash and put it on his body. Doctor, here is 5,000. Li Shuaijia placed the money in the nurse's hand. Those present were dumbfounded at the sudden sight of so much money. The nurse didn't dare to take that much money when she saw it. You can't use that much, Li Shuaijia explained. No, doctor, here's some more of the money I paid off the door. That won't take that much. The door was broken in the first place. Li Shuaijia still insisted. The rest is I thank you for taking care of my grandparents these days. I will not have time to do the discharge formalities, but also trouble you to help. Take this money to buy something for the other doctors and award Uncle Grandpa. This, don't worry, it's not against the rules, and I'm not giving a gift. So many people are watching. The nurse looked around. All right, I'll get you discharged. The nurse exited the hospital room with the money in a huff. And at that moment, the people around them didn't dare to speak, all looking on with envious faces. When Grandpa Li saw his grandson take out so much money without blinking, he was a little worried. Jiawazi, you're a student. Where did you get so much money all of a sudden? Master told you, it's okay to be poor in one's life, but you can't do those bad things that don't honor your conscience. Don't worry, all this money is decent money. Your grandson, I'm earning money now. I came back today just to get you to live in the city. Grandpa Li's whitened pupils suddenly brightened a few points, and there was more light in his eyes. To live in the city? Yeah, Grandpa, I bought a big house. Big. Good. Jiawazi has made a fortune. Your parents must be very happy in heaven. But Grandpa won't go to the city with you. I'm a bad old man who will dirty your house by then. Master, don't worry. I have someone in my house who specializes in cleaning. When we get to the city, your leg will definitely be cured too. But I just think it's strange that I've been out sending home small tens of thousands of dollars over the past 2 years, not to mention a lot of money. Grandpa and Grandma Li were confused. What? You sent money home? I sent it to the village chief's house and asked him to give it to you. Didn't you get it? Grandpa and Grandma Li looked at each other and both shook their heads. Li Shuaijia sank his face. It looks like he swallowed all the money he's made in the last 2 years working part-time. He was just worried that his grandparents were getting old and had no source of income. He worked hard every month. And apart from buying things for Si Li, he sent the rest home. It's $1,000 a month. It wasn't much for him, but for their village it was already 3 months of income for a family. I can't believe I didn't get it. No wonder his grandparents were so skinny. If it wasn't for this one misadventure, I'm afraid he would have been kept in the dark, because every time he called back his grandparents reported good news and not bad. He had always assumed that the two old men were doing well. Amazing Li came back after taking care of things. A slight bend towards Grandpa and Grandma Li was a greeting of sorts. Young master, it's all taken care of and the car is parked outside waiting. Shall we go back to Suhai now? Li Shuaiji shook his head, then instructed. Send a car to pick up my grandfather first, and send him back to Suhai Hospital urgently. Amazingly, do I need to tell 6? Shao Qin? Li Shuaijie, don't bother my sixth sister for the time being, because I don't want to tell them about me finding my real father yet. Let the other doctors take a look at it first. Yes, young master. Hey, wait a minute. Shao Qin? Li Yan, did you just call my sixth sister Shao Qin? Li Yan's always cold face suddenly turned slightly red. Li Shuaijie instantly realized something was wrong. What's the matter with you two? Li Yan replied truthfully. I'm sorry young master. I haven't had time to report this matter yet. Shao Qin. Miss Six said to let me be her boyfriend for 3 months. Saying that as long as I agree, she will definitely help me cure my sister. Shuaijie Li. Nice one. 100 years of shock. Li Shuaijie suddenly reacted. Wait, so aren't you my brother-in-law now? No, young master. Yan Li wouldn't dare. Shao Qin said that we're only together for 3 months. She said it's just an experiment. She said she wants to experience what love is and if it's really that amazing. Li Shuaijie was confused. This kind of thing can still do experiments. My sixth sister is still really crazy. Cough. Dedicated. Alright, let's not talk about this beforehand. My grandparents' business is important. Shu Qi is also still waiting for me. And I still have to make a trip back to the village to fix those bullies in the village. Li Shuaijie helped his grandfather into the car. Be careful. Li Yan, my grandfather is in your hands. Young master, do you really not need me to accompany you? Li Yan said uneasily. No, that's where I grew up. It's familiar. Grandpa Li was a bit scared and grabbed Li Shuaijie's hand. Jia Huazi, where are you taking Grandpa? Grandpa, these people are my friends. Sending you to the city for treatment. Don't you be afraid. Grandpa Li, Jiawachan, you're not going back together? Grandpa, Grandma and I have to go back to the village first to get all the money we sent you earlier. You go back first. I've already made all the arrangements. And there's a big hospital in town to look at your leg when you get there. Hey, you two can be careful. I heard that the son of the village head's family is a street gangster. All day long outside to cause trouble. Fights are not to be messed with. Really do not want to come back even if. Take care of your milk. I know. Don't worry Grandpa. I'll take care of Grandma. Grandma Li said. Come on old man. You'd better take care of yourself first. The doctor that Li Shuaijie found on the side spoke. Young Master Lu. Don't worry. Wei Lao has made all the arrangements. The old man's leg needs to be treated quickly or it will become infected. Okay, you guys go now. Li Shuaijie hurriedly answered. Li Shuaijie watched Grandpa Li get into the car. Jia Huazi, why did that man just now call you young Master Lu? Your surname is Li. Grandma Li on the side asked. There was a hint of panic in Li Shuaijie's eyes. Milk, you heard wrong. But, Li Shuaijie hurriedly changed the topic. Milk, I'll tell you a good news. I got a girlfriend. Show you the picture. Li Shuaijie took out his cell phone and showed his grandmother the picture of Chen Shuji in his phone. Milk, look, this is my girlfriend. Her name is Shu Qi Chen. Is she good looking? Grandma Li carefully took the phone and squinted at the photo with a look of love and a smile. Yo, this girl is so pretty. Like a doll. Good to see. Good to see. At first glance is a good girl. Milk, I have to trouble you with one more thing. Li Shuaijie took Grandma Li's arm. Milk, do you still remember the sugar patties you made for me when I was little? Of course I remember. Why do you want to eat it? Grandma will go back and make it for you tonight. No, it's your great-grandchildren who want it. Great-grandson? Shuki is pregnant. When Grandma Li heard this, her face immediately became serious. What? Pregnant? Li Shuaijie saw Grandma Li's serious expression and tensed up for a moment. In a backward-thinking place like their village, such things as unmarried pregnancies are most unseemly. If a girl is caught dating a boy in private she is condemned to shame. He was worried that Grandma would hold it against Shuki. Milk, listen to me. This dash. I didn't expect Grandma Li to hit Li Shuaijie's back not lightly. Jia Huazi, are you bullying people? Chapter 83 Li Shuaijie picked up a worldly beauty halfway back to the village. Li Shuaijie was on his way to take Grandma Li back to the village in his car. And all along the way he was explaining to Grandma Li and assuring her that he would be responsible. Grandma Li just let go. Jia Huazi, Milk knows that young people nowadays are not willing to live with older ones. Milk this look unkempt. In case something is not done right, When the time comes to cause your daughter-in-law to dislike it, you can be sure to tell the Milk. When your master's leg is cured, Milk will go back to the village with your grandfather. Milk, don't worry, it won't. Before Li Shuaijie could finish his words, suddenly the car they were traveling in was an emergency brake. Li Shuaijie rushed to protect his grandmother's forehead from hitting the car seat. What happened? Li Shuaijie asked anxiously. The driver panicked. Sir, there's a man lying on the road ahead. What? Is it a bumper sticker? It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's injured. What about sir? I'll go down and take a look. After saying that, Li Shuaijie got out of the car. Jia Huazi, be careful. Grandma Li also worried. Milk, it's okay, you stay in the car. The driver hurriedly followed and got out of the car. Li Shuaijie walked over to see a woman lying on the ground, dressed in a black leather battle dress power suit. He was in excellent shape, but covered in mud. Li Shuaijie looked around. All of them were cliffs, because it had just rained yesterday. The mountain slopes were muddy, and it looked as if they had just rolled down from above. The face is dirty and you can't tell what it really looks like. Blood was still flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his body seemed to be seriously injured. Li Shuaijie slowly squatted down and reached out to probe the nose to see if it was dead. The driver on the side worried. Sir, be careful. What if it's some bad guy? It's okay, do you see death? Just as Li Shuaijie's hand had just reached over, suddenly the woman on the ground suddenly opened her eyes. Those icy eyes made Li Shuaijie feel as if he was in the middle of an ice cellar and inexplicably shivered, then withdrew his hand. Li Shuaijie kindly asked, Miss, are you alright? Only suddenly the woman fainted again. The man is still alive. Take him back first. It's no good. Sir, we don't know where she's from yet. The driver worried. Just at that moment another vehicle drove by at breakneck speed. If the driver hadn't put a triangle sign 100 meters behind them in advance, I'm afraid the driver wouldn't have been able to hit the brakes in time. Do you think she would have survived if left here alone? Definitely going to get crushed by oncoming traffic. Li Shuaijie instructed. You first help her into the car. Since we saw it we can't see her die. Yes, sir. The car had a bumpy ride and finally arrived at the village. As it happened, it was the time of year when families were busy in the fields, and there were not many people. After Li Shuaijie's car drove into the village people saw the small car and thought it was the village chief's family, and they talked about it. The mayor's family has a new car. His son is really something. Humph. What good is it? Who doesn't know that his son is out there all day doing those vandalisms and robberies? And I heard that Huang Xiaoxiu denied the daughter of Wang Er's family a few days ago. What? Isn't the daughter of Wang Er's family only 15 years old? Yeah, Wang Er found out about it and found someone to fight for his life. But as a result, he was beaten and is still lying at home unable to move. What an animal. Is there no one to take care of it? Why don't you go to the village and sue him? Pipe? Who dares? Going to the township to sue is not throwing yourself into the net. Mayor, that's his own brother. Li Shuaijie let the driver drive the car directly to the door of the house, and let the people help the woman who was injured in the car down. Keep an eye on grandma and this woman. I'll go and come back. Li Shuaijie cared for the driver and said. The driver responded. Yes, sir. Grandma, you pack up the necessary things. I'll go to the village chief's house to get the money back, and we'll go back to the city later. Okay, Jiahuachan. Be careful. It's okay. Milk, don't worry about it. Li Shuaijie walked alone in the direction of the village chief's house from memory. Their whole village was so small that it was only an hour's walk from the beginning to the end of the village. As a result, when I walked next door to Uncle Chun's house, I saw a black Santana parked in front of the door. Li Shuaijie felt something strange and walked over. Just as he reached the door he heard childish screams and cries coming from inside. AI, let brother rear you. Don't. You go away. Follow your brother and you'll be guaranteed a good meal and a small car for the rest of your life. Don't you want to ride in a car? Xiao AI. Be good. Let brother have a little fragrance. Brother also has candies here. Fruit-flavored ones. You must have never eaten it. Don't you want to eat it? AI? Li Shuaijie kicked the door open when he heard the sound outside. What do you want? Uncle Zhong's little granddaughter was shivering with tears in her eyes and cowering in the corner with a fearful look on her face. The little girl looked no older than 11 or 12. And the man who was lusting after him had dyed yellow hair, tattoos on half his arms, and a tattoo on his face. And it was ridiculous that such a man should be wearing an ill-fitting suit that made the whole thing look out of place. Li Shuaijie recognized at a glance that the man in front of him was the village chief's youngest son, Huang Xiaoxi. Li Shuaijie remembered that he had just left the village when he was still young, and now he was estimated to be only 17 to 18 years old. But he had become bad like this. And this beast went so far as to take advantage of Uncle Chung's absence to lay hands on such a young child. Who are you? Dare to disturb my good deed. Do you know who I am? Li Shuaijie walked forward. Huang Xiaoxi, how old are you? A mouthful of old man. Does your old man know? You know the old man is dash. Pa dash. Before Huang Xiaoxi could finish, Li Shuaijie went up and slapped him. One more mouthful of old man and I'll beat you up every time your grandpa hears you. You dare to hit me. Hit me again if you can. Pa dash. Another crisp slap. It's the first time I've heard someone make that request in my 20 years of living. You know who my big brother is? Believe it or not, I can make you eat jail for the rest of your life with a single word. Pa dash. Another slap. Quite a big mouth. Let's see if your brother has the skills to make your grandpa me eat prison food. Huang Xiaoxi rushed up and was about to hit Li Shuaijie, but not only was he directly suppressed by Li Shuaijie's height, but he was also directly swept by a sweeping leg, and snapped to the ground, directly falling into a dog. Li Shuaijie had learned a few sessions of taekwondo in the club before, and at that time, he had specially learned a grappling hand and a sweeping leg. It's just fancy boxing, but it's still more than enough to deal with this kind of unseen brat. Huang Xiaoxi fell to the ground and knocked out 1.5 of his incisors, not only showing his blood, but also leaking air in his speech. You dare to hit me. Believe it or not, the old Huang Xiaoxi in the end is young but still smart. After taking the loss, he hurriedly climbed up from the ground and ran while pointing at Li Shuaijie and said, "You wait. Don't run if you're capable. I'm not running. Wait for you to come over to me. Oh, by the way, my name is Li Shuaijie, the son of the Li Fei family next door. If you don't like it, let your old man come to me. It's just as well it saves him from having to come to the door." Chapter 84, The Absolute Beauty is actually a female war god. Huang Xiaoxi panicked and covered his still bleeding mouth, ran out, got into the small car and ran away, and just happened to bump into Uncle Zhong, who had just returned from the field. As soon as Uncle Zhong saw a car, he realized it was bad and hurriedly put down his hoe and ran into the house. AI immediately cried and jumped over when she saw her grandfather had returned. Uncle Zhong was so nervous that he checked from head to toe. AI, are you okay? Grandpa, I'm fine, and I'm glad brother JJ came. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong, AI is fine, she's just probably scared. Li Shuaijie comforted. Uncle Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Shuaijie in front of him with a puzzled expression. And you are, young man? Uncle Chung, I'm Jiawachan. Jiawachan, when did you get back? Just got back. Have you been to the county hospital to see your grandfather? I've seen it. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong. I've already sent someone to send Grandpa back to the city to see a doctor. This time it's just that Grandma said she wanted to come back to pack up some things, and I just happened to come back to pack up some contraptions that aren't things, and I just happened to see that little bugger Huang Xiaoxi bullying Xiao AI. Kid, you've messed with Huang Xiaoxi for Xiao AI this time. He'll definitely come to take revenge on you in a while. You'd better leave quickly. The Huang family boss is now a township chief and only has his hands in the sky. It's fine, Uncle Zhong. I'm not afraid. Just let him come as he pleases. I'm still afraid he won't come. Li Shuaijie comforted AI for a while longer. Suddenly, Li Shuaijie heard a clamor coming from outside, and the direction the sound came from happened to be the direction of his own house. No good. Grandma's still home. Uncle Zhong, I'll go back first. When Li Shuaijie hurried back home, the entrance to the home yard was lying in front of several people, squealing and screaming. Huang Xiaoxi and another man whose face was swollen like a pig's head held their heads in their hands and squatted on the ground with ropes tied around their bodies. Li Shuaijie instantly recognized that it was his brother Huang Xiaosan. He walked up, smelled a foul odor, and surprisingly peed his pants. Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Huang Xiaoxi desperately begged for mercy after seeing Li Shuaijie. Grandma! Li Shuaijie hurriedly shouted. Grandma Li came out of her room. Surprisingly, beside him was the woman he had just saved. Jiawachan. Li Shuaijie asked worriedly. Grandma, are you okay? Don't worry. Jiawazi. Grandma is fine. Thanks to this girl doll. You don't even know how powerful this girl doll is. Thank you. Li Shuaijie seriously sized up the girl in front of him. Cold and stunning, with a proud body. And yet, it's chilling. A cold, mechanical-like female voice rang out. You saved me? I'm just raising my hand. I can't watch you get crushed by a passing car when you fall on the road. Thanks. You're welcome. Here. Li Shuaijie looked around. Your masterpiece? Looking for death. That piggy just now had the audacity to molest her. You don't even look at who she is. Lu Yijia? Li Shuijie inexplicably shivered. That's a scary look. Just then suddenly there was a pasty odor coming from the house. Milk, are you burning something? Grandma Li suddenly tapped her head. Oops, patty cake. With that, he staggered in. Li Shuijie, milk. You slow down. The scene suddenly became awkward as the lone man and woman looked at each other. That hello? Thank you for just saving my milk. My name is Li Shuijie. Li Shuijie took the initiative to extend his hand and introduced himself. Luoga. Luoga? This name. It seems like the same as his sisters? Wilbur had given him a genealogy once. He remembered that the fourth sister recorded in it was also named Lu Yijia, still known as the Lady of War. Murphy? So do you know Lu Yixue? Lu Yiding? Lu Yikin? Lu Yijia's eyes suddenly filled with alarm. Who are you? So what? Would you believe me if I said I was your long-lost brother? Lu Yijia frowned. Humph. Lu Zhen's bastard son. Li Shuijie was surprised by Lu Yijia's reaction. You believe it so easily? Don't you suspect that I'm lying to you? Forgive me if you don't have the guts. And you did and he. Before Lu Yijia finished speaking, Grandma Li brought out an enameled plate, which contained no more or less than 4. Here come the hot, freshly baked patties. Who wants them? Grandma Li served it to Lu Yijia. Girl, taste it and see if it's good. Lu Yijia frowned slightly as she looked at something in front of her that she had never seen before. Sis, try it. It's delicious. Be careful, it's hot. Li Shuijie is quite self-explanatory. Lu Yijia was half convinced, and it just so happened that her stomach rumbled indisputably at this time. He was about to reach for it when he heard the sound of brawling and cursing from outside. Junior! Junior! What's wrong with you guys? Huang Xiaosan cried out with a big pig's head. Father! Big brother! Second brother! Whoa whoa! You guys are finally here! Xiaosan Xiaoxia! Father's heart and soul! How did you two become like this? Dad! Huang Xiaosan! Huang Xiaoxi! Can you two settle down? Always causing trouble for me. A man wearing a suit and glasses reprimanded. Huang Xiaoer shook the gun in his hand. Big brother, it's all ready this time. Why are you still elbowing your way out? I'm tickled to death? Fine. Then you guys can handle this on your own. Humph. Well, I don't care. Big brother, I was wrong. You just let outsiders bully your brother like that. Look at how third brother has been beaten up. Huang Xiaoxi pulled on his big brother's suit jacket. Huang Xiaoxi said as he untied the rope on himself. Big brother, second brother, there's a crazy inside. You guys be careful. She's not a human being with her fast movements. Fast? How fast can movements be as fast as bullets? Huang Xiaoer continued to shake the small pistol in his hand. Boss Huang said seriously. Put the pistol away. Don't take it out all the time. Don't worry. Big brother, you're just too cautious. This is our village. What are you afraid of in your own territory? Huang Xiaoer shouted. Which one of you bullied my brother? Come out. Don't be a shrinking violet. Lu Yijia said coldly. I'll eat later, and walked out. Milk, stay in the house. Don't go out. I'll go check it out. Grandma Li said uneasily. Be careful. Li Shuijie responded. Got it. Li Shuijie went and saw that Lu Yijia was preparing to go forward, immediately stopping the person. Sis, it's better to have a finale for an expert like you. I have something else to ask. Hurry up. Luiga took a step back. Li Shuijie walked in front of the village headman with a smile on his face. Uncle Village Headman, you still remember me, right? Chapter 85. Li Shuijie stirs up the Huang family's brotherhood. Li Shuijie walked forward politely. Uncle Mayor, you still remember me, don't you? Village Chief Huang Shuliang. The village people call him a weasel behind his back. He was the one who tried to humiliate and rape his mother back then. And this incident has always been a shame for Li Shuijie, always remembering it in his heart. And now the weasel had the audacity to dishonor the money he had sent to his grandparents, making his grandparents live such a hard life for so many years that they almost couldn't even get back the small amount of medical bills to see to their legs. If it wasn't for this accidental return, I'm afraid I would have been kept in the dark until I don't know when. Shuki was still the great blessing of his life. In the past, there was no way to do anything without being able to do anything but be submissive. But it's different now. He, Li Shuijie, is not what he used to be. Now he's going to collect his debt with interest. Sooner or later, people pay back. The village head weasel pushed his old glasses, narrowed his eyes and stared at Li Shuijie. Are you? I'm Li Shuijie. You don't remember me? Then you always recognize my dad. Li Xiao, right? Back then, you were chased by my dad for half a village, and were almost killed by a knife. I still haven't apologized to you. Hearing Li Xiao's name, Huang Shuliang obviously had some changes in his expression. but quickly returned to normal. It's been over 20 years. Who still remembers those stale things? Li Shuijie not relent. Hey, I remember later you are not that aspect cannot? These two sons, are you sure they are your own? I do not look like you? Don't be a cheap father for no reason and still smug it. Huang Shulian's face was a shade of green. What are you babbling about? And Huang Xiaoxi, relying on the fact that he now has someone to back him up to be powerful again, pointed at Li Shuijie. What do you mean You don't want to sow discord here. It's useless. Fine. This is your family matter. Let's not talk about it. And let's not talk about the stale sesame matter. Let's just talk about the recent events. Li Shuijie stuck his hands in his pockets. The letters I sent to my grandparents over the years. You take them all out. As for the money inside, if you don't mind taking it hot, I, Li Shuijie, am not too bad. Just as to send off the beggars. Letters sent back to the village by people from outside were first received by the village head and then distributed to every household. And the only person who had access to them was the village head. Huang Xiaoer didn't seem to know the reason inside. What letter? Who cares about those broken letters of yours? It seems that you still don't recognize the situation. Now you're the one who hit someone. The one who hit is still my Huang Laoer's younger brother. Do you believe me that screwing you is as simple as pinching an ant to death? Just for the fact that you beat Lao San like this, I can also make you eat jail for the rest of your life. Do you believe me? Li Shuijie snorted coldly and laughed. Eat a lifetime of prison? What a big mouth. How come you run the police station? Huang Xiaoer walked over to Boss Huang who hadn't said anything. Believe it or not, the police department really listens to me. Do you know who this is? Li Shuijie said carelessly. No, weasel-born weasel boss. Well, oh no. Now has been our most beloved township chief adults. Has not said a word. Huang boss pushed the glasses. At least is the township chief. Seen the world or larger. Tone of voice talk is different. You are Li Shuijie. I remember you, but after me our village second college students it. When your tuition or your grandparents and the village together, my family also shelled out a lot of money it. Look at you, this body dress is also learned. Congratulations. I do not know what our family Xiao Sen Xiaoxi did. You have studied the law, do not know. Private fights and assaults are against the law. Ask them yourself what your good brother did. And I'm not counting this as a fight. Huang Xiaoxi tried to. I stopped him from molesting an underage girl. What do I care if he accidentally knocked on the ground and broke his teeth? If I hadn't stopped him, your brother would have molested an underage girl. And that's a serious offense. I don't know if I remember correctly, but if a person molests a child, he is sentenced to less than 5 years of imprisonment. And if he molests a child more than one person or more than once, he is sentenced to more than 5 years of imprisonment. So in that case, shouldn't you be thanking me? As for Huang Xiaosan, he tried to molest my sister. My sister happened to have learned a little martial arts. It also falls under self-defense. At most it's an over-defense. Li Shuijie looked at Lu Yijia, only to see that Lu Yijia had already started eating sweet patties with an enameled basin at some point. Little 3, little 4. Boss Huang's face darkened with hatred as he looked at his two younger brothers. Pig-headed Huang Xiaosan and the leaky-talking Huang Xiaoxi didn't dare to look at their own big brother. Oh, by the way, township chief. Since you are the township chief who is also considered a parental official and can afford to buy a small car, how can you still covet that small amount of money? The charge of embezzlement is not a light one. Corruption? Where's the evidence? You said that about my brother? At least there is a personal witness. Since you know the law so well, then everything must have evidence. You said that I embezzled your money? Where's the evidence? That's right, evidence. I really don't have much evidence, just right. You help me to check. Every month I will send a letter home. There is $1,000 inside the letter. Now the letter is gone, and this money doesn't know where it has gone. I figured out that I probably sent about $24,000 back, and that's enough to make a case. Boss Huang frowned slightly. What 24,000? Ha? You don't know anything about this, do you? Well, ask your good father then. Ask him where he hides it all. As the Huang family boss looked at his father, Huang Shuliang became even more flustered and shouted loudly at Li Shuijie. I don't know what letter you're talking about. What am I doing with your letter? Not to mention any money. Don't you pour any dirty water on me. My father said he didn't know. And you can't produce evidence of this. Well, in that case, Shin, I won't look for it, and I can do without the money. Not only that, I can also compensate the money for your brother's medical bills. Humph, you know you're scared. Count on you to have eyesight. Huang Xiaoer saw that Li Shuijie suddenly changed his words, thinking that he was abashed. The matter of money, it is indeed necessary to talk about it. You beat my brother into this state. Do not compensate a few tens of thousands of dollars. Li Shuaijie laughed. So your brother is worth a few tens of thousands of dollars. How cheap. Huang Xiaosan was also disgruntled upon hearing this. Second brother. What do you mean? Huang Xiao'er immediately reminded. Hey, Xiaosan. He's stirring up trouble. Aren't you stupid? Junior. How about this? If you slap your second brother, I'll give you $1,000. How about that? 1,000? Are you dreaming? My second brother and I are brothers. Oh, blood brother. How about 5,000 for a slap, 10,000 for a punch, and 20,000 for a bleeder? Huang Xiaosan stopped talking, a greedy light in his eyes. He looked over at Huang Lao'er. Brother, if you don't want me to take a few hits dash. Chapter 86 Huang's brothers bite the dog. Li Shuaijie is aimed at by a gun. Huang Lao'er slapped Huang Xiaosan hard on the back of his head after hearing his brother's words. Look at you with no talent. You believe whatever people say. Can he get so much money for a student who even has to pay for college tuition from the village? Why do I have such a stupid brother like you? Yeah brother, what you said is also true. Huang Xiaosan rubbed the back of his head. So you're afraid that I won't be able to take it out? That's simple. Li Shuaijie took tens of thousands of dollars from his bag and threw it on the ground. Li Shuaijie folded his hands and inserted them in front of his chest. Huang Xiaosan, how is it? The money is right here. You are not willing to do such a lucrative business? Huang Xiaosan is also an unseen one, although usually is also considered to be brocade. Out of a small matter, a few brothers also help him to pocket, and occasionally rob a little village people small amount of money, but the actual tens of thousands of dollars, he still really have not seen. Huang Xiaosan gulped when he saw the money. He walked over to Huang Lao'er and pulled his sleeve. Brother, look, there's really a lot of money. Just let me play a few times. We'll both split the money we get when the time comes. That's fine. Huang Lao'er's eyes obviously changed when he saw the money as well. He is not like Huang Xiaosan. Usually follow the Huang boss has seen the world to receive a lot of bribes, but they are such a small place. Even if the bribe cannot receive a few dollars, thousands of dollars is also considered more. That's tens of thousands of dollars all at once. Or a bit of a glutton for punishment. But the thought of hitting myself was still not an option. Huang Xiaosan, say you're no good. You're really no good. Just this much money. Look at you like that. Huang Xiaosan whispered. Brother, it's not this much money. There are tens of thousands here. And at that moment Li Shuaijie, who was watching the good show, sat down next to Lu Yijia, and was about to reach out and try to get the last sugar patty from the enamel basin. As a result, he was ruthlessly plucked out by Lu Yijia's eyes and resentfully withdrew his hand again. That's what you're thinking? A waste of time and money? Sis, money is the last thing on my mind right now. I just don't want to dirty my hands. Besides, don't you think it's cool to watch them dog eat dog? Also this money I'll make them spit it all out with interest sooner or later. When I go back, I'll definitely end his Huang family. Lu Yijia froze for a moment. You're a lot like Lu Jin in that respect. Li Shuaijie didn't bother to think about it in detail and continued to look at the Huang family brothers. Not making a move? I see. Too little is it? But that's all I've got in cash. So here's the deal. I'll transfer it to you. A slap on the wrist and 10,000 if I'm satisfied. Huang Xiaosan was moved. One slap, 10,000? Are you serious? Li Shuaijie threw 10,000 to Huang Xiaosan. If you don't believe me, you can try first. Brother, just let me fight a little. Just one hit. Huang Xiaosan climbed up from the ground and grabbed Huang Lao'er's clothes. I promise it won't be heavy. Really? Then you pay attention. Your brother, I'm living off this face. Brother, I promise. Huang Xiaosan placed his hand next to Huang Lao'er's face and then slapped his palm. Okay, I hit it, said the man anxiously trying to reach for the money on the floor, but Li Shuaijie stepped on his hand at once. Huang Xiaosan immediately withdrew his hand in pain. What are you doing? You want to renege on your debt? Li Shuaijie let out a light chortle. Huang Xiaosan, do you think I'm stupid? Can't you see that you're hitting the palm of your own hand? I want a real beating. Huang Xiaosan saw that there was no way to muddle through, and the money was right in front of his eyes to get it. With a hard heart, he heavily slapped Huang Lao'er's face. Slap dash came the heavy slap. Li Shuaijie scad lightly. That's cool. Li Shuaijie nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Continue. He threw another pile of money on the ground. Huang Xiao'er was directly confused by the slap and reacted by directly picking up Huang Xiaosan's collar. Huang Xiaosan, you damn dare to hit. Huang Xiaosan directly wimped out. Brother, I'll give you 5,000. Huang Lao'er raised his hand. Who cares about this amount of money from you? Hey, Huang Laoren, how about you slap your brother and I'll give you $20,000? Li Shuaijie fanned the flames on the side. Huang Lao good. That's what you said. Huang Xiaosan was unconvinced. On what grounds? He's $20,000. Huang Lao raised his hand. Just by the fact that your brother's face is worth more than yours. Pa dash. Hiss dash. Li Shuaijie felt real pain just from the sound. It's also really cool to hear. The other side of Huang Xiaosan's face rapidly became swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then he covered his face and spat out a mouthful of bloody foam with a tooth inside. My teeth. Huang Xiaosan was close to going crazy. Brother, I'm your own brother. You're hitting too hard. Huang Lao also covered his face. Did you just go easy on him? Soon the two began to tear at each other. Li Shuaijie watched the dog-eat-dog good show from the sidelines. In the blink of an eye, it turned into two pig heads beating each other up. Lao Xiaosan, stop. You guys stop fighting. Huang Shuliang watched his sons fight each other, and was so anxious on the sidelines that he didn't know what to do. And when Boss Huang saw the two brothers fighting together, he immediately stepped forward to pull the people apart. Enough! You two idiots! People let you two fight like this with just a few words. What do you think? Seeing that big brother opened his mouth, the two pig heads finally separated, panting while spitting blood foam. Well, Mayor, I don't have time to spend here with you while my grandfather goes to the city for surgery, and I think you'd better take your brothers to the hospital first, lest you go late and disfigure your face. Li Shuaijie kindly reminded. Milk, are you packed? Hey, packed. Grandma Li walked out of the house, carrying a large bag in her hand. It's close to bringing all the pots and pans in the house. Li Shuaijie sweat face. Milk, this all bring what? Forget it, I have everything. You these stay at home. Then these garments. Don't bring your clothes either. I'll take you to buy new ones then. At this exact moment, a man came from outside the courtyard. Looking at the scene in the courtyard, walked straight to Li Shuaijie's side. Sir, the private jet is ready. Is it time to go now? Well, let's go. Li Shuaijie responded. Milk, let's go. Jia Wazi will take you on an airplane. Turning his head, he looked at Louis Jia again. Sister, you should come with us too, just to go back and take a look. Good. Li Shuaijie helped Grandma Li walk past the Huang family. When he saw that he was going to get ready to get into the car, Huang Lao suddenly held a pistol, aimed towards Li Shuaijie's back. It's so simple to try to run. No way. Bang! An ear-splitting gunshot rang through the village. Scare the birds around you into flying around. Chapter 87, Li Shuaijie returns to his schoolgirl wife for a kiss. Chen Shuji woke up from her dream. A look around showed no sign of Li Shuaijie. She just had a dream in which Li Shuaijie was shot. There was blood all over the floor. Maybe the dream was so real that it remained fresh in my mind when I woke up. The heart was still pounding extra hard. Young lady, you're awake. Li Yen saw Chen Shuji waking up and walked over. Li Yen, you're here. Where's Kit? Young master went back home for something and asked me to come back first. You're looking for him? Learning that Li Shuaijie was not in Suhai, Chen Shuji suddenly thought of the scene in the dream, and her heart panicked even more. Ajay, he hasn't come back yet? How long has he been gone? It's been half a day. Chen Shuji fumbled around for her cell phone by the bedside, and after finding it, she hurriedly called Li Shuaijie. Beep, 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 sorry, the number you have dialed is off. How could it be turned off? Seeing that Li Shuaijie's phone couldn't be reached, Chen Shuji became even more anxious. No, I'm going to get him. Chen Shuji directly pulled out the needle in her hand and got out of bed. Li Yen hurriedly stepped forward to stop it, but he didn't dare to touch it at will, so he could only stretch out a hand to block in front of Chen Shuji, backing up as he did so. Young lady, where are you going? Your body is too weak right now. The doctor said you can't run around. I don't feel comfortable. I'm going to find Kit Dash. But Chen Shuji just took 2 steps, before reaching the door of the ward. The whole person had a burst of weakness, and saw that she was about to fall down. The door of the ward was opened, and Li Shuaijie walked in quickly, and held Chen Shuji. Shuki, are you okay? Chen Shuji looked up after hearing a familiar voice. Tears suddenly couldn't be held back at once, and she reached out and hugged Li Shuaijie tightly. When her ear was pressed against his warm chest and she listened to the steady and powerful heartbeat, the heart that had just been hanging in the air finally fell, so the tears couldn't help falling. Oh, Jay, I just dreamt that something happened to you. Oh, I'm really scared. Li Shuaijie hurried to comfort. Not afraid. I'm fine. Look at me, this is not still good. Well, Well, not cry. Li Shuaijie directly picked up Chen Shuji with one hand and walked towards the hospital bed. Because of a moment of weightlessness, Chen Shuji subconsciously reached out her slender arm and wrapped it around Li Shuaijie's neck. All that panicked uneasiness has finally found a place to rest. Where did you go? Chen Shuji was gently placed on the bed and saw that Li Shuaijie was leaving. She asked as she grabbed Li Shuaijie's sleeve. Didn't you say you wanted to eat patty cake? I went to get the chef to make it for you. Chef? Li Shuaijie pointed to the very nervous-looking Grandma Li following behind him. Chen Shuji looked at Li Shuaijie suspiciously. Young introduces you. This is the grandmother who brought me up. Grandma Li looked at Chen Shuji and smiled with a kind and joyful face. Her face was a fleshly nervousness, and she was still clutching an iron box in her hand. Li Shuaijie then introduced. Grandma, she is my girlfriend, my future wife, my child's mother, your precious granddaughter-in-law. How about it? Isn't it even more beautiful than the photo I showed you? Peugeot, this city-grown girl doll is different, just like a porcelain doll, and white, and her eyes are as big as grapes. So pretty. Chen Shuji was first stunned, and her face abruptly reddened upon hearing Grandma Li's compliment. A small and shy cry. Hello Grandma. Hey, good doll. Grandma Li smiled so much that her eyes squinted into slits, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes became heavier. Milk, patty cake. Li Shuaijie remonstrated from the sidelines. Oh yes, Jia Wazi said you wanted to eat mochi poi. This is what Grandma made. Grandma Li was so nervous that she handed over the insulated iron box she was holding, and worriedly said, Grandma is old. Maybe the cooking isn't good. If you don't like it, next time Grandma will remake it. Shuki, try it and see if it's the one you want. Chen Shuji hurriedly took it with both hands and was embarrassed as she snapped at Li Shuaijie. Ajay, I was just talking casually. Why did you really let Grandma do it? Let me know what you want to eat from now on and I'll do my best to get it for you. You quickly taste it. Grandma is afraid that it will get cold but she has been holding it in her arms. Li Shuaijie helped Chen Shuji open the lunchbox. Thank you Grandma. Chen Shuji was very embarrassed and was ready to reach out for it, but was stopped by Li Shuaijie, who then took one out and sent it to Chen Shuji's mouth. Chen Shuji first Sven had to take a small bite, and after chewing twice, her eyes lit up. Right, that's the flavor. It's exactly the same as what I ate when I was a kid. Seeing that Chen Shuji liked it, Grandma Li smiled from ear to ear, and her nervous heart dropped. Good, then eat more. Chen Shuji finally couldn't control the non-stop secretion of saliva in her mouth due to the delicious flavor. She gulped, then another big bite. After eating several in a row, Li Shuaijie was afraid that Chen Shuji would eat too much and not digest it, and he didn't dare to let her eat too much at once. Li Shuaijie put the box away, and Chen Shuji looked at it blearily, as if she wanted to continue eating. Well, don't eat too much. If you like it you can just have Grandma make it later. Well, Li Shuaijie handed the box to Li Yan. Li Yan, here, you try my grandmother's too. It's called sugar patties back home. Li Yan accepted it with both hands and replied. Thank you, young master. No need. By the way, Grandma is also tired after tossing and turning all day today, so in a while, I'll have to trouble you to take Grandma home first, so that she can have a good rest. Yes. When Grandma Li heard this, she hurriedly said, Jia Wazi, Grandma isn't tired. Milk wants to go and see how your master he is doing. Milk, don't worry, Grandpa is fine. Just go home and sleep peacefully. Tomorrow I'll send someone to pick you up and go see my grandpa. Jia Wazi, you let Grandma go. Milk hasn't been separated from your master for so many years. I really don't feel relieved that he's alone. And he's an old man. You don't know. He's actually the most afraid of pain. Li Shuaijie listened to a burst of emotion. Good. Milk, I'll have someone take you there. With that, he ordered. Li Yan, take my grandmother to my master's ward. Yes. Grandma Li excitedly prepared to leave, but suddenly turned around as if she thought of something and said to Chen Shuji, Girl, if you still want to eat sugar mochi tell Grandma. Grandma will make it for you. Thank you Grandma. Chen Shuji reddened her face and hurriedly replied. After Grandma Li left, Chen Shuji saw that Li Shuaijie was looking at herself with a burning gaze. Then Li Shuaijie's palm rested on the back of her head, and her body was bound into a warm embrace. Her face reddened and she was about to open her mouth to ask what was wrong, but she was blocked by two warm lips. The first chapter of today's delivery. There are typos if a moment to change. I'm going to go and have a meal first, and I'll send the second chapter to you later. Sugar Heart here to trouble you if you think the writing is okay. Give a 5-star praise ball, everyone. Chapter 88. How to break the addiction to your wife's mouth. Li Shuaijie looked at the originally pale little blood-colored small face in front of him, the moist and full lips beads, so that people cannot help but want to bite on a bite. Looking again to the clock set on the table, the hands were just past 12 o'clock. It's time to do the quest again. Yes, he wasn't just looking for a kiss and a thrashing. He wasn't that shallow. He's just trying to increase his wife's fitness. It's for Shuki's own good. He's actually a good man to come by. Well, thought of a good excuse for myself. In fact, he was the one who had some heart palpitations, and if it wasn't for Lu Yijia's presence today, he was afraid that he would really be in a bad way. Li Shuaijie really didn't expect that the Huang heir at that time would really dare to shoot him with a gun. The moment the gun went off, he really thought he was going to die. The result made him not expect how Lu Yijia's body was so terrifying. He'd never seen anyone faster than a bullet, but Lu Yijia did. In the nick of time, Lu Yijia pushed him away, and he could feel the bullet graze past his shoulder. Memories. Jia Huazi, are you alright? Grandma Li, who was on the sidelines, was terrified. Don't worry, Grandma, I'm fine. Li Shuaijie looked at the hole in his cuff, the broken cloth fluttering in the wind. Li Shuaijie was a little distressed under the palpitations, which was still the new clothes that Shu Qi had bought for him earlier. This just broke the first time I wore it. Li Shuaijie suddenly missed his wife a little. I wonder if she's awake, and if she'll look for herself if she's been out so long. You? What the hell are you? When Huang Laoer saw that the bullets he shot out were actually dodged, he looked at the woman in front of him with a horrified expression. Looking for death. Lu Yijia left behind 2 words and then almost instantaneously arrived at Elder Huang's side. Then everyone watched as Elder Huang flew out directly in a parabola, crashing directly into the trees in the courtyard. Without even being able to scream, a mouthful of blood was directly ejected, and then he fainted. Lu Yijia again arrived at Huang Er's side in a near instantaneous manner and grabbed his neck. To her, Lu Yijia, killing someone was as rare as eating. In her eyes there is only the living and the dead, and dead people are the most reassuring. And countless times she has been proven right, like just now when Li Shuaijie almost got shot because he wasn't ruthless enough to spare the Huang family. Just like her mother ended up getting revenge for sparing a little boy from her enemy's family because of her soft heart. Just like Lu Xun because not hard-hearted enough to believe that once betrayed their own brothers almost be robbed of their own spent decades of hard work products. All this proves, a wildfire cannot be eliminated, but it grows again in the spring. Only when a person is dead can they be put out of their misery forever. Huang Shuliang saw his son being beaten and spitting out blood, immediately rushed up and blocked in front of Huang Laoer. Then he flung himself to his knees and then kept kowtowing. Woman! No! I beg you to let my son go. Get out of the way or die together. Lu Yijia warned, a touch of regicide appearing steeply in her icy eyes. Boss Huang immediately gave the group behind him a look at that moment. He wasn't unprepared. People like him are always more afraid of death when they've done too much damage. That's why there are always a few bodyguards around. Several bodyguards swarmed towards Lu Yijia at the same time. Sis, watch your back. Li Shuaijie hadn't finished speaking, only to see the group suddenly collapse, kneel in a row. And that was so fast that everyone didn't see what Lu Yijia had done. In fact, she had only just grabbed a handful of small stones with her hand, hit the group on both knees. Everyone was stunned at this one. Li Shuaijie was also shocked. Could this be the strength of the legendary female god of war? It's true that the only martial art under the sun is speed. This woman's strength had completely exceeded everyone's cognitive range. No one dared to do anything rash anymore. Huang Shaosan and Huang Shaoxi were even more directly scared to pee once again. Ghost, how can it be human when it moves so fast? Boss Huang gave up completely, and he ended up being the blood brother of his 3 younger brothers. He also knew that he was afraid that he would be in a bad way today as well. Boss Huang flopped down and knelt straight on the ground. Please, spare my life and my brother's and my father's life, no matter what you ask me to do. Lu Yijia was just about to open her mouth to refuse when Li Shuaijie walked forward. Li Shuaijie, I'm going to hand over all the money you've embezzled over the years. Boss Yellow, good. Li Shuaijie, also, list all the crimes you and your brother have committed over the years. Even if it's stealing and robbing someone of a chicken or duck one by one. Take the initiative to take off your black hat, then hand it over to the mayor together. If you let me know that one piece is missing, no, my sister, I'll let you all die without a whole body. Lu Yijia blankly glanced at Li Shuaijie. It's kind of a real fox and a tiger. Boss Huang closed his eyes with a pained face and agreed. Okay. He knew this time he was completely screwed. Li Shuaijie pulled Lu Yijia's clothes. Sis, let's go. Lu Yijia gave Li Shuaijie a meaningful look. Humph. Holy Mother of God. Sis, you're wrong. I'm not a Madonna. Li Shuijie just didn't want Lu Yijia to have the blood of these dirty people on his hands, though he knew that perhaps Lu Yijia had already had blood on her hands long before this, but that was something he didn't know, and he'd always felt that fighting violence with violence wasn't the best way to deal with it. Bad guys have to face the law after all. Although he admitted that just now Lu Yijia kicked the person flying, that he was also very cool. After all, if it is not Lu Yijia in today, I'm afraid that the death is him. Li Shuijie. It's not as if he has a so-called Madonna's heart. It just felt better to have him punished by the law, and it was often more torturous to spend day after day in prison so that he would never see the light of day again than it was to give him a pain in the ass. And, of course, he'll have someone take good care of it. Lu Yijia looked at Li Shuijie, and there was a trance in her eyes. You're kinda like him in that way. Li Shuijie knew that this him, it refers to Lu Xun, their father. Luigi turned around, left a sentence. I hope you won't regret it. Chen Shuji was so kissed that she involuntarily grabbed Li Shuijie's shoulders with her hands, and her grip got tighter and tighter, until all his breath was taken away. She hurriedly patted Li Shuijie's shoulder with her hand to signal that she was out of breath. At last she gets the right to breathe freely. Aha! There was some blood color in the original miserable little face. I wonder if it's just me. She felt that every time Ajay kissed herself, her body would feel much better. It was something she had been ashamed to say, but she still sensed that something was wrong with Li Shuijie. Kit, what's wrong with you? Li Shuijie looked deeply at the person in front of him, the delicate cherry lips, and gulped. Nothing, I just missed you. Question: how do you get addicted to your wife's mouth and want to kiss her afterward?